In this moment, a powerful kick resonated throughout the sweltering summer. As Ruihang initiated the push, he signaled upon completion via the team voice chat. While Gu Xing continued his communication with the mid laner, Kuro eagerly affirmed, assured that the opposing Kassadin would not hinder him. Although Li Ruihang had fallen in the previous skirmish in the upper half of the map, the gold earned from assists was not insignificant. Moreover, the advantage gained from farming ensured he maintained control over his lane. Once Gu Xing received confirmation, he walked to his blue buff area and paused, remaining still. During the earlier confrontation, he had traversed from JDG's blue zone to the top lane, taking considerable time. Meanwhile, the opponent's world sister had been the first to fall, respawning earlier, which warranted a proactive approach. Gu Xing anticipated that the adversaries would place ample wards near the river to prevent a repeat of the previous ambush. Therefore, he refrained from rushing into the river, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. At last, the excited report from Kuro reached his ears. The mid-lane minions had been pushed to the tower, indicating that Talia could now roam without consequence. Prepare to freeze the lane, Gu Xing commanded. Standing beside him was Duan Deliang, who had just synchronized his recall. The level indicator beside their health bars displayed the conspicuous number 6, a promising sight. Normally, the duo would clear every minion, and upon the 12th wave at 717, they would ascend to level 6. Thanks to the relative weakness of JDG's bottom lane, Duan Deliang and Jack, despite losing lane control, had not missed a single opportunity for experience. Shortly after the skirmish in the upper half, Duan successfully reached level 6. He even cleverly chose to recall in the bush behind VG's next tower, allowing him to gain experience from the minions beneath the tower while JDG remained oblivious. Tom Kinch opened his mouth wide, activating our Devour. This move immediately captured the attention of the broadcast, swiftly shifting the camera to the chubby catfish. It engulfed Li Sin, spun in place, and then burrowed underground. Duan Wangya activated his ultimate, intending to transport Xinggu into JDG's jungle, restricted by the viewing angle. He was unaware of the subtle details of Duan Deliang's level 6 achievement. However, he could see the 2 wards placed by JDG in the river. He marveled at the situation and surmised Duan Deliang's intentions behind activating his ultimate. It was an exceptionally astute strategic maneuver. VG seemed to have anticipated that World 6 would lay wards to guard against Li Sin's jungle intrusion, prompting Tom to use or to traverse beyond enemy vision. The current version of Tom's ultimate still allowed for player transport, with a range of 4,500 yards, enabling him to cross the river and strike decisively. Haokai's focus shifted to World Sister, as the broadcast camera transitioned to the landing point of Tom Kinch's Devour near JDG's red zone. The pig girl remained blissfully unaware of VG's assault plan, still engrossed in her red buff farming. World 6 moved with a leisurely grace, casually wielding his chain mace to strike at the red buff. The last time he attempted to tackle the blue buff, he was caught off guard due to insufficient vision in the river, allowing Gu Xing to exploit the opportunity. However, this time was different. Before venturing out to farm the jungle, he meticulously placed wards at several critical choke points in the lower river. He even spared no attention to the dragon pit, fearing that Gu Xing would use Gold Bell Shield to sneak past the wall and invade. World 6 believed his defenses to be impenetrable. Yet, as he reduced the red buff's health to 400 points, 2 formidable figures emerged from the nearby brush. It was the VG jungler and support. World 6 was taken aback. How did these 2 manage to get here? Upon noticing Tom Kinch's level, all his questions were answered. It was despicable of Nico to have quietly reached level 6. At that moment, World 6 felt that his seemingly impregnable ward placements were as vulnerable as a schoolgirl. In a flurry of anxiety, he urgently sought support from his teammates via voice chat. Mid laner Doimb was preoccupied with the minions that had been pushed to the tower by the Harrier. After a moment's deliberation, he abandoned the idea of roaming. He could not afford to lose any more, as another death would have dire consequences. Despite Kassadin possessing our Void Walk, which appeared agile, his margin for error was alarmingly low. With a 6-second cooldown, he essentially had only one opportunity to cast in skirmishes. Without flash, Doimb would be easily overwhelmed if he engaged. Jin Taixiang preferred to clear the minion wave beneath the tower first. Moreover, relying solely on Kassadin, who lacked any protective abilities, would make it arduous for him to assist the pig sister in escaping the jungle. Doimb was aware that Kuro had just departed the mid lane towards the lower half of the map. So he directed World 6 to head downwards in search of support from their duo. The green-haired champion sensed something amiss and hurried towards their red jungle. However, Braum could not teleport, still accompanying Loken and pressuring the lane. It would take him at least 7 or 8 seconds to traverse from the bottom lane to the red buff camp. Until then, World 6 had to endure. The pig sister remained at level 5, her health pool barely bolstered by a single red crystal, rendering her rather fragile and incapable of withstanding damage. As the tension escalated, Hao Kai's furrowed brow deepened. Additionally, World 6's smite had already been used during the blue buff contest and had yet to cool down, preventing him from securing any jungle monster or restoring health. Gu Xing also lacked smite. Yet, as the aggressor, he was unconcerned. I don't need to steal the jungle monster. As long as I eliminate the pig sister, the red buff will surely be mine. The sound wave struck Sejuani, followed by a second Q that pursued with an auto attack, slowing her down. The thunderous impact was nothing short of extraordinary. Gu Xing's warrior jungle knife was no trifling matter. Each blow landed on the pig sister depleted her health significantly. Duan Deliang was not idle either. His Q, giant tongue whip, hit the pig sister, and he lumbered forward to take another lick at Sejuani, leaving her drenched in drool. At long last, the world-renowned sister awaited the cooldown of her Q ability. With a daring charge, she endeavored to breach the wall and infiltrate the shell beetle's lair in search of her verdant-haired ally. The pace of her thoughts had reached a fever pitch. However, the situation on the battlefield was in constant flux. Merely observing the scene was enough to leave one dazzled, let alone commentating on it. Just as the boar was about to pass through the wall, a ward suddenly appeared between her and the beetle's encampment. The blind monk maneuvered sideways, intercepting Sejuani's movement. The porcine champion collided with the monk, yet she found herself unable to surmount the wall that loomed so near. A jolt of anxiety coursed through her heart. My goodness! In astonishment, she exclaimed, "What speed is this from you, Xing? He had bravely thwarted the escape of the boar with his own body. The arena erupted in a tidal wave of cheers. Although the porcine champion did manage to send the blind monk flying, the path to her escape had already been severed. Tam then unleashed another basic attack, stacking up damage on the boar before using his W ability to swallow her whole. Duan Deliang deliberately expelled her far from the bottom lane, delaying the arrival of enemy reinforcements. Upon landing, Gu Xing swiftly delivered 2 powerful blows, eliminating the boar. As the green-haired ally approached the beetle's lair, he could only watch helplessly as his jungler met her demise. Kuro also arrived in the JDG red zone, and alongside the jungle and support duo, they launched themselves via a burst fruit into the brush behind the enemy's next tower. At this point, she finally grasped the full scope of VG's strategy. First, eliminate the jungler, the boar, then join forces with the mid laner to mount a 4-against-2 assault on JDG's bottom lane. Shin's ultimate was still on cooldown, and Kassadin had yet to teleport. The JDG duo could only rely on themselves to weather the storm. Hao Kai shouted. The green-haired ally and Loken, in a state of panic, sought to retreat towards the second tower. Duke flashed and weakened to capture Varus. Loken cast his ability to ensnare Tam, using his healing spell to boost his movement speed in an attempt to carve out an escape route. Braum, unwilling to flee alone, stepped forward to join his teammates, wielding his door to unleash his ability, launching the enemy into the air to slow their pursuit. However, Gu Xing was cunning, exploiting Braum's inability to flash after using his ability, executing a precise kick of his sound wave. He then deftly sidestepped the shards of ice from the glacier fissure, following up with a second Q to latch onto his opponent. Jack's magic crystal arrow came soaring in from an exceptionally tricky angle. She could not help but commend. Braum had just used his W ability to shield Varus, helping to block incoming skills. This left the duo rather close together. Even if the green-haired one flashed to evade the magic crystal arrow, Loken would still be in peril. Unless both of them used their flash, they would have no hope of survival. In a flash, the massive arrow had arrived before them. It was at this moment that the importance of communication became evident. Loken wished to propose that they both flash simultaneously to make their escape. Yet, having only recently joined the LPL, his command of Chinese was limited to understanding basic directives at a slow pace. In this critical moment, conveying their intentions to one another proved to be a daunting challenge. In a fleeting moment, relying on the translation of Doim to serve as a conduit was utterly unrealistic. Loken stumbled, failing to articulate a single useful thought. Observing his teammates' prolonged silence and lack of strategic evasions, the green-haired player resorted to shielding himself with his body against the magical crystal arrow. Braum found himself immobilized, as the seismic thrust from Talia propelled him skyward, combining with the output from the stone formation to severely damage the opposing team. Realizing his support's actions, Loken acknowledged his burden on the green-haired player, feeling a sense of remorse as he hastily retreated into the shadows of the brush. Yet, VG pressed on relentlessly. Duan Deliang unleashed his newly available Q Devour, while Loken attempted to maneuver and evade. However, the brush was perilously close to the wall, and with only a fleeting moment left of the debuff on Varus, he found himself trapped in a corner with no escape. It was over. Remember to express inner feelings with the simplest of words. Tom Kench's Q ability is exceedingly lethal against heroes lacking mobility. As Varus emerged from the debuff, the lingering slow from the Devour still rendered him immobile. Gu Xing was overjoyed. He relinquished the kill to his mid laner and boldly advanced to pursue. Loken, in a state of desperation, thought, I'm nearly at the second tower below, and they still chase me? Could I at least have a chance to survive? He turned and unleashed a rain of arrows, in a bid to slow down his pursuers. Yet, VG's jungle and support disregarded the threat, pressing forward across the corrupted ground. Tom reached the range of the second tower in Jingdong first, dutifully tanking its fire. Gu Xing moved in to strike with Heavenly Thunder, following up with auto-attacks to chip away at Varus's health. Observing this, Loken activated his flash in hopes of creating distance. Gu Xing, taking advantage of his speed, gradually closed the gap between himself and Varus. As Tom absorbed the third shot from the turret, his next Q was ready, the level 4 Sonic Wave. Combined with Gu Xing's warrior jungle item and the blue buff's 20 cooldown reduction, brought the cooldown to its absolute minimum. Loken, seeing the blind monk raise his hand, attempted to reposition once more. However, Gu Xing's precision was remarkable this match. The Sonic Wave struck with uncanny accuracy. Varus darted from side to side, yet ultimately could not escape the blind monk's grasp. What an accurate Sonic Wave! One could not help but exclaim. Gu Xing seemed to have activated a lock-on feature. Loken, in despair, recognized the futility of his escape. He turned, drawing his bow and aiming to take down the tower-tanking Tom. The Q-piercing arrow hit its mark, but Duan Deliang had already preemptively activated Thick Skin. The gray health bar transformed into a white shield, absorbing the turret's shots as well as Varus's abilities. Subsequently, Duan Deliang pivoted away from the range of the Jingdong second tower. His mission had been accomplished. Gu Xing swiftly dispatched Varus. The turret's damage was incredibly high, yet he had maintained his health so well that after enduring 2 shots, he exited the tower with half of his life intact. A 0-for-3 exchange. VG emerged triumphant. One should declare with fervent enthusiasm, barring any unforeseen events, the first dragon would surely be claimed by Gu Xing. The VG fans in the venue erupted with shouts, fervently cheering for the team they supported. What a fierce blind monk. The situation at hand is indeed dire for JDG, as they find themselves at a significant disadvantage. The composition's late-game power hinges on the dual carries, Kassadin and Varus, whose equipment must be sufficiently extravagant to dismantle the enemy formation in team fights. Yet, with Varus having expended both summoner spells and facing imminent demise, his development is gravely compromised. As the discourse unfolds, it becomes evident that JDG's disadvantage will only amplify, for their lanes struggle to establish a rhythm independently. Whether it be Shun in the top lane, Kassadin in the mid, or Varus and Braum in the bot lane, lacking lane control, they are bereft of the capacity to roam and seize opportunities. Achieving lane superiority solely on their own is an insurmountable challenge. Reliance on the jungler is imperative. However, with the match approaching the 9-minute mark, World 6 is still at level 5. How can the unultimated pig girl assist her teammates in recovering from this deficit? One cannot help but empathize with the perspective of the world's sister, sighing at the predicament. To exacerbate matters, the red buff is poised to be claimed by the opposing team, leaving her in a dire situation with no jungle camps to farm. Even the most optimistic outlook cannot mask the impending collapse. The fiery pig girl strategy, devised by Gu Xing, excels in skirmishes and defensive capabilities against invasions, with a significantly higher kill threshold compared to carrying flash during ganks. It is evident that the power spikes are destined to occur during the landing phase. If the game stretches into team fights, The margin for error and potential ceiling of Flash far exceed that of her current state. With World Sister at 0-2 and a mere level 5 at 9 minutes, the prospects appear grim. World 6 remains silent, suppressing his disappointment as he observes his teammates, all equally ensnared in adversity. Their only glimmer of hope lies with Doimb. Once Kassadin reaches level 16, the possibility of a turnaround may emerge, igniting chaos in VG's base. Gu Xing returns to his jungle, clearing the camps with precision before heading back to purchase Mercury treads and a longsword, intent on rallying his teammates to claim the Rift Herald. Observing the movements on the minimap, it becomes apparent that JDG is too intimidated to contest. They opt to forego the Herald entirely, hastily focusing on recovery across all lanes. Given their current combat prowess, even a mere glance at the barren pit would leave JDG severely punished. Gu Xing openly engages in the upper quadrant to secure the Herald, allowing World Sister a brief respite as she farms the freshly reset Feathered Bird and Stone Beetle in her lower jungle, upgrading to Radiant Flash. The now level 6 World 6's mind races with urgency. He knows that time is slipping away. Should Gu Xing manage to utilize the Herald to demolish the first turret and conclude the landing phase, JDG will lose their chance for a comeback. Sensing the imminent crisis, World Sister resolves to mount one last stand. Shortly, we shall embark on a mission to eliminate the adversaries in the bottom lane. By skillfully coordinating our efforts, their demise is all but assured. To bolster our chances of success, World 6 has summoned the top laner Shun to join the fray. Cabe hesitates, for he is not particularly eager to engage. The advantageous period for Shun against the troll has long since passed, and having been assisted by Gu Xing on 2 occasions, he has already relinquished control over the lane following consecutive deaths. Presently, the power over the lane resides with Smeb, whose troll, equipped with a Tiamat, relentlessly pushes the wave with wild abandon. Should Cabe wish to provide support with his ultimate, he must sacrifice a significant number of minions. Furthermore, he must activate his ultimate in a safe zone beyond the troll's vision, or devise a means to bait out the ice pillar. Otherwise, if the enemy detects his intentions and interrupts his ultimate, Cabe will be unable to coordinate with his teammates. Yet, even if he were to arrive at the bottom lane, what of his outer tower? With no one to defend it, the troll's rate of advance is readily apparent. Cabe finds himself in a dilemma. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolves to heed World 6's command. He understands that for the team to mount a comeback, they must nurture their carry champions. Remaining in the top lane may secure a defense, but it will not yield any advantage through counterattacks. Once the enemies return to their lane, we shall strike. World 6 establishes the plan. The announcement of the Rift Herald's demise reverberates across the canyon, akin to the clarion call heralding the commencement of battle for the JD squad. They meticulously orchestrate their strategy, striving to conceal their intentions from the opposition. As the match reaches the 11-minute mark, the VG duo returns to the bottom lane after updating their equipment. At this juncture, Jack wields the blade of the ruined king, his combat prowess beginning to take shape. Consequently, Yu Wenba exudes an air of arrogance before the cameras, seemingly eager to confront the JD duo head-on. Regardless, even if he were to fall victim to the stun effect of Brahm's concussive blows, Tom Kinch's Devourer would surely extricate him from peril. Jack is undaunted. Of course, his bravado is confined to the 2v2 skirmish in the bottom lane. With the jungler Piglet having ascended to level 6, Jack remains cautious. During the wave-pushing phase, he unleashes his E ability, Hawk Shot, to scout for Sejuani's whereabouts. The drone locates World 6, who is presently engaged in a tussle with the 3 wolves in JD's top jungle. The marginally more peripheral Magma Frog has also been revived. If all goes according to plan, Piglet is likely to continue farming upwards. Upon witnessing the Hawk's spirit illuminate his position, World 6 is filled with elation. This is precisely what he sought. Cabe, are you prepared? World 6 inquires. Cabe mutters a response. In the midst of their exchange, he maneuvers Shun forward to taunt, engaging the troll in a trade of blows. Trundle has invested 1,200 gold into his Tiamat, a significant sum at this early stage. Smeb lacks the economic resources to build tank items, rendering him not particularly robust. The percentage damage from Shun is particularly fearsome, as 3 strikes reduce the opponent's health substantially. Once the troll breaks free from the taunt, Cabe activates his W ability, the Sword Array. Unlike E's immediate deployment of the Sword Formation, which solely serves to block the troll's basic attacks, This strategy not only offers protection but also absorbs the adversary's Q ability, rending bite. Smeb, demonstrating no hesitation, recognizes that the sword formation's duration is a mere 175 seconds. He decisively employs an ice pillar to obstruct Shin's retreat. And upon the conclusion of the sword formation's immunity to basic attacks, he activates W, Frozen Domain, to enhance his movement speed, relentlessly pursuing his target. With a combination of basic attacks and Q, followed by the activation of Tiamat, the Troll-S combo is straightforward yet effective. By the time Shun returns to the tower, his health is reduced to half. From a perspective of health exchange, this is undoubtedly a failed attempt. However, Cape perceives this as a success, having successfully baited out the Troll's ice pillar. Consequently, Cape's off-screen support remains unimpeded, allowing him to avoid alarming the enemy. Had he not engaged in the health exchange to draw out the ice pillar, he would have had to retreat to base to evade the opponent and subsequently use his ultimate ability. A sudden return to base with Shin still having substantial health would certainly raise VG's suspicions. Cape's disguise is impeccably executed, as World 6 becomes visible within VG's vision range. It is evident he intends to farm in the upper lane. Shin's health exchange can be viewed as a tactic to pressure the Troll's health, laying the groundwork for the Pig Sister to gank in the top lane. Although pre-match analysis suggested that JDG was unlikely to execute a gank in the upper lane, circumstances have shifted. JDG finds themselves in a desperate situation, leading them to adopt a reckless approach, which now possesses a degree of rationale. "I'm ready." Cape responds to his jungler. Upon hearing his teammates' call, World 6 abandons the partially defeated Shadow Wolf and races towards the lower quadrant. A familiar tactic. Is World 6 about to employ a diversionary strategy? Hao Kai is astonished. He is indeed relentless, refusing to back down until he hits a wall. He sets his sights on the lower lane, intending to catch VG off guard. Glancing at the minimap, his brow furrows in concentration. World 6 hastens, guiding Sejuani through his own lower jungle. He is confident his intentions will go unnoticed. The rationale is straightforward. VG has focused its attention on the Rift Herald in the upper half for the past 2 minutes, leaving the lower quadrant unmonitored. The duo has returned to lane not long ago, and with the minion wave yet to be cleared, they cannot possibly set up vision. World 6 movements remain shrouded in secrecy. He not only surmises that VG's lower jungle is devoid of vision, but also believes that Gu Xing will not be present in that area. The camps in their jungles have consistently refreshed in the same direction, nearly synchronously. World 6 upper jungle has reset, and VG's upper camps have similarly refreshed. He deduces that Gu Xing is likely in the upper quadrant farming or relying on the absolute lane control in both upper and mid lanes, preparing to invade. With a mix of excitement and anxiety, World 6 advances from the Stone Beetle camp towards the next tower. Jack continues to display his typical swagger, advancing whenever W, raining arrows, connects. At that moment, World 6 issues the command to attack. He charges in from the rear, unleashing QR to hurl a chain lash. R, frostbitten prison. The target is not the foremost Jack, but rather the Tam positioned diagonally behind. The unremarkable fat catfish appears to the world as a mere target. Duan Deliang, relying solely on his movement speed, finds it impossible to evade the onslaught of the Pig Maiden's ultimate ability. The sound of ice shattering rings out, crisp and melodious. Tom is rendered immobile, trapped in place. Braum's Q flash strikes true, hitting Jax. Remember to warm up those vocal cords, for K's Shin activates his ultimate. With Braum as the vessel, the director employs split-screen technology, presenting the upper lane situation in a small corner of the top left of the screen, occupying a space akin to the influence of top laners in this version. Shin forms seals with his hands, unleashing our secret art, compassionate soulfall, before the troll. Smeb becomes frantic, as his ice pillar is merely 5 seconds away from cooling down. In these 5 seconds, he finds himself utterly helpless against Shun's guided ultimate. Yet he is not entirely without recourse. Our supremacy clings to Shun, whose health bar is barely half full, siphoning away the opponent's life and defenses in a bid to contribute. The director swiftly closes the picture-in-picture. Throughout this, the main focus remains steadfast on the bot lane. Jax uses Cleanse to dispel the slow from Winter's Bite, yet the opponent applies weakness and unleashes their ultimate. Braum's, our Glacial Fissure, hurtles toward the incapacitated Frost. The motion is conspicuously pronounced. Jax decisively flashes to evade Braum's knockup. Once in a safer position, he takes a moment to drain Braum's health before pulling back and unleashing a relentless barrage. Duke, before being ensnared by the Pig Maiden's frozen domain, promptly activates his thick skin, utilizing the white shield to mitigate the burst damage. Upon witnessing the white shield, JD's appetite for the kill wanes. From their perspective, Tom's actions are unnecessary expenditure of skills. Once the shield dissipates, Tom remains fated for demise. In that case, pursuing the frost is the most prudent choice. Loken casts his cursed arrow rain from an extreme distance, slowing Frost before ensnaring her with the corrupted chains. Jax lacks the means to evade, becoming ensnared. Despite the lingering effects of cleanse granting her 65 control reduction, the actual duration of being bound by the corrupted chains is not lengthy. Yet, for JD, that is ample time. After 3 seconds of guidance, Shin successfully descends. As the Troll's ultimate ensnares Cabe, his health bar dwindles to 13, and his defenses are rendered as fragile as a paper-thin veneer. Nevertheless, he remains unperturbed. Frost's output hinges entirely on basic attacks. As long as he activates his sword array, he faces no peril until the opponent's fall. Shin employs his E ability, charging forth to taunt Frost. Ash remains unperturbed by Jax's control. As Varus arrives, his arrows ceaselessly pierce toward Frost, desperately whittling down the enemy's health. A wave of elation erupts within JD's team voice chat. They seem to glimpse the dawn of a comeback. If they can slay the VG duo, they might also topple the first blood tower in the bot lane, revitalizing the situation in an instant. However, just as Varus prepares to land another arrow, a barefooted, bald figure emerges behind Frost. Blind monk, with his eyes veiled in crimson cloth and muscles coiled like vines. JD finds themselves ambushed once more. In a moment laden with heart-wrenching intensity, Brother Xing swiftly traversed to the lower quadrant upon witnessing a fierce conflict erupt in the bot lane. It was as if the JDG players were doused with a bucket of icy water, leaving them shivering to their very cores. The fervent cheers from the VG fans resonated like thunderclaps. The blind monk, with his golden bell shield, hastened to protect the Frost Archer, bestowing upon his ally a crucial layer of defense. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he executed a powerful kick. The dragon's tail swept through the air. A flash of gold illuminated the scene as Gu Xing, having recently regained his mobility, maneuvered skillfully. However, this time, his R-flash was not aimed at sending the enemy tumbling back, but rather to adjust his angle for a spectacular chain reaction. After striking Cabe, the critically wounded Shun was propelled backward, crashing into the nearby Braum without pause, and hurtling towards the Varus. Loken's face turned pale. He attempted to sidestep, but fate had other plans, as Duan Deliong's Tom Kinch snagged him with his Q, constraining his movement. Loken struggled to reposition, but the fleeting duration of the blind monk's ultimate, which only lasted a mere 0.8 seconds, left him with no time to evade. Following his collision with Braum, Shin swiftly struck Varus again. All 3 were airborne. What an astonishing display. Remember's voice brimmed with disbelief. Brother Xing's R-flash had indeed sent 3 enemy heroes soaring into the air. The audience erupted in astonishment. The spectacle was not solely the series of airborne JDG champions, but also the vanishing health bars above their heads. The blind monk's level 1 ultimate boasted a damage coefficient of 175, 20 plus additional attack power, with Gu Xing wielding a warrior's jungle knife and a longsword. Alongside runes and talents, his additional AD approached the formidable figure of 100. This meant that his kick delivered a staggering base damage exceeding 350 points. Furthermore, for the subsequent enemies sent flying, beyond the initial 350 damage, there would also be an additional output corresponding to the 12 extra health points of the initially struck target. Upon meticulous calculation, the total damage inflicted by Gu Xing upon Shun, Braum, and Varus was nearing the monumental threshold of 1,000. What does this signify? In a team fight lasting under 12 minutes, this singular kick was nothing short of cataclysmic. The health bars of the 3 plummeted instantaneously, eliciting gasps of disbelief from countless spectators within the venue. Brother Xing moved with nimble steps, landing a sonic wave on Varus, swiftly following up with a second Q, and delivering a punch that culminated in a thunderclap. Remember inhaled deeply, allowing the fervent atmosphere of the arena to surge through his being, reaching every extremity. Loken was eliminated in an instant. His impassioned exclamation echoed throughout the arena. Gu Xing's output potential was truly terrifying, and with Jack not retreating after regaining his freedom, but rather contributing with basic attacks from the sidelines, the combined damage they unleashed resulted in a rapid execution. Shun, struck by the magical crystal arrow of the Frost Archer, was sent away with a single shot. Cabe, already low on health, had assumed that his ultimate would provide valuable crowd control, never anticipating Gu Xing's swift support. Shin's meager health pool was utterly insufficient. Remember's tone was electrifying. JDG was left with only the jungler and support, and the situation had completely reversed. The spirits of the JDG players plummeted, and the earlier flicker of joy had vanished without a trace. The World Sister gritted her teeth, making her final efforts. The Pig Sister ignited the low-health Frost Archer, aiming to burn her opponent. Gu Xing utilized his second E skill, Break the Bones, to restrain the nearby Braum, simultaneously positioning himself to prevent the enemy from easily approaching the critically injured Jack. Yu Wenba quickly drew his bow to attack minions, hoping to rely on the healing effect from Blade of the Ruined King to avoid death. The grievous wound inflicted by Ignite severely countered the healing from Blade, causing Frost Archer's health to recover at an agonizingly slow pace. A glimmer of hope shone in the World Sister's eyes. She did not seek to recover all losses. Even trading one enemy hero would be a significant victory. Yet, reality had other plans. Just as Ignite was about to finish off the Frost Archer, the Blind Monk activated his fully cooled W skill, Golden Bell Shield. Though the shield was not particularly sturdy, it effectively absorbed the damage from Ignite. The World Sister watched as the small flames of Ignite receded from the Frost Archer, who survived with a mere sliver of health, leaving her momentarily stunned. What an extraordinary shield! Brother Xing saved Jack's life. In her excitement, she could hardly contain her volume, her voice becoming sharp and piercing. In the midst of the team fight, Hao Kai, who had yet to make an impact, suddenly shouted that the Talia was on her way. The JDG players received the alert about Doim's disappearing Talia a few seconds earlier than the commentators. However, they dismissed it, believing that as long as they could take down the Frost Archer and Tom Kinch, Talia's ultimate would be of no consequence. Yet their circumstances had drastically changed. The VG duo remained unscathed, while JDG's remaining jungle and support were left with nothing but crowd control. If they continued to linger, they would merely become a moving target for the Blind Monk. When Talia arrived to block their escape, death awaited them. Without delay, JDG's jungle and support turned to flee. But just after taking a couple of steps, Talia's signature call echoed in their ears. A wall of terrain materialized, and Talia glided in on her stone platform. The JDG jungle and support, having no flashes available, were caught and unable to evade the rock surge due to the Frost Archer's slow. Jack, fully aware that JDG posed no threat to him, shot arrows from a distance to provide control. Kuro's rock surge sent the Pig Sister flying, and Gu Xing's subsequent sound wave effortlessly struck true, finishing her off. The last remaining green-haired champion, trembling beneath the tower, ultimately met the same fate. A 0-for-4 exchange. The commentator remarked loudly, noting that JDG had truly collapsed, and World 6 had only just reached level 6, yet the first wave of momentum had led them to ruin. The chat channel of the live stream buzzed with thousands of viewers engaging in fervent discussion. While the Blind Monk is a god, are flashed and kicked 3 away. Talia devours the bugs. Virtue. Can you withstand my 20 years of skill? JDG better give up. They think they can compete with VG at this level? A fool's dream. Hao Kai's tone held a hint of frustration. The World Sister always tried to employ tricks, but this strategy had been perfected in Brother Xing's hands. Using it repeatedly against him was bound to backfire. In the internal voice channel of the VG team, Li Ruihang, while routinely praising his jungler, mentioned a rather amusing point. The opposing team's pig-like champion, seemingly blind to the talent standing before them, foolishly attempted to employ tricks that were far beneath them. Such arrogance was truly unwarranted. His continuous support resulted in a bountiful harvest of kills, and now he was radiating confidence, his use of idiomatic expressions becoming increasingly frequent. I never anticipated he would venture down to the lower lane. Gu Xing candidly admitted it was mere happenstance, a stroke of bad luck for the opposing team, akin to having something stuck in one's teeth while drinking water. As he concluded, a smile that could not be suppressed crept onto his lips. Gu Xing assumed that after the last encounter, the opposing player would abandon their deceptive tactics and play more straightforwardly. However, he did not follow the expected path of farming in the upper area, as he was in possession of the Rift Herald. He intended to summon the Herald in the lower lane while the opposing player was busy gaining strength in the upper lane, hoping to quickly seize opportunities and bolster his team's advantage. Yet, fate had other plans, and they unexpectedly crossed paths. Li Ruihang pondered for a moment, but as they say, luck is also a form of skill. You, Xiaogu, are indeed superior to World 6. Jack stared in disbelief, astonished at how brazenly Li Ruihang could flatter his teammate. What do you mean by flattering? Kuro interjected, his ears flushed, correcting his teammate's choice of words. I speak nothing but the truth. Just as the two marksmen were engrossed in their discussion about flattery, the voice of their top laner echoed through their headsets. Hold on, could you kill a bit slower? Smeb exclaimed, bewildered. I'm still up here playing solo. So far, he had only participated in 3 kills, with a dismal KDA of 102, placing him at the bottom of the team's rankings. Song Jinghao was anxious, desperately demolishing towers in the upper lane, eager to join the fray with his teammates. Could you spare me the first blood tower? He pleaded. Remembering his pre-game promise to allow Smeb to enjoy 2 waves of play, Gu Xing softened and acquiesced. Once the troll demolished the upper tower and claimed an additional 300 gold bounty, Gu Xing summoned the Rift Herald, which charged forward and shattered the next tower. He then took on the role of a personal bodyguard, accompanying his comrades to escort the Herald deep into enemy territory, ultimately taking down the enemy's second tower in the lower lane. Checking the data panel, he could hardly bear to look. In a single team skirmish, JD lost 3 defensive towers, widening the economic gap by a staggering 3,000 gold. Now, the disparity in economic standing had escalated to 7,000 gold. It was evident to anyone observing that the situation was dire. The JD players in the player booth could not see the precise economic differences, but merely glancing at the scoreboard, with its glaring kill disparity, made it clear just how grave their predicament was. The opposing player, feeling helpless, tugged at their hair, frustration and dejection evident on their face. Could I really be this easily ambushed? They began to doubt their own abilities. Is my acting so poor? Why can Gu Xing see through me every time? Cabe remained silent, gnawing on his fingers, undoubtedly feeling the most aggrieved. He had been lured in by the opposing player, forsaking the upper tower and using his ultimate ability, hoping to gain some benefit from a 4 versus 2 scenario to recover economically. Yet, the moment he landed, after casting his taunt and barely landing a couple of strikes, he was swiftly dispatched by Gu Xing. Currently, he has been overwhelmed in the top lane by the troll. And now the question arises, how can he engage Smeb in a one-on-one duel? Doimb is filled with trepidation. He has 1 kill and 1 death, maintaining a positive kill-to-death ratio. Yet, he is the only one on his team to have secured a single kill, while his 4 teammates have all faltered. Given this situation, whether the team can even reach his 16th level remains uncertain. As it turns out, they indeed cannot hold on. In under 15 minutes, a staggering economic deficit of 7k emerges as VG confidently advances, following a familiar script with overwhelming force. Xinggu, from the side, unleashes the sonic wave, cleverly utilizing the terrain to conceal the skill's trajectory, successfully striking Kassadin, who is transitioning to the top lane for farm. Doimb, witnessing Gu Xing's second Q approach, contemplates waiting to unleash his Void Walk until the Lee Sin lands. Otherwise, using his displacement could allow the opponent to pursue him. However, Gu Xing, midway through his second Q, abruptly uses a ward to reposition and swiftly moves to Kassadin's flank. During the ward placement, he executes a soaring kick that sends Kassadin crashing into the wall. The entire sequence of actions occurs with lightning speed to prevent Kassadin from evading. Gu Xing opts for a lateral movement, minimizing his displacement to deliver the quickest strike possible. Doimb, caught off guard, leaps into the air, losing the ability to act. Kuro's Talia lies in ambush nearby, and upon witnessing the situation, flashes forward, employing seismic shove followed by Weaver's wall, combining with Lee Sin's output to eliminate Kassadin in an instant. The admiration is palpable. Gu Xing's kick can only be described as a variant of virtue, utilizing the mechanic that allows skills to be cast in midair after interrupting Lee Sin's QW, leaving Doimb defenseless and his health bar obliterated before he even touches the ground. The majority of VG's kills are concentrated in the jungle mid duo, which is entirely justified given their high damage output, with the dual Thunderlord's Wrath on display. Even a Kassadin equipped with a Rod of Ages cannot withstand the assault. Misfortunes compound, as JD's final hope for a comeback, Kassadin, has just fallen. While the duo transitioning to the mid lane encounters conflict, Jack's Mystic Shot strikes Brown. Though the green-haired champion activates his stand behind me to absorb the damage, the stun effect is nonetheless genuine. Duan Deliang's two tongues, along with Q, stack the taste of blood effect to 3 layers on the opponent, swallowing them whole and expelling them far from Varus, preventing the enemy from using W, Vault, to reach their teammates. Loken is forced to sacrifice his support. However, JD, lacking manpower, must concede the defense of the mid-outer turret to the VG jungle mid duo advancing from the top lane. Smeb, witnessing his teammates flourishing all around, grows anxious in the bot lane. He desperately yearns to secure a couple more kills and showcase his prowess. Yet Cabe offers no opportunity. Playing Shun, he remains firmly within the safety of the turret, never daring to step beyond its range. Song Jinghao, exasperated, scolds him, "Why are you so timid? You've become one with the turret." His equipment advantage has yet to reach the point where he can secure a solo kill under the tower, should one act recklessly, falling under the sarcastic control of the opponent, and if they were to initiate a sword formation to block basic attacks. The ensuing clash would undoubtedly result in a grievous loss. "Shall we deliberate on this matter?" Smeb inquired with a smile, suggesting a slower advance, so that they too might relish the thrill of a solo carry. He had yet to experience such joy throughout the summer season. "No way," Jack firmly opposed, articulating his reasons with conviction. "There's a Kassadin on the opposing side. If we allow him to reach level 16, how would we cope if our base were to suddenly explode?" "Shut your trap," Song Jinghao retorted, dismissing the excuse. "Can Kassadin even make a significant impact against our composition?" Smeb was skeptical of the notion that Kassadin reaching level 16 would spell doom for their base. With champions like Tom Kench and Lee Sin on their side, countering Kassadin posed no challenge. Yu Wenba quickly shifted his argument, asserting that should the game extend into the late stages, their team composition would be outmatched in team fights. With formidable frontliners, can you really expect my troll to absorb damage from 3 tanks when my Ashe lacks the capability to deal with them like Varus does? Ashe's current build and potency diverged significantly from later iterations. She had not yet evolved into the scraping variant of the esteemed Master Ashe. Yet, when confronting tanks, she found herself at a loss. Her percentage-based damage relied heavily on Blade of the Ruined King, and given her output mechanism, a mere guardian angel on the opposing side could render her utterly ineffective. Convinced by these arguments, Song Jinghao recognized that while he desired to shine, victory was paramount. Reluctantly, apprehensive of JDG's late-game strength, Smeb had no choice but to follow his teammates' lead, pushing forward with increasing haste. By the 18-minute mark, the economic disparity had surpassed 10,000 gold. JDG dared not venture beyond their high ground, relying on their control-heavy composition to defend their towers. VG, preferring to avoid unnecessary risks, gradually expanded their vision and farmed jungle camps, planning to rush for Baron at the 20-minute mark. Before JDG could even reach the river, Nashor had already succumbed to Gu Xing's smite. After returning home to replenish their supplies and gear, VG seized the momentum, demolishing all 3 lanes high ground, leveraging the relentless advance of super minions to threaten the enemy's Nexus towers. While JDG indeed boasted a control-heavy composition, their minion clearing efficiency was rather subpar. Only Varus, cautiously clearing super minions under the protection of Braum, managed to hold the line. Song Jinghao positioned an ice pillar, compelling Talia's seismic shove to force out Varus's flash. Seizing the moment while Varus was in retreat, the super minions, bolstered by Ashe's damage, obliterated the Nexus towers. At this point, JDG realized they had to make a desperate stand. However, this time, VG chose to evade confrontation. Gu Xing delivered a powerful kick to the advancing Shun, sending him crashing into Gragas. Adjusting his position and laying down vision, he unleashed a barrage of punches upon JDG's Nexus. The 5 VG heroes positioned themselves strategically, while Doim found himself overwhelmed. After dispatching Li Ruihang with his Void Walk, he turned to see the Nexus's health reduced to a mere sliver. A look of helplessness crossed his face. In the chat channel, a flurry of red text erupted. VG Virtue 618, push JDG. Subsequently, the remaining members of VG echoed this sentiment, Even the bewildered Kuro and Smeb joined in, sending messages into the public screen. Before the members of JD could even begin to type their responses, the main crystal exploded into fragments. Congratulations to VG for securing another point with a score of 2-0. It is essential to sincerely congratulate them, as this match has solidified their position as the top contender in Group A. With 3 victories and no losses, having only conceded a minor point, VG has demonstrated a dominating performance, proving to all that even when their signature heroes are nerfed, they remain a top-tier team. The camera pans to the players' bench. All VG members rise, embracing one another in celebration. The victory was indeed effortless. However, the players are not blindly optimistic. Firstly, they are uncertain about what surprises the developers may concoct next, having experienced the chaotic rework of Kiana and the nerfing of Caitlyn immediately after a victory. The entire VG team remains wary of the designer scalpel. Who knows if, in the 12 patch, the champions they showcased today might face further reductions? Secondly, the strength of their opponents cannot be dismissed. Despite JD's prior record of 2 wins and no losses, placing them at the top of the leaderboard alongside VG, they have yet to face any formidable adversaries. Overcoming 2 teams of average skill, and doing so with narrow 1-2 victories, suggests that JD's level is not particularly outstanding. Against such caliber of opponents, VG could easily triumph, even without employing their double protect soft support strategy by selecting champions such as Tom Kinch, which they are not particularly adept with. The true challenge lies in the intergroup round robin following the international competition, with RNG and WE, their season rivals. Waiting in Group B, the 5 players stride confidently towards the JD players' bench, listening to the cacophony created by the audience below, occasionally waving in acknowledgement. After shaking hands with the opposing mid and bot lane, Gu Xing, noticing the dejected expression of World Sister, voices his inner confusion. By the way, if you win the match on June 18th, will the management reward you with bonuses? Absolutely. World Sister replies, her brow furrowed. If we could defeat you, each of us would likely receive a substantial bonus. JD only holds a 40% stake in JDG, as their investment aims for advertising benefits. In contrast to traditional industries, which often spend 9-digit figures on marketing annually, JDG's entire operational expenditure is merely a few million. If they could unexpectedly triumph over the league favorites VG on June 18th, the attention they would garner would undoubtedly surge. Thus, presenting the players with a generous bonus would be entirely reasonable. Don't worry. Gu Xing reassures World Sister with a comforting pat on the shoulder. Even though you didn't win, you certainly lost spectacularly. Huh. World Sister raises her head, puzzled. Being thoroughly trampled by VG, and thus making headlines across major esports media, is not without its own form of notoriety, is it? Gu Xing is adept at offering consolation. After all, the outcome is somewhat similar, and you can still request a bonus from the management when you return. Are you serious? World Sister retorts, pushing him away in indignation. Song Jinghao gazes intently at Cabe, as if to shoot a laser beam through him. He had believed he understood the enemy's strategy well enough to bully them with a troll and perhaps rack up some stats. Little did he anticipate that Cabe's discipline and patience was remarkably effective, remaining under the turret and refusing to emerge, even when the situation on the field was evidently dire, giving no opportunities whatsoever. Smeb was filled with discontent. However, he soon realized that it was unreasonable to blame others for not sacrificing themselves. Upon returning to the backstage lounge and witnessing the results of the MVP selection on the television screen, Song Jinghao could no longer contain his emotions. Gripping Gu Xing's nape, he ground his teeth and demanded, "What about the MVP you promised me?" Gu Xing, clutching his newly activated phone, glanced at the screen and couldn't help but break into a grin, exclaiming, "I didn't get it." The MVP interface displayed his promotional photo, with the imposing figure of the blind monk behind him, the red bandana fluttering in the wind. The statistics read, damage ratio 90-11, team damage percentage 245, average economy 455, and participation rate 87. The blind monk achieving such figures could only be described as astonishing. You promised to help me gank before the match. Yet there was only one instance throughout the game. Song Jinghao sighed. Recalling the idiom his roommate Kuro would review nightly before sleep, he lamented with a poor pronunciation. You are untrustworthy and inconsistent. Gu Xing nonchalantly brushed it off, replying, "There's no way around it. I mentioned to you that I would gank top." but I hadn't seen the lineup at that time. We must base our actions on reality. The television continued to showcase the highlights of the match. Initially, Song Jinghao could spot his own character, the troll, amidst the team fights in the blue zone. However, as the match progressed, the troll seemed to vanish, as if possessed by a spirit that granted invisibility. By the time they destroyed JDG's base, Smeb finally made an appearance to establish his presence. Embarrassed, he averted his gaze and instead picked up a spicy burger from the coffee table, listening to Kuro and Gu Xing's post-match interview as a distraction. Gu Xing, as usual, reveled in the spectacle of the competition. The hype surrounding the 618 VG versus the e-commerce team drew considerable attention, even garnering interest for the relatively unpopular JDG. However, JDG suffered a crushing defeat, leading to a barrage of criticism in the scoring posts. Gu Xing observed the sharp critiques under World 6 promotional photo, where the comments were plentiful. 0 points. You love to steal from Brother Xing, don't you? 3 keys for 10 yuan. Do you even deserve it? You can't even handle the fire pig. With a score of 0.61, your output barely matches Brother Xing's. I can only say, VG has its reasons for not wanting you. Hehe. You performed well in the first 2 BO3s, yet today you were crushed in 2 consecutive matches? Did seeing Brother Xing throw you off your game, making you desperate to prove yourself? After reviewing several highly upvoted comments, Gu Xing could only concede that the criticisms of Anti-Ba were indeed justified. He had a good relationship with World 6. They had previously engaged in healthy competition within VG. But some fans had concocted an elaborate narrative of rivalry. Initially, he thought the posts disparaging World 6 were already harsh enough, but as he scrolled down to Doim's scoring post, he realized he was still naive. Negative 100 points. It appears your KDA is high, but it was all ruined by Kuro. You wander around, always fixated on that bit of flashy nonsense. The local spirit binding team stands as an unwavering core, not seeking to carry the burden alone. In a match, Lucian and Kassadin remained shrouded in invisibility. Survival itself was deemed a success. The team never dabbled in playing Talia, but tonight, I shall stream and practice a couple of games, showcasing my dedication to the audience. We shall not be disheartened. If all else fails, returning to LSBL is an option. For the final promotion and relegation tournament must have a secondary team in need of our skills. Some comments were too painful for Gu Xing to continue reading. The rift between the mid and jungle positions last year was palpable, and the rising QG team met a swift downfall in a mere 5 minutes, with the blame largely resting on Doim's shoulders. The online community expressed their dissatisfaction with Jin Taixian until he redeems himself through results. His reputation in the esports realm is unlikely to improve. Upon viewing his own performance post, Gu Xing felt as though his eyes had undergone a transformation. The tone was starkly different from before. What a divine blind muck. The precision of his cue turned the opponents into a dance of despair. The ultimate was unpretentious yet undeniably effective. This blind monk indeed possesses skill. Had I not witnessed the live stream, I might have been misled. Is a flash kick on 3 in the bottom lane truly unpretentious? I crafted a gif of Brother Xing's miraculous play, aptly titled A Kick That Sent Summer Away. Gu Xing promptly saved that gif to his gallery. After perusing the comments, Gu Xing entered the room, his stomach rumbling with hunger. I'm starving, can we go eat? The earlier match featuring IM's peculiar playstyle was utterly absurd. Even though VG, originally slated for a 7 o'clock match, swiftly defeated JD in 2 games, the time had dragged on to 9:30. Jin Wenha glanced at the schedule and replied, No, we have a post-match group interview. We must endure a little longer. The LPL match schedule for S7 was still in flux. For instance, group interviews were a staple in the playoffs, but not guaranteed during the regular season, often reserved for significant matches like the infamous Pigdog War. It seemed today, on 618, the league was intent on capitalizing on the readily available viewership, thus scheduling an additional group interview. Gu Xing, now feeling nauseous from hunger, hastily grabbed a handful of fries to stave off his discomfort. He then followed his teammates to the designated room, eager for a swift resolution to the media obligations so he could finally eat. During the group interview, journalists were eager to extract insights from the star players. Directing half of their questions to Gu Xing, Virtue player, you secured MVP in both games today. What are your thoughts? Gu Xing anticipated this line of questioning and, after carefully crafting his response, began. In the first game, I aimed to experiment with the revamped Rek'Sai. After playing, I found its strength rather remarkable and intend to practice more. Regarding the second match, I owe Smeb an apology for not fulfilling my promise to secure an MVP. As he spoke, Gu Xing instinctively rubbed the back of his neck, expressing regret for not being able to deliver on his pre-match commitment. To be fair, the performance of my teammates and coach today was commendable. This MVP belongs to all of us. Having already composed himself, Song Jinghao glanced at him, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Jack interjected, suggesting that the bonus should be shared by all, a sum of 2,000 yuan. Old Gu could surely distribute a red envelope upon returning, right? The interview area was filled with a series of soft chuckles, creating a relaxed and jovial atmosphere. Brother Xing, facing your former teammate World 6 in this match, how do you perceive their performance? The reporter promptly posed a second question. The improvement is palpable, Gu Xing candidly assessed. Noting that his performance now surpasses that of last year with VG, he expressed hope for further growth upon their next encounter. Early ambushes by World's sister nearly put Gu Xing in peril, yet his quick reflexes and timely strategic adjustments allowed him to counter effectively. Were it an ordinary jungler, they would likely have been utterly disoriented by World's sister's clever tactics, particularly in their use of deceptive plays that often caught opponents off guard. Gu Xing felt that World 6 had certainly grasped the essence of such strategies. With further refinement, they might emerge as a formidable force among the new generation of junglers in the LPL. As for the final question, today's match featured the implementation of the 7.11 patch, which included a rework of your signature champion, Qianzhu. Is there anything you'd like to share about this? The reporter's eyes sparkled with eagerness, desperate for a sensational scoop. At this moment, not only the reporters in the audience, but also several teammates at the long table turned their attention towards him. To be honest, I still do not comprehend the designer's reasoning behind the changes to Qianzhu, Gu Xing remarked candidly. Previously, in both the Chinese and Korean ranked matches, she was not considered a top-tier pick. He elaborated that Qianzhu's mechanics do not possess the same superior qualities as that of other champions, making her a lukewarm choice in ranked play, one that could dominate the professional scene with just a slight buff. If the rework was targeted at a select group of players, I suppose I could consider it an honor, he added with a rare hint of sarcasm. I have yet to fully adapt to the strength of the newly reworked Qianzhu, but it appears quite challenging to ascend to the current professional stage, Gu Xing added before setting down the microphone. Fortunately, I have a repertoire of champions to rely on, such as the recently reworked Rek'Sai, which can fill the void left by Qianzhu. The reporters, astute as ever, seized upon his statements like sharks scenting blood, fervently typing away to document Gu Xing's responses. Jack, unable to contain himself, chuckled softly. His high emotional intelligence allowed him to discern the underlying implications of Gu Xing's words. Doesn't Riot enjoy nerfing champions? Well then, I shall unleash the newly reworked excavator with fervor. If it performs exceptionally well, I wonder if the designers would dare to rework it again. 382. An unexpected challenge. Following the publication of Gu Xing's interview, it sparked considerable debate over the next few days. Upon the release of patch 7.11, numerous players noticed that the rework of Qianzhu seemed aimed directly at Gu Xing, igniting discussions across various esports forums. With Gu Xing's candid remarks clarifying his stance, the topic's intensity surged once more. Not only domestic netizens voiced their grievances against Riot, but even international forums like Korea's Invin and Europe and America's Reddit joined the fray. This reaction is hardly surprising. After consecutively claiming the championship trophies of the S and mid-season tournaments, along with the FMVP title, Gu Xing has garnered considerable recognition among League of Legends players worldwide. With his soaring popularity, highlights from each of his matches are frequently edited and translated by fans before being uploaded to international platforms, attracting substantial viewership. Moreover, the post-match interviews, which are often more captivating, have stirred quite a commotion in the global League of Legends esports scene due to his remarks. Riot operates in such a manner. Today, Virtue performed admirably as Rek'Sai, and should the designers decide to adjust the champion based on this performance, I would not be surprised in the least. If Riot could channel even half of their focus on music into game balance, they wouldn't face such criticism. I remember spending a considerable amount of time mastering the invincible Rise after watching Faker at the S5 World Championship, only to be told by the designers that a rework was forthcoming. That sense of defeat was truly disheartening. To be fair, the rework of Qiyana and Rise are not comparable. The latter's continuous W rune significantly diminishes player interactivity, and certainly warrants modification, much like Kassadin's previous silence. Victims of such changes can feel utterly helpless, but does Qiyana's mechanism possess any overtly dominant traits? I beg to differ. As a dedicated Qiyana streamer, I believe I have a voice. Last summer, I managed to reach master rank in the Korean server with Qiyana, yet this spring I can barely maintain Diamond I. The champion's strength has evidently been diminished to a controllable level, so I fail to understand the rationale behind the rework. In the performance center of Zhengda Plaza, Gu Xing sat in the backstage lounge, perusing threads on the anti-bar forum and exploring the reactions of other users on various forums. Upon encountering a comment on the Invent forum, he took a keen interest in the user's ID. It is rare to find streamers of master rank in the Korean server. Since a surge of LPL professional players began to infiltrate the Korean server last year, the high ranks have predominantly become the territory of professional players and training squads, with the number of well-known streamers dwindling to a mere few. Not to mention that this user is a specialist in Qiyana, making them a unique presence in the Korean server. Yet, the forum nickname was rather peculiar. Pyosik? Gu Xing could not decipher the meaning behind this ID. Examining the arrangement of the 6 letters on the keyboard, it did not seem like a random jumble created during the naming process. However, despite exhausting his knowledge, he could not recall any word in English that matched this term. During a brief respite before the match against Suning, Kuro sought to approach Gu Xing and forge a closer bond with the jungler, hoping to secure an MVP performance. "What are you looking at?" Li Ruihang inquired curiously. Gu Xing, considering Kuro's status as a Korean aide, thought perhaps he might comprehend this odd ID, so he slightly tilted his phone screen for his teammate to see clearly. Li Ruihang focused intently, his mouth agape for a moment as he simulated the pronunciation of the nickname. He grasped the concept. The ID was essentially a transliteration of the Korean pronunciation into letters resembling phonetic symbols. Well, I must say, it is quite impressive that a Qiyana specialist would even incorporate her passive into a forum ID. In that moment, Gu Xing felt a twinge of guilt towards Qiyana, contemplating the depth of admiration her players possess. However, upon reflection, Gu Xing deemed his efforts to be commendable. After all, he had procured a skin for you. What more could be desired? Kuro provided an example. Many players and professional gamers in our region adopt similar methods for creating their IDs. For instance, Ji Sun Ji's ID. Easyhoon is not an actual word in English. It is derived from the phonetics of his real name, Li Ruihang. Gu Xing suddenly comprehended this, and with a soft sigh, he expressed admiration for those who engage in real name registration online. Manager Lu Wenjun, perplexed by this, inquired about the implications of using real names online, questioning whether it required Liang Jingru to instill courage in him. Yu Wenba, who was enthusiastically savoring his taro bubble tea, interjected, "Of course." Jack vividly illustrated the point. If I were to collapse on stage, the online commentators would merely declare that Jackie Love, that Iron 5, would be the one to falter. But what does Jackie Love have to do with me? He shrugged, conveying that it would not affect his real life. Jack's ID originated from an account purchased on Taobao, and unable to afford a name change card, he simply continued using Jackie Love, ascending to the pinnacle of Ionia. Later, when he transitioned to professional play, he retained the name to ensure that fans from his streaming days could easily recognize him. To be honest, he held no sentimental attachment to the ID. He simply grew accustomed to it. Thus, it is evident why he thrived in the community, as Yu Wenba expertly separated his online persona from his offline existence. When witnessing the barrage of criticism directed at Q's spicy dance, he felt no disturbance, even harboring a hint of amusement. Jack further elaborated. Using one's real name as an ID is an entirely different matter. For example, if Lord Ho were to make a misstep, Lu Wenjun interrupted him, solemnly correcting. "Your premise is flawed. Lord Ho is not like you. He would not falter." Laughter erupted in the room, even causing Li Ruihang to lose his composure. As the manager pointed out, the instances of Easyhoon's downfall could be counted on one hand. His instinct for positioning during team fights was remarkably astute, always locating the safest spot to deliver damage. Moreover, he was not merely passive in preserving his KDA. If an opportunity arose, Li Ruihang would charge forward to claim victory on the battlefield. In an era when roaming mid laners were not emphasized in League of Legends, he epitomized the ideal mid laner. Jack waved his hands dismissively, stating, "It's just a metaphor. Everyone understands, no need to nitpick." He continued, "If Lord Ho were to inadvertently falter, The online community would mercilessly berate Easyhoon as a mere noob, playing somewhat subpar. The sensation of being subjected to online abuse upon seeing one's name in comments is all too real. Li Ruihang pondered for a moment, feeling a profound resonance with this sentiment. Indeed, I should have changed my ID when I debuted. Regret washed over him. Easyhoon had long been haunted by the harsh criticism faced during the S5 semifinals when he was substituted out after a 2-0 defeat. He found himself in a nation where online bullying had reached its zenith. Each time I encounter netizens directly calling me out with their criticisms, it is undeniably quite challenging to bear. Had I received this subtle detail from Jack earlier, perhaps I would not have left my hometown to join the LPL the year I claimed the championship, nor would I have secured my second Summoner's Cup. It is conceivable that the very course of events might have shifted. Kuro chuckled, and according to Jack's theory, Xiangshu is the most unfortunate victim. Upon hearing this, the Korean players present exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Gu Xing was utterly perplexed, wondering what it meant. Jack appeared equally bewildered, unable to grasp the humor. It was Ryu, Song Jinghao said with a mischievous grin, as his ID was derived from his name. At that moment, Gu Xing finally burst into laughter. Domestic netizens referred to Ryu either by his ID or by the nickname Yueluan, with little regard for his actual name. Gu Xing was no exception. Now reflecting on the countless times they mocked Yueluan by replaying the clips of the double-kill battle, it dawned on him that the global players' taunts directed at Ryu were akin to personal jabs. This realization allowed Gu Xing to finally comprehend why Yueluan chose to leave the Ojian region for a life in Europe. Any reasonable person would find it exceedingly difficult to accept such a public shaming under their real name while being labeled as the school beauty. "Stop laughing," Jin Wenha exclaimed, unable to suppress his smile as he urged them onto the stage for the match. He prompted the players to hurry, giving them a gentle nudge to push them forward. Gu Xing recalled what he had stated during a recent interview. Once Rek'Sai was unleashed, he would dive headlong into selecting it, hoping to independently compel the designers to weaken the champion. However, the first match ended in a disastrous defeat. Suning had evidently studied VG's strategies thoroughly, coming in with a barrage that left them utterly disoriented. Gu Xing attempted to stabilize his footing and gradually regain momentum. Yet, the ferocity of Suning's assault caught VG off guard. Particularly, the opposing jungler always seemed to appear in unexpected areas, delivering devastating blows. Gu Xing had never encountered that rookie jungler before, and for a moment, he was at a loss. By the time he steadied his team, the disadvantage had become significant. Suning clearly recognized his prowess. The bot lane duo abandoned their landing to focus intently on the jungle, using vision and their bodies to block Gu Xing's paths, leaving him nowhere to escape. Their frenzied playstyle astonished countless spectators. In contrast, Duan Deliang struggled to adapt to roaming. He was more accustomed to remaining in lane, assisting Jack in demolishing the enemy's next tower before liberating himself. However, with the nerf to Caitlyn, the rapid push strategy was no longer favored. Additionally, the team had to conceal their protective support card, leading to a close combat scenario that rendered Duan Deliang's landing pressure ineffective. VG's bot lane's pushing speed was hampered, managing to take down the first blood tower only around the 10-minute mark. By this time, Gu Xing was already feeling the intense pressure from Suning's meticulous attention to the jungle. Even as he exerted every effort to help his team escape the predicament, the inherent strength of his champion simply did not allow for such endeavors. The drawbacks of the new Rek'Sai became glaringly evident at this moment. Despite the initial ferocity of the offensive capabilities, a lack of a substantial lead during the landing phase can lead to an exceedingly awkward situation. The once proud map controllability of the old Rek'Sai has been removed, leaving behind only a set of pure skirmishing skills. Moreover, the W ability, Burrow, no longer has the capacity to knock up a multitude of enemies as it once did. In unfavorable circumstances, Rek'Sai's reliance on tunneling and flashing into W for crowd control becomes nothing short of absurd, significantly limiting Gu Xing's personal capabilities. He exerted every effort, leading his team to execute two remarkable traits, achieving a favorable outcome in a challenging team fight, and even securing a Baron. However, by the time they reached the 37-minute mark, they ultimately succumbed to a decline in team composition strength, resulting in a disappointing defeat. The opposing jungler, known as Hacker, displayed commendable early game rhythm, and as Gu Xing exited the stage, he could still be heard muttering. Kuro expressed his dissatisfaction, complaining that Suning was engaging in underhanded tactics. exploiting their numerical superiority in the jungle, a truly despicable act. Gu Xing echoed his sentiments, affirming the lack of sportsmanship. Despite receiving consolation from his teammates, Gu Xing did not let his guard down. The primary reason for their first match loss was largely due to the opposing team's exceptional jungle coordination, which effectively curtailed the early game impact of Rek'Sai, thereby diminishing Gu Xing's influence. However, Suning's jungler, Hacker, had several successful incursions during the landing phase that yielded significant advantages, proving to be a player of considerable ingenuity, much to Gu Xing's chagrin. Redmi swiftly adjusted their strategy, persuading Gu Xing to abandon the gamble-oriented Rek'Sai in favor of the more stable Gragas, a jungler capable of exerting control and making an impact in team fights. The results were immediate. Gu Xing recognized Suning's determination to neutralize his effectiveness, thus opting not to employ the fiery pig strategy. Instead, he played it safe, bringing Flash to enhance both his mobility and teamfight potential. It became evident that the disparity in raw strength between the two teams was insurmountable. Gu Xing adopted a strategy of avoidance in the jungle, skillfully utilizing Flash and Body Slam to evade the pursuit of Suning's three-man gank. By diverting the enemy's attention, he allowed the bottom duo to demolish the first blood tower, subsequently transitioning into a push strategy that successfully established an advantage for Gu Xing through the radiation effect of the jungle. In the second match, VG surged forward, dismantling Suning's nexus in a mere 26 minutes and 43 seconds. Just when everyone anticipated VG would effortlessly secure victory and conclude the final regular match before the Intercontinental Tournament, they encountered a more tenacious assault from Suning. SN, in a frenzied move, banned all the late-game-oriented, herbivorous junglers, resulting in an astonishing 5 bans against junglers. Gu Xing found himself at a loss for words as his team faced a direct counter, denying VG the opportunity to employ their previous jungle avoidance strategy. Hacker opted for the more tempo-focused Lee Sin, determined to create advantages during the landing phase, joining forces with the support who abandoned the bottom lane to apply pressure in the lower half of the map against VG. Gu Xing was compelled to play as Elise, hoping to open opportunities for Smeb in the top lane. However, Suning's top laner, Longxing, proved to be a formidable opponent, stubbornly clinging to his tower. Unwilling to grant VG any opportunities to capitalize on his lane, Gu Xingxiang took action. Although he successfully eliminated Longxing, the rewards he reaped were far from satisfactory. After Hacker's dominion over the lower quadrant, he roamed with the support, placing vision wards within VG's jungle to continuously track Gu Xing's movements, much like in the initial game, and subsequently accelerated the pace of the match. By the 15-minute mark, Suning had established a 4K economic advantage. However, Hacker seemed to lose his way after the landing phase, granting Gu Xing several opportunities for a counterattack. Yet, Suning, bolstered by the substantial economic lead they had amassed in the early game, had the luxury to squander their resources. The contest remained evenly matched, culminating in an ancient dragon team fight at the 37-minute mark. Jack, in a moment of overconfidence, positioned himself too aggressively, allowing Beethoven to exploit an opening and inflict significant damage. Although Gu Xing reacted swiftly, using Tom to swallow Yu Wenba and secure him a safe position, the critically wounded Jack was no longer in a condition to contribute effectively in the team fight. Suning hastily rushed the ancient dragon, overpowering their opponents to achieve a devastating victory, subsequently pushing to demolish the enemy base. With a score of 2-1, SN unexpectedly triumphed over VG. Upon returning to the locker room, Jack, in distress, tugged at his hair, lamenting, "My positioning was far too reckless." He refrained from speaking to his teammates, visibly dejected. Had it not been for Jack's hazardous positioning during the Ancient Dragon skirmish, which cost the team their absolute core, VG would have had a considerable chance of securing victory. "I have come to realize that without dual protection in place, you truly dare to throw games," Gu Xing thought helplessly. While Tom serves as a unique and formidable protective support, boasting exceptional safeguarding capabilities, it has its drawbacks, particularly in terms of limited room for error and a lack of healing abilities. If the marksman is severely injured, it becomes impossible to provide sufficient output. Overall, while Tom can indeed serve as a safety net for Jack, in the current version, relying solely on him proves insufficient. As previously mentioned by Hongmi, it is preferable to secure 2 champions with protective capabilities to ensure Jack's safety. thereby unleashing the full potential of this double-edged sword. To be frank, I find this loss somewhat acceptable, Hong Mi remarked, glancing at the despondent Jack as he shared his perspective. We need not belittle ourselves. Our entire roster has evolved from the spring season, having secured both the spring and mid-season championships, which affirms that our collective strength is not in question. He spoke eloquently, stating that losing the match was partly due to our foresight for the future, compelling us to conceal the newly developed tactical framework. Gu Xing, brimming with frustration, expressed, "Today's game was truly vexing. Our opponents did not engage in landing at all, with the support following the jungler around, rendering me ineffective. If I could have chosen a soft support, I would have undoubtedly crushed them, demolishing their next tower 2 to 3 minutes ahead of schedule." Indeed. Hong Mi nodded in agreement. We discussed this in our previous meeting and had issued a precautionary warning. Ho Yi, as always, translated with vivid expression and remarkably illustrative language. At that time, I indicated the necessity of concealing strategies, which would inevitably require certain sacrifices. Losing 2 inconsequential regular season matches would have no significant impact, and everyone concurred. Gu Xing interlaced his fingers behind his head, reflecting on the fact that it had been quite some time since they had experienced a significant defeat. He mused that an occasional loss could serve as a valuable experience. In the spring split, their regular season record boasted an impressive 16 wins and no losses, followed by consecutive championships in both the playoffs and mid-season tournament. The summer split commenced with another triumphant streak of 3 victories. This setback indeed marked the inaugural defeat since the reformation of their team into the new VG. Furthermore, the group had not emerged empty-handed. Hong Mi gently emphasized that often. It is through loss that the flaws within a team become apparent. This constituted the second reason for today's defeat. Sunning's preparation was notably thorough, and their strategies were undeniably targeted, offering significant insights for their own team. Ho Ye's command of the Chinese language was impeccable, enabling him to serve as an effective interpreter. His calm and steady demeanor conveyed Hong Mi's thoughts eloquently. Upon closer examination, Sunning's strategy was bifurcated. Firstly, they aimed to restrict Xiao Gu's jungle role during the ban pick phase, thereby diminishing his influence in late-game team fights. By curtailing his effectiveness in the early game, they could prevent their team's cerebral powerhouse from taking control of the match. Gu Xing concurred wholeheartedly. In the second game against Sunning, he had wielded the formidable teamfight champion, Rek'Sai. Surviving the challenges of the landing phase allowed him to lead his team to decisive victories, adeptly exploiting the gaps in the enemy's formation with precise ultimates that sent opponents to their demise. The losses in the first and third games were attributed to the revised Rek'Sai, which had lost its map control capabilities, and the tempo-oriented jungle champion, Spider, which required early advantages. Once hindered by Sunning's disruptions, they easily fell silent. Subsequently, Sunning endeavored to track Xiao Gu's movements by employing every conceivable tactic. Hong Mi became increasingly animated as he spoke. They capitalized on the current meta's diminishing emphasis on swift bottom lane pushes, decisively relinquishing the next tower and frequently sending their support away from the lane to assist the jungler, creating consistent 2-on-1 conditions in the jungle, thereby firmly restricting Xiao Gu. I observed that their support primarily focused on reclaiming minion waves pushed to the tower, ensuring the ADC's safety from tower dives, while spending the remainder of their time offlane. This constituted Sunning's innovative solution to counter VG. They skillfully exploited Gu Xing's strengths in landing while minimizing his roaming potential, wisely avoiding direct confrontations in VG's bottom lane. Although sacrificing their own bottom lane might allow Jack to grow stronger, they remained unfazed, believing that Jack would ultimately falter. VG's dual protection support system proved ineffective, failing to safeguard Yuanba. Upon unraveling Sunning's approach, the team realized that their opponents had inadvertently targeted VG's most vulnerable yet pivotal aspect, the bottom lane control, leveraging it to their advantage. Sunning eschewed traditional bottom lane confrontations, opting for an ADC who could endure, with mere survival being deemed a success. Given the current popular support champions, aside from the somewhat ambiguous roles of Thresh and Rockin, most lacked substantial crowd control capabilities to initiate battles. Even when left alone in lane, the opponents could maintain their position. The most crucial aspect was that this tactical combination could be replicated by other teams, as understanding its principles was not overly complex. Redmi shrugged, anticipating that many teams would soon attempt to employ similar strategies against them. VG currently stands as the most formidable team in the LPL, basking in the adoration of the masses, while a multitude of professional teams yearn to bring them down. Take, for instance, tonight's newcomers, Suning, whose unexpected rise will undoubtedly elevate their prominence, potentially earning them a place in their team's Baidu encyclopedia for all to see. This is precisely why SN has meticulously prepared for this seemingly inconsequential regular season match, diligently studying VG. For the new generation of teams and players, today is a chance to make their mark. It is easy to imagine that once VG suffers a wound, the forthcoming period will be their most arduous. Every team will aim to exploit this vulnerability with fervor. Thus, our current predicament lies in how to dismantle Suning's system that circumvents the restrictions of the bot lane and empowers the jungle. Redmi stated, "I will contemplate specific strategies back at the base, but let me reiterate, there's no need for undue anxiety. Discovering an issue early on is, after all, a blessing. If we were to be caught off guard in the playoffs, that would be truly alarming." He, as a seasoned coach, exuded a calm demeanor in the face of adversity. Under his influence, the VG players swiftly shed the frustrations born from their long-awaited defeat. "Next week, we will embark on a trip to Taiwan," Gu Xing interjected. "Shifting the topic, let us consider any attractions we wish to visit. It will serve as a delightful distraction. The inaugural Intercontinental Championship will take place in Kaohsiung, Taiwan, with the top 4 teams from the LPL Spring Split enjoying a sponsored excursion. What fun activities await in Taiwan?" Jack yawned, collapsing onto the sofa. "I'd rather catch up on sleep. A soft bed is my eternal haven." It has been said that Taiwan's night market economy thrives, and Duan Deliang expressed his thoughts, wondering if takeout could be delivered to the hotel, as he wished to avoid the crowds. Jin Wonha greatly overestimated the homebody tendencies of these esports players. 90 of them possessed a degree of introversion, for if they were extroverted, they wouldn't have become so engrossed in video games. Gu Xing was an exception to this trend. As an old social phobic, he eagerly grabbed his phone and began searching for tourist attractions near Kaohsiung, aspiring to explore the breathtaking landscapes of his homeland and extend his footprints into Taiwan. During this time, he received a video call invitation from his girlfriend. He hurried to the corridor, seeking a relatively quiet spot, donned his headphones, and connected to the video call. "Hello?" Shen Guanshan, hearing Gu Xing's enthusiastic voice, was quite puzzled. "Are you really so happy after losing the match?" She had intended to call and offer consolation, only to find it unnecessary. Gu Xing, looking at his girlfriend on the screen, succinctly explained the situation. "I see." Shen Guanshan began to grasp VG's current predicament, furrowing her brow in concern. However, given her level of expertise, she could hardly propose any constructive suggestions, so she shifted the conversation. "What a pity. I was hoping to celebrate with you." Gu Xing responded with a curious "celebrate what?" His mind raced as he confirmed that he had not forgotten their anniversary. Shen Guanshan revealed the answer directly: 100 career victories. "Hasn't your club ever calculated that?" At the end of the mid-season, they had 92 wins, and before today, it had risen to 98. She had thought it would be a straightforward achievement to reach the milestone of 100 wins, but who would have believed they could still lose? At this point, Shen Guanshan felt a tinge of disappointment. Gu Xing recalled that Jin Wenhe had mentioned it last week, though he hadn't paid much attention. "It's fine. We can break through at the Intercontinental competition, which will hold greater significance," Gu Xing said with a generous spirit. This milestone would eventually be conquered. It was merely a matter of time. Noticing his girlfriend opening a bag of snacks, he casually remarked, "Why are you eating jelly again?" Gu Xing couldn't recall Shen Guanshan having this particular penchant. To be precise, it's plum jelly. Shen Guanshan held up the packaging for him to see. Her fingers delicate and slender. It was something recommended by Gu Pan, made from plums and konjac, said to be quite filling. Sometimes, when she was too busy to notice meal times, she would snack on a couple of pieces to stave off hunger. Gu Xing, however, was more absorbed in the name than her subsequent explanation. After pondering for a moment, he cautiously inquired, "Plum jelly? Doesn't he your family also have a snack called Weimar?" "Huh." Shen Guanshan tilted her head, looking at her boyfriend with a puzzled expression. In this moment, her typically erratic thought process faltered, leaving her completely baffled by what Gu Xing was referencing. After a surprising loss to Suning, the VG training department did not hastily correct their mistakes or adjust their strategy. Instead, they granted the players 2 days off. The players were simply too fatigued. The mid-season had left them with insufficient time to rest before the summer competition. As the Summer League commenced, Song Jinghao and others lamented their exhaustion, believing the relentless schedule drained their energy and would adversely affect their performance. Consequently, Li Ruihang decided to let the players take a break and rejuvenate before the intercontinental competition began. However, Gu Xing was diligent. After a good night's rest, he was revitalized and ready to train the following day. When he descended to the training room to start up the equipment, he was surprised to find Jack in the kitchen, opening a bag of chips. "Old Gu, are you serious? Do you have to work this hard?" Gu Xing pierced a carton of milk with a straw and glanced at him. Jack, still groggy, had a wild mess of hair resembling a bird's nest. Clearly having been roused by hunger to descend for food, planning to return upstairs for more sleep afterward. Gu Xing sighed in exasperation. "How can you sleep at your age?" Yu Wenba, just about to bite into a cucumber-flavored chip, nearly choked at Gu Xing's words. His ears turned slightly red. The club arranged for a break. "Sleeping in is perfectly reasonable. I haven't done anything wrong." At that moment, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Li Ruihang appeared at the staircase, vibrant and full of energy. What a coincidence. He had just overheard the entire conversation between the two, and, knowing Gu Xing was up early for training, beamed with delight. What was that idiom again? A heart in sync. Indeed, we have been partners for half a year, and even our thoughts about working on our days off align perfectly. How about we duo Q today to climb the ranks? Kuro eagerly extended the invitation. Gu Xing waved his hand in refusal. "I might not have time to play ranked during the day. Conservatively speaking, it will likely be after dinner before I can." Yu Wenba, clutching a bag of chips, felt hesitant to interrupt the lively conversation between the duo and quickly dashed upstairs. Meanwhile, Kuro pulled out his phone, navigating effortlessly to the food delivery app, ready to order 2 iced Americanos to kickstart the day. Once he placed the order, his gaze fell upon the match replay on Gu Xing's monitor. "Are you reviewing the game?" Gu Xing affirmed. "Yes, I want to analyze the jungle route of the jungler, Hacker, from yesterday's Suning match." He was well aware of his own prowess, yet he understood that stagnation was not an option. There would always be players with flashes of brilliance and innovative strategies worthy of his attention and emulation. Having spent a full year in the professional arena, Gu Xing was acutely aware of the current competitive landscape. Although the pace of evolution in game understanding was not as rapid as during the chaotic S2 and S3 eras, foundational operational concepts and lane transition strategies had become standardized. Nevertheless, progress was ongoing. Each year, and even each month, birthed superior gameplay philosophies that compelled the professional community to adapt. In such an environment, clinging stubbornly to established strategies without seeking improvement equated to stagnation, which was tantamount to falling behind. And as is well known, falling behind invites consequences. Standing at the pinnacle of professional junglers, Gu Xing recognized that countless competitors were eyeing his position with envy, leaving no room for complacency. To maintain his dominance, he had to be in a constant state of learning and improvement. Kuro, not one to miss the opportunity to praise, remarked, "If a player as formidable as you, Gu, is diligently honing his skills, what right do I have to be complacent?" With that, he enthusiastically embarked on his solo queue journey. Gu Xing rested his chin on his left hand while his right deftly manipulated the keyboard to fast-forward and rewind the footage. Ordinary viewers could only access match replays through various video platforms, searching for the live broadcasts. However, as a professional player, he had access to higher privileges. The source footage of the matches, preserved by Riot Games, lacked the myriad advertisements, user interfaces, and director's cuts found in the publicly available versions, akin to the replay feature within the game client itself. According to league regulations, both teams could request the source footage from Riot, which significantly aided in their review process. Having submitted his request in advance, Gu Xing soon acquired the original replay. Unlike the first-person perspective during the match, viewing from the audience's angle revealed a wealth of additional information. He could take ample time to contemplate whether each decision made was justified or if there were optimal alternatives, reflecting on any errors he had committed. Though Gu Xing was exceptionally skilled, he would not dare assert that he would make no mistakes throughout the match. Such perfection was unrealistic, unless perhaps an AlphaGo were to step in. What Gu Xing could do was strive to minimize errors through thorough review, absorbing valuable lessons to ensure he would not grant his opponents opportunities in future matches. Some missteps, upon introspection, can indeed be rectified through self-improvement and operational adjustments. However, the majority of issues stem from communication within the team. Gu Xing accessed the voice files from the VG event, which were obtained from the game developers, and meticulously aligned the timelines to clarify the internal communication environment at that time. He sought to discern whether his instructions were too ambiguous, leading to misunderstandings among teammates, or if the timing of his commands was inherently too late, rendering it impossible for teammates to respond promptly, or perhaps whether the execution from his teammates faltered due to various reasons, such as greed or sluggish reactions. Unlike the players taking on the role of attackers, Gu Xing, as the cerebral force of the team, had to consider a multitude of intricate details. Wearing headphones, he set Jay Chou's playlist on repeat, immersing himself in the task of scrutinizing the footage for any revealed issues. This review process may appear tedious, yet Gu Xing found joy in it. The competitive challenges of yesteryear had been far more monotonous and tedious, yet Gu Xing had persevered. In his view, League of Legends at least retained an element of excitement, making the investment of his energy a source of delight. After spending an entire afternoon analyzing 3 game recordings, Gu Xing turned his attention to Hacker. He locked his perspective onto the opponent, pausing the footage each time Hacker ventured forth to re-evaluate his route. With a focused mindset, Gu Xing immersed himself in the enemy's perspective, contemplating their thoughts. As he suspected, Hacker indeed possessed remarkable skills. The frequency of his recalls is somewhat excessive, he noted, furrowing his brow as he recognized a critical detail. Gu Xing took stock of the situation. In the first 15 minutes of the 3 games, Hacker had recalled to base a total of 12 times, averaging 4 recalls per game. This did not even account for the passive recalls upon death. Undoubtedly, this was an astonishing figure, far exceeding normal circumstances. Gu Xing paid particular attention to this anomaly, eager to uncover Hacker's strategy. To his satisfaction, he made a significant discovery. After each recall, Hacker's first action was to rush to the VG jungle, strategically placing wards at several crucial choke points. Even when utilizing Lee Sin, he would reserve only 1 ward for escape or pursuit, deploying the rest elsewhere. The green jungle knife allowed for 2 wards, which would recharge when the champion returned to the fountain. As Hacker's recalls increased, so too did his number of wards. Gu Xing discerned Hacker's thought process with clarity. It was evident that the enemy's frequent recalls were aimed at utilizing wards to detect and restrict his movements. Moreover, during the early phase, with the scanning ability not yet upgraded, the means to clear wards were exceedingly limited. As long as Hacker placed a sufficient number of wards, Gu Xing's movements would inevitably be tracked. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. It must be said, the opponent's placement of wards was exceptionally well executed and densely packed. Even with Gu Xing's awareness of ward evasion, he could not escape the extensive vision control wielded by Suning. Indeed, remarkable, Gu Xing exclaimed, as if he had opened the door to a new world. How could the jungler maneuver so stealthily and leverage psychological warfare to catch the opponent off guard? It is precisely due to their prolonged concealment within the fog of war that the adversary can only conjecture the jungler's location through minute clues. Oftentimes, players in the jungle refrain from making aggressive moves, thereby instilling a sense of trepidation in their opponents, who remain oblivious to the jungler's whereabouts. However, once the enemy establishes vision within the jungler's presence becomes utterly exposed, rendering all strategic maneuvers futile. When laid bare to the opponent's sight, no amount of deception can mask the truth, akin to a jester merely eliciting laughter. In Gu Xing's view, the targeted strategies employed by Hacker were undoubtedly effective. His failure to respond in a timely manner allowed Suning to exploit openings and diminish his team's influence through various means. Once VG's team engine faltered, the overall strength of their composition plummeted several tiers in an instant. This enabled Suning to achieve an unexpected victory, handing VG their first BO3 defeat of the season. Gu Xing resolved to adopt this approach for his own use. To be fair, the challenge was not insurmountable. He merely needed to meticulously plan his return timings to minimize developmental and rhythm losses due to frequent backtracking. Gu Xing initiated training mode, meticulously documenting the remaining time after clearing each jungle camp, striving to carve out intervals for returning to refresh vision. After consolidating an effective timetable, he exhaled in relief. From here on, he only needed to internalize the timing of his returns, fostering an instinctual habit that would be deemed successful. After all, when the competition heats up, Gu Xing, who also bears the responsibility of team captain, cannot afford the luxury of calculating the optimal moments to return. By reinforcing his memory and learning, he could ease his burdens during the match. Stretching his sore neck, Gu Xing slumped into his ergonomic chair, arching his back against the chair to fully relax his body. To his surprise, peering through the chaotic array of iced American coffee cups on Kuro's desk, he spotted Yu Wenba engrossed in ranked matches on his chair. "Oh, Jack, what brings you down?" Gu Xing glanced at his phone. Mealtime had passed, and he intended to order some McDonald's. Jack, effortlessly executing 3 axes with Draven to dispatch the opposing ADC as if they were minions, replied, "What can I do? With everyone else grinding, how can I, a mere sub, afford a peaceful sleep?" His tone exuded a sense of resignation. The team was filled with prominent figures, all setting an example by dedicating their holiday to rigorous training in the practice room. Even with thick skin, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Moreover, in terms of raw skill, he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the pinnacle of marksman. Motivated by the desire not to hinder his team, Jack felt compelled to join the training. "Lying in bed all day is rather dull," Gu Xing remarked casually as he completed his order. "Are you truly satisfied with sleeping until day turns to night? That would be counterproductive, ultimately leading to a chaotic routine." Duan Deliang, seated while sifting through materials to familiarize himself with the Intercontinental Tournament's format, chimed in, "You could take a page from my beau, who is still fast asleep." Last night, SB returned and indulged in a few drinks, leading one to speculate that his presence would be absent from the training room today. Upon hearing this, Jack donned a comically pained expression, exclaiming, "He must be hungover," looking as flushed as a baboon's backside. Meanwhile, Gu Xing listened to his teammates' playful banter while casually chatting with his girlfriend on WeChat. Before long, he received a call from Shun Guanshan. "Have you not yet grasped the intricacies of Qianjue?" Shun Guanshan's voice was laced with astonishment. Gu Xing maintained his composure. "It's rather unavoidable. Our training regimen is so demanding. And with the necessity to adapt to new heroes in ranked matches, we scarcely have time to practice with Qianjue." According to intel from Xietunan, the reworked Qianjue had been performing rather mediocrely in high-tier matches across various servers, showing insufficient strength. Gu Xing played merely a couple of games before setting the champion aside. "But you possess that unique flair with Qianjue." He leaned closer to the screen with a smile. "Do share your insights so that I might learn from you." Shun Guanshan hesitated, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. "My rank is low. What I say may not be accurate. So it would be prudent for you to experiment on your own." Gu Xing immediately countered, "You're already in Diamond 2. Many professional players are stuck at this rank. Just speak boldly." His words were not meant as jest, but rather a genuine desire to absorb knowledge. Over the past year, Shun Guanshan had managed to play about 600 to 700 games, with approximately 90 of those involving Qianjue. The mechanics of the hero dictated that the attribute of the marks alone relegated her to the ranks of lesser-used champions, allowing Shun Guanshan to select her in almost every match. With a plethora of practice sessions under his belt, he had garnered some understanding of Qianjue. Gu Xing decided to seek advice from his girlfriend, as he held a deep trust in her. He recalled Shun Guanshan's intellect, the lingering psychological impact of witnessing his effortless prowess during a competition where Gu Xing had struggled. He believed that while clever individuals may not necessarily excel in gaming due to innate skills like speed and reflexes, with dedicated study and focus, substantial improvement could be achieved. Encouraged by her boyfriend, Shun Guanshan's expression brightened visibly. After organizing his thoughts, he began to articulate his understanding softly. The enhancement of Qianjue's marks following the rework is evidently delineated by every 4 layers, with the 4th layer offering the most formidable reward, providing a range boost of 75 units. Currently, Qianjue's base attack range is 500 units, shorter than most marksmen, but once the reward for the 4th layer is attained, it surpasses the standard ADC range of 550 units, and becomes increasingly exaggerated with additional passive layers. Shun Guanshan spoke with clarity and coherence. This is the fundamental premise. Prior to reaching 4 layers of marks, her passive strength lags behind that of the previous version. This was easily comprehensible. Previously, Qianjue gained a percentage increase in damage with each passive layer acquired. Now, below 4 layers, there would be no substantial change. However, if we disregard the passive and focus solely on the other 3 reworked abilities, what do we find? Shun Guanshan skillfully shifted the focus of the discussion. The Q skill has transformed to enhance attack speed, making it more synergistic with items like the recurved bow and bloodthirster. With increased attack speed, The fervor of battle accumulates at a much faster rate, she elaborated. What was once a self-centered application can now be cast freely within a radius of 500 yards, additionally amplifying current percentage damage. This is undeniably a significant enhancement. It used to be that Q could easily be cast twice while charging out of the designated area, allowing opponents to evade the wolf spirit's pursuit with relative ease. Now, the scenario is entirely different. Gu Xing concurred wholeheartedly. One of Qianju's core attributes is her agility, and the interaction between her dual skills is of paramount importance. While the previous iteration of Qianju was indeed agile, it appears somewhat cumbersome when compared to the revamped version. The newly added E skill, which increases damage based on the enemy's lost health, is an absolute early-game powerhouse. Shen Guanshan emphasized, I've had ample opportunities to play the new version of Qianju, as long as the enemy is left with around half health. A level 3 Qianju can activate E and engage, delivering a 3-ring attack that can secure a kill. Moreover, post-rework. All 3 of Qianju's minor skills will increase in power as the stacks of her marks accumulate. She made a foundational conclusion. In summary, even if Qianju does not accumulate 4 layers of passive in the early game, her new skill mechanics ensure that her strength surpasses that of her previous form. Gu Xing listened attentively throughout. Thus far, Shen Guanshan's assertions resonated well with him. Although the passive percentage damage of the old Qianju was enhanced in the early stages, it was not particularly striking. This was primarily because everyone's initial health was relatively low. That modest percentage damage was merely a few extra points of damage from an auto attack, only becoming potent in the later stages. When it comes to early game enhancements, the improvements from the skill rework are indeed more pronounced. I personally believe that this rework has accentuated Qianju's unique hero characteristics. Her inherent mark mechanism necessitates that the character consistently engages in invasions to reap growth benefits. Shen Guanshan continued. To invade effectively in the early game, one must possess formidable combat strength to outmatch opponents, along with agility to evade capture by the enemy's teammates, lest one be caught and perish before having a chance to escape. Gu Xing nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. I perceive the strength curve of the new Qianju to resemble a shape. Shen Guanshan's analogy was straightforward. In the early game, she is incredibly potent due to her high skill damage and agility. However, by mid-game, she begins to wane, and once the mark stacks sufficiently in the late game, her capabilities will rebound with ample range. Qianju, after all, is an ADC that follows the attack speed build, and such marksmen typically experience a lull in mid-game. This is due to their skills relying on attack damage, yet they do not invest heavily in pure AD items, resulting in a natural decline in base damage. By this stage, the enemy frontline typically has their gear well established. It is well known that due to the nature of attribute calculations, tank items yield greater benefits in the early to mid-game compared to damage items. In such circumstances, Qianju will inevitably face the challenge of being ineffective against opposing tanks. While she once had percentage damage bonuses and the support of the Bloodthirster jungle knife, granting her some offensive capability against the frontline, such advantages are no longer available. Thus, her mid-game weakness is entirely reasonable. As for the later stages, what everyone emphasizes is that an inch of length brings an inch of strength. Range is indeed the truth. As long as Qianju possesses a sufficient number of marks, with the right armor penetration, facing tanks becomes akin to playing with toys, particularly against squishy targets. One can strike first from outside the enemy's range. Doesn't that sound somewhat reminiscent of Caitlyn? Shen Guanshan, brimming with enthusiasm, sparkled with bright eyes. However, the distinction lies in Qianju's greater agility and superior self-protection. Gu Xing understood this implicitly. The intention from the developers is quite evident. They aim to restrain my mid-game rhythm control. He continued the discussion, gradually delving deeper into the analysis. One must admit, the designers have made their point clear. VG's strategy revolves around snowballing in the mid-game, expanding their lead through relentless assaults. The developers have targeted VG's Achilles heel with precision. If Gu Xing were to utilize Qianju, he would inevitably struggle to maintain a reckless snowballing rhythm during the mid-game's vulnerable phase. The countermeasures should be akin to those of Caitlyn, Gu Xing reasoned. Caitlyn leverages early game tower pushes to accumulate personal wealth, thereby advancing her power spike and swiftly overcoming the mid-game. Qianju can employ a similar approach. After Shen Guanshan elucidated the characteristics and style of the new version of Qianju, Gu Xing felt a sudden clarity. A myriad of distinct strategies surged forth in his mind. Enlightened, Gu Xing expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Shen Guanshan quickly declined. I haven't contributed much. I've only scratched the surface. If you had the time to practice, your understanding of Qianjue would certainly surpass mine. When you come over during summer vacation, I'll take you out for some fun, Gu Xing promised. Shen Guanshan recalled the previous occasion with the starfish chocolate cake, unable to suppress his laughter, filled with anticipation. Once you return from the Intercontinental Tournament, I'll have completed my exam week. You must give it your all in Kaohsiung. Hearing his girlfriend's encouraging words, Gu Xing stood tall, brimming with confidence. Just wait for me to claim the Grand Slam and achieve 100 career victories. I'll seize them all in Kaohsiung. After 3 days of rest, on July 3rd, the 4 strong teams of the LPL gathered at the airport. Gu Xing, in a spontaneous moment, live-streamed his expedition in the Seven Wolves group chat. So many people. In the footage, he twirled with his phone, capturing all the players and staff from the 4 teams. Including the employees from Vision and Tencent, the total exceeded 60 individuals, constituting a remarkably large contingent. Can you guess which unfortunate souls missed out on this public-funded trip? Jack grinned unabashedly. Hee hee. Shi Sinming threw an arm around Gu Xing and Jack's shoulders, displaying his signature smile. I know some will feel quite awkward, but I won't reveal who. The emaciated figure of Xiang Gua also joined the fray. Lin Weixiang and Lu Qingsong truly lack skill. Could it be that they once again face relegation in this summer's tournament? Surely not. Lu Xiyu, with a social intelligence that plummeted to the depths, boasted shamelessly, mercilessly exposing the wounds. Gu Xing once believed that if Lu Qingsong were at the airport, he would rush over and deliver a couple of punches to Xianghua, shattering his bones. And that Beethoven, Jack directly named him, not long ago. You were quite arrogant, weren't you? Can you really handle what has landed in my hands? He waved the ticket to Kaohsiung. Beethoven's retort was remarkably swift. Stop barking, you Wenba. Who was it that gifted VG their first defeat in B03 on June 30th? Playing as Varus and dying unexpectedly was truly astonishing. I never anticipated your ancient dragon would suddenly throw the game. Haha, my friend, when we go to the Intercontinental Tournament, don't embarrass yourself by dying. Beethoven, self-proclaimed prince of online romance, had the keyboard prowess to back up such a nickname. His trash-talking skills could rival those of the top-tier provocateur Lu Qingsong. Jack found himself at a loss for words amidst the sarcasm. If it weren't for Bobo urging them to take a group photo, Beethoven might have been infuriated to the point of smoke billowing from his ears. Xinggu, you should stand in the center. Jean Eba gestured for everyone to give Gu Xing the coveted position. Xiao Go and the manager, you two stand on either side. As for the less popular Candy, he was relegated to stand behind Gu Xing. The star players from VG, RNG, and EDG gathered together, thumbs raised towards the camera, striking the universal pose for photos. The other team members and staff surrounded them like stars orbiting the moon, highlighting their distinguished status. I still want to strike a pose. I had a brilliant idea before sleeping last night, Gu Xing mumbled. Candy began to dig his toes into the floor at the thought. Please, don't bring up those particularly cringeworthy ideas. He had witnessed VG's various poses in major tournaments. Candy couldn't fathom how Gu Xing could maintain a radiant smile while executing those moves that were cringeworthy at just a glance. You truly lack an appreciation for aesthetics. Gu Xing critiqued, his tone laced with regret. This is precisely the kind of awkwardness that makes it right. Due to Candy's vehement opposition, the pose Gu Xing envisioned ultimately did not make it into the group photo session. The members of the 4 teams laughed and joked as they boarded the plane, preparing to embark on their inaugural journey to the Intercontinental Tournament, aiming for Kaohsiung. Do you want to eat beef noodles? Gu Xing found his seat, adjusted the overhead air vent, and requested a blanket from the flight attendant before comfortably lounging back in his chair, scrolling through his phone. The online esports news had been quite eventful during this time. When it came to the most significant headlines, the League of Legends scene didn't even make the cut. Instead, the drama stemmed from neighboring Dota 2. Last year, the champions of TI6, who alongside VG had created the domestic MOBA esports dual crown legend, the Guardians of the Nation, were falling apart. Due to labor disputes and other issues, champion members left Guardians to establish their own teams. Consequently, the ACE Alliance, composed of club owners, expressed their discontent and threatened to blacklist the 5 former champions, imposing bans on them. Among them, one player was coerced by ACE to turn against his teammates. resulting in internal strife. Ultimately, the farce concluded, leaving a mess in its wake. The Guardian Wings have now vanished from the realm of Dota 2, leaving a multitude of fans lamenting their demise. Numerous discussion threads have emerged on forums. These clubs are truly despicable. Forming an ACE alliance to exert their dominance is simply repugnant. They clearly do not regard players as human beings. Can't the owner just perish? If Dota 2 fails to secure any future TI championships, will ACE take responsibility? Can you see the superiority of the LOL teams now? League of Legends hasn't been mired in such sordid affairs. What a laugh. They are merely a bunch of scoundrels. Do you really think LOL clubs are any better? To be frank, this situation is Otto's fault. We need to guide the players out of this mess. SpongeBob Electric Stick. Let us bombard his Weibo. Indeed, Otto has single-handedly ruined the Shan Dota scene. He is utterly culpable and deserves to be punished. Gu Xing found himself speechless upon reading this. During the spring tournament, the Seven Wolves had hosted a gathering where Xianghua mentioned the blunder of the Ying's owner, who sought to capitalize on the popularity of LOL by purchasing an LPL team to gain exposure and profit, thereby expanding the club's operational scope. However, in a moment of folly, he acquired SAT, only to encounter the disastrous Electric Stick, leading the team to finish last and face relegation. An investment of millions shrank by over 90 in a mere 6 months. The remaining slots in the secondary league also faced relegation during this spring tournament, plunging into the Urban Hero Championship. Consequently, the funds the Ying's owner had garnered from the Dota division evaporated entirely, marking him as a quintessential fool. The continuous decline of SAT exacerbated the financial plight of the Guardian Wings, rendering them unable to disburse salaries or bonuses. This ultimately incited the entire Ying's roster to depart in anger, resulting in one of the biggest scandals in the esports world. According to the remarks of a certain individual, the mid laner Electric Stick, as the principal perpetrator, naturally bore the brunt of the blame. Those reveling in the chaos eagerly propagated the narrative of how Electric Stick orchestrated a chain reaction that led to the downfall of the Guardian Wings. Gu Xing, initially amused, soon found his laughter fading, tears welling within as he reflected on the shared history of their triumph in 2016 and the commonalities of their MOBA endeavors. Witnessing the Guardian Wings become but a relic of the past, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow for the fate of the rabbit and the fox. During a casual conversation with Xianghua and others in the spring, he never anticipated that Ings would face ruin due to reckless expansion. However, Gu Xing felt a sense of relief, grateful for his position in VG. Despite having faced criticism for their over-reliance on renowned Korean players, and for selecting players solely based on superficial stats, without considering synergy, VG's management was relatively sound. The owner generous with investments, and his character both open-minded and resolute. When a team ceases to acquire players entirely, that is when disaster truly strikes. Gu Xing steadied his emotions and scrolled down, his gaze landing on recent anecdotes, all of which pertained to him. Initially, there was the interview where he subtly mocked Riot during inquiries about the rework of Qianju, the repercussions of which lingered to this day. The reason lies in the outcry from professional players, which has once again heightened the fervor surrounding the issue. Gu Xing, a prominent figure in the Brazilian league, was the first to voice his opinion. I find the rework of Virtue's signature champion, Qiyana, quite perplexing. As many players have pointed out, Qiyana's power level is not over the top, and there was no necessity for any alterations, which inevitably leads one to suspect that Riot is deliberately targeting a specific player. Put yourself in my shoes. If I were to play Draven in the league and was subjected to a rework simply due to a single game of domination, I doubt I could maintain the composure that Virtue exhibits. While BRTT may not possess the same level of proficiency with Draven as Jack, he is, without a doubt, a revered deity in the South American League of Legends community. Following his remarks, Brazilian players erupted in fervent commentary on Riot's Twitter, demanding an explanation. As the situation began to tilt in their favor, more players stepped forward to express their discontent. Star players who have historically faced scrutiny from Riot have subtly criticized the designers in recent interviews, with Faker's comments being among the most significant. To be frank, adapting to changes in the meta is an essential quality for esports professionals, Li Ruihang stated calmly. However, this does not encompass unwarranted targeting. I have encountered my fair share of such instances and believe I have the authority to speak on this matter. Riot must carefully consider whether a change positively and healthily impacts the game and competition. approaching issues from a more rational perspective rather than allowing emotional impulses to dictate their decisions. Though Faker's words were firm, he was acutely aware of the collective stance he shared with others. If the previous statements from other star players had allowed Riot to remain composed, the consecutive comments from Gu Xing and Li Ruihang undoubtedly unsettled them. The rationale is straightforward. League of Legends has evolved over its 7 years, giving rise to top-tier players like Beryl, Uzi, Deft, and Clear Love, all of whom boast countless fans across various leagues. Yet, few have achieved true global stardom. Li Ruihang, the two-time champion, is one such figure, and Gu Xing shows potential to follow in his footsteps. Their shared trait is that merely placing their IDs and faces in the livestream can attract viewership across multiple regions, with fans scattered worldwide. Should they truly be provoked, the negative repercussions could be exceedingly detrimental to Riot's future. Gu Xing noticed that Riot's chief designer, Ghostcrawler, had posted a statement on Twitter the previous night. The essence of the message was simple. He claimed to have received a plethora of feedback from professional players and the community, subtly indicating that Riot addresses issues promptly. He then proceeded to elaborate on the design team's rationale behind the changes to Qiyana. Gu Xing scrutinized the explanation, nearly finding it amusing. According to Riot's theory, they believe that Qiyana's passive, which enhances percentage damage, is overly unfriendly to tank champions, conflicting with the design philosophy behind their mid-season adjustments for frontline characters. Imagine, if you will, the tank, enduring humiliation and hardship, finally managing to put together a two-piece ensemble, eagerly stepping out to engage in battle, only to be effortlessly pierced through the defenses by Qiyana, whose percentage-based damage leaves one feeling utterly frustrated. The designer from Riot Games further elucidates the issues surrounding the old Qiyana's mechanics, subtly implying that the prior weak phase of the Eternal Hunters duo was too ambiguous, rendering opponents unable to devise counter-strategies. Ghost Crab asserts that acquiring such a divine mechanic as percentage-based damage in basic attacks must come at a cost. He cites Vayne as an example, highlighting her frail landing capabilities and concerning wave-clear potential, with her shortcomings glaringly evident. This serves to argue that Qiyana's acquisition of extraordinary power without any corresponding sacrifice is neither scientific nor reasonable, thus necessitating a complete overhaul. In a moment of uncertainty, Gu Xing finds himself at a loss for words. Why does Riot not address the fact that the old Qiyana's early ganking ability was woefully inadequate and her combat effectiveness rather low? If Qiyana were truly as formidable as you suggest, why is it that no one in the professional arena, save for myself, utilizes her? Is it a selective evasion of critical issues? Ghost Crab adheres to a philosophy of delivering a blow followed by a sweet reward. He then mentions that his designer colleagues have received feedback indicating that Qiyana's strength post-rework is below expectations, prompting them to decide on a slight enhancement for the forthcoming 712 patch. He reiterates their commitment to serving all players, maintaining an unwavering dedication to a scientific and systematic patch implementation process, tirelessly striving to create a fair and friendly environment for both competitive and ranked play. A masterclass in public relations. While it is evident to the discerning that Riot is targeting Gu Xing, the chief designer's vague explanations seem unlikely to yield further developments. Gu Xing is acutely aware that his current influence has its limits. With a heavy sigh, he longs to apply pressure on Riot to revert Qiyana's version, but instead, he seeks lighthearted news. A gentle scroll down reveals another post relevant to him. The official League of Legends account shares a chat log from VG during the second match against JDG, showcasing the humorous juxtaposition of the 618 on JD phrase alongside JDG's dismal defeat, which appears particularly amusing. As Gu Xing peruses the comments section, he encounters a myriad of responses. All I can say is VG has a knack for showmanship. Shopping on JD? Heh. Who would have thought Brother Xing had such a quirk? Easily identifiable as pure, unadulterated defiance. When I express confusion, it's not my issue, it's yours. The most absurd part is that Kuro and SB, the two Korean imports, are chiming in. Do they even know what JD is about? VG sweeps JDG, then turns around and loses to Suning. Now we know which brand reigns supreme in 3C products. Gu Xing continues to scroll and discovers that apart from the recent esports news, numerous netizens are discussing the upcoming Intercontinental Championship. After all, this is Riot's inaugural foray into an innovative tournament format, with a refreshingly novel competition structure and high-caliber participating teams, Attracting widespread attention is indeed justifiable. How should we interpret the aspirations of our brothers? Is winning the championship merely a minimum objective? What else could it be? With only 3 regions, our LPL cannot possibly falter against the likes of the lesser teams. I believe securing the championship is not insurmountable. After all, VG has earned the moniker of LCK Slayers, consistently achieving success in international competitions. With our seasoned leaders, victory should be within our grasp. My friend, have you considered the tournament format? The finals cannot solely rely on one team. The contributions of our allies are equally crucial. To be frank, I feel rather pessimistic about the Intercontinental Tournament. Over the past 2 years, VG has been the sole LPL team to achieve significant results in international contests, while the performance of other teams has been lackluster, offering no advantage against LCK. Since S3, OGN has consistently secured at least 2 teams in the top 4 at every World Championship, representing a formidable presence in the global arena. Our S4 achievement of a dual top 4 finish stands as a solitary success, raising concerns about our overall strength. Moreover, VG's current form seems rather lackluster. Their unexpected defeat to Suning leaves me apprehensive about what may transpire next. As Gu Xing completed his commentary, the flight had already descended upon Kaohsiung Airport. Upon exiting the aircraft, he was immediately met with a wave of humid summer air, enveloping him like a heavy cloak, making it difficult to breathe. Goodness, his companion Uzi grumbled. Why is it so hot? This is truly unbearable. Gu Xing cast a glance at him, unable to suppress a smile. Uzi, with his portly frame, was clearly not fond of the heat. Shortly after disembarking, Uzi appeared to be transforming into a boiled lobster. His once fair complexion flushed a vivid crimson, reminiscent of Rumble in overheat mode. Just endure for a bit, Gu Xing suggested, tugging at his collar in an attempt to cool down. Kaohsiung is like this. Once we reach the hotel, it will be much better. Taiwan, being in the southern region surrounded by sea, experiences a particularly humid and sweltering climate, rendering it far from habitable. Compared to this, Shanghai is a veritable paradise. The 4 teams gathered their luggage and posed for yet another group photo outside the airport, with Genie Ba present. The image was promptly shared on the league's official social media, garnering an outpouring of support from countless netizens. Notably, during their commemorative photo, they not only held aloft the flags of the 4 participating teams, but also displayed a vibrant red LPL regional flag, emblazoned with the outline of Summoner's Rift, making for a striking sight. This symbol not only represented their collective identity, but also served as a poignant reminder of whom they were ultimately fighting for. As they boarded the bus en route to their hotel, Gu Xing quickly retrieved his room key and rushed into the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Exposed to the areas untouched by the air conditioning for merely a moment, sweat soaked his back, nearly adhering his short-sleeved team uniform to his skin. After changing into fresh attire, he made space for his roommate Jack, while he himself settled on the sofa to inform his family and girlfriend of his safe arrival. Yu Wenba showered at a brisk pace, emerging from the bathroom resembling a Shiba Inu, shaking his head and flinging droplets everywhere. Hey, what are you doing? Gu Xing barely dodged the spray, quickly urging, hurry and pack your things. We need to gather for a briefing soon. Jack powered on the hairdryer, its roar filling the air as Gu Xing took a moment to organize the keyboard and mouse from his backpack. His phone vibrated incessantly. Upon checking, Gu Xing discovered that Jean Eba had created a group chat, bringing together the members of the 4 LPL teams for the purpose of coordinating activities in the coming days. The group bore a rather juvenile name, the 4 Heavenly Kings Conquering Asia. Even he, who had the audacity to perform in front of thousands in a stadium, felt a shiver of discomfort at the title. He chose to deliberately overlook it, saying, "The training room is in the conference room at the end of the corridor. Let us go take a look." As they stepped out, carrying their gear, they coincidentally encountered Clear Love from the adjacent room. Gu Xing scrutinized him from head to toe. "What is up?" Ming Kai asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Xing remarked, "Your pose is strikingly similar to that from last year's Summer Championship promotional video." Upon hearing this, Jack cast a few glances at Ming Kai and then burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, this." Ming Kai looked down at his appearance. Having just showered, his hair was still damp as he hurried to check out the training room. His look was a near-perfect replica of his wet and enticing appearance from last year's summer promotional video, save for the playful gesture of lifting his shirt to reveal a chiseled abdomen. Irritated, Ming Kai chased after Gu Xing, intending to land a few punches. However, Gu Xing was tall and swift, quickly evading him. On his way to the training room, he bumped into Uzi, who was emerging from the elevator, clutching a bottle of ice-cold cola. Uzi's face was flushed, and he appeared almost faint from the heat. "Come on, Uzi," Gu Xing called out. "Bobby is urging us to train in the group chat." Jian Zihao waved his hands repeatedly, having delayed himself slightly just to buy the soda. He hadn't even washed up yet. "You all go ahead. I need to take a shower." After uttering this, Uzi realized something was amiss, pausing momentarily. Yet, feeling unbearably hot, he had no inclination to correct his words and quickly moved to unlock the door with his key card. Jack couldn't help but mutter to Gu Xing, "What is this? Am I opening for myself?" Years ago, Uzi was humorously dubbed the Bath Emperor and Shower Dog due to the infamous ranked game incident, a title well known in the League of Legends esports community. Now, it was unexpected that Uzi would be the one leading his own group. Gu Xing found it difficult to respond, chuckling lightly before locating the room designated by Bobby and pushing the door open. "My goodness," Ming Kai exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Is this for real?" Jack's mouth fell open, unable to fathom the scene before him. The conference room had been completely transformed. It was conservatively estimated to span 300 square meters, now adorned with 4 long tables. Various components and monitors cluttered the floor. Staff members donned in fist-themed t-shirts busied themselves assembling computers and gaming chairs. In the center of the room stood several tactical whiteboards. This vast space had been converted into a colossal training room. How extravagant! Gu Xing marveled. Even the well-traveled Ming Kai had never witnessed such a spectacle, let alone the inexperienced Gu Xing, regardless of how lavish the training rooms at their competition training base were. The overwhelming experience here paled in comparison to this grand conference hall. Jin Eba stood atop a raised platform, directing his employees with an air of authority. Upon noticing the arrival of the competitors, he eagerly introduced, "We have arranged 4 long tables, designated by teams, and the projector will be set up momentarily. Isn't that splendid?" "Quite impressive," Gu Xing praised. Then, with a playful tone, added, "These 4 long tables evoke a sense of innocent beauty reminiscent of Hogwarts." Jack grinned widely in response. As the conversation unfolded, more professional players squeezed into the room. Their reactions mirrored those of Gu Xing and his companions, with praises echoing throughout the spacious chamber. The competitors busied themselves adjusting their computers, engaging in lively banter amidst the process. "What server are we playing on? It can't possibly be the Taiwan server, right? Don't mention it. I've heard that players on the Taiwan server have a low skill level. Playing there would only dilute our own standards. I'd rather face the challenges of the summit than play on the Taiwan server." Observing the spirited debate, Jin Eba promptly raised his voice to quell the chatter. "Allow me to speak briefly." The room fell silent, akin to a pin drop. "There's no need to worry about the training server issue," Jin Eba addressed their concerns. "As we lack the time for ranked matches and do not need to immerse ourselves in the local customs and culture." Following the coaching staff's recommendation, throughout the entirety of the Intercontinental Tournament, we can forego ranked matches and instead engage in customized scrimmages to strengthen the player's skills and simultaneously simulate tactics. His declaration sparked a flurry of excitement within the room, with the players' faces lighting up with anticipation. Unlike previous training sessions that consisted of a few rounds of ranked matches, this Intercontinental Tournament promised a refreshing change. Ultimately, it was a unique opportunity not to be missed. With ample practice partners available, mid laners like Kuro, Xiaohu, Shi, and Ut could easily engage in scrimmages to fulfill their needs. The training intensity was assuredly higher, leading to even greater efficiency. Thus, there was no immediate necessity to engage in ranked matches. First and foremost, I would like to state that our head coach for this Intercontinental Tournament from the LPL region is Hongmi, Jin Eba announced. The selection criteria are straightforward. Based on the results of the spring split, I trust there will be no objections. Hongmi stood and acknowledged the players at the 4 long tables with a nod. Gu Xing took the lead, initiating applause to encourage their coach. The other team members quickly followed suit, their resounding claps reverberating through the meeting room. Hongmi's prowess was evident to all, at least within the confines of the LPL. No coach could perform better than he. The accolades he had garnered over the past year were solid and undeniable. The Intercontinental Tournament schedule isn't lengthy, Hongmi briefly elaborated. And I hope to foster a harmonious rapport with everyone in the coming days as we work together to secure victory. His gaze swept over the head coaches of the other three teams, his temporary colleagues, comprising 13, by Say, Huahu, and Nof. The first two individuals were subordinates during the period when Red Rice concurrently served as head coach at LGD in 2015, while Nof was an old rival and friend. Red Rice could only sigh, acknowledging that the esports realm indeed forms a circle, always returning to its origins. Rest assured, the White Crescent was the first to express his stance. As longtime partners, I am undoubtedly adept at playing support for you. He then turned to seek confirmation from Firefox. Firefox, recognizing Red Rice's capabilities, readily nodded in agreement. Jean Eba felt a pang of annoyance. After all, it was common knowledge that Red Rice's dual coaching of both clubs back then was a breach of regulations. There was no need to present it with such grandeur. Unsurprisingly, a few rookie players in the audience, unaware of the past conflicts within the league, were left puzzled, questioning when Red Rice and the White Crescent had ever collaborated. Bobby swiftly diverted the topic. This is the first time Riot is hosting an intercontinental event, and some of you may not be entirely familiar with the specific rules. So let me clarify the schedule. From July 6th to 9th, the main competition spans 4 days, with the first 2 days dedicated to the group stage, where teams will challenge opponents from the other 2 major regions who finished in the same standings during the spring season. Genie Ball, aware that most of these internet-addicted youths were novices, provided a detailed explanation. For instance, VG is our spring season champion. Thus, they will face the spring champions from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and LCK, namely Flash Wolves and Longzhou, replicating the matchups from the mid-season tournament. His explanations were straightforward and comprehensible, and no further questions arose from the players below. The group stage follows a BO1 format, with each team competing in 2 matches, totaling 8 matches across the entire region, ranked according to the number of victories. Jean Eba continued, however, it is important to note that regardless of the regional standings, all teams will advance to the elimination stage in the latter 2 days. What on earth does that mean? Xianghua, unfamiliar with the details, was utterly bewildered. Are we meant to treat this as a mere exhibition match? No, the top team from the group stage will receive advantages, Jean Eba replied, as they will directly qualify for the finals, while the schedule on the 3rd day will involve the regions ranked 2 and 3 battling it out, with the second-ranked region holding the priority for side selection in a BO5 setup. The elimination format is quite innovative. Both regions will decide which teams to field before each game, allowing for relative flexibility, with the only stipulation being that each team can only play once in the first 4 matches. Jean Eba, concerned that his teammates might not grasp the information, deliberately slowed his pace. When it comes to the decisive 5th match, teams can vote within their region to appoint the squad they believe is best suited to compete in the final showdown. Gu Xing interjected with a supplementary comment. It feels akin to the strategy of Tianji's horse racing, doesn't it? Ah, yes, Xianghua eagerly nodded. So who will be the sacrificial lower-tier horse? Let us send them to confront the opposing Longzhou, essentially giving away a round. Haha. A profound silence enveloped the meeting room, with no one willing to engage with his remarks. Sitting beside Lu Xiyu, Xiaohu discreetly shifted his chair, attempting to distance himself from his jungler. Gu Xing, resting his forehead against his hand, was at a loss for what to do. It was none other than the seasoned Jean Eba who, with a smile, deftly shifted the topic. Today, having just landed, we have the opportunity to rest until midnight. Everyone may either return to their rooms or take a stroll, though it is essential to inform your team leader of your plans in advance. Once the clock strikes 12, training must commence promptly. Gu Xing's phone lit up with a notification. Upon opening it, he discovered an invitation from the renowned jungler Kassa of the Lightning Wolves, requesting his presence at the famous Lingyan night market that very evening. Accompanying him would be the support player, Shishi. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Xing inquired if he could bring along a few more companions. Without hesitation, Kassa agreed. However, upon meeting, he was taken aback by the entourage Gu Xing had assembled. It was not merely the members of VG, nor solely LPL players. Even the LCK players who had just arrived that evening were part of the gathering. A ragtag group of 10 had formed. While others relied on sheer talent to thrive in their profession, Gu Xing had opted to leverage his network. He had even enlisted the help of a professional translator, Ji Howie, to facilitate communication, thus eliminating any potential language barriers. As they entered the night market, Xiao Huaxing spun around with his camera, insisting on capturing a group photo with Gu Xing while draping his arm around his neck. upon entering the night market. Over here is the Nanfeng braised pork rice, priced reasonably at around 40 TWD per bowl, Kassa informed them. Wow, Jack exclaimed, astonished. What a divine price. The towering figure of Mouse King expressed great interest in the meat, clamoring for a bowl. Hearing his peer praise request, Li Ruihang approached the vendor. Hello. We have quite a few people. Is it all right for us to dine in? Dining in. The vendor, an older gentleman, furrowed his brow in confusion at Ji Haoi's words. Now it was Li Ruihang's turn to be puzzled. It means for here, she chimed in, her tone soft. We don't use the term dine in here. No need for mainland vernacular. Gu Xing chuckled, draping an arm around Li Ruihang's shoulders. It's essentially all the same as saying eating inside the restaurant, isn't it? Easy Hyun, perplexed by how the same language could manifest in such divergent expressions, felt a tinge of embarrassment. His Chinese education had primarily focused on formal language, and despite his fluency, it paled in comparison to that of the local populace, sometimes revealing distinct traces of its origins. Over there, they also sell IU jelly. How Xian? Go and buy a few bowls. She instructed Kassa. With the weather being this hot, we need something to cool us down. The local evening remained humid and sweltering, with throngs of people in the night market making it difficult to breathe. Don't forget, I want mine with frog eggs. She added. Gu Xing shuddered. What are frog eggs? That sounds like some dark culinary creation. SB, ever the curious one, inquired. Am I the only one puzzled by what IU means? He was certain that during his Chinese learning journey, he had never encountered this term. Gu Xing was equally bewildered. It was only when Kassa returned, burdened with 2 large bags, that they finally comprehended the peculiar lexicon. So, it turns out they're pearls. Gu Xing relaxed. Look at their shape. Don't they resemble tadpoles? She explained, her choice of words vividly illustrative. Is you just ice jelly? Jack speculated. Ice jelly? That seems different, Snake replied, uncertain, unable to articulate his thoughts. He merely stated, I can only say that those who understand will understand. For those who do not, there's nothing I can do. Kassa, still lively, suggested. There's a place over there that sells beef noodles. Would you like to try some? Our beef noodles are quite famous. This time, the LPL players reacted vehemently, pushing Kassa away with their hands. 385, a change in the version. It is well known that beef noodles are considered a bad omen in the LPL. Once associated with it, a player's performance tends to be somewhat unfortunate. Nami and others have already provided warnings to newcomers based on their experiences. Many esports references are common in the region, and there was no reason for Kassa to be unaware. Did you really try to trick us into eating beef noodles? Jack exclaimed angrily. Kassa, you're such a pain. He even adopted the local dialect, hoping to make himself understood. Xiaohu, confused, nudged Gu Xing with his elbow. Brother Xing, what does pain mean? Gu Xing found it challenging to explain. After some thought, he opted for a more euphemistic approach, saying, it's somewhat similar to being annoying. Oh, Xiaohu suddenly understood. Meanwhile, Kassa slurped on AIU, his cheeks rapidly sinking, making him appear almost skeletal. Pain. Damn, that is such an outdated insult. Young people don't even use it anymore, Kassa scoffed. You win, Bob. How long has it been since you surfed the internet? Jack, eager to learn, asked. So what do people say now in the region? We directly say defeat or chase the antelope, Kassa taught. Isn't that straightforward? Making puns incurs a fine. Yu Wenba retorted with righteous indignation. Nevertheless, he committed those 2 phrases to memory, planning to use them against Lin Weixiang when they returned to Shanghai. Kassa blinked. Shall I teach you another local greeting? Would you like to learn? Jack scooped a spoonful of braised rice into his mouth, signaling his eagerness to listen intently. Since ancient emperors emphasized sitting north and facing south, we typically use to the north to show respect when we meet, Kassa stated earnestly. Jack sensed something was amiss upon hearing the term to the north. Don't be ridiculous. He punched Kassa playfully. You wouldn't think I'd let myself be fooled for an entire year by a single word like some fools, would you? Li Ruihang stifled a laugh and translated this to his fellow compatriots, reveling in the spectacle. The expressions of Xianming and Xiaohu turned a shade of liver. Who were you hinting at, little by Zaiji? Wasn't he that mocking them for being manipulated by a single word for so long? What is going on? Xiao He felt utterly perplexed, unaware of the nuances surrounding the word. He couldn't grasp the deeper implications of Jack's words. It's nothing. Maintaining innocence is a rare quality. An overly eager thirst for knowledge can be detrimental. Gu Xing lifted a generous piece of marbled braised pork to his lips, feeling it to be somewhat rich, and followed it with a bite of pickled vegetables. Xiaohei nodded with a semblance of understanding, then confidently called out to Gu Xing. Brother Xing, I am certain I will win this upcoming intercontinental competition. Peanut, with a smile that revealed laugh lines, retorted, don't be ridiculous. Whether Shanjiu even encounters VG is another matter entirely. We must first see how our Dragon Ball performs. With your capabilities, do you even dare to challenge him? Jack draped an arm around Gu Xing's shoulders, mockingly stating, can the two of you even combine forces to defeat old Gu? At that point, there will be no need for my friends to intervene. Old Gu could easily crush all of you. Yu Wenba proclaimed with unabashed pride, exuding an air of arrogance. The crowd fell silent, having never witnessed a competitor so brazenly flaunting their reliance on others to such a vivid and unashamed degree. Further into the night market, there is a renowned scallion pancake shop, famed for its generous use of scallions. Shishi interjected, breaking the awkward silence. Shall we go and sample it? Gu Xing finished the rice soaked in savory broth and sipped a couple of spoonfuls of the refreshing ayu, then stood, prepared to follow Shishi for a leisurely stroll. His support player, Xiao Duan, expressed reluctance to venture out in the heat and asked him to bring back some local delicacies. He deemed the scallion pancakes a splendid choice. What is that shop? Gu Xing inquired, glancing sideways to spot a shop with an oddly named sign, Ice Fire Tangyuan. The name struck him as peculiar. Shishi chuckled enigmatically, prompting Gu Xing to refrain from further discussion, as an unhealthy association suddenly surfaced in his mind. Nevertheless, driven by curiosity, he entered the shop and ordered a portion to take away. Ice Fire Tangyuan, as the name suggests, comprises cooked glutinous rice balls served atop shaved ice drizzled with osmanthus syrup. Gu Xing popped a cold, icy rice ball into his mouth. The contrasting temperatures melded with the fragrant sweetness of osmanthus, creating a delightful explosion of flavors in his mouth. Marvelous. Truly astonishing, he exclaimed in praise. The icy layer enhanced the texture of the rice ball's exterior while providing a refreshing respite from the heat, which Gu Xing considered an admirable culinary invention. As he strolled and indulged, upon returning to the braised pork rice stall with the scallion pancakes in hand, he had already devoured the entire portion of Tangyuan. The remnants of the osmanthus syrup drizzled over the shaved ice mingled with the ayu, offering yet another delightful taste experience. Shu Wang and Kuro returned with 2 servings of medicinal spare ribs, devouring them hungrily, while SB was captivated by the peculiar curved fruits he had never seen before, purchasing quite a few to take back. Song Jinghao, eager to show off, pulled out the oddly shaped fruits and playfully tapped Gu Xing on the head. What are you doing? Gu Xing turned around, eyes wide, exclaiming, do you think bringing 2 guavas will intimidate me? SB, unfamiliar with the references from the film Young and Dangerous, appeared perplexed. The other competitors, however, erupted into laughter, after satisfying their appetites. It was already 10 in the evening when the group strolled back to the hotel lobby and the elevator. Next, we shall meet on the battlefield, Gu Xing declared with a fierce tone as they parted ways. Do be cautious, for my approach tends to be rather intense. No one took it as a jest. Gu Xing was known to orchestrate chaos on the competitive stage. Cuz is indeed a victim, bearing the psychological scars after being thoroughly chastised. What good is it for you to be strong in VG? Xiao Huaxing smirks. It's the teammates that truly matter. In the Intercontinental Tournament, victory is not solely determined by one team. We in LCK have an abundance of formidable players, undoubtedly stronger than LPL. His confidence radiates. Khazar, feeling overlooked by the two, is quite displeased. You really don't regard LMS as worthy opponents, do you? The entire format is a BO1. You shall witness the prowess of the Water Ghost firsthand. The Lightning Wolf is famously known as the god of BO1, a title earned through countless bloody battles in past world championships and mid-season invitations. And his strength is beyond question. Khazar is brimming with confidence. Upon reaching the designated floor, Gu Xing waves goodbye to his companions, carrying the takeaway snacks for Duan Deliang as he enters the training room. Since it is still before the meeting time, only a few scattered players are engaged in one-on-one practice to hone their technical skills. Why don't you rush to level 3 and confront 957? Xiang Guo observes from beside Let, incessantly murmuring, why is he so timid playing Renekton? You cannot engage in a direct confrontation. Song Jinghao corrects his misconception. 957's Kiana is waiting. As soon as Renekton dares to charge forward, he can swiftly eliminate 2 minions. And the cannon minion will take care of the last melee minion, allowing Camille to hit level 3. Under equal levels, Renekton's rage state is quite mediocre. Trading blows while under the pressure of a cannon minion will yield no advantage. Impressive, you see right through it. 957 expresses his admiration. You truly deserve your reputation. He is deliberately tempting Renekton. Once he takes the bait, he will gain an advantageous trade, and thereafter, Let will struggle to push the lane and build rage. The balance of victory in the upcoming landing phase will tilt in his favor. Do you see that? Yin Juanza glances at Xianghua. You can only call out from the sidelines while knowing nothing about playing top lane. In reality, Let is aware that the opponent possesses tactical sweep. However, at the moment he just hit level 3, Yin Juanza does not have much time to contemplate. He did not anticipate that 957 could swiftly eliminate 3 melee minions to gain a level. Instinctively, he opts for caution, thinking to last hit a couple of minions first, waiting for his rage to replenish before engaging in a trade. With red rage skills, Renekton's combat capability is significantly enhanced. Who would have thought he would inadvertently evade a critical blunder? By the way, why are you playing top lane Qiyana again? Gu Xing hands a scallion pancake to Duan Deliang. Puzzled, wasn't she nerfed in the spring split? 957 removes his headset to explain. Poppy mentioned that the Intercontinental Tournament is utilizing version 7.12, which will significantly buff Qiyana. She might just ascend back into the top lane food chain. So I'm preparing in advance by practicing a couple of games. Gu Xing understands and returns to his seat to customize his jungle practice. This is an essential daily task for jungle players. Their ability to thrive in professional competitions is rooted in robust fundamentals. With their jungle clear speed meeting high standards, most players are like this. Yet the effort behind it involves relentless practice at all times. Unlike the straightforward approach of merely replenishing troops to achieve success in a lane, the role of a jungler necessitates a keen focus on efficiency when clearing camps. Each adjustment to the game's version, especially those affecting jungle champions, items, and the attributes of jungle monsters, signifies a transformation in the optimal methods for jungle clearing. For instance, consider the scenario where the blind monk previously cleared the first round of F6 with just 2 casts of his E ability, Tempest. However, after the designers deemed the base damage of Tempest somewhat overpowered and reduced its value by 10 points in the version update, 2 casts were no longer sufficient to eliminate the small creatures. An additional auto attack became necessary, which not only impacts the blind monk's damage output, but also significantly diminishes his jungle clearing efficiency, a critical aspect of his strength. As a professional jungler, one must immediately familiarize oneself with and adapt to these changes in jungle mechanics. Thus, upon learning of the version update to 7.12 for the Intercontinental Tournament, Gu Xing promptly began practicing with the designated jungle champions, assessing if any adjustments were required. Xianghua, seated nearby, watched intently, unable to suppress his admiration. Gu Xing, your precision is remarkable, he exclaimed, observing the intricate techniques Gu Xing employed while jungling with Elise. Lu Xiyu also excelled with Elise, which allowed him to appreciate the finesse in Gu Xing's jungle execution. Elise is a quintessential dual-form champion, capable of seamlessly transitioning between spider and human forms. However, in contrast to similar champions like Nidalee, Elise's abilities possess considerably longer cooldowns. Most players of Elise cannot meticulously track the timing of their abilities and often rely on instinct. Yet, there exists a distinct disparity in that instinct. Even a slight miscalculation can lead to the unfortunate scenario of all abilities being on cooldown. While in spider form, there is some reprieve, as her spiderlings assist in managing jungle monsters. However, upon shifting to human form, if her ability bar is entirely devoid of options, she must rely solely on ranged auto attacks for damage, inevitably affecting her output efficiency. Nevertheless, Gu Xing's mastery is nothing short of extraordinary. Each time he transitions forms, he meticulously times it to coincide perfectly with the cooldown of the respective abilities. Even the 10 cooldown reduction gained from the blue buff is astutely calculated by him. Overall, one can only describe Gu Xing's jungle clearing as fluid and seamless. Xianghua is thoroughly impressed. Gu Xing, however, remains focused, attempting to disregard any ambiguous remarks from his peers. Before long, Candy and Clearlove also noticed his practice in jungle clearing and approached to observe, hoping to glean some insights. Gu Xing, generous with his knowledge, believes that progress in this endeavor requires diligent practice, especially as the meta evolves with updates. he harbors no reservations about sharing his expertise. Furthermore, with the Intercontinental Tournament impending, it is crucial for the members of the LPL region to unite their efforts to overcome challenges and secure victory. He willingly aids his fellow teammates in enhancing their skills. Meanwhile, Kuro is engaged in a discussion with Xie, sharing insights. In terms of landing prowess, Wang Zai ranks among the elite mid laners in the LPL. Li Ruihang aspires to learn from his opponent. The initial intent is noble, yet as their duels increase, a palpable tension develops between them. This animosity traces back to their encounters during the 2015 IM. As the formidable top laners of Team E, namely LZ, SKT, SSG, and KT, the likes of Khan, Huni, QV, and the renowned Mada 2 have proven to be exceptionally skilled. When faced with a weaker opponent in the top lane, they are likely to dominate the landing phase with ease. Since PDD's retirement and the subsequent stagnation of LPL's top lane prowess, the region has been somewhat lacking in this department for the past 2 years. In this context, the champion Camille, known for her split-pushing capabilities and ability to train others, is bound to receive a warm welcome from LCK teams. One can easily envision the rising ban pick rate of Camille during the intercontinental competitions. A strategy must be devised. What about Renekton? Gu Xing suggested. He faces minimal pressure against Camille in the landing phase, and his performance in early to mid-game skirmishes is exemplary. With a well-rounded balance of damage and durability, Let's expression soured at this. He recalled the moment Gu Xing entered the training room and witnessed a clip of his duel with 957. He was almost lured into a false sense of security by 957's Camille, leaving Let with doubts about his own Renekton. The issue with Renekton lies in his somewhat clumsy performance during late-game team fights, and his effectiveness diminishes significantly, by Seiyu remarked. We at Team E won't be utilizing him. Team E tends to play at a slower pace, primarily focusing on getting their carries equipped. Even if they manage to drag a Renekton into the late game, his impact in team fights would be minimal. Then let's consider Kled, Hongmi offered. 957 has consistently performed well with Kled. If that fails, we can resort to Shun, who can gain an advantage against Camille in the early game. Let's lips pressed tightly together. Why does it seem like they are all trying to mock me? Shun against Camille. With that infamous gif of the red side's bottom lane tower in mind, he envisioned himself as Camille, unable to even shatter Shin's shield with a single kick. Hongmi, oblivious to Let's expression, continued to seek input from Nof. Luja, how about we select Renekton as per Gu's suggestions? Following Nof's arrival, EDG gradually transformed into a team that thrives in the early to mid-game, making Renekton a fitting choice for their playstyle. Nof had no reason to object. That's splendid. Hongmi gestured for everyone to review the materials. Next, I wish to emphasize the bottom lane. The passive bug of Rockin has been fixed, allowing him to correctly benefit from the shield bonuses provided by his runes and items. Additionally, there have been minor adjustments to the item's locket and redemption. The former's base shield value has been reduced, but now grants additional health to the bearer, while the latter's effectiveness on healing and shield enhancement has been tripled. For Rockin, who is destined to carry the Windspeaker's blessing and acquire these two items, this represents a significant enhancement. Gu Xing perused through his documents. Rockin is set to receive a substantial buff, benefiting from the enhancements to support items in version 7.12, truly a winning circumstance. However, his partner Xayah has not been as fortunate. Xayah's Q, Double Dagger, can no longer be used in conjunction with auto attacks during its cast, and the cooldown of her ultimate, Death's Embrace, has increased by 4 seconds at all levels. In the previous meta, Xayah would dominate Rockin. Now, the tables have turned. It is readily apparent that Xayah may face a decline in the current Intercontinental Tournament. However, the status of Ashe and Varus remains steadfast, as neither character has been diminished, ensuring their continued potency. As for Xayah, there are alternatives, which I shall elaborate on. Redmi activated the projector, displaying an image of a hero's portrait. A character that had not graced the professional arena for over half a year emerged before the audience. Callista? Exclaimed the training room, filled with a chorus of astonished gasps. Indeed, it is Callista, Redmi confirmed once the attendees had quieted down. Condi, seated below, promptly raised his hand to inquire. I just reviewed the patch notes. 712 does not pertain to Callista. The VG team remained silent, having worked alongside Redmi long enough to intuitively understand their coach's style, even predicting the nature of his responses. While Callista did not receive direct enhancements, Redmi patiently explained, the game environment has undergone significant transformation. He often instills this philosophy in the VG players. Some heroes may not have received alterations, yet changes in the version can drastically shift the ecological landscape, indirectly affecting their position within the food chain. Certain characters may rise to prominence, becoming the new rulers of the Rift. In Redmi's perspective, Callista exemplifies this phenomenon. First, let us examine Callista's individual strength. Her last enhancement dates back to the 7.1 patch at the beginning of the year, where her spear-throwing ability was limited to instances when refrained was not on cooldown. This was altered, allowing her to spear under all circumstances. Redmi displayed the modification diagram on the projector for detailed explanation. Previously, she needed to slay 2 or more units to fully restore her mana, but now, merely defeating 1 unit suffices for mana recovery. These 2 changes undoubtedly represent a substantial enhancement for Callista. The professional players in the training room comprehended this readily. The optimization of her spear mechanics significantly amplifies her output capabilities in team battles. It is crucial to note that during skirmishes, Callista cannot always hold onto refrained. It is not feasible to wait until opponents are on the brink of death before using her spear. In the past, once Callista had executed her spear and failed to secure a kill, the cooldown of her E ability would hinder her from preparing for the next spear. Following the changes in the 7.1 patch, the situation is entirely different. Callista's output potential in team fights has been greatly enhanced. The ability to recover full mana for refrained by slaying a single unit elevates her lane strength to unprecedented levels. Moreover, Callista's range remains at an impressive 550 units, rendering her extraordinarily formidable. I must say, Gu Xing jested, if the mechanism allowing Callista to spear while E is on cooldown had been implemented in S5, perhaps Poppy would not have been so easily dispatched by Thresh, and the trajectory of the subsequent world events would have been altered. Laughter echoed throughout the room. In the S5 World Championship, Gu Xing's Callista, having already utilized refrained, found himself unable to spear Thresh. The outcome was that the Wild Turtle, with a sliver of health left, evaded a wave of skill damage, patiently waiting for his abilities to cool down, and with one mighty strike, sent the lively Gu Xing off with great satisfaction. Had he retained his spear, he might have been able to execute a decisive thrust to eliminate his opponent the moment their invulnerability was lifted, which could have led to a narrow victory for LGD, ultimately allowing the optimistic team to secure the win. Should they have broken through the group stage, a top 8 finish would have been respectable for LPL, perhaps preventing Gu Xing from descending into despair and succumbing to alcoholism. He might not have been driven to such depths of disappointment with LGD, leading him to transfer to VG during the S6 mid-season transfer window. The subsequent narrative would have undergone a dramatic transformation. As Homie contemplated this, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Once his mood stabilized, he shifted the conversation. Why, despite such significant enhancements, did we not see any opportunities in this year's spring split? Ultimately, it boils down to an unsuitable environment. Homie meticulously unraveled the changes in the game's ecological dynamics brought about by the evolving meta. Do you recall the popular strategies from the spring split? Champions like Zyra or Jace in the bot lane relentlessly pushed lanes and dealt damage, favoring compositions that leaned towards kiting, which inherently benefited long-range champions. In such an environment, the Skarner could not find his place. And I believe the reasons are clear to everyone. The mechanics of Callista render her incompatible with poke compositions. She must engage directly with the enemy. If she had played in the spring split and faced a combination like Ashe and Zyra, they would have bombarded her with skills from afar, leaving her in a state of impotent rage, struggling even to retaliate. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that the enhancements to Callista went unnoticed, as no matter how powerful she became, she simply did not fit the meta of the spring split and could not be utilized. The eloquent Baiseiya smoothly wrapped things up for everyone. The current environment is wholly different from that of spring, Homie continued. The changes to support itemization have seen long-range damage dealers like Zyra exit the stage, making way for short-range protective supports and champions like Thresh and Rockin to take center stage in professional play. The commonality among these champions is their ability to synergize with Callista. At this point, Hoyi could not help but raise his voice, allowing it to resonate throughout the 300 square meter training room. Braum and Tom Kinch can establish a dual protection system with Callista, safeguarding the marksman, while Skarner can also use his ultimate to shield his support. Merely imagining it reveals how challenging this bot lane combination would be to eliminate. And as for Thresh, there is no need to elaborate. The renowned Shadow Isles duo can both assault and defend. Their potency is undeniable. Even the emerging Rakan can synergize with Skarner. Rakan possesses impressive initiation capabilities, and his quick entry often catches opponents off guard. When paired with Kalista, the results are astonishing. Skarner can initiate with Rakan's grand entrance, control the enemy, and then use his ultimate to draw Rakan in for a follow-up knockup, creating a chain of control. Alternatively, if Rakan is caught after engaging, Skarner can activate his ultimate to ensure the safety of his support. In summary, this suitable support environment allows Skarner to soar to new heights. Indeed, Kalista possesses a formidable landing capability, effortlessly allowing the jungler to seek opportunities for ganks. Gu Xing elaborated on his thoughts. Such a trait is quite rare in the current version. As the summer season progressed into its third week, everyone had crystallized their understanding. The team was lacking in damage output, compounded by a low frequency of skirmishes during the landing phase, making it challenging for the jungler to seize proactive opportunities. Kalista undoubtedly emerged as a game-changer in the current meta. Her immense pressure and control skills enable her to command the initiative in the bot lane. Whether executing tower dives or coordinating ambushes with the jungler, she serves as a powerful ally for her teammates. Furthermore, she can leverage her lane dominance to secure advantageous positions for the Rift Herald. The VG players exchanged knowing glances, clearly recognizing the underlying strategy. Why had VG struggled after concealing their dual support composition, even suffering an unexpected first blood against Suning? A significant part of the answer lay in their inability to maintain lane control and generate advantages. Consequently, Gu Xing found it difficult to dictate the pace of the game and seize opportunities, even allowing the opposing support to freely abandon ADC duties and apply pressure alongside the jungler in the jungle. However, the resurgence of the unconventional champion could potentially aid VG in overcoming their hurdles. "Jack, how do you feel about playing Trundle?" Gu Xing inquired, leaning in to speak softly. Yu Wenba exuded confidence. "My friend, I excel at Trundle, trust me. But it has been ages since you last played," Xiao Duan cautioned. "You should practice more, or perhaps learn from last year's footage of Poo Poo." During the S6 summer season, Trundle had been frequently utilized, leaving a deep impression on his partner. Duan Deliang. Jack waved his hand dismissively, but the current version of Trundle is entirely different. Asking me to replicate last year's strategies is akin to wielding a sword from a bygone dynasty against the officials of this era. Back when I was a streamer, I had a roommate named Shi Yi, the Trundle expert. I could just consult him for guidance. This plan appeared viable, as the seasoned expert indeed possessed superior proficiency with certain champions compared to professional players. Duan Deliang concurred that Jack's idea was quite reasonable. While the VG players engaged in hushed discussions, Hongmi was still on stage, exclaiming, "Moreover, it's worth noting that Trundle has yet to gain traction in the Korean server's ranked matches, indicating that we may hold a trump card." Upon hearing this, LPL players erupted into excited discussions. "Is that true? Our coaching staff is truly exceptional. What about the LCK? We could potentially save it for the finals, as we 1T face off against foreign regions, leaving our opponents completely unaware." Wow, this is just the first day of training, and we already have a secret weapon. I can hardly imagine what is to come. Hongmi remained humble, stating, "Honestly, we owe much to the assistance of our 3 coaches, who helped us consider Kalista this long-forgotten champion." He possessed a clear understanding of his role, specializing in training and developing players, capable of molding the 5 team members into a cohesive unit and establishing a mature operational framework. The drafting strategy remained standard. As for crafting innovative tactics, that responsibility typically fell to Gu Xing. In terms of research and development, Redmi pales in comparison to the likes of Nof and others. He merely conducted a swift feasibility analysis after his colleagues proposed the option of Kalista, theoretically validating the strength of the skate shoes. Firefox retrieved another stack of documents, each marked with the corresponding player's ID, distributing them among the team members. "These are the objectives tailored for each of you by our 4 head coaches, based on the styles and tactical systems within their respective teams. For the next few days, please execute your training tasks according to this material." Gu Xing glanced at the documents. The first thing that caught his eye was the jungle strength tier list. Zac remained unaffected by the recent patch adjustments, with only a minor reduction in the damage of Yi's dual abilities, a change that was negligible and did not impact the dominance of the champion. Rek'Sai and Elise ranked in the top tier, while champions like Lee Sin, Gragas, and Sejuani were positioned lower. To be fair, the adjustments to the jungle role in version 712 were not significant. One could surmise that after the recent reworks of Qiyana and Rek'Sai, Riot would not likely make further changes to the jungle role so soon. At the very least, they would need to pause, observe the patch's impact, and then decide. Thus, the strength of the jungle role remained largely unchanged from version 711, with only a few champions experiencing shifts in viability due to the evolving game environment, such as Elise. She gained strength solely due to changes in the two side lanes, with the rise of champions like Jace and Renekton benefiting her, allowing her to adopt a more aggressive playstyle in the top lane. In the bot lane, the increased strength of Rakan also created opportunities for Elise to initiate ganks. Furthermore, in jungle matchups, she held her own against champions like Rek'Sai. All these factors contributed to a surge in Elise's priority within the jungle environment. As for Riot's statement about providing Qiyana with some appropriate compensation, the content genuinely amused Gu Xing. An increase of 3 points in base attack damage, minor optimizations to the Wolf Spirit's dash speed and cooldown mechanism, and a reduction of 20 points in mana cost for fearsome presence were hardly substantial. The designers lack sincerity, Gu Xing remarked, shaking his head. The enhancements were too trivial to yield any significant improvement for Qiyana. His gaze drifted downward, where he noticed that behind the jungle strength tier list lay his training content. Given the limited number of champions he needed to reacquaint himself with in this patch, over half of his task objectives revolved around developing tactical synergy. The notable changes in the two side lanes compelled Gu Xing to swiftly adapt to new interactions with his top and bot lane teammates. While reviewing the materials, his companion Song Jinghao was exuberantly shouting beside him. Wow, the era of pulling teammates is about to return. He was ecstatic, declaring, LCK's young ones, it's time to give you a lesson. It had been over a month since he last earned an MVP award, and he was eager to showcase his skills at the Intercontinental Championship. Xiao Gu, you must assist the top lane more this time. Gu Xing nodded in a somewhat perfunctory manner, extracting the training content and placing it next to the monitor. This way, he could remind himself continuously, fostering a sense of accountability. Upon clarifying the version trends, the four teams diligently immersed themselves in training, eager to refine their new strategies. They primarily engaged in training matches through a pairwise challenge format, enhancing their skills while maintaining confidentiality to prevent tactical leaks. As the LPL head coach for this intercontinental tournament, Homie not only monitored VG, but also attended to the other three teams. To this end, he shared certain materials provided by the data team with all coaching staff members. Goodness gracious, Bai Yuya exclaimed in astonishment. Where on earth did you VG acquire this intelligence? He perused the information regarding Team E, finding that some data was even more comprehensive than what his own coaching staff possessed. It included detailed patterns of Shi Ye's vision control, meticulously marking the precise moments when each side placed wards in every match. It was utterly outrageous. Bai Yuya felt a chill run down his spine. He was immensely relieved that the intercontinental competition was closed to the public. Had they encountered VG in the league, he would have felt utterly exposed. Where did this information come from? Bai Yuya was eager to uncover the truth. You can utilize E. The data there is very detailed, Gu Xing casually advertised. Bai Yuya conducted a brief search of the site. It may amuse the audience, but this data is of little use to our professional teams. He frowned. This is publicly available basic data, and there is a premium version as well. Just contact the staff via email. Gu Xing directed him towards a viable solution. Gu Xing was untroubled by the possibility of Yi's premium data posing any threat. The seven-figure all-project contract signed by Ding Jun that year was not mere happenstance. He had exclusive agreements for some of its in-depth services with VG, which could only be provided to them. Before long, when Bai Yuya saw Yi sending a limited-time free premium version of Team Intelligence, his eyes lit up. Wow, you really have kept this treasure hidden. If it weren't for the Intercontinental Tournament, I would have never known such a thing existed. He had spent nearly all their operational funds on a Summer League bid, leaving little for marketing. Although the Summer League had only commenced for 3 weeks, attracting considerable audience traffic, its penetration into the professional sphere remained weak. Bai Yuya now felt as if he had struck gold, just as Xie Tunin and Gu Pan had anticipated. The capabilities of the coaching team in the LPL region were worrisome. The data that a typical analyst could gather and organize was surprisingly inferior to what he offered. Given this, why would he need an analyst? Purchasing data from E would be far more economical and hassle-free. That very evening, Li Ruihang informed E's founder, Pei Lu, about the situation. It must be said, the name was not particularly suitable for business. However, Pei Lu, as the founder of E, had successfully propelled the club's operations, and the offshoot Lumberjack Guild was thriving, establishing a solid reputation among numerous clubs. Upon hearing that they could save money, Pei Lu instantly perked up, intending to delve deeper into E before negotiating potential collaboration. Not only E, but also the teams of Royal Club and Guadian, intrigued by the subtle promotion from Redmi and Gu Xing, have developed a keen interest in E's paid projects. The night before the intercontinental competition, Gu Xing, having returned early to his room to freshen up after training, eagerly sought to share his accomplishments with his sister. How about that? Am I impressive? With just a few words, I've secured 3 teams for you. Gu Pan, initially intending only to cheer for Gu Xing, was pleasantly surprised. Really? She could hardly contain her excitement. You're amazing, Brother Gu. Seeing a lucrative opportunity at hand, she promptly altered her address to flatter him. With the 4 of you, the entire LPL region will inevitably become our partners. Gu Pan expressed her confidence. The teams participating in the intercontinental competition are highly sought after within the LPL, boasting countless fans and serving as industry leaders. Imagining them all transformed into clients, Gu Pan envisioned the unprecedented surge of traffic E would experience post-competition. Beside her, Shun Guanshan smiled at his friend's exuberance and then turned his gaze towards Gu Xing, his expression softening. Are you prepared for tomorrow's match? Gu Xing patted his chest. Just wait and see. The audience will surely cheer and applaud for me. However, it soon proved that his confidence was somewhat misplaced. The venue for this year's intercontinental competition was the Kaohsiung Exhibition Center, which could accommodate just over 1,000 spectators. The setting was rather meager, lacking even proper seating, forcing attendees to sit on plastic chairs. While this was somewhat acceptable, considering that the Taiwanese server was still under Garena's management and the operators were short on funds, leading the LMS to make do, one would not expect luxury from the intercontinental venue. Little did Gu Xing anticipate that circumstances would unfold in an entirely unexpected manner. When the LMS and LCK teams took the stage, the audience enthusiastically offered a variety of cheers infused with local flair, showcasing the hostess' fervor. However, as the spring champion VG stepped onto the stage for LPL, the vibrant cheers abruptly vanished. Even the polite applause disappeared entirely, replaced by faint boos. The 6 members of the VG team, along with their coach, stood on stage momentarily at a loss. Despite their extensive experience on grand stages, they had never encountered such a situation. What is going on? Kuro muttered. Song Jinghao, equally puzzled, replied, I have no idea. Gu Xing's face darkened. He could surmise the reason behind it. Upon his initial arrival in Kaohsiung, Gu Xing had a favorable impression of the city. Charmed by the delectable street food at the Lingyan night market, invited by the Flash Wolves jungler and support. However, after a few days, standing in the center of the stage, his rosy view was utterly shattered. It was akin to the ice and fire tangyuan he had tasted that day. The contrasting sensations exploding in his mouth, leaving an unforgettable impression. The cold reception upon taking the stage today starkly contrasted with the enthusiastic cheers previously bestowed upon LMS and LCK by the audience. The juxtaposition of warmth and chill left Gu Xing deeply unsettled. Damn, Jack exclaimed, utilizing the Taiwanese dialect he had learned from Kassa. Kaohsiung is indeed quite green. The host, the Taiwanese girl known as Little Bear, trembled slightly upon witnessing this, clearly taken aback. She could only hope that the broadcast would mute the live audience's reactions, shielding the global viewers from the spectacle. Meanwhile, she feigned composure and introduced the competing teams. Let us welcome the champions of the 2016 World Championship and the 2017 Mid-Season Invitational, Vigang. Top laner SB, Jungler Virtue. Only a few exchange students from the mainland held up LPL support banners. Their efforts to amplify their cheers rendered shrill and desolate within the venue. Gu Xing stood tall, his usually sunny demeanor replaced by a stoic expression. Seizing the moment while still on stage, he cast his gaze over the audience, determined to imprint their faces in his memory. Concurrently, the streaming room was abuzz with noise. The production team had not managed to mute the crowd's genuine reactions, transmitting their responses to the ears of online viewers. The stark contrast ignited a fervent reaction in the chat. What is the audience doing? Acting like it's a library? So frustrating. Can VG deliver a blow? Taiwan really lacks class. Isn't it disgraceful? I'm impressed. They truly know how to create disparities. Such a narrow perspective. It's merely an island after all. Longtime VG fans are here uninvited. Let us give Taiwan a sound thrashing today. Even in the Korean and English channels of the mouse platform, a deluge of question marks flooded the screen, clearly disapproving of the audience's behavior. As Gu Xing descended from the stage, it was the turn of E, the runner-up of the LPL Spring Split, to take the spotlight. As was customary, there was no welcoming applause. I absolutely adore you all, Jack uttered with expletives. Kissing Mama's behind truly opened my eyes. Please don't let external matters disturb your mindset. Hongmi, also witnessing such a scene for the first time, anxiously endeavored to reassure the team. Winning the match is paramount. Do not mind the audience. We have millions of supporters at home cheering for us. Gu Xing maintained a stern expression. The members of the Flash Wolves, having just arrived on stage, appeared awkward. Feeling embarrassed by the incident, EDG, and RNG sequentially exited the stage, reaching the passageway, all seething with indignation at the unjust treatment they faced. Gu Xing, do something. Xiang was shouted in frustration. We must make things clear for Taiwan today. Don't they like treating this place like a library? Then let them refrain from making noise during the opening match. Gu Xing cracked his knuckles, the sound crisp and resonant. Later, I'll ensure that Taiwan has no opportunity to cheer. Staff members approached, urging the competitors to hurry onto the stage. As the members of VG prepared to take the stage, the LPL players along the way actively extended their hands to exchange high-fives with their comrades, seemingly wishing to convey strength and conviction through this gesture. Remember to hit hard. Show no mercy to the opponents. The harsher the better. Set an example for us. We shall learn from you. In the midst of silence, Gu Xing returned to the stage, still unaccustomed to a match devoid of the audience's cheers. However, this atmosphere evoked a long-lost feeling reminiscent of the early days of his professional career. Once he donned his headphones, the white noise effectively muffled the external sounds, allowing the VG players to exhale deeply. From this moment on, the audience could no longer disturb them. In this familiar competitive environment, the members of VG resolved to ensure that their opponents would pay dearly. How about a little magic trick? Welcome to the 2017 Intercontinental Championship. The familiar, spirited voice of Wawa resonated throughout the live broadcast. The upcoming opening match features our LPL Spring Champion VG against the host team, Flash Wolves. His partner, Miller, chimed in with utmost seriousness. There was a slight hiccup during the opening ceremony. We hope it does not affect the VG players. The online viewers were well aware of the underlying reasons and were fervently cheering for VG in the chat, eager for their favored team to teach the opponents a lesson. Given the circumstances, Wawa refrained from elaborating further and shifted the topic. Let us examine the pre-match data analysis provided by E. The striking red 3D logo of E appeared before everyone, displaying the various statistical metrics of both teams in this summer tournament. It is worth noting that both teams were absolute dominators in the spring, even achieving an undefeated championship, but have encountered certain challenges at the onset of summer. Both VG and Flash Wolves held a record of 3 wins and 1 loss in major matches, and 7 wins and 3 losses in minor matches, yielding a win rate of approximately 71. At first glance, this seemed commendable, as a 70-win rate is no trivial feat. However, compared to the performance of both teams in the spring, it was undeniably a decline. The difference lies in the fact that VG has been distinctly targeted by the current meta, leading to tactical issues, while the Flash Wolves face internal strife. Miller succinctly explained to viewers unfamiliar with the LMS region. Their top, jungle, and AD carry, along with the coach, were suspended by the club, resulting in their absence from the match. The reasons for the sanctions against Dan, Betty, and Coach Seo were vaguely described as violating the Flash Wolves Code of Conduct. According to Gu Xing's recent knowledge, the actual cause was that these 3 had spent training time at a karaoke venue indulging in excessive drinking, which led to them being caught red-handed by the manager. With the top laner and ADC suspended, the team had no choice but to hastily promote inexperienced players from the second team. The outcome was, as one might expect, rather bleak. Although the LMS region is generally perceived as less competitive, it is not as simple as one might think. The Flash Wolves, fielding two uncoordinated rookies, were naturally unable to secure a victory. Kassa, harboring resentment, disconnected from the match before their base was completely destroyed, pulling out his phone. Yes, his phone. The pre-match security checks in the LMS region seem rather perfunctory, allowing players to bring their mobile phones onto the stage. As Kassa himself recounted, he contemplated taking a break to watch a couple of episodes of How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend right after the match. Subsequently, he faced a suspension. Ultimately, the circumstances confronting Flash Wolves differ significantly from those of VG. The nerfs imposed by Riot on VG have also impacted G2, as well as the three formidable junglers, bringing their styles into closer alignment. Yet, Kassa emerged as the sole survivor. His playstyle diverges from that of the three prominent junglers. If we were to categorize him, Kassa resembles a diminished version of the peak Miko, possessing exceptional lane awareness and map control abilities. However, team fights tend to devolve into chaotic affairs. Furthermore, the Flash Wolf strategy inherently relies on the development of dual carries, with the top laner, Dan, proficiently playing tanky frontliners, and the support, Shishi, excelling in heroes like Thresh. Theoretically, F aligns perfectly with Riot's current vision for the summer split. VG's strength still lies in their ability to snowball from advantageous situations, Miller remarked, gazing at the statistics displayed, unable to suppress his astonishment. As long as they maintain an economic lead within the first 15 minutes, their win rate stands at a staggering 100. Moreover, their mid-game advantages expand rapidly, averaging 10 minutes to dismantle 33 of the opponent's towers, an exceedingly impressive mid-game performance. In contrast, the Flash Wolves' mid-game performance appears rather mediocre. They even average a dismal 0.2 dragon control, placing them at the bottom of the LMS rankings. F's lack of dragon control in the mid-game can be attributed to Li Jie, Wawa attempted to elucidate. Their top lane is Dan. MMD is humorously dubbed the universe's best top laner, showcasing visible prowess, embodying the level of speak my name, and I shall bring you laughter. During the S6 World Championship, while the LPL region was still grappling with the underperforming Xiao whose data, the audience from Taiwan criticized Dan, averaging a deficit of 51 minions. He ranked 17th among 16 teams' top laners, with Kuro 1, who rotated in as a substitute, managing to push Dan down a spot. He was merely a burden on the team. Anyone would have to exclaim, incredible. It is well known that once the mid-game transition occurs, the top laner must migrate to the bot lane to farm. Dan has never had lane priority. With Kassa accompanied by such a lackluster top laner, how could they control the dragons in the mid-game? Therefore, I believe this match could attempt to break through from the top lane, Miller continued. If Xing can assist with a couple of SB ganks, perhaps it could open a pathway in the top lane. Of course, that is merely a suggestion. The specific tactics must ultimately depend on VG's own considerations. As he spoke, accompanied by a resounding, crisp sound, the BP panel materialized before everyone's eyes. In this match, VG has won the side selection, opting for the blue side to ban and pick first. The camera focused on the players' benches. Gu Xing appeared as stoic as water. In prior encounters with familiar players, they would often engage in lighthearted banter in custom rooms. He shared a good rapport with Kassa. Under ordinary circumstances, Gu Xing, typically reserved, would have struck up a conversation. Yet, moments ago, he remained utterly silent in the room. Kassa perhaps sensed the awkward and tense atmosphere, remaining silent as well. The two teams commenced the unveiling matches ban phase in an eerie silence. Let us ban Zac first. Hongmi communicated with SB, be cautious and deliberate with the bans. Song Jinghao understood the implication. The players had yet to fully recover from the impact of the opening ceremony, still exhibiting traces of emotional impulsiveness. Should they allow their anger to cloud their judgment, it would play right into the hands of those in the audience. Taking time with the bans would afford the players a chance to recalibrate and regain their composure. In the final second of the ban countdown, SB placed Zac on the banned list. The Flash Wolves executed their initial ban decision swiftly, targeting Galio. In the current version, despite a slight nerf to the warrior, Galio remained unscathed. Neither team wished to risk leaving him available, thus they prudently confined both champions. My bow, I can give you a ban slot in the first round. Hongmi glanced at his notes, which detailed the opponent's champion pool. Dan San, the Illusionist, Rumble, and Shun are all quite capable. Which one shall you ban? After a moment of contemplation, Song Jinghao responded, Shun, he can be quite troublesome when he builds tanky. Besides his strong landing phase, He also possesses commendable roaming and support abilities, making him a perfectly balanced champion. SB was determined to prevent Dan from having a safe landing phase. Hongmi readily agreed, advising his jungler to take it slow with the bans. Gu Xing felt a fiery passion igniting within him, the fervor coursing through his veins, radiating warmth to his fingertips. His long, bony fingers trembled slightly in excitement. He was eager to engage in the rift against the Flash Wolves, yet his reason prevailed, compelling him to heed his coach's instructions and wait until the last moment to finalize his bans. The commentator, Miller, was oblivious to the underlying dynamics, analyzing the BP panel to interpret the strategies of both teams. The Flash Wolves have opted to ban Sejuani, aiming to prevent Xingge from playing a late-game impactful tank. He remarked, his brow furrowing. It seems they have studied the video of Suning's victory over VG, determined to stifle the jungler. That shocking match garnered immense views, as global players were keen to witness the team that triumphed over VG. Among them were professional teams, meticulously reviewing the footage to uncover strategies to counter VG for their own use. EDG, at the onset of the LPL summer split, demonstrated to the world that VG's dual carries were merely secondary cores, prone to early demise. As long as they could suppress Gu Xing in the early game and drag the match into late-game team fights, VG was not invincible. Suning proposed practical early-game suppression measures through frequent jungle support coordination and vision control to restrict Gu Xing's movements. By forcing Gu Xing to select a jungler that thrived only in the early game and hindering his ability to establish rhythm through ganks, they could render him ineffective in late-game team fights due to the limitations of his champion's mechanics. Such a strategy would surely succeed. Thus, the Flash Wolves initiated the ban by eliminating Sejuani, the current top jungler in the meta, clearly having come prepared. VG has sent Maple's signature champion, the seductive LeBlanc, to the ban list, prompting the Flash Wolves to disable Thresh. Following the enhancements and nerfs to Phoenix Legend, the standings of these two champions have indeed reversed. Nevertheless, the duo of Xayah and Rockin remains formidable. The Flash Wolves are apprehensive about allowing Phoenix Legend to be unleashed should VG secure Thresh first. They would find themselves compelled to select Xayah as VG's first choice. The analyst, known as Dahl, was momentarily taken aback by the character that emerged in the hero selection frame, exclaiming, "Is that the Joker?" The grotesque visage of the champion, Shaun, sparked a murmuring among the audience. "This must be a playful reveal," Miller remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. The Joker has too many limitations in professional play. He suspected VG's reveal of the Joker was a subtle hint to the audience. However, Miller had no evidence to support this. As the countdown neared its conclusion, the Joker was swiftly replaced by Thresh in the selection frame. The Flash Wolves quickly locked in their duo of carries, Corki and Varus. "That's a rather conservative choice," Dahl commented, unfazed. Corki has received enhancements in the current international tournament's 712 version, making him a popular pick in the mid lane. Corki's base attack power and attack speed have been elevated, and his passive, Hextech Munitions, which previously converted basic attack properties into 50 AD and 50 AP, now sees an increase in magical damage to 80. Furthermore, his ability, Valkyrie, now synergizes more effectively with his other skills. Essentially, he has been transformed by Riot into a sustained damage-dealing mage character. It is evident that the revamped Corki is an undeniable late-game power. In League of Legends, marksmen often surpass mages in the late game due to their differing output mechanisms. Many mage abilities have projectiles or lengthy cooldowns, resulting in periods of inactivity even when cooldown reduction items are fully stacked. Conversely, marksmen maintain a relentless output in the late game, with their basic attacks being largely unavoidable, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents to evade. This dual advantage significantly stabilizes the late-game carry potential of marksmen. This is also why champions like Azir can thrive as late-game mage carries. His soldiers never miss and can store charges, ensuring he always has soldiers at his disposal during team fights. The same logic applies to Corki. He primarily relies on basic attacks to inflict magical damage, with the only drawback being his slightly shorter range. Nevertheless, paired with Varus, they constitute one of the top dual carry configurations in the current patch. "Another reveal of the Joker?" Dahl exclaimed with delight. "VG is indeed quite cunning." The continuous appearances of the Joker in the selection frame leave even the most oblivious audience members aware of VG's intentions. Below the stage, the audience was incensed, feeling insulted. They shouted loudly, attempting to respond to VG with jeers. However, the limited number of spectators in the venue meant that the VG players, adorned with noise-canceling headphones, could hardly discern the commotion. Ha ha ha. Did you see how flustered that group of spectators looked? Jack peered over, his demeanor brimming with smugness. Oh, they must be furious. Gu Xing's lips curled into a slight smile. The once sunny smile has faded, replaced by a somber expression that suggests ill intent. The clown shines until the final moment, complying with the request to transition to the steel shadow of SB. Kuro, on the other hand, secures the champion rumble for himself. VG aims to expedite their strategy by pressuring both side lanes. Miller immediately discerns VG's intentions. Li Ruihang's choice of rumble indicates a frequent need to roam offline. Ironically, the steel shadow is an exceptionally synergistic top laner. The scenario unfolds precisely as Miller had envisioned prior to the match. The heart of Dan races. He recognizes the formidable strength of SB, who has made it clear they intend to dominate him. His challenge lies in withstanding VG's onslaught, buying time for his teammates. A tempest brews within Dan's mind. Meanwhile, his team has secured Rek'Sai for Kassa, followed by banning Lee Sin and Ashe to counter the enemy's yet-to-be-selected jungle roles. Their strategy is quite decisive, leaving no opportunity for Gu Xing to utilize Lee Sin to redeem himself in team fights. VG's ban targets are evidently aimed at Tahm Kench and Braum, effectively denying Snake's protective support, thereby undermining the stability of the Lightning Wolves dual carries in the late game. Do you want Jarvan? Lightning Wolves head coach Xiao inquires of Dan. No, we can't win against Camille. Dan swiftly dismisses the suggestion. What about Trundle? Kassa proposes. Split pushing won't cost much, and initiating with his ultimate in team fights could be advantageous. Trundle fares reasonably well against the Steel Shadow, despite his somewhat cumbersome mechanics. Actively eliminating Camille may be unrealistic. However, with Dan's skill level, it suffices to withstand the pressure without attempting high-difficulty solo kills. Merely utilizing E for positioning should suffice to keep the Steel Shadow adequately occupied. Dan shakes his head again, lacking confidence in his Trundle prowess. Facing off against a top-tier Steel Shadow like SB would likely leave him feeling overwhelmed. Then let's go with Makai, Dan ultimately decides. I will protect the dual carries in team fights. When uncertain, one cannot go wrong with selecting the Treant. He is indeed proficient in withstanding pressure from aggressive opponents. Should the adversary dare to tower dive, Makai's crowd control might even allow for a counterkill. Xiao raises no objections, instructing the team's marksman to finalize the champion selection. Kassa continues to mumble. Gu Xing, you could select the demon, but there aren't any suitable junglers left in this patch. How about Elise or Trundle? Elise is a strong pick in the current meta, synergizing well with the Steel Shadow for aggressive plays. Trundle, however, offers greater utility, with our subjugate having a notable counter effect against Dan's Makai. Nonetheless, both champions would struggle to shine in the late-game team fights, failing to fully showcase Gu Xing's capabilities. We can't seriously consider playing Xiao, can we? Haha. Dan chuckles to lighten the mood. The enemy persists in showcasing the clown. Yet the reactions of the Lightning Wolves have shifted from initial surprise to a calm indifference, merely a tactic to mock the audience. However, in the next moment, Dan's laughter abruptly ceases. Oh, this? Kassa's eyes widen, revealing a furrowed brow, leaning forward in disbelief. Is it locked in? Indeed, it is Xiao. A magic trick, perhaps? Accompanied by sinister laughter, the visage of the clown, Seiko, was officially unveiled, shimmering upon the LED screen behind the VG players. The once resounding jeers of the audience swiftly transformed into a profound silence. They gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom their own eyes. Was this truly happening? The higher brothers couldn't help but gasp, contributing to the phenomenon of global warming. Is Brother Xing really going to jungle with a clown? Exclaimed Miller, his voice laced with astonishment. This is the first time I've seen this champion in the last 3 years. The director presented the statistics. After a hiatus of 1,061 days, the clown made its reappearance on the prestigious professional stage. The last user was the jungler ins 2EB from Royal Club during the 2014 LPL Summer Split. Brimming with vigor. Goodness. With a swipe from below, wouldn't it be the perfect opportunity to ambush the top lane as well? My boy, keep the line near the tower. Instructed Gu Xing, igniting a spark of excitement in Song Jinghao's heart. Controlling the lane. Wasn't that synonymous with an impending gank? However, before he could respond, Gu Xing added, "I won't be heading top at the start. Just ensure you don't get caught while controlling the line, and later place a defensive ward in the upper jungle." SB's demeanor visibly deflated. Yet, he discerned the priorities. With a clown selected by his teammate, he had never coordinated with such a champion in a professional setting, making it essential to heed the commands. Upon receiving confirmation from his top laner, Gu Xing timed it perfectly at the 40-second mark, casting the first frightening box into his F6 camp. This version of the box had an initial duration of 60 seconds, perfectly timed to trigger when the feathered beak would spawn. With a 16-second cooldown, this allowed Gu Xing to deploy a total of 4 boxes by the 140 mark. The second box was also placed within the F6 camp, while the third was positioned slightly outward. Without looking back, he dashed downwards, setting the final box outside his stone beetle camp before making his way to the red zone. By the time he completed these tasks, the clock had struck 140. Swarms of jungle creatures emerged from their respective camps. As the F6 camp was born, it was immediately struck by 2 terrifying boxes, paired with the burning damage from the jungle item, causing their health to plummet rapidly. With the assistance of his teammates in the bottom lane, Gu Xing continuously exploited the enhanced damage from his passive, backstab, to swiftly whittle down the red buff, taking a small step upward while kiting the red buff. He approached the corner leading to the feathered beak camp. 3 boxes had already dispatched 4 small birds, leaving only a grand bird with less than 400 health and a wounded little bird, both pursuing their vengeance into the red zone to confront the clown. As Gu Xing struck down the red buff, reaching level 2 simultaneously, he unleashed his lightning punishment. The grand bird was also claimed by him. In less than 10 seconds of jungling, Gu Xing's experience bar had already surged to 2.5 levels. With another strike, he dispatched the little bird, then promptly moved downwards towards the stone beetle camp, opting to pass through the wall directly with his Q, deceptive magic, to save time. The 4th box, placed at the edge of the camp, had yet to trigger, as the jungle creatures remained at full health. Gu Xing stealthily approached the great stone beetle from behind, delivering a swift stab before utilizing the red buff's effect to create a significant gap in movement speed, turning around to strike once more. After reducing its health, he proceeded with the jungle monster towards the location of the magic box. Upon triggering fear, the jungle monster was compelled to turn, exposing its rear to Gu Xing. The Joker, unrelenting, thrust his blade into it, simultaneously placing another box just outside the brush behind the second tower of VG. With the great stone beetle thrown into a fragmented state, he then dove into the brush. The incoming jungle monsters were once again frightened by the magic box. Gu Xing paid them no mind and rose to head towards the bottom lane. The magic box eliminated a medium-sized stone beetle, and the spawned small monsters fell victim to the crossfire created by the box formation. At 2 minutes and 15 seconds, the Joker successfully reached level 3. "My goodness!" Miller exclaimed in astonishment. "What astonishing speed of level progression is this? It has only been 35 seconds since the jungle began, and the Joker has already achieved level 3. There are not many players who choose the Joker. This peculiar strategy is unknown to many. All we know is that the speed of level increase is absurdly fast." Gu Xing is heading straight for the bottom lane, while both sides' duo are still level 1. The Lightning Wolves are in for a tough time. Miller clenched his fists, eyes glued to the screen. The Joker arrived at the brush beside the bottom lane triangle, using Q, deceptive magic, to pass through the wall, silently maneuvering behind the Lightning Wolves duo. The audience erupted in screams, attempting to alert their team. Unfortunately, the players from Lightning Wolves were utterly oblivious. Betty and Shishi had yet to encounter the Joker and were relying on the strong lane presence of Varus and Karma to push, preparing to release their support and later harass Gu Xing in the jungle. Little did they know, the Demon Joker had already arrived. Gu Xing set another magic box along the path of retreat, and as the invisibility effect faded, he plunged his knife into Varus's backside. "Look behind you." The Joker's sinister voice echoed in the ears of the Lightning Wolves duo. It was too late. Shishi felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. 388. Reckless Tower Diving. After delivering the backstab, Gu Xing immediately ignited the enemy in an attempt to reduce their healing. Seiko was inherently agile, yet his damage was not exceptionally high. Hence, an ignite was considered standard equipment. However, the ignite's true damage at level 3 amounted to a staggering 110 points. Varus, at level 1 with the Doran's blade, had a total health pool just above 600, and after being hit by Gu Xing's full combo, his health plummeted rapidly. Moreover, the Lightning Wolves duo had no means of escape. Shishi had already used her RQ while pushing the lane, now left with no choice but to apply weakness on Gu Xing, trying to delay his output as much as possible. Betty's adrenaline surged as his heart raced. In less than half a minute of landing, he was suddenly ambushed from behind by a level 3 Joker, startling anyone who would find themselves in such a predicament. The Joker's QW placed the magic box while remaining invisible, yet the box itself could not stealth, having already been exposed within the vision range of the Lightning Wolves. Betty's mind raced as he quickly deduced that if he dashed straight back, he would undoubtedly fail to escape the fear radius before the magic box activated. In a moment of desperation, Betty swiftly sidestepped while employing a healing spell to accelerate her movements, attempting to circumvent the box. Jack similarly provided healing, and as Gu Xing enhanced his speed, he hastened to close the distance, flashing forward to bring Varus back with his Doom Pendulum. Without any means of escape, Varus found himself cornered by 3 adversaries, facing inevitable demise. Realizing the foe's murderous intent, Betty reluctantly abandoned her escape, turning back to deliver a basic attack that dispatched a minion. "That kill is mine," Gu Xing shouted over voice chat. Observing the situation, Jack refrained from finishing off Varus, redirecting his assault towards the enemy's Karma. The Joker struck down the opposing ADC with a swift blow, claiming first blood while casting his E-dueling blades, which struck the fleeing Karma at a critical distance. Although the damage was minimal, the slowing effect effectively detained her. As the enemy closed in, Karma had no choice but to flash away to save herself. "Nice," Jack beamed, displaying his signature Shiba Inu grin as the enemy minion wave faltered. The Lightning Wolves duo was relentless in their level 1 push, yet it was merely the initial wave, insufficient to drive the minions into the VG tower. However, FW's minions held a combat advantage, and with the arrival of the second wave, they would position the lane just before the VG tower. Upon Varus's resurrection, he would likely return alongside the cannon minion, meaning Betty would suffer a complete loss of that entire minion wave. Despite only securing 1 assist, Jack felt triumphant. "Impressive, Gu." Xing sincerely praised, acknowledging the ferocity of that level 3 gank, which left the opponents utterly unprepared. Gu Xing wore a faint smile, aware that this was merely the beginning. The true ordeal was far from over. A silence enveloped the Lightning Wolves, starkly contrasting the unbridled cheers from VG. Betty bit her lip, reflecting on her naivety. Having played in the Taiwan server, she had seldom encountered such treachery from the Joker, her mindset too innocent. She was taken aback to see Gu Xing reach level 3 by the time the second minion wave arrived at the bottom lane, launching an assault against her. Though she had only fallen once, the loss of minions had created an insurmountable level disparity in the early game. From this point forward, the VG duo would maintain a significant experience advantage. Moreover, both she and Karma had expended their summoner spells, should the enemy seize another opportunity. These 2 fragile champions might pay the ultimate price once again. Betty was now acutely aware of the Joker's despicable tactics. Her heart surged with tumultuous emotions, her breathing becoming increasingly labored. Sensitive and perceptive, Karma noticed her marksman's wavering mentality and promptly offered words of reassurance. "Stay calm. The landing phase isn't over yet. Hong Haoshuan will come to assist. Let us secure a wave." Hearing the command, Kassa quickly emerged from his astonishment at Gu Xing's bizarre level 3 gank, his expression thoughtful. He had begun his route from the top down, and although his solo jungle, Rek'Sai, was not particularly swift, he had only just cleared the red buff and the sharp beak when Gu Xing initiated his freeze. "Wait a moment. I will try to counter jungle in the enemy's upper area," Kassa stated. "You 2 should push the minion wave back to your tower. I will help you catch Thresh." Xing's Thresh, lacking flash, was poised to strike. Confident that with the right positioning of the minion wave and the capabilities of Rek'Sai, dispatching the opponent would be a mere formality. Shisha, understanding the gravity of the situation, had no better options and reluctantly acquiesced. The cacophony from the outside world faintly echoed in their ears. Due to a delay in the live broadcast during the first 15 minutes of the match, the audience likely only just witnessed the skirmish in the bot lane. First blood was drawn. Miller shouted passionately from the commentary booth. Within less than 2.5 minutes, Xinggu had aided his team in eliminating Varus. The onlookers, upon seeing Varus's lifeless body, could not hide their despondency as anxious gasps subsided. Had Betty truly fallen so swiftly? The pace was astonishing. Xing Ji's speed was truly eye-opening, and Daodu exclaimed in excitement, marveling at the efficiency of the upgrades. The Flash Wolves clearly suffered from their inexperience against a jester, lacking a clear understanding of the hero's strategies. The barrage of comments in the event's live chat flew by rapidly. Wow, what a ruthless jester. Can Seiko really play like this? I've learned something. We'll try it out tonight. Xing Gu, hurry up. Deliver a wave of righteous justice to the enemy. Can the director lend a hand? I want to see the faces of these bent players. Hehe. Why do I inexplicably feel exhilarated watching Xing Gu stab from behind with the jester? Is there something wrong with me? Congratulations, congratulations. You've been chosen by the jester as the successor. The next shining boy is you. Karsa crossed the river, hoping to seize the moment and counter jungle while Xing Gu was absent from the upper half of the map. Miller, watching the big screen, noted that VG had anticipated this, with Smebs setting wards to scout Rek'Sai's position. The ward was strategically placed in the area between their blue zone and the frog camp. Should Karsa insist on countering these two camps, he would undoubtedly be within VG's vision range. For a level 2 Rek'Sai, lacking the E-skill to burrow, exposing his movements signified danger. The position of the remaining 3 wolves was too deep. Should Karsa dare to counter jungle, he might very well fall victim to an enemy ambush from mid and top. At that point, escaping safely would be quite unrealistic. The reasoning was simple. In the mid lane, Maple had chosen a Corki, not to mention whether a Corki without lane control could provide timely support to VG's deep 3 wolves camp. Even if he managed to arrive, what difference would it make? In the early game, without a package, Corki's combat prowess was akin to that of a school beauty. Karsa had not spotted the jester. Should Gu Xing arrive and force a 3v3 engagement, the Flash Wolves were bound to suffer dearly. Rek'Sai found himself in a precarious situation. Miller empathized with Karsa's plight, his tone growing more resolute. Should he abandon the counter-jungle plan and retreat to his own jungle, it would be tantamount to an unnecessary detour, yielding no gains. Upon learning of Karsa's predicament, Shisha resolved to venture into his own lower jungle to place a ward and ascertain if the jester was indeed counter-jungling within. However, he did not anticipate Gu Xing's preemptive move, as he had already positioned his wards at the narrow passage leading from the Flash Wolves bot lane to the jungle. Gu Xing swiftly spotted Karma and immediately opted to use Q, deceptive trickery, to stealthily leap over the wall for a surprise attack. With a box positioned behind him, he plunged the dagger with a swift backstab. The passive ability combined with the additional damage from his Q skill rendered the jester's basic attack agonizingly potent. At level 1, Karma's resilience paled in comparison to the previously sacrificed and now revived Varus, her health plummeting instantly. The unexpected appearance of the jester left Serpent rattled. Though his health remained relatively robust, he feigned composure, employing his cooldown R mantra to enhance his Q ability, using his slowing skill to hinder Gu Xing's advance. He hastily maneuvered away from the box, striving to create distance. Lacking any means to pursue, Gu Xing could do nothing but watch as Serpent made his escape. However, before departing, he hurled his double-edged blade, inflicting yet another wound. The jester's E-skill, modified during the S7 preseason with a new execution effect that dealt additional damage based on the enemy's lost health, struck Karma, reducing her health to a mere 100. Serpent successfully planted a ward in the jungle, but with such low health, he could not continue to lane in the bottom. A return to base for replenishment was imperative. Dahl was elated, noting that Betty's Varus was nearly back in lane, yet the support was forced to retreat, and the minion wave was firmly trapped. How could they possibly navigate this predicament? Betty was on the verge of frustration. Upon entering the game, he observed Duan Deliang stealthily lurking in the brush closest to the lightning wolves. Lacking summoner spells, he dared not advance. Should he be ensnared by Thresh's hook, Betty would be sacrificed once more. Reluctantly, he confined himself beneath the turret, trembling, as he watched the distant Jax slowly control the wave and secure last hits. This undoubtedly compounded the already dire situation of his development. Gu Xing had driven Karma back to her base, knowing that the only remaining level 1 Varus in the opposing bot lane would not dare to interfere, thus allowing him to relax. He set up his boxes and began to clear the Lightning Wolves camp. Methodically, he eliminated both the Blue Buff and the Magic Frog camps, then returned to the river to dispatch the Swift Crab, utilizing the experience from his first blood to ascend to level 4, promptly recalling to base. Like most Jester players, He left without a health potion, opting instead for the initial jungle item, the healing jewel, valued at 150 gold. Consequently, he needed to amass 1050 gold before his first return to acquire Tiamat, having cleared 5 camps along with the river crab. And considering the gold from First Blood and automatic gold generation, his inventory was already brimming with riches. Upon returning to base, he purchased Tiamat and converted his remaining coins into control wards. Alas, during his first trip back to the fountain, he could not afford the green jungle knife. The team's vision pressure was overwhelming, necessitating the purchase of control wards for relief. However, foregoing Tiamat was not an option. The Jester's rapid jungle clearing was predicated on setting boxes before the respawn of monsters to enhance efficiency. When the second round of jungle monsters reset, the speed at which Seiko cleared would drastically diminish, hence the high demand for Tiamat. In a casual match, the Jester could adopt a pure lethality build, entirely foregoing jungle clearing to ambush enemies. However, in a professional setting, such recklessness was far too perilous and largely impractical. As Gu Xing set out, he glanced at his teammate's screens. "My bow, could you slow down the minion wave a bit?" he inquired. Song Jinghao assessed the trajectory of his own minions. Not long ago, Smeb ventured into Weno to engage in combat, yet he too had to bear certain consequences. He initially intended to push the lane to the tower, but during the brief offline period, Mimi Dan seized the opportunity to advance a significant wave of minions into the range of VG's defensive tower. Presently, the minion wave is retreating towards the lightning wolves. "No worries, the opposing team won't engage in a skirmish during this lane push," responded Song Jinghao. His implication was clear: there were no immediate opportunities in the top lane. After all, facing a receding minion wave, seasoned professional players would typically refrain from trading blows with minions in a balanced situation. "It's fine," Gu Xing replied nonchalantly. "What I desire is for you to push the minion wave to the tower." He articulated his strategy, and Smeb's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Gu Xing maneuvered his Jester towards the mid lane, his mind racing to predict the position of the opposing jungler. Earlier, when he had countered the lightning wolves in their lower jungle, he had noted that Karsa had cleared his blue buff and magic toad in the upper half of the jungle. Thanks to Smeb's ward, Gu Xing discerned Karsa's route, realizing that he would clear the sharp-beaked birds before counter-jungling. Consequently, he estimated the approximate demise time of the lightning wolves F6 to be around 2 minutes and 15 seconds, logically deducing a reset time of approximately 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Now, with just over 4 minutes elapsed, Gu Xing had a general understanding of Karsa's movements. The opponent should still be clearing either the stone beetles or the shadow wolves, or perhaps returning to base for replenishment. However, he would definitely not be near the F6. Having formulated his next course of action, Gu Xing stealthily traversed through the upper river brush, avoiding the enemy's river crab altar, and silently infiltrated the upper jungle of the lightning wolves. He then concealed himself within the sharp-beaked bird camp. "Has the minion wave pushed?" Gu Xing inquired. Receiving a loud affirmation from Smeb, with all preparations complete, he issued the command to attack. Is he truly going to make a move on Maple? Miller pondered, feeling a sense of skepticism, as the mid-lane minion wave had yet to reach the tower. Gu Xing's action seemed exceedingly peculiar to him. What right did VG have to attempt to eliminate an enemy with both Flash and W available? Before Miller could fully comprehend the situation, the battlefield dynamics shifted dramatically. The lightning wolf's turret, noticing the magic box within its range, opened fire without hesitation. Yet, as the cannonball was launched, the magic box shimmered with radiant light. "Teleport?" Wawa initially paused in surprise, then raised his voice, realizing that Smeb had come to support after pushing the top lane minion wave, intending to trap Maple in a 3-on-1 ambush. Gu Xing wasted no time, using Q, deceptive magic, to traverse the wall, moving freely within the protective range of the lightning wolves mid-tower. The turret's aggro was drawn to the magic box. It turned out that just one shot could obliterate the Jester's toy. Yet, the teleportation mechanism preserved the box, sparing it from demise. Observing the box diverting the turret's fire, the Jester strutted with an arrogant and infuriating demeanor. Meanwhile, Feng Tang was calmly last-hitting minions in lane when he suddenly spotted a Jester emerging from behind the tower, causing him to feel flustered. In the voice chat, Mimi Dan, who was busy last-hitting in the tower, alerted his teammates, claiming he could not locate the steel shadow and was unable to interrupt the opponent's teleport. As Maple witnessed the jungler Kassa returning to base after clearing his initial camp, he realized that in this moment, he could only rely on himself. The pressing question was, where should he flee? Under normal circumstances, one's own turret serves as a hero's warm sanctuary, the most dependable refuge. However, this situation was an exception. Before the arrival of Qingsu Ying's teleport, the turret would be of no assistance to Maple. If he waited for Smeb to conclude his guiding time, he would find himself ensnared by the duo of Qingsu Ying and Jester behind him. Would he truly be safe beneath the turret? With determination, Maple resolved to flee downward. Yet Kuro had anticipated his escape route, preemptively blocking the lower exit. The seismic shard from the rock bird rained down upon the plane, reducing its health. Miller's voice erupted with excitement, betraying his exhilaration. The slow effect of the seismic shard allowed Gu Xing to close the distance to the plane, casting double-edged blade to ensnare his target. Kuro unleashed the rock burst, but Maple reacted swiftly, employing Valkyrie's dive to evade successfully. However, as the plane traversed through the seismic shard, the displacement triggered traps that erupted in a cacophony, further depleting its health. Smeb had landed. Qingsu Ying used her grappling hook to propel herself against the wall, facilitating a long-distance maneuver. With a second kick aimed at the plane, Maple seized the opportunity to flash away, evading the oncoming strike. Yet, before he could exhale in relief, a dazzling light flashed once more. E-flash, the doll cried out, his voice unusually high-pitched, as Qingsu Ying followed up with a flash to stun the plane. Camille executed her AQ combo on Maple, then followed with W, tactical sweep, to slow him down. Gu Xing refrained from claiming the kill. Song Jinghao had already used his double ability. It would be excessive for him to secure another kill. Smeb seized the moment, delivering a final blow to the plane with true damage. Miller passionately cheered for the home team, praising the strategy employed by Xinggu, which involved using a box to teleport teammates to dismantle the turret, thus successfully expanding their advantage. Had a mere ward allowed Smeb to teleport in, Maple could have easily retreated to safety beneath the turret. With both his flash and W for mobility, dispatching VG members would not have been an issue. However, the Jester's magic box drew turret aggro, ensnaring Maple in a perilous predicament of being caught between two threats. The audience felt the tide turning unfavorably, their brows furrowed, confidence from the opening moments dissipated. Quickly, the antelope, Maple exclaimed, frustration evident. Who would have anticipated that merely 4 minutes into the match, the Jester would orchestrate a 3-on-1 ambush, disregarding the turret? Shishi had no time to console his teammates, his gaze fixated on the mini-map. VG's 3 formidable champions had dispatched the plane and had not returned to mid-lane, but had instead vanished into the fog of war. A sense of foreboding gripped Shishi. The minion wave in the lower lane was gradually being pushed by Jax, with a significant number of VG minions accumulating, roughly a dozen. Should VG seize the opportunity of the minion wave advancing towards the turret? What would they do if faced with a 5-on-2 situation in the lower lane? Without summoner spells, how could the FW duo withstand the concentrated fire of their adversaries? VG may attempt to dive the turret. Someone help. Shishi's voice was urgent. Kassa also discerned VG's potential intention to dive the tower, abandoning the opportunity to farm the freshly respawned F6 in his upper jungle, and promptly redirected his efforts towards the bottom lane. Mimi Dan felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility for Feng Tang's demise. Burdened by guilt, he resolutely patted his chest, vowing to promptly teleport to protect his teammates. The Flash Wolves stood on high alert, anticipating VG's tower dive. However, as they observed the minion wave entering the defensive tower, the enemy champions remained conspicuously absent from the bottom lane. Something was amiss. Was there a miscalculation? Miller, watching from above, was perplexed to see Rek'Sai lurking behind the Flash Wolves' first tower, realizing that none of the VG players were present in the bottom lane. From his elevated vantage point, he scrutinized the situation closely. The VG players showed no inclination to head to the bottom lane. After dispatching the enemy jungler, they simply returned to their respective tasks. Kassa's ambush was in vain. Miller, unable to grasp the strategic mind games at play, found it difficult to comprehend Kassa's intentions. Yet, from a spectator's perspective, Rek'Sai's immobility appeared rather foolish. In the LPL live broadcast room, viewers, witnessing their team's advantage, erupted in laughter. Kassa is playing a grand strategy. Could it be the long-lost art of strategic play in LPL, unexpectedly inherited by the Curve team? Ha ha ha, The Flash Wolves thought VG was on the first layer, while they were on the second. Little did they know, VG was actually on the third. Is this truly the strongest team in LMS? A mere discounted water bottle? The curved Team S audience remains unconvinced. The Flash Wolves remained blissfully unaware. It was only when the Rock Bird returned to the mid lane, revealing new items in their inventory, that the Flash Wolves had an epiphany. A simple calculation of time revealed that Kuro had assisted in eliminating the enemy jungler and then immediately returned to base. This was enough to confirm that VG had no intention of diving the tower. The deceived members of the Flash Wolves, filled with indignation, found themselves powerless against their adversaries. Fragments of complaints echoed through the Team S voice communication. VG's unpredictable strategy left them feeling disoriented. Having wasted half a minute, Kassa begrudgingly returned to continue farming the jungle. Currently, the only thing respawning in the Flash Wolves jungle was a group of sharp-beaked birds, leaving him with no choice. He proceeded toward the F6, seemingly calm. However, the atmosphere from the spectators was charged with tension. Xing lay in wait in the bush beside the F6, poised to ambush the unsuspecting excavator. Wawa excitedly shouted, but Kassa remained oblivious, as he tunneled through the wall into the camp. This tunnel was a standard maneuver for Rek'Sai, connecting the upper and lower jungle, allowing the excavator to save considerable travel time and enhance farming efficiency. Consequently, Kassa did not venture into the bush beside the camp, completely unaware of the lurking clown. Gu Xing, after dispatching the enemy jungler, circled around, evading detection from the enemy minions in the mid lane, and concealed himself in the bush near the F6, waiting to apprehend Kassa. He had even preemptively set a trap. Yet Kassa was nowhere to be found. Assuming his presence had been discovered and contemplating retreating to farm, he finally caught sight of Rek'Sai hastening from the Three Wolves camp. Gu Xing couldn't help but smile wryly, finally realizing that Kassa was strategizing in the lower quadrant. Fortunately, good things are never too late. Upon witnessing Rek'Sai emerge from the ground to begin clawing at the foul-beaked bird, Gu Xing immediately activated his Q ability, Deceptive Magic. He became invisible and maneuvered forward, deliberately changing direction to disguise himself as if he had just ventured into the Lightning Wolf's jungle from the river. A swift backstab struck Rek'Sai, followed by proactive damage from Tiamat. Kassadin, equipped with merely a green jungler's knife and grass shoes, was left vulnerable without health or resistance. And Gu Xing's 2 strikes reduced his health by 13 in an instant. Damn, he muttered under his breath. The tunnel's cooldown had not yet expired, preventing him from resurfacing and traversing the recently excavated passage to reach the mid lane. Noticing the jester approaching from the river's vicinity, Kassadin instinctively began to retreat towards his own turret. This was human instinct. One cannot simply withstand the jester's output while retreating into enemy territory. Thus, he ducked into the brush. The magic box Gu Xing had earlier concealed within was triggered. The fear effect compelled him to dash toward the jester, and the thunderous damage erupted, having Rek'Sai's health. Kassadin's heart sank. Gu Xing landed another basic attack. In the current version, the jester's passive ability, Backstab, had a built-in cooldown of 3 seconds against the same target, which could be reduced by cooldown attributes. However, the advantage lay in the significantly higher damage output. With the cooldown refreshed, Gu Xing's next backstab, combined with the box's damage, left Kassadin severely weakened. In a hurry, Kassadin used his flash. The jester unleashed the E ability, Double-Edged Poison Blade, which dealt a considerable amount of damage. Kassadin felt his muscles tense as he watched the poison blade strike him. Only 35 health remained. Kassadin sighed with relief, his tension dissipating. That was close. Miller lamented, just a fraction of damage away from securing the kill, allowing Kassadin to escape. The doll, anxious, thumped his thigh in disappointment, pondering how unfortunate it was. Had they slain Kassadin, Gu Xing would have soared to new heights. The jester, lacking in chase capability, could only allow the escaping Rek'Sai, who had used flash, to flee. Thankfully, Kassadin had not cleared the F6 camp, permitting Gu Xing to counter jungle and catch up in development. Miller remarked that it was akin to forcing a flash from the excavator, which still yielded decent returns. The audience within the venue was filled with delight, believing that Lady Luck was favoring them. Just wait until our Lightning Wolves dual carries matured. We shall easily overcome VG. However, the audience remained oblivious. It is not that vengeance is not forthcoming. Rather, the time has yet to arrive. 389. The target of the prank is you. Kassadin, with a sliver of health, returned to base, his heart still racing as he patted his chest to calm himself. Damn, was there another box lurking in the brush? What was initially a simple escape had turned perilous, nearly resulting in his demise at the hands of the jester. Kassadin's reflexes were sharp. He quickly regained his composure. The jester had been lurking nearby, deliberately using his Q ability to conceal himself, luring him into the brush. How treacherous! He felt a wave of dread. Had Gu Xing slain him in the jungle, the consequences would have been dire. Fortunately, his fate was not yet sealed. Fortune had not abandoned him. After the near encounter with the Dan Sha Lei Ku Sai, a brief period of tranquility enveloped the canyon, devoid of any skirmishes. However, the dismal situation faced by the lower lane of the Lightning Wolves proved difficult to reverse. The two defenseless champions, lacking flash, could only tread cautiously against Thresh. Should they be ensnared by his hook, death would surely follow. Dandelion, ever cunning, recognized that his hook was on cooldown and that the opposing team would advance to suppress him, thus refraining from using his Q and opting to conceal himself in the brush. He even placed a control ward in the grass to ensure his team's dominance over that area. But he could hardly endure any longer. As the match approached the 5-minute mark, his and Jack's farm count was swiftly nearing 20. How could he possibly cope? He sought assistance, calling out, "Where are my teammates? Hong Haoshuan, come quickly. The enemy Thresh is without flash." He recalled how his jungler had promised to gank after pushing the wave back to the tower. Yet now he wondered, where are you? Kassa felt the weight of despair as well. In his last attempt to push the lane, fearing a 5-man dive from the enemy, he had come to set up a counter-ambush only to be toyed with by VG, narrowly escaping a gank from the Joker on his way back to the jungle. The disadvantage in the lower lane was becoming increasingly pronounced. If left unaddressed, the Lightning Wolves would lose Betty, their crucial late-game teamfight cornerstone. Kassa had no choice. With the Joker occupying the upper jungle, he decided to head down after returning to base to replenish his health, utilizing the explosive fruit. He leaped from the backside of his next tower into the river, targeting the VG duo. Varus unleashed his rain of arrows to apply a slow, while Karma stepped forward to ensnare with her spirit bond. Snake was meticulous. He understood that if he could just slow Thresh, Dandelion would be trapped. He needed to endure the initial burst from the enemy bot lane, striving not to be instantly eliminated. Therefore, he cast our mantra on his spirit bond, ensuring that even if VG retaliated, he could restore health to withstand their damage. Yet Dandelion was equally astute. Upon witnessing Karma's R for healing, he quickly deduced the enemy's shortcomings: insufficient damage. The Lightning Wolf support was equipped with a defensive exhaust rather than ignite. Dandelion refrained from hastily coordinating with Jack to unleash damage on the enemy, instead retaining his skills at the ready. "Someone come help. They can't kill me just yet," he called out in voice chat. Gu Xing also took note of the enemy's offensive on the lower lane. "Wait a moment. Once we deal with the plane, we'll rush down." He aimed to allow his bot lane to stall for as long as possible. Activating Q, Deceptive Magic, he leaped over the narrow wall, becoming invisible as he made his way to the mid lane. The director swiftly captured the Joker's movements, instantly drawing the attention of the world to Gu Xing. The commentators, the higher brothers, boomed with excitement. The Joker's invisibility lasts a long time. Xinggu has even bypassed the vision of the Lightning Wolves. In Season 7, the Joker's Q-centric playstyle, upon breaking invisibility, allowed for a remarkable 25 seconds of enhanced basic attack damage, showcasing an explosive single-target output potential. This led to Gu Xing, the newly ascended level 5 jester, wielding a level 3 Q, with an impressive 3 seconds of invisibility. Coupled with the initial 400-yard displacement of his Q, he was capable of traversing a staggering 1,500 yards throughout the entirety of the deceptive maneuver. Meanwhile, the Lightning Wolves exhibited a rather mediocre combat prowess in the upper quadrant. Karsa had nearly fallen to Gu Xing's assault earlier, and the vision set in the upper jungle was already sparse. Gu Xing effortlessly navigated around the enemy's sight to infiltrate the mid lane. The moment his invisibility dissipated, Gu Xing placed a magic box before the Lightning Wolf's tower, directing his double-edged blade toward the plane. Feng Tang's health is holding up well. The Jester's skill has not inflicted significant damage, yet the slowing effect has rendered him sluggish. Maple's heart raced upon the Jester's sudden appearance, haunted by the psychological shadow cast by Gu Xing's earlier aggressive tower dives. He was acutely aware of the opponent's movements in the upper quadrant, consciously positioning himself lower. Who would have thought that even under such precautions, He could not evade the jester's gank. The retreat towards the tower had already been sealed off by the box. Maple realized that even if he employed Valkyrie Dive, he could not escape the influence of the magic box before its effects took hold. Thus, the only viable escape route appeared to be a hasty retreat downward. Without further deliberation, Maple hastened his descent. The damage from the rock sparrow is now substantial. The stone strikes painfully upon the plane. Maple had anticipated that Kuro would not use his rock thrust, allowing him to avoid repositioning. However, Li Ruihang, as a seasoned veteran, remained calm and composed in managing the situation. He resolutely withheld his rock thrust, intent on crippling the plane's sole means of escape, aiming to extinguish him with sheer damage. As Maple was afflicted with a slow, he noticed the jester closing in, aware that if he did not act swiftly, he would be mercilessly cut down by Seiko. With no options left, he reluctantly executed the Valkyrie Dive, striving to create some distance. The rock sparrow flashes and unleashes the rock thrust. The commentator exclaimed excitedly, "It's a hit." The plane's movement speed was far from swift, especially hindered by the slowing effect. Maple endeavored to evade the skill with minor movements, yet ultimately, he was struck. Gu Xing unleashed two basic attacks upon the returning plane, along with the rock sparrow's damage, resulting in its demise. The broadcast swiftly cut back to the lower lane. "Lord Duan is still alive," Miller exclaimed in astonishment. "The lightning wolf's lower jungle damage is alarmingly insufficient." The critically wounded Thresh exhibited a fierce will to survive, still struggling to escape. Miller remained unaware of the underlying circumstances. Karsa, however, was fully cognizant of what had transpired. As he was the victim, the VG duo's tactics had driven Karsa to the brink of frustration. To put it succinctly, it was a matter of dragging things out, just prolonging the inevitable. With Karsa's flash having been forced out by Gu Xing previously, he was left with no choice but to utilize his E to tunnel into the battlefield. However, before Duan Delion could enter, he directly hooked Rek'Sai's landing point with his Q, death sentence. Subsequently, he utilized the Doom Pendulum to push him away. As the battle unfolded, Karsa found himself unable to engage in combat properly. Relying solely on the output from the F duo, they could not eliminate Thresh in the short term. "Are the Lightning Wolves not planning to retreat?" The child exclaimed excitedly. "The mid-jungle of VG is rushing to our aid. If they do not retreat now, they may very well be surrounded." The scene shifted to the river lane. The level 6 Fizz unleashed his ultimate skill, R, Wall of Thorns. Talia mounted the stone wall, swiftly making her way to the battle at the bottom lane. Kassadin felt a chill run down his spine. He understood that escaping at this moment would be no easy feat. Gritting his teeth, he could only fight to the bitter end. "Jack has pulled the hook." Miller's voice had taken on a sharp tone. What a splendid E-flash. Before the battle commenced, Yuwenba was aware that his mid-jungle could provide rapid support. So he meticulously prepared his E-hook. Only when his teammates were in position did he unleash it to control the enemy. The opposing bottom jungle had no flash or mobility skills. Jack's E-flash merely required the correct initial angle to ensure a hit. The Snake and Kassadin, who was closest to Xayah, were ensnared, suffering considerable damage. With a single arrow, Varus eliminated Thresh and hurriedly retreated. Betty dared not look at her teammates, offering healing as a gesture of her utmost efforts. Kuro landed and dealt substantial burst damage, directly taking down the fragile Karma. Miller continued. It was only a matter of time before Kassadin was eliminated as well. Betty was left to flee alone. Despite Varus not being controlled, he could abandon his teammates to escape Fizz's pursuit. No, Betty might not necessarily survive. The child, ever vigilant of the mini-map, quickly discerned the situation. Xing is circling through the jungle, still in pursuit. The camera shifted back to the Joker. Gu Xing, brandishing his dagger, traversed the blue zone of the lightning wolves with reckless abandon. The audience, in a state of panic, emitted desperate cries, attempting to alert Betty. However, the delay and noise rendered the players completely unaware of the audience's warnings, oblivious to the approaching danger. A nervously flustered Betty continued to click her mouse frantically on the ground, as if urging Varus to flee more swiftly, hoping to retreat to the second tower safely. Gu Xing arrived at the Lightning Wolf Swamp Frog camp, activating Q, Deceptive Magic, to leap over the wall to the bottom lane, stealthily closing in on Varus, who was retreating into the brush. He seemed certain that the director's camera was focused on him, and upon reaching Betty, he first displayed the VG team emblem, then began to dance on the spot. The Joker's comical dance evoked laughter, Yet not a single audience member could find humor in the moment. Tears brimmed in their eyes instead. From a god's eye view, Gu Xing's series of actions was dripping with mockery. The director was not an audience member but a staff member dispatched by the headquarters of the company, taking delight in the unfolding spectacle. Shifting the camera to the VG player bench, Gu Xing smirked, his expression filled with disdain and arrogance. As the 3-second stealth duration came to an end, the Joker became visible within Varys's line of sight. Betty had thought her situation quite secure. Suddenly, a Joker emerged beside her, startling her into a shiver. Heavens! Betty cursed to mask her inner turmoil. Seiko, I'm chasing the antelope. Initially hoping to escape and preserve his life. He was mercilessly crushed by the enemy in a mocking manner, marking one of the most despairing moments of existence. The Jester was no slouch either. With a couple of basic attacks and an E ability from Tiamat, he flung out the dual-sided venomous blades. Without even glancing at Varys, Gu Xing turned back to invade the jungle, executing a lethal blow that emptied Betty's health bar. With Maple's demise factored in, VG achieved a 1-for-4 exchange. Miller exclaimed with unrestrained joy, "The Flash Wolves are collapsing." Brother Xing's Jester truly possesses remarkable skills, always appearing unexpectedly to deliver a devastating backstab. Wawa offered high praise. In the LPL live broadcast room, VG supporters had already begun to revel. Flash Wolves. Flash Urine Wolves. Brother Xing can annihilate even with a Jester. One must wonder if this team is beyond saving. It's no wonder they are simply referred to as F. There's evidently a reason for that. To be honest, F is also burdened by this group of astute and witty viewers. Losing a match should have been straightforward. As long as they weren't defeated by a flimsy strategy, it would have sufficed, yet they insisted on complicating matters, and now the Flash Wolves must bear the brunt of it. Truth be told, I personally find the Jester's dance rather mediocre. He ought to undergo special training with the dog head. Now that would be true mockery. Understood. The dance moves are lacking. The expressions of the audience members have turned sour. Why the lack of smiles? He, TSK, the snake, rarely irritated, tugged at his hair. Had they managed to eliminate Thresh sooner, they might have successfully escaped before VG's jungle duo arrived. Although trading a mid laner for a support may not seem advantageous, for the beleaguered Flash Wolves, it represented their sole avenue of escape. Instead, due to insufficient damage output, Thresh was able to buy considerable time with a calm demeanor, resulting in VG's players systematically taking down the Flash Wolves members. The earlier chain reaction of Karsa being forced to flash after being singled out by Gu Xing was vividly illustrated in the recent team fight. Had Rek'Sai possessed a flash, he would not have been delayed in entering the fray by Duan Diliang's QE combo. That Seiko is infuriating to play against. Betty lamented, his mentality thrown off balance. He had been caught early in the match and, due to Shishi's vision, was ambushed by the Jester, forcing him to return to base, which disrupted their timing and caused him to miss 2 waves of minions. After finally coordinating with his teammates to gank Thresh and secure a kill to bolster his economy, he was again slain by the Jester who had rushed in from afar. Betty ground his teeth in frustration. I haven't even mentioned it. Feng Tang quietly complained. Seiko is treating me like a cash machine. Damn, is there no limit to the aggressiveness? Karsa offered feeble words of comfort. Let us hold on for a few minutes. Once we transition lanes, let us try to funnel some resources into our carries. For the Flash Wolves to claim victory, it appears they have but one path: to drag the game until their carries achieve 3 core items. At that point, relying on the formidable firepower from the backline and the tankiness of the frontliner, there could be a chance in team fights. Yet now, Varys is lagging behind in farm by 20, and the airplane has already fallen twice. By the time FS carries are fully equipped, they may not even last 30 minutes. It is often said that the joys and sorrows between individuals do not resonate with one another. As the members of the Flash Wolves were thrown into disarray by Gu Xing, the VG players continued their celebrations. Well done, Jack bellowed. Strike with such ferocity that those wretched ones howl like dogs. Let them keep barking. For every cry, we shall slay the Flash Wolves anew. His grin was menacing, making him resemble Draven even more. Goodness, if you were to traverse back to ancient times, you might concoct some fiendish torture methods, chuckled the usually reserved Duan Deliang. Do you comprehend the value of the Glory Executioner's unique skills? Jack boasted, when it comes to tormenting, I am a true professional. Gu Xing, emboldened by his possession of Tiamat, swept through the enemy's jungle, securing a vision ward before heading to the dragon pit to claim the fire dragon. With a backstab in hand, the efficiency of the jester in farming such monsters was remarkable, and it wasn't long before the dragon was captured. Upon returning to base, he refreshed his equipment. Initially, Gu Xing intended to craft the smoldering jungle knife to bolster his tankiness, as their composition lacked a pure tank role, and he needed to shoulder that responsibility. However, in a moment of madness, he reconsidered, thinking it best to make a bold statement given their significant advantage. The serrated dirk. The jester, now equipped with damage items, wore a frighteningly sinister smile as he prepared for another round of carnage. Donning a pair of boots of speed, he reveled in the sensation of flight. After clearing his second red buff, he smoothly ascended to level 6. With his ultimate ability, the jester experienced a transformation in combat prowess. Just as he pondered whom to target, Kuro reported, "The enemy's fizz has placed a ward near my tower." This was a perfectly reasonable action. Kuro, currently holding 3 kills, was poised for a decisive strike. With the ability of the Talia to push lanes and roam efficiently, she could rapidly extend her influence across the map. It was entirely sensible for Feng Tang to place a ward to monitor Talia's subsequent movements. Yet, Gu Xing devised a cunning plan, intending to use it to his advantage. Previously, when he had reversed the Flash Wolf's control of the jungle, he had placed another ward in the blue area. Now, spotting the enemy Rek'Sai within his vision, clearly preparing to secure the soon-to-reset second blue buff for Fizz, he resolved to set his plan in motion. Miller was the first to sense something amiss. Why did Xingji activate his ultimate? The spectator panel displayed that the jester's hallucination had entered cooldown. The camera focused once more on the jester. All viewers witnessed 2 jesters, each wielding sharp blades. One clone traversed the mid lane, heading towards the upper jungle, while the real one moved between the VG's bird camp and the narrow brush below mid lane. What is Xingji up to? Wondered Hua, utterly perplexed. From his perspective, the jester's actions were indeed bewildering. Shortly thereafter, Gu Xing's real self sped down the river, while the 2 jesters followed distinctly opposing paths. In no time, the decoy slipped beyond the range of detection, and the real Gu Xing forcibly summoned the intruding decoy from the upper half of the map to his side. Miller hissed softly, realizing something was amiss. The director's response was remarkably swift, seamlessly switching to the perspective of the lightning wolves. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment as the decoy traversed the mid lane, inadvertently revealing itself near the vision ward placed by Feng Tang, thus allowing the lightning wolves to detect its movement. Beyond this, the lightning wolves gained no further advantage. However, the audience understood that the moment the decoy exited the detection range, it would be forcibly recalled to the true Joker's side due to the considerable distance from its original form. The entire process of the decoy's return to the lower half of the map remained outside F's vision, unbeknownst to the lightning wolves. Xingge is deliberately deceiving his opponents, Miller exclaimed, piecing together the logic, his tone filled with astonishment. He has mastered the art of misdirection, leading the lightning wolves to believe he was genuinely advancing upwards. The 2 jokers, viewed from a godlike perspective, could be distinguished by their differing attire. Yet, from the enemy's viewpoint, there was no discernible difference. Even the red buff was replicated beneath the feet of the decoy. The false Li Gui had transformed into the true Li Kui. Karsa remained oblivious. Both junglers had exchanged jungle camps early on, resulting in the blue buffs on both sides refreshing nearly simultaneously. Thus, he harbored no suspicions about Gu Xing's choice to move upwards. Was it not entirely reasonable for him to assist Kuro with the blue buff for his teamo? Karsa, without a hint of doubt, proceeded to attack his own blue buff, intending to weaken the monster before calling Feng Tang over to claim it. The entire vision of the lower river is firmly under VG's control. It is utter darkness from the perspective of the lightning wolves, Miller stated, fully focused. This signifies that Xingji's trail remains undiscovered. The advantage of VG's mid and bottom lanes was overwhelming, ensuring that the lower river, connecting both lanes, was securely protected, preventing the lightning wolves from placing any wards. Moreover, Karsa's Rek'Sai, primarily focused on farming, had only briefly burrowed underground to recover health, during which the Joker had yet to approach the range of the ground-based spell. All these factors granted Gu Xing an abundance of operational space. The decoy positioned itself motionless within the brush of the lower river, while the true form advanced forward, arriving at the outskirts of the lightning wolf's blue zone. unleashing a Q ability to pass through the wall. The distance between the two jokers triggered the recall effect once more. This enabled the decoy to successfully traverse the wall and join its true form at the blue buff camp. Rek'Sai had already reduced the jungle monster's health to 800. Gu Xing had no intention of stealing it. His primary objective was to secure a kill. After placing the box, both jokers lunged at Rek'Sai with a backstab. The dual damage enhancement of the passive Q Deceptive Magic drastically lowered Rek'Sai's health with Gu Xing's strike. A lethal blow. The Tiamat followed with another strike. Gu Xing's serrated dagger was not wielded in vain. Both forms attacked simultaneously, and in the blink of an eye, Rek'Sai's health plummeted below half. Karsa trembled violently. His face a mask of horror, his eyes filled with disbelief. What was happening? Hadn't the Joker gone to the upper half of the map? Why had he suddenly appeared before him? His mind was a chaotic whirl. Nevertheless, Karsa understood all too well that if he did not flee immediately, he would meet his demise here. He rapidly burrowed underground, preparing to dig an escape tunnel. Yet, it was already too late. As the imposter delivered the final blow, he fulfilled his mission. The 18 seconds of suspense concluded with the jester's explosive demise, transforming into a brilliant display of fireworks. In the current iteration, upon the demise of our illusion, the magic box does not trigger immediately. Instead, it must wait 2 seconds like the ordinary version. Nevertheless, the explosion inflicts substantial damage. Even with Kassa relinquishing his punishment, it proved futile. Gu Xing's ignited state diminished his healing potential, leaving Rek'Sai's health precariously low. Xingji finishes it off. The dual-edged blade catches up with the excavator fleeing through the tunnel. The execution effect claimed Rek'Sai. Danza shouted Wawa passionately, I knew it. Last time Kassa merely escaped by a stroke of luck. His life will eventually be reclaimed. Miller expressed his astonishment. Goodness, Xingji has truly mastered the jester. This cerebral jungler suits him perfectly. Gu Xing, as always, showcased his prowess. The silver-white VG emblem silenced the crowd. The audience, clutching their heads in despair, displayed their anguish. Compared to the brutal slaughter characterized by sheer mechanical skill, this method of overpowering through strategy was undoubtedly more torturous for the spectators. How could the jester be this despicable? Maple's blue buff is also destined for Xingji. How can the Lightning Wolves recover from this? Wawa appeared to speak on F's behalf. Yet the schadenfreude in his tone was unmistakable, a blatant mockery. In the LPL lounge, Xingji, you're amazing. Sure, Sunming exclaimed with starry eyes. The jester can be played this way? Xianghua, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, wow, Gu Xing plays so unnaturally well, deceiving with various vision tricks. It's terrifying. Candy's face turned pale. He empathized with Kassa's perspective, feeling he could hardly perform better than his opponent. Gu Xing's approach was utterly unpredictable, blending genuine and false information, leaving no room for defense. The players of the Lightning Wolves remained silent. Don't hold back, Dan urged anxiously. I genuinely want to hear your thoughts. Isn't it just a disadvantage? It's not that serious. He felt his teammates lacked resilience. Just focus on farming. You haven't encountered this Sacco, Kassa sighed. It's truly nauseating. Any misstep would allow the jester to find him through bizarre means with his short dagger. Kassa now approached his own jungle camps with trepidation. What a pitiful jungler. I don't believe it, Dan stubbornly asserted. My economy is solid. Just farm the gold, and I'll handle the front line in team fights. He was indeed confident. As the match progressed, the lane he occupied was the least imbalanced. Pre-match expectations suggested the top lane would be a vulnerability. Yet it proved that Makai's landing prowess remained formidable. The continuous healing combined with excessive base damage enabled Makai to withstand the price increase of Doran's shield, showcasing exceptional lane sustainability. Due to SB teleporting to support the mid lane, Dan even found himself leading in farm. Confronting a world-class top laner and achieving such a level of competition can undoubtedly be deemed a success. Dan felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, unafraid of any challenge. Believing that Gu Xing's jester was far from intimidating, merely a consequence of teammate negligence. At the 9-minute mark, the opportunity to prove himself presented itself. With a forward push on the lane, Dan ventured away from the protective embrace of the turret, positioning himself at the midline of the top lane. He planted a vision ward in the rear triangle bush to guard against a potential gank. Alas, he was unable to foresee the jester's stealthy traversal over the wall. Upon spotting the Sacco, Dan realized that the jester had already reached the corner of the wall, poised to ambush from behind. Moreover, with his ultimate ability now off cooldown, Sacco summoned a doppelganger, two jesters advancing in synchrony, one ahead, one behind. Dan calculated silently and hastened towards the safety of the turret, seeking refuge beneath its protective wings. The steel shadow employs tactical sweep to restrain, and Xing is prepared to engage, Miller exclaimed in astonishment. Dan's treant ensnares the jester. Twisted advance. Makai transformed into a swirling mass of roots, targeting the rear jester. Dan's intentions were not merely to escape using the jester as a means of displacement. He harbored aspirations of retaliating. The jester, in an effort to evade detection, had already expended his Q ability, and similarly used his R, leaving him devoid of any means of escape. If only he could force the jester under the turret's fire, the output from the tower would surely obliterate him. The prospect of a substantial bounty danced in Dan's mind, an instant ascent to glory. Upon ensnaring the jester, Dan promptly unleashed his Q, sapling toss, propelling the jester into the turret's range. Following this, he executed his R, nature's grasp. The combination of QR flowed seamlessly. As a seasoned top laner, Dan's proficiency with the treant was only surpassed by EDG's top player, undoubtedly a figure of authority. He aimed to employ a chain of control to render the jester immobile. The turret merely needed to fire 3 shots, and that Sacco would be done for. However, the moment the skills erupted upon the jester, Dan's heart plummeted. This was disastrous. The damage inflicted upon the jester was alarmingly excessive. Dan, despite his lack of familiarity with Sacco, understood that the doppelganger would absorb more damage than the true form. He had miscalculated. What was more critical was his desire for swift execution of the combo, denying the jester any chance of escape, leading him to hastily expend his QR abilities. Unless he could somehow undo his decisions, there was no avenue for redemption. Dan was left bewildered. How could this be an illusion? Surely, the jester was meant to have the doppelganger take the brunt of the attacks? Gu Xing, how could you lead with the jester, allowing the doppelganger to remain safely behind? This defied logic. A chill raced up Dan's spine as he realized he had already expended most of his skills, leaving him with no means of escape. The false jester was swiftly obliterated by the turret's fire and the treant's explosive combo, resulting in a significant portion of Makai's health bar vanishing. The true Sacco grinned malevolently, relishing in the mischief directed at Dan. The steel shadow's grappling hook clings to the wall, followed by a second E, Miller declared, his voice brimming with pride and triumph. In a flurry of activity, the jester deftly executed a flash to evade danger. The steel shadow synchronized with the flash, forcefully incapacitating him. The jester's basic attack followed by Tiamat. The tree's health plummets rapidly. SB bravely absorbed a couple of hits from the turret before unleashing R, Hexdeck Ultimatum, to redirect the turret's aggro. Gu Xing, with lightning speed, struck thrice, invoking thunder before standing guard nearby. He shielded his teammates from 2 cannon strikes before retreating. The steel shadow's attack followed by a lift delivered true damage, bringing the tree to its knees. What a play by the jester! Miller exclaimed. How did he guess the fake so accurately? Wawa chuckled. Not only did he predict the fake, but he also exhibited unwavering confidence in his judgment, unleashing all his skills upon the decoy. The chat room was filled with exuberance. Jester, you never fail to impress. Xing Gu is truly crafty, intentionally placing the real body up front to deceive. A devil toying with hearts. Such insidious tactics. The jester's rare innocence has been nearly consumed. Woe unto the culprit, virtue. The jester is truly a bright young man, especially in his own home. Watching the opponents dance to his tune is pure entertainment. So, Khazar glanced at his top laner while returning to base for supplies. Was I wrong? You truly are incapable. The jester's face flushed red. The humiliation of being outsmarted surged from within, ultimately manifesting as a long, resigned sigh. At this point, the Lightning Wolves lanes and jungle were in disarray, plunging into an irretrievable disadvantage. Xing Gu has secured the Rift Herald, and it seems the Lightning Wolves are not preparing to resist, not even approaching the barren pit, Miller noted, glancing at the data panel. In under 11 minutes, the economic disparity is nearing 4,000. He laughed heartily. And this is before the first blood tower has been destroyed. The gap will only widen from here. Miller, once tense at the start of the match, now appeared relaxed. Subsequently, Gu Xing demonstrated just how terrifying an advantage-laden jester could be. The karma was in the jungle, placing wards. Suddenly, a jester appeared out of nowhere behind her. A backstab ignited, A followed by Tiamat and A. The full health Karma barely had time to turn and cast R, but her health could not recover in time, and she was swiftly dispatched by the Jester. Goodness. It's as if he's killing without a trace. Wawa lamented, the damage output from an AP Jester against squishy targets is truly incomprehensible. While the red trinket can reveal the Jester's concealed approach, one must first reach level 9 to expand the scanning range, and there must be prior warning. The Lightning Wolves have managed neither. The plane, Varus, and the tree were not equipped to scan, relying solely on the jungle support, who had the lowest average level. To perform scans was futile. By the time they reached level 9, it would be too late. The result was that they could only watch helplessly as the Jester executed kill after kill. The Jester, like a phantom, appeared silently beside the Lightning Wolves' fragile champions, dispatching them with a few swift strikes. The audience was engulfed in despair, their lamentations echoing throughout the venue. No one felt their pain more acutely. From a god's perspective, the audience could foresee Gu Xing's next target. The audience may shout fervently, yet the competitors remain blissfully unaware of their impending doom. As the spectators watch their favored players step into the lethal traps woven by the Jester, an overwhelming sense of helplessness envelopes the atmosphere, rendering it unbearable to witness further. The pain is excruciating. Initially, the audience's cries are loud, but gradually their voices diminish until silence pervades the venue. They come to the stark realization that their efforts are in vain. Having purchased tickets, they feel compelled to remain seated, watching the Jester perpetrate his carnage. Meanwhile, VG, wielding a considerable advantage, takes its time to expand its lead, clearly intent on prolonging the torment. Gu Xing relentlessly hunts alone in the jungle, with Karsa being the most frequent victim of his onslaught. The most terrifying aspect is his ability to sense the Jester's swift approach through his earth-shattering skills. While he finds himself without an escape route, the foreknowledge of one's impending demise brings an indescribable anguish that lingers. Upon revealing himself, Seiko grins wickedly as he plunges his blade into Rek'Sai's corpulent form, inflicting devastating damage. What kind of damage is this? Doim cries out. A pure tank like Rek'Sai is as fragile as paper before the Jester. Karsa bears witness to the ever-increasing lethality of his adversary. The speed with which he is dispatched accelerates. Initially, he must ignite and activate his ultimate alongside his clone, but soon the Jester effortlessly approaches, executing a series of basic attacks that leave him severely weakened, culminating in a lethal, double-edged poison strike. At the 23-minute mark, Seiko holds 15 kills, 4.5 items, his blood-soaked blade reminiscent of a harbinger of death. The Flash Wolves make their final stand at their base. At this juncture, Karsa burrows underground, using his skills to ascertain Gu Xing's position. Just as he intends to alert his teammates, SB's Kiana launches an unrelenting assault with her E-Flash, incapacitating the enemy jungler and subsequently trapping Varus within her ultimate, forcefully ejecting the remaining members of Flash Wolves. Gu Xing flashes onto Varus, delivering 2 straightforward strikes, sending him to his demise without any suspense. Following Varus's abrupt downfall, the already diminished Flash Wolves must accept a disheartening 0-for-5 defeat. If all goes as expected, VG could swiftly demolish the enemy's nexus. 390. There's a Jester lurking in the shadows. VG, having annihilated the opposing team, advances fiercely, dismantling the enemy's high ground before rushing toward the inhibitor tower. However, just before the enemy nexus is crushed, a minor incident occurs. Betty's Varus falls first in the skirmish. Due to his low level and the brief duration of the match, his respawn time is relatively short. As VG reduces Flash Wolf's base to critical health, Varus re-emerges in the fountain. Defeat is inevitable, and Betty understands that the outcome will not change because of him. Yet, he instinctively moves outside the fountain. After all, this is their home ground, and he does not wish to convey a lack of resistance to the audience by merely waiting in the fountain for failure. He takes a few steps forward. Yet before he can venture far, he sees the Jester charging at him, dagger in hand. Seiko, drenched in crimson blood, bore an appearance reminiscent of a demon, with the vivid red staining the corners of his mouth. Betty's heart raced with trepidation. Stay away from me. Countless shadows from the entire match converged in her mind. Resolutely abandoning any notion of showcasing her resistance, she hastily retreated, seeking refuge in the fountain. Yet, Gu Xing was resolute in his murderous intent. Following the swift elimination of Varus in the recent team fight, The task became astonishingly simple. He harvested effortlessly, not even activating our phantasm. Now, it was the perfect moment to utilize it. Accompanied by a sinister laugh and a cloud of smoke, two identical jesters materialized before Betty. What is Brother Xing doing? The doll wondered, initially believing the match was nearing its conclusion, only to be confronted with unexpected twists. He has no intention of sparing even the resurrected Betty. Miller's eyes gleamed with intensity. He is poised to unleash his ultimate ability for a forceful kill under the fountain. The remaining VG members ceased their assault on the Flash Wolves base, allowing Brother Xing to secure one final kill. The main crystal was merely 780 hit points from destruction, and the heroes gathered before the Flash Wolves fountain. The six surrounded the solitary and feeble Varus with unwavering resolve. VG dog tags illuminated above, the silver emblem proclaiming the victor. However, the Seiko that once tormented souls with his illusions now revealed his true self. One of the jesters bore the VG emblem, unmistakably signaling to Betty that this was the genuine article. In the next instant, the false jester boldly entered the fountain, swept by a laser that dealt 1,000 damage in a heartbeat. The jester's level was high, and despite being an illusion, he could endure for a moment. The true Seiko activated Q, deceptive magic, and flickered into the fountain. With a basic attack, he reset his auto attack with a colossal 9, followed by E double-edged blade. A rapid succession of damages was unleashed. The long-range assaults of Talia and Zaya continued to inflict damage from the sidelines. The already fragile Varus succumbed once more, his life claimed by the jester. Ace. The announcement of the Flash Wolves' complete annihilation echoed throughout the venue. Betty, witnessing the jester's true form beginning to endure fountain damage, was consumed by rage and shouted, "Die! Even if I perish, you shall not survive." The audience erupted into fervent cheers. They no longer aspired to conquer VG. A single kill against the jester would suffice as a triumph. Yet, just as the ray was about to strike down the jester, the cheers abruptly ceased. The perspectives of 10 players uncontrollably shifted towards the Flash Wolves' main crystal. The base's health bar emptied, culminating in a thunderous explosion. The jester emerged unscathed, standing within the fountain. Seiko's VG emblem was strikingly prominent, piercing the hearts of all present. Their own fountain, now ruthlessly occupied by VG. Congratulations to VG. The doll finally articulated the conclusion he had held back for several seconds, his voice resounding with vigor. In the opening match, they have triumphed over the Flash Wolves, securing a victorious start and providing our LPL region with a promising beginning in this intercontinental tournament. Miller's voice also soared. Though VG faced some fluctuations in their performance due to pre-match version adjustments, their level remains consistently high, showcasing an overwhelming strength against the Flash Wolves. His implication was exceedingly clear. Even selecting an obscure jester from the professional arena could easily dismantle the Lightning Wolves, a testament to the disparity in strength between the two teams. The director's camera panned to the VG player bench. Gu Xing removed his headphones, rising to face the silent audience before him. His expression was impassive, palm laid flat against his ear, tilting his head to direct his ear towards the gathering of spectators. His demeanor was defiant, and his posture exuded an audacious arrogance, a blatant provocation. Aren't you fond of booing? Go on, I'm all ears. The audience erupted into a slight commotion, yet the earlier jeers had vanished. Many in the audience regretted attending the match. Following the conclusion of the S4 World Championship, the LMS region had endured 2.5 years of practice, finally securing the hosting rights for another official event from Riot Games. The audience had hoped to experience the electric atmosphere of esports in person while simultaneously mocking the LPL teams. However, the opening match saw VG deliver a brutal slaughter that rudely awakened them from their dreams. Witnessing Gu Xing's unabashed bravado on camera, the audience dared not resist any longer. The rampaging Seiko's every strike felt as if it pierced the very hearts of those present. The merciless jester left an indelible shadow in their minds. Naturally, the director seized the opportunity to stir the pot, focusing the frame on Gu Xing. Countless viewers, through the live broadcast, beheld his exuberant celebration following victory. In an instant, the chat channel was inundated with a flurry of comments. So handsome. Come on, why aren't you laughing, you guys? Oh no, why does it feel like a library in here? Gu Xing really knows how to deliver a merciless blow, yet it's still enjoyable. These folks are truly both inept and loud. One would think LMS had claimed a multitude of championships, only to discover they haven't won a single one. Screenshot taken, heading to spam the Lightning Wolves official Twitter. Jack rushed over to embrace Gu Xing, exuberantly exclaiming, "Old Gu, your jester skills are on par with the best. Just the other day, I remarked that your playstyle would suit the jester well. And today you brought it out. Surely I deserve some credit." Yuanba chimed in with a grin. Kuro joined the fray, eager to claim his share of the glory. "If we're talking credit, that's all me. Had we not swiftly demolished the base, Gu Xing would have been soaking in the fountain at home." After Seiko's decisive kill on Betty, Gu Xing nearly met his end in the Lightning Wolves fountain. The match had abruptly concluded, halting damage calculations, which allowed the jester to survive. And the true hero of the match was none other than Kuro. He sensed that Gu Xing was on the verge of eliminating Betty, astutely predicting that their jungler would soon face peril, while Li Ruihang's Thresh could have thrown a lantern to allow the jester to escape the enemy fountain. The hero's lantern required a brief moment to travel through the air. Should Seiko attempt to use the lantern to flee, he might very well be struck down by the fountain's laser mid-escape. In such a scenario, Kuro devised a brilliant plan. "I'll just take down the base, and the jungler will survive." With 2 basic attacks, combined with the assistance of the super minion, he successfully demolished the Flash Wolf's base, rescuing Gu Xing from the overwhelming damage of the fountain. To be frank, K sure was crucial, Gu Xing generously praised. "If it weren't for Ruihang, my performance would have lacked a touch of flair. Had I been eliminated by the fountain, the victory scene for VG would have showcased the jester's lifeless body, and the finishing bounty would have been claimed by Betty. In such a scenario, I would have felt too embarrassed to stand and flaunt my success." Now that Kuro has leveled the base, Gu Xing, as the jester, stands proudly in the Flash Wolf's fountain, allowing him to hold his head high and boast grandly. "Elbow, come shake hands with me." Li Ruihang, closest to the F-player area, led the way across the stage. The director's camera then shifted to the faces of the Flash Wolves players. The 5 lackluster professional players vividly portrayed their despondency. Their eyes were devoid of spirit, utterly unfocused. After being reminded by his support, Betty suddenly remembered the post-match handshake. Turning around, he was met with Gu Xing. An involuntary shiver ran through him. The faint smile on the other's face seemed to stretch into a grin reminiscent of a jester in Betty's eyes. The elusive and ever-present Seiko filled Betty with trepidation. He feigned composure, extending his hand to shake with Gu Xing, only to quickly withdraw it, fearing that the other might truly transform into a jester and deliver a treacherous backstab. Surely not. Gu Xing thought Betty was overreacting. He had yet to unleash his true tormenting tactics. The match had merely lasted 24 minutes. To genuinely witness the effect of the Radiant Boy, the game would need to last at least half an hour. However, seeing Betty so utterly terrified, Gu Xing refrained from further mocking him. To Gu Xing, the Flash Wolves merely played the role of a punching bag, truly suffering an undeserved misfortune. What was initially a conflict between VG and the local team ultimately required the Flash Wolves to pay the price. Upon reflection, it seemed rather unfair to the Flash Wolves. They had shown no hostility during this intercontinental tournament. The jungler and support had even graciously taken him on a tour of the Lingya night market. Yet, due to audience antics, they were thoroughly trounced by VG throughout the match. Gu Xing comfortingly patted Betty on the shoulder. "It's unavoidable, Ligia." He had compelling reasons to secure victory in that round. Betty wore a long face, nodding to indicate that he fully understood Gu Xing's frenzied performance in the match. Kassa absent-mindedly twirled a lock of hair with his fingers, exuding an air of defeat. Throughout the match, any audience member with even a modest understanding of the game could discern how thoroughly Gu Xing had dismantled him. Ganks, jungle invasions, solo kills in the jungle, map control. Kassa could not boast a single achievement. Being defeated by Gu Xing was hardly a rarity. After all, the two teams had faced each other during the mid-season invitational. Yet, the difference this time was that Gu Xing was wielding the jester. Seiko's skill set inherently required a strong early game to snowball. He was a hero that walked a fine line, making it challenging to see him in professional play. In a surprising turn of events, Karsa found himself ruthlessly overwhelmed by Gu Xing, who wielded an unconventional champion, despite Karsa selecting one of the strongest junglers, Rek'Sai. The harsh reality struck Karsa profoundly. Is the gap between us truly this vast? He earnestly inquired of Gu Xing. With that expression on your face, you must already have the answer you seek. Gu Xing replied with a casual shrug. He could not, in good conscience, claimed that Karsa had performed admirably or that there was no significant skill disparity. Fortune had merely favored him in his use of Joker, allowing him to remain unscathed and dominate. Neither could he bluntly state that Karsa's performance was lacking, as it indeed bore a hint of inexperience. Thus, he opted for a more emotionally intelligent approach, leaving Karsa momentarily speechless, who let out a brief sigh and chose not to elaborate further. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and the once great top laner felt a sense of discontent. He believed his gameplay that day had not been subpar and had managed to withstand the pressure posed by his opponent during the landing phase. The sole issue lay in being outmaneuvered by Gu Xing's gank, resulting in a catastrophic collapse of his lane. Even now, he could not fathom how he had been deceived. He longed to hear Gu Xing's thought process, but, given their unfamiliarity and the limited time during the handshake, he ultimately refrained from voicing his curiosity. Gu Xing and his 4 teammates made their way to the center of the stage. Rather than bowing directly to the audience, they sought out the cameras, offering a slight bow as a gesture of courtesy. This way, viewers watching the match via live stream could witness the VG players' respectful bow. Unfortunately, the on-site audience remained indifferent. "Go, Brother Xing!" A few fervent fans among the crowd brandished support signs, cheering for their team. Gu Xing waved apologetically before departing with his teammates to the player area to remove their gear. The post-match interview on the main stage was not intended for him. Even though Joker had shown brilliantly on the battlefield, LMS host Xiao Xiong refrained from approaching Gu Xing, fearing he might utter some harsh words during the interview or that the audience might engage in disruptive antics, causing a broadcast mishap. The tension between the two sides was palpable, with the audience feeling provoked and Gu Xing responding in kind, striking a perfect balance. A further spark could ignite the situation beyond control. Gu Xing, disinterested in the expressions of the audience, swiftly gathered his equipment and exited the stage. LPL players loitered near the entrance of the passage, eagerly gathering around Gu Xing as he descended. "Little Gu, your Joker is ruthless. Brother Xing, you are my idol. You can even play Joker? Teach me sometime. You played brilliantly today. A true champion should thoroughly humiliate the weak. If we don't show them their true colors, they'll think they are invincible." They all praised Gu Xing with exuberance. VG was not the only team facing unfair treatment. The other 3 LPL teams had also suffered. They all harbored hopes that VG would reclaim their honor by decisively defeating the LMS team supported by the audience. The past half hour had been a delightful spectacle for the players, as Gu Xing's display of skill had filled their hearts with joy. "Everyone, when we take the stage later, let us lend our strength and strive to secure first place in our group for a direct passage to the finals." Jean Eba encouraged the LPL members with applause. The Intercontinental Tournament spans just 4 days, with the semifinals and finals scheduled back-to-back, creating a rather intense schedule. Securing a spot in the finals would grant an additional day of rest, allowing the team to meticulously study their opponents and prepare thoroughly. The second to take the stage was the spring season runner-up, E, facing off against SKT, the second seed from LCK. Thanks to VG's decisive victory in the opening match, the morale of LPL was soaring, and E stood tall, ready to engage SKT in an epic battle. Meanwhile, Gu Xing was pulled by Yu Shuang to a black backdrop adorned with the LPL logo for an interview with their home region. She opened with the customary question about his feelings following the victory in the opening match. He candidly replied, "Some of the audience was not very friendly towards us," seemingly believing that VG was lacking in strength. "Therefore, I am quite pleased with our significant win." Yu Shuang beamed with a bright smile. "Today, Brother Xing utilized the relatively unconventional champion, Shaco, and achieved remarkable results. I noticed many viewers in the live stream are curious about the hero's techniques. Could you share some gameplay tips with everyone?" To be fair, Shaco does not require a high level of mechanical skill, Gu Xing explained succinctly, but it emphasizes strategic thinking, the use of doppelgangers and deception techniques, along with the Q skill's wall-crossing invisibility that offers multiple gank route options. These advantages mean that as long as an early lead is secured, Shaco's strength can be formidable. Making cooldown reduction items early on will balance both damage and agility. For instance, I would place 6 growth cooldown reduction runes in the blue slots, achieving a total of 10 cooldown reduction at max level, which is quite crucial for Shaco. Shaco's Q, deceptive trick, is the core skill to level up. In the current version, successfully triggering the attack after becoming invisible further reduces the cooldown by 25 seconds, coupled with substantial cooldown reduction items. Shaco's mobility and margin for error in team fights significantly improve. Yu Shuang, not fully grasping the intricacies, maintained a polite smile throughout the exchange, as her understanding was akin to that of a novice in the league. Now for the next question, Brother Xing, after defeating the Flash Wolves, you also achieved a milestone in your career, your 100th match victory. What thoughts would you like to share with everyone? Gu Xing's expression remained composed. Had this been a week prior, he might have felt astonished and elated. However, after the unexpected defeat to Suning, Shen Guanshan had already mentioned the significance of the 100 victories. Gu Xing recalled that winning against the Flash Wolves would allow him to reach this achievement. And now he felt no waves of emotion. Nonetheless, he crafted his words to express something meaningful. I hope to attain a second and even a third 100 victories in the future, Gu Xing stated. I also extend my gratitude to the audience for their support and encouragement, which has allowed me to continually improve and grow since the start of my professional career. Having accomplished the 100th victory, I might as well make a wish while the fortune is favorable, striving to lift the inaugural Intercontinental Championship trophy alongside the other 3 teams. He smiled brightly. May Brother Xing realize his wishes and continue to strive for new brilliance, Yu Shuang eloquently expressed before allowing him to return to the lounge. Upon entering his room, Gu Xing promptly retrieved his phone to respond to messages from family and friends. His friend Ding Ran was particularly exuberant, sending voice messages filled with exuberant exclamations. His parents, likely aware of the tumultuous events at the competition venue, were reminding Gu Xing to maintain his composure and not let it affect him. Gu Xing replied to each message thoughtfully, noticing that the second match had just entered the BP phase, and he hurriedly opened the anti-harassment platform to prepare for a surfing session. The scoring thread was as lively as ever. In a mere quarter of an hour, Gu Xing noticed a post with the highest engagement had garnered over 1,000 comments. Upon clicking in, he was immediately met with the characteristic vitriol from the trolls. They really have no shame. Can they just hurry up and disappear? None of the 4 LPL teams received applause and instead were met with boos. It's truly disgraceful. We're waiting. S7 World Championship is coming to the mainland. Let us see how we handle it. Let us just say it's karma. VG can't beat the audience next round, but they can certainly take down the Flash Wolves on stage. Today, the blame lies at least partially with the audience. Reading these comments, Gu Xing felt a refreshing clarity wash over him. Countless trolls vented their frustrations in the most straightforward language, serving as his internet mouthpiece. Scrolling down, he encountered the scoring content. As the original poster shared Gu Xing's promotional photo, they also highlighted his impressive MVP statistics: 18 kills, 0 deaths, and 7 assists. Before going to bed tonight, I'll check under the covers. I suspect there's a clown hiding there smiling at you. Getting solo killed 4 times by your opponent? Impressive. I've seen the same scenario twice in the mid-game, where the excavator discovers a clown lurking, quickly wriggling away to escape, only to have Brother Xing catch him and chop him down. In contrast, the community's evaluations of Betty were notably more lenient, primarily due to their unfamiliarity with him. Unlike the contentious remarks directed at Kassa. Of course, it might also be that they simply couldn't bear to be harsh. Betty had suffered too many instances of tower diving and fountain camping, and many ADC players empathized, lamenting the humble status of marksman. Xiao Gu. Make sure to log on to Weibo later and retweet and like our official blog content, Jin Wenhe reminded him. Gu Xing acknowledged with a nod, just as Jack erupted with expletives, exclaiming, "Damn, Boss Su." Playing mid-rise in front of Faker? Gu Xing looked up at the television screen. The BP for the next match had been finalized. Why do I feel like the lineup isn't quite right? He mused. It's a bit of a hodgepodge. A mid-lane pick of Ryze would be better complemented by a top laner capable of breaking through on the side lanes, yet 957 had opted for the hand of Prince. Indeed, while Leg Brothers' proficiency with Prince is commendable, the synergy between the 2 champions leaves much to be desired. Moreover, the peculiar choice of the bottom lane's big brother playing Ezreal adds an element of oddity to the composition. In contrast, SKT adheres to their signature strategy of prolonging the game, employing a late-game double carry system with Kaisa and complemented by 3 utility champions. Their selection of champions aligns seamlessly with SKT's established playstyle. Is Bai Seiyu really in the realm of the gods? Xiao Duan pondered, puzzled. Upon being singled out for praise, Bai Seiyu hurried back to the lounge, wiping the sweat from his brow and apologizing to his teammates. The pressure from Ko was overwhelming. I haven't faced SKT before and wasn't adequately prepared. During the group stage, the draft phase is still managed by each team's coach, and there is currently no phenomenon of external management. This marks Bai Yuya's first participation in such a grand event, and it is only natural for him to feel somewhat out of his depth. Coaches, being human, also experience nerves, sometimes forgetting to ban crucial champions. Such occurrences are not uncommon. As the situation had already unfolded, the members of the lounge refrained from further comment, instead offering comfort to Bai Yuya as they awaited the commencement of the match. As Gu Xing observed the match between E and SKT loading, with the rift appearing tranquil and devoid of noteworthy occurrences, he adhered to the captain's instructions and opened the software to check the official blog. In addition to the report on their victory over the Flash Wolves, there was a post dedicated to him. VG Esports Club, this is our first 100 victories, achieved together through trials and tribulations. It has been a privilege to witness your journey from a novice to a team leader. We wish Virtue continued success as you navigate the competitive arena, sailing towards the stars and the vast ocean of the future. Accompanying the text was a collage of images showcasing his illustrious moments from the past year, with a centerpiece photo along with statistics and accolades. Among his achievements were 52 MVPs, the 2016 LPL Summer Championship, the 2017 LPL Spring Championship, the 2016 World Championship, and the 2017 Mid-Season Invitational Championship, alongside 4 FMVP trophies. The Dalmatia Cup Championship, however, does not merit a place on this illustrious list. Each remarkable statistic narrates the splendid accomplishments Gu Xing has achieved over the past year. He retweeted the post with a like, then proceeded to peruse the comments section. The official League of Legends game and event accounts, various clubs, and sponsors flooded in with sincere congratulations. Additionally, casters such as the Higher brothers chimed in, likely taking a brief respite from their hectic schedules to comment. Thanks to his well-established connections within the community, even esports athletes from non-LOL disciplines joined in the celebration. Gu Xing scrolled down to engage with the remarks from devoted fans and casual observers. Today marks 100 victories, for V still trying to add to the blockage, only to be ruthlessly outplayed by the Joker, haha, Gong Gong, an astonishing 855 win rate. Is this a singular achievement in the annals of esports history? Xing Ji's win rate is truly extraordinary. I recall even Fat General didn't reach such heights. Fun fact, Fat General's LPL record stands at 121 matches with 96 victories, an 80 win rate, but if we factor in international competitions, the numbers would decline. Brother Xing, does an 85 win rate in the LPL international competition not carry immense significance? With such formidable results, they are merely a step away from a Grand Slam. Having been on the scene for just a little over a year, let us go for it. This time, let us crush LCK. And we could have a local Grand Slam player. As Gu Xing scrolled through several hot comments, he heard Jack sigh. Oh dear, Kundi, what are you doing? Yu Wenba slumped against the back of his chair, clearly disappointed with Kundi's performance. Gu Xing turned his gaze back to the television screen and noted that first blood had already been drawn. Kundi attempted to invade SKT's jungle, relying on the lane dominance of Xie in the mid, only to be caught off guard by Ulf's swift response. In contrast, eSouth bot lane support came just a moment too late. Despite knowing that his duo would arrive sluggishly, Kundi chose not to retreat, but to fight to the bitter end. Unsurprisingly, facing SKT's formidable jungle and bot lane defense, Kundi's actions were akin to inviting disaster. After conceding first blood, he inadvertently provided an opportunity for Xiaohe to retaliate. NK seized the moment of E's reduced numbers to effortlessly snatch a set of F6, widening the economic gap between the junglers. Subsequently, without greed, he left all his vision wards in ES jungle, turning back without a second thought. Having accomplished this, NK began to leverage his vision advantage to track Kundi's movements, strategically planning routes to seek out gank opportunities. Before long, he successfully arrived at the mid lane, working in tandem with Li Xianghe to send the pressured Xie back to base. Following this, Faker, low on health, returned to base while Xiaohe helped manage the wave, granting their mid laner a more comfortable space for development. As the match progressed to the 10-minute mark, NK frequently employed similar tactics, employing soft power to counter hard force. Accumulating a little over 1,000 gold lead for SKT, Gu Xing furrowed his brow. He could sense the evolution in NK's style, which was entirely different from last year. During the S6 World Championship, Xiaohe was still the awkward jungler operating within the rigid framework of Peanut's wild core model. The juxtaposition of two starkly contrasting concepts in his mind had culminated in an exceedingly bizarre and unstructured playstyle, far from being top tier. However, now, Gu Xing realized that NK had undergone a complete metamorphosis. He focused on jungle defense, waiting for the enemy to err before seizing opportunities to gain an edge and supplementing his economy through counter-jungling. He was not overly greedy, retreating swiftly at the slightest sign of danger, primarily aiming to place wards to ensure insight into Kundi's subsequent movements. As long as they could ascertain the enemy jungler's location, it would be a success for the defending side. After all, in a top-tier professional arena, creating an advantage through solo efforts against lane opponents is quite a challenging feat. With prior knowledge of the jungler's position, SKT could devise targeted defensive strategies. Simultaneously, their players across all lanes would utilize their lane control advantages to manipulate the minion waves, striving to exploit any gaps in the enemy's defenses. Xiaohe has demonstrated considerable prowess in leveraging lane and jungle synergy. By strategically assessing the enemy jungler's position and the trajectory of his teammates' minion waves, he meticulously plans his route through the jungle, successfully orchestrating ambushes to establish an advantage for his team. Once his allies secure a lead, Xiaohe often provides thoughtful post-game support, employing tactics such as wave manipulation to ensure that his laners have a more comfortable experience. In essence, this marks a stark departure from the previous aggressive, jungle-centric style of play exhibited by Xiao Huaxing, now resembling the more measured approach of a cautious player. Were these merely occasional strategic adaptations, Gu Xing would refrain from making hasty judgments. However, Xiaohe's conceptual framework during the landing phase closely mirrors that of the earlier cautious player, reflecting his unwavering confidence in his assessments. It is challenging for Gu Xing to ascertain whether this shift is beneficial or detrimental. Nonetheless, it is undoubtedly the most suitable approach for SKT. Since their inception, the team has adhered to a consistent system, relying on a dual carry foundation complemented by a top lane split pusher and a jungler who serves both as an initiator and protector for the team. Given their defensive orientation during the landing phase, it is difficult for a jungle-centric strategy to garner sufficient resources and support. The cautious style of maintaining vision control and seamless lane-jungle coordination aligns perfectly with SKT's requirements. No wonder they were so confident before the match. It appears they possess substantial conviction, Gu Xing mused. He is indeed in a tough spot. Kuro lamented the challenging circumstances faced by his colleagues. Upon returning to the lounge, the sweat on Bai Seiyuya's forehead was unrelenting. He acutely understood the extent of the turmoil his draft decisions had caused the team. Although top laner 957 held an advantage against Huni, the inherent shortcomings of the champion Jarvan 4 manifested in subpar split-pushing capabilities. In duels against fighters, he had little chance of victory, relying solely on team fights for success. Xiye's selection of Ryze necessitated a split-pushing route, requiring early assistance to facilitate lane coordination. However, the benefits of aiding Jarvan were minimal, making it challenging to capitalize on Ryze's unique strengths. Furthermore, with his teammate playing a mid-game powerhouse that falters in the late game like Ezreal, the entire composition exuded a sense of chaos and disarray. Originally, he thrived in the LPL during mid to late game team fights, yet the composition hindered any potential for impactful performance, rendering defeat all but inevitable. My, Bai Seiyuya lamented, wishing he could strike his own head in frustration. The draft was truly abysmal. He couldn't fathom why, with each patch update, his drafts seemed to devolve into a state of disarray. It was utterly perplexing. Take it easy, Huahu, seated nearby, reassured his older colleague. It's merely a group stage match. It's not the end of the world. Donning tactical goggles, he spoke with an air of sophistication and calm composure. But we must not lose our chance at first place, Bai Seiyuya responded, consumed by guilt. The LCK represented the most formidable competition. To secure a top spot and guarantee a spot in the finals, winning 2 out of 4 matchups was imperative. Pre-match assessments leaned towards VG and E having the upper hand, as no one else seemed poised to rise to the challenge. Even though LCK has faced setbacks against top-tier teams, several squads still struggle against VG. However, when it comes to the elite teams on the world stage, their numbers remain formidable. Aside from the spring split champions, Longzhu, the remaining teams, SKT, SSG, and KT, are tough contenders, each possessing a terrifyingly balanced level of strength. The disparity in strength within the LPL is stark. VG stands as a formidable force, while E's prowess is passable in the spring finals. But EDG and RNG seem insufficient in the face of LCK's strong contenders. Should he falter in this match, their position as the group leader in the LPL would be precariously threatened. On the television screen, E's disadvantages grew increasingly pronounced. At present, no team globally dares to claim they can gain an upper hand against SKT in the mid to late game. To secure victory, one must attain an early advantage, leverage vision control, and exploit neutral resources, continuously forcing SKT into inequitable skirmishes. Clearly, he lacks these essential conditions. Ultimately, after 35 minutes and 22 seconds, as Shia's Rise found himself cornered, he was eliminated by Li Ruihang's long-range missile, leading to a resounding team wipe echoed throughout the rift. SKT offered no chances, swiftly demolishing E's nexus in a single push. The returning players wore expressions of dejection, their pre-match confidence evaporated. "Don't be too hard on yourselves," Gu Xing said, deliberately adopting a light-hearted tone. "On the first day of version 712, let us consider it a tuition fee for the patch. There is still room for trial and error. Being able to draw lessons is a positive outcome. We'll gradually improve. If we lose in the knockout stage, we can lament then." Homie cast an approving glance at Gu Xing. This was a sentiment he had previously shared to comfort his own players when VG suffered an upset against Suning. Now, it was slightly modified by Gu Xing to alleviate the pressure on his brother team's members. It must be said, this approach proved remarkably effective. Due to the differing roles within the team, it is challenging for coaches and players to truly empathize with one another, maintaining a certain distance. After a defeat, the comforting words from a coach may seem somewhat condescending to the players. Gu Xing, as a fellow player, could evoke a deeper sense of empathy with his remarks. "You're right, Brother Xing," Shi Sunming said with renewed vigor. "It's just the first match of the group stage. We're not eliminated yet. Just wait and see us dominate in the next round." In the third match, JT faced KT. The rookie mid laner Fofo performed admirably against the formidable Fat General, even achieving a solo kill, suggesting a promising future. However, this was insufficient to bridge the vast chasm of strength between the two teams. Ma2 single-handedly pierced through JT's top lane, while the restructured bottom lane duo of Mr. Mata and his partner showcased maximum intensity. In the 15-minute landing phase, they accumulated 5 kills, transforming their opponents into mere sieve-like remnants. The violent aesthetics displayed by KT sent the audience into a frenzy. Yet, the torment was far from over. Following KT's annihilation of JT, the underperforming RNG took the stage, facing off against LMS's MHI Sports. By the end of the landing phase, the match had already lost its suspense. While JT had the formidable rookie mid laner Fofo, MHI Sports lacked even a standout player. Even Yin Juanza could dominate the opponents with ease, underscoring the vast disparity in skill. Uzi unleashed Vayne, delivering a lesson against the current meta, all while boosting his win rate. Otherwise, the self-proclaimed virtuoso Vien would find his win rate falling short of Yuan Shao, which would surely be a source of ridicule. The opponents failed to mount a single effective offensive throughout the match, and were dispatched by RNG in a mere 22 minutes and 15 seconds. MHI Esports ended the game with neither dragons nor towers. Had it not been for the blunder of Xianghua imitating Gu Xing's method of tormenting the fountain, where his teammates failed to promptly demolish the enemy base, leading to Lu Shiyu's unfortunate demise within the fountain, MHI Sports would have left the battlefield without a single kill. The atmosphere was as somber as a funeral procession. Today, there were only 3 matches in the LMS region, and all ended in overwhelming defeats. Shall we continue? Gu Xing rose to greet the triumphant members of RNG. On the return journey, Xianghua continued to express his dissatisfaction. "Xiaohu, what on earth are you doing? Learn from Kuro's gameplay. You should have been ready to push the crystal when I entered the fountain." His final play mirrored Gu Xing's initial script almost perfectly, but the outcomes were starkly different. In comparison to Lu Shiyu, he naturally felt discontent. Xiaohu chuckled. "Did you really think I was your bodyguard? Do you possess Gu Xing's capabilities? If Xiaogo had shouted to push the crystal, you would have executed the command without hesitation," Xianghua muttered. Last year, RNG undoubtedly centered their strategies around him. The newly arrived Uzi could only play a supportive role, lacking any significant status. So far this year, although Xianghua still wields authority, He can distinctly sense that the team management and his teammates are gradually favoring Uzi. After all, since winning the spring split in S6, RNG has not reached the finals of the league. The team's aspirations surely extend beyond merely scraping into the World Championship as the 3rd or 4th seed from the LPL. Given that the current system has failed to yield results, seeking change is unavoidable. Gu Xing, unaware of Xianghua's inner calculations, delightedly perused the anti-bar forum, reveling in the collective outcry directed at the LMS region. Oh, isn't this a 4v? Why is it so lopsided? They say our LPL has a severe skill gap, but I believe LMS surpasses us in that regard. Laughing, the only LMS teams I know are HQ and Flash Wolves. Oh, and TPA, which has now been acquired by Cho and renamed JT. The rest are all of limited caliber. On a whim, let's tally the results. In today's 3 matches, Wanwan achieved a total of 443-7, with a KDA of a mere 0.25. Truly shameful. To lose all 3 matches and still have the audacity to cheer from the audience. Being beaten into oblivion is nothing less than their own doing. Gu Xing found this quite enjoyable. The bar's members were unabashedly aggressive in their commentary, and as many Wanwan fans also frequented the anti-bar, they seized the opportunity to deliver cutting remarks, landing heavy blows on their opponents. Just as he contemplated exiting the forum, he noticed that the trolls had swiftly reposted all the comments from the PTT forum. Perspectives from the victims are indeed a rarity. Gu Xing changed his mind and took another look. What on earth is our region doing? We are being slaughtered like pigs, utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. This is truly pathetic. I merely advised against provoking the LPL. Yet, the people of Kaohsiung insisted on seeking trouble, and what was the outcome? They delightedly cheered as they witnessed their team being thoroughly defeated on site. The folks from Tainan are rather short-sighted, which is why they are destined to commute on their mountain pigs. Fear not, for HQ has yet to falter. They remain our last flicker of hope. We must hold steadfast. Do you truly expect HQ to triumph over SKT, Andy? That seems rather optimistic. I believe it is far more pragmatic to prepare for the playoffs preemptively. As Gu Xing perused the comments on PTT, the Clash in the Rift approached its final match, EDG versus KT. Ming Kai faced off against the renowned Korean powerhouse, Ri, performing commendably after securing his signature champion, Rek'Sai, effectively setting the pace in the early game and helping his team establish a preliminary lead. However, KT's aggression was exceptionally fierce. Their spring season in the LCK was marked by a level of bloodshed only second to Dragon Ball, firmly positioning them as an early game brawling team. In no time, KT seized an opportunity from the bottom lane. Mr. Dai encountered his former teammate Miko, displaying no mercy with his aggressive tactics. Tian Yi found himself alone against the KT duo, embodying the adage that 2 fists struggle against 4 hands. In truth, Eboi's current abilities are commendable, yet his lack of experience is glaringly evident. In contrast, Mr. Dai and Mata boast over 5 years of professional experience as seasoned players. During the time Eboi was likely unaware of League of Legends, these two were already competing at a high level. The KT bottom lane duo exhibited remarkable proficiency in manipulating minion waves, effortlessly creating favorable conditions and drawing Ri in for a withdrawal. Simultaneously, Mouse in the top lane was not spared from the onslaught. Although he managed to hold his ground against the not-so-potent Mada 2, he fell significantly behind in last hits and suffered severely in lane control. By the 10-minute mark, during the Rift Herald skirmish, all potential hazards erupted. Mada 2's Crocodile charged into EDG's formation, leveraging both his ultimate and flash to execute a daring 3-in, 3-out maneuver, decimating the opponents. Ultimately, KT emerged victorious with a 2-4-5 exchange, achieving a resounding triumph in the Herald skirmish. Subsequent defeats for EDG were hardly surprising. Under Nof's coaching, the team's mid-to-late game management has consistently faltered. Failing to secure an early advantage is akin to a slow demise. While KT is known for their brashness in the LCK, their roster comprises 5 seasoned veterans hailing from top-tier teams, allowing them to dismantle EDG with strategic prowess. The match concluded at the 28-minute mark, with EDG reluctantly facing defeat. At day's end, the LCK led with a flawless record, while LMS suffered a complete loss, yet to secure a victory. Overall, the performance of the LPL can only be described as mediocre. Against the LMS region, they should have claimed both matches without surprises. However, The sequential losses of E and EDG against the formidable LCK have left many viewers disheartened. The paper strength of the LCK is overwhelmingly potent. And according to the rules of the Intercontinental Tournament, achieving victory for the LPL seems an insurmountable challenge. If only we could conduct affairs under the rules of the European and American Intercontinental Tournaments. What are the methods employed by Europe and America? The teams are divided into 3 factions, engaging in a round-robin format to determine the strongest squad from each division, ultimately leading to a best-of-5 showdown between the 2 most formidable contenders. This arrangement seems advantageous for us. If we proceed with VG, victory is almost assured. However, one must not underestimate the strategic acumen of the organizers. They are undoubtedly wary of VG's capabilities, deliberately crafting a best-of-5 format akin to the Tianji's horse racing, aimed at mitigating VG's influence. Amidst the online discussions, the 4 LPL teams remain focused and undeterred by public opinion. Upon returning to their hotel, they immerse themselves in rigorous training. Despite the tightly packed schedule, the players dedicate themselves to relentless practice, striving to enhance their performance in preparation for the forthcoming grueling matches. Originally, the evening scrimmage was structured as a 5-match series against the same team. However, given the ample manpower, they opted to switch opponents after each single match, simulating the Intercontinental Tournament format to help the players acclimate in advance. After completing yet another training match, Gu Xing stretched lazily, only to overhear Hong Mi conversing with Duan de Liang. Duan, take a look at the European and American Intercontinental matches, particularly the playstyle of G2's support player. Hong Mi suggested. Duan, puzzled, inquired, what is going on? Despite his confusion, he obediently opened the match livestream. In contrast to the Eastern Asian intercontinental competitions, the European and American matches do not garner significant attention domestically, partly due to the time difference. When matches commence in the European region, it is typically the early hours of the morning in China, causing the majority of viewers to be fast asleep. Furthermore, with the lack of engaging content, there are few night owls interested in the European matches, resulting in diminished viewership. Nevertheless, for professional players, the early morning hours equate to prime time in their regular schedules. The European and American Intercontinental Tournament commenced a few days before the LPL and has now reached the finals. The strongest teams from the 2 major regions, G2 and TSM, are battling in a best-of-5 format to decide the victor. G2's prowess is undeniably evident in this matchup, as they swiftly secured 2 victories, putting them on the brink of championship glory. Following Hong Mi's guidance, Duan de Liang directed his attention to G2's support player, Beryl. After a few minutes of careful observation, he could not contain his astonishment. Goodness, what kind of strategy is this? Gu Xing, intrigued, queried, what is happening? Not only him, but the other players at the long table turned their heads in curiosity. Beryl's unconventional approach using the ancient coin in a decisive match is truly remarkable. Duan de Liang struggled to articulate his thoughts and instead encouraged his teammates to witness it for themselves. Gu Xing opened the livestream, and upon closer inspection, he was genuinely taken aback. In terms of the ancient coin strategy, it is not entirely obscure. While it may not be as popular as the relic shield, its effectiveness is commendable, and some supports favor it. However, Beryl's methodology stood apart. Instead of merely remaining in the bot lane to accumulate gold, he frequently roamed. What a brilliant idea. As long as he maintains high wave-clearing efficiency, he can create opportunities for cost-free roaming, thus plundering gold from more minions and rapidly stacking the ancient coin. Gu Xing meticulously followed the logic of his counterpart, a spark of realization illuminating his mind. Intrigued, he decided to rewind and scrutinize Beryl's ingenious strategies from the beginning. The performance of LPL was less than satisfactory, unlike his previous reviews of his own matches. Gu Xing found himself without access to the original version of the recordings. Instead, he could only interpret the new tactics of G2's support through the viewing angles meticulously crafted by the live broadcast director. Although this method lacked the authenticity of source video replays, he had no superior alternatives. He swiftly pressed the key, the screen flickering as it fast-forwarded through the footage. His gaze remained fixated on the bottom lane, keenly observing Beryl's movements. Given that the director's perspective did not consistently focus on the bottom lane, Gu Xing often relied on the minimap for insights. Fortunately, as a top-tier professional player, his instincts were remarkably sharp, allowing him to discern subtle differences in Beryl's gameplay from minute details. Is he attempting to reset the wave? Gu Xing pondered, catching a glimpse of the strategy. This observation was echoed by Li Ruihang, who concurred, "It does appear so. Beryl often accumulates minions with poo-poo, waiting for the cannon wave before pushing to the tower, then promptly heading to the mid lane. Pushing the minion wave deep into the opponent's tower while timing the reset correctly was fundamental knowledge. The principle behind resetting the wave was to create an overwhelming advantage in terms of quantity and health of enemy minions, akin to the dynamics described by the Lanchester equations. It was evident that the opposing minions would accumulate in number, rarely reduced in strength, gradually rolling back towards the opponent's base. During the interval, when their minions penetrated the enemy turret and the opposing wave was pushed back to their own tower, the support could roam without any losses, while the marksman could securely defend under the tower. After all, there would be no loss of minions, merely a moment of retreat. Beryl astutely seized this opportunity to venture towards the mid lane. Gu Xing continued to follow this line of thought. He is quite clever. By building up the wave at the tower, he times his arrival at mid perfectly with the cannon wave. In a state without boots, it would take approximately 15 seconds to traverse from the bottom lane to the mid lane. It was well known that the mid lane minions arrived 10 seconds earlier than those in the side lanes. The cumulative time difference implied that Beryl could consistently push the bottom wave and then hastily move to meet the cannon minions in mid. Is Beryl planning to share experience with the mid laner? Tianyi leaned in to observe, unable to contain his astonishment. What a lunatic! The status of supports had risen significantly in recent years. They were no longer relegated to mere vision tools with 400 potions. From the dominance of Janna and Misfortune during the S6 World Championship to the introduction of innovative support items in the S7 mid-season, the overall combat effectiveness and gold efficiency had vastly improved. However, to compare oneself with the mid laner felt akin to overstepping boundaries. What gave Beryl the audacity to encroach upon the mid lane experience, especially during a cannon wave? Even without last hitting, he would siphon off a considerable amount of experience, placing the mid laner at a disadvantage. Tianyi was left perplexed. That is to say, encountering a team-oriented player with a good temperament, Li Ruihang murmured. If I were to meet an individualistic player who dares to intrude while the support is attempting to secure the lane, I would likely be tempted to tear my keyboard in frustration. Who are you insinuating, you little rascal? Laughter erupted softly in the training room. Gu Xing furrowed his brows and turned to Homie. What is the expected value of the ancient coins for a wave of minions now? Fortunately, Lord Ho had a background in mathematics and had previously engaged in the peculiar activity of live-streaming Chinese mathematics textbooks, enabling him to accurately relay Gu Xing's question to the head coach. Homie had already been searching for relevant information when he reminded the team to consider Beryl's unconventional strategies and now relayed the data to Gu Xing. The rules of the ancient coin state that gold and blue coins alternate in dropping, and every siege minion guarantees a drop. The drop rate starts at 0, with each minion's demise increasing the probability by 11, while each coin drop subsequently reduces the likelihood by 33. This data was sourced from the official Riot Games website. The ancient coins within the domestic client did not specify these rules, necessitating further research to calculate the expected value based on these conditions. Thankfully, VG had the support of Xietunen's data team, sparing them from having to compile the statistics themselves. The final conclusion is that each wave of minions yields 20 gold, including the automatic income from the initial wage equipment of 2 gold every 10 seconds. The total amounts to 26 gold, Homie concluded. If upgraded to the Nomad S seal, the expected gold per wave transforms to 36. Gu Xing comprehended immediately. Thus, Beryl's roaming and returning to guard the tower essentially occurs every 6 waves, resulting in an initial expected income of 293, which will rise to 41 after the upgrade. One should not underestimate this seemingly modest increase when the timeline extends to 10 minutes. The economic disparity between Beryl's roaming and the support who remains in lane will reach 66 and 100 gold at levels 1 and 2, respectively, for a support player. This is certainly not an insignificant amount. Moreover, the economic advantage gained in the early game through wage equipment is directly linked to mission completion rewards. The support who first completes the wage equipment task is destined to have a combat power advantage over their opponent. The data analyst, Hu, resting his chin on his hand, appeared deep in thought. It seems there is indeed something to this. He proposed a new question. What was the original timing for upgrading the coins to the level 2 wage equipment? A hush fell over the attendees. Without hesitation, Gu Xing replied, under normal circumstances. Finishing the 6th wave of siege minions would perfectly align with returning home to spend 500 gold on the upgrade. Several members of VG cast strange glances at Xiao Duan. He quickly realized his mistake. He should not have spoken. In the broader public perception, the Shield of Relics is currently the mainstream choice for wage equipment. Even holding an absolute dominant position, and VG has scarcely utilized the ancient coin strategy. Aside from one match featuring Karma, they predominantly employed short-range protective supports like Braum and Tom Kench. It should be noted that players, even in private training matches and ranked games, typically utilize the characters that are strong in the current meta, adapting their tactics and enhancing their hero proficiency. Logically, one should not be so familiar with the upgrade nodes of ancient coins. Gu Xing's response may have inadvertently revealed VG's concealed dual support system. After all, only long-range supports tend to opt for the ancient coin route. However, no one present seemed to notice, as everyone's attention was captivated by Barrel's new strategy, leaving little room to ponder the inconsistencies in Gu Xing's words. If we return after the 6th wave of minions, the ancient coin will accumulate 156 gold, leaving us 494 gold short of completing the task. The remainder must be fulfilled by the 2nd-tier salary item, requiring an additional 12 waves of minions, which translates to a full 6 minutes, Huahu calculated, demonstrating his quick reflexes and sensitivity to data. Isn't this perfectly timed to coincide with the Rift Herald's respawn? After clearing the 6th wave of minions in the bottom lane, the timing would be around 4.5 minutes. Adding these 6 minutes brings us right to just over the 10-minute mark when the Herald spawns. If we factor in the possibility of a death or a premature return that causes us to miss minion waves, it would likely still be around 11 minutes, allowing us to catch up to the Herald fight. If both teams aim to contest the Herald, a tug-of-war will ensue to determine the victor. The time spent will be ample for Barrel to complete his salary item task. Currently, the task reward for the ancient coin yields a skill point, which is quite crucial for lower-level supports, Homie added. Moreover, I observe that Barrel's strategy is rather extraordinary. He will have sufficient economy to acquire a sightstone before the Herald fight, significantly enhancing the team's chances of victory. In the Herald battle around the 10-minute mark, the 3 wards from the sightstone will adequately secure the team's vision. The importance of vision in a professional setting is indisputable, as long as one maintains a vision advantage. The enemy remains oblivious while one holds absolute initiative. Furthermore, at the 10-minute mark, neither side has reached level 9 to upgrade their scans. Once the wards are placed, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the opponent to clear them, rendering their movements fully visible. One can only imagine the hidden benefits this brings to the team. If the opposing support opts for a 2nd-tier salary item, they will lack the economy to invest in a sightstone. Conversely, if they prioritize the sightstone, they will be unable to upgrade their salary item. Gu Xing clarified the logic. In any case, Barrel is firmly in control. The break room erupted into hushed discussions. Skill points, economy, vision, Barrel's trifecta of advantages ensures a monumental victory. I see now. Tian Yi expressed a moment of realization. In the early game, a support's combat power can sometimes rival that of other positions, while Barrel's lane presence may somewhat suppress our mid lane's experience. The benefits he brings to the team far outweigh any losses incurred by the mid laner. The economic and defensive advantages from the Rift Herald alone eclipse the value of the cannon minions shared with the mid laner. Where on earth did G2 unearth such a prodigy? Jack exclaimed in astonishment. Barrel is still a novice, after all. A team like this cannot afford to let the support execute Barrel's unique playstyle. If they fail to secure the vanguard first, the teammates may very well crumble under pressure, which would spell trouble. G2 thrives because both I and AP are selfless professionals. The former needs no introduction. The fact that Ju Sungbin could partner with the world's top laner Mata and Rome effectively speaks volumes about his character. Perks is likewise someone willing to sacrifice everything for victory. If AP suggested a position swap for a better chance at the championship, he might just comply with the team's strategy and dutifully switch to ADC. With a 2-time world champion ADC and a newly crowned European mage, Barrel can truly unleash his potential with their backing. Moreover, the prerequisite for line surfing is that the bottom lane must have lane control. You must amass minions and push them to the enemy tower to create opportunities for the support to roam without incurring losses. If you lack lane control and recklessly attempt to surf mid, the extra gold you gain may not compensate for the losses incurred in the bottom lane. At that point, both carries and the support could find themselves in disarray due to uncoordinated roaming. G2 can employ this tactic thanks to the strength of their bot lane duo. Beryl does not excel in laning. He primarily relies on L to hold his own. Gu Xing claimed he could clock in and out in Europe, yet according to him, with just 50% of his effort, he could keep Western ADCs hanging from trees. Under such circumstances, Beryl can freely push and control the waves, molding the minions to his liking. Globally, few teams can meet both conditions. Gu Xing glanced at Duan Deliang, subtly signaling him. Little Duan responded with an okay gesture, indicating his understanding. The message was clear. VG can utilize Beryl's line surfing strategy. When it comes to sacrifice in the mid lane, Kuro humbly claims he is second to none. Jack's playstyle is also adaptable. Being a dog is no issue. With the primary condition met and the second requirement of lane control, VG can also play aggressively. The difference lies in G2 having an ADC accompanied by a small support, while VG features a seasoned support mentoring a rookie ADC. Given that the control in the bottom lane resides with the support, VG's lane control ability may even surpass that of G2. With both conditions satisfied, and considering Duan Deliang's fondness for long-range champions, pairing him with the ancient coin is simply an excellent strategy. At this thought, Gu Xing couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank you, Beryl." The tactics devised for G2 can equally benefit VG, enhancing their understanding of the dual protection soft support system. A pure serendipity. Come on, Gu Xing. Can you all serve as practice partners? Xianghua eagerly proposed. Perhaps we at RNG can also develop new strategies. It was already late at night. Even this group of Night Owl esports players was nearing their resting time, and fatigue inevitably crept in. If they were to engage in another round of scrims, the effectiveness would likely diminish. Given the circumstances, it would be more prudent to explore advanced technologies. Redmi eagerly promises to facilitate practice matches between VG and RNG. While EDG engages in fierce competition with E, as anticipated, VG adeptly navigates the strategies involving the ancient coins and lane control, successfully testing 5 custom matches, with only one being unraveled by RNG. Conversely, RNG struggles significantly. Xiaohu often generously allocates resources to his teammates, and the bottom lane duo proves formidable. With Uzi's exceptional landing prowess, he typically secures lane authority whenever he acquires a favorable champion. However, the issue lies with Uzi himself. It appears he fundamentally believes that obtaining lane control necessitates oppression. He deems jungle ganks or tower dives as the ultimate truth. His support should loyally accompany him, rather than meandering mid lane. With my landing skills, is it not feasible to ensure your abundant harvest? Xiao Ming, after much effort, finally gains permission to assist Xiaohu in the mid lane for a wave of cannon minions. However, Uzi, stationed under the tower, exhibits a noticeable dip in morale, his face flushed with irritation. This is perplexing. I clearly possess an advantage in the bottom lane. Why not aggressively exploit it? What sense does it make for an advantageous marksman to retreat from minions? Shizaming, a novice in the LPL, invariably defers to Uzi's lead in lane. Observing Uzi's displeasure, he contemplates retreating, yet hesitates to leave the lane out of trepidation. As the landing phase concludes, Uzi promptly voices his dissent. This tactic is clearly unsuitable for me. If Shizaming cannot adapt, he ought not to roam. He should simply accompany me in lane. With such a significant advantage, it is incredibly frustrating to constantly secure minions. Xiao Ming bites his fingers in silence, refraining from opposing the sentiment. Why not let him try just once? Lu Xiyu, known for his fiery temperament, expresses his frustration. What does it mean to remain glued to the bottom lane? In this current meta, all supports are soft and lack initiation. Who can you truly dominate in lane? Xianghua candidly remarks. Uzi stands firm, prepared to defend his position, for this is no longer S6. At that time, Uzi had just joined RNG. With the support duo comprised of Looper and Mata, who had previously overshadowed him by winning the S championship. While the jungler served as the team's driving force and the mid laner was a strong contender from the domestic scene, Uzi held little authority when Mata roamed. He hesitated to voice his thoughts, fearing that provoking the opponent might lead to a devastating solo kill from a one-handed J support. Now, the situation has dramatically shifted. After the S6 World Championship, Xiaohu's reputation has suffered considerably, with his statistics languishing at the bottom. reducing the once prominent player to a mere shadow of his former self. The support players have been replaced by previously obscure talents. The only individuals with genuine influence within the team are Uzi and Xianghua. In other teams, this might have been manageable through collective discussion. Yet, neither of these two players is inclined to compromise easily. Both possess a decidedly assertive style. Most critically, their in-game approaches diverge significantly, creating challenges in achieving cohesion. Since his debut, Xianghua has focused on the upper half of the map, with Mata imparting knowledge of jungle support synergy and operational fundamentals, yet he has not shared the crucial skill of maintaining lead. Ironically, Mata himself lacks mastery of this technique. Uzbek is a remarkable figure in the domestic second-generation 4 guarantees and 1 framework, having showcased numerous memorable moments on various competitive stages, thereby demonstrating that his role as a core player yields a minimum standard of success. While his landing capabilities are indeed formidable, he exhibits certain psychological challenges, often requiring Tabe's reassurance during matches, and the jungle support synergy can lead to unforeseen complications. Their interactions resemble a collision of celestial bodies, each steadfast in their opinions and engaged in endless debates. I simply cannot comprehend. We are pressuring the bottom lane, and yet you choose to control the dragon instead? Oh, so you prefer to allow the Rift Herald to fall into the hands of our opponents? We are relinquishing the first tower, then? Within the training room, such exchanges have become commonplace. The youngest player is E's new support, Ben, while the other team members possess considerable professional experience. Disagreements are a regular occurrence during training sessions, with players and coaches, 6 or 7 individuals, harboring divergent thoughts and philosophies. To achieve consensus solely through calm discussions is a fanciful notion. Even a championship team like VG experiences conflicts during their integration process. Gu Xing, indifferent to the quarrel between the two, turned his attention to E and EDG's training. You seem to struggle to grasp this composition, he pointed out E's shortcomings. Your bottom lane strategy is excessively conservative. I can't help it, Mist replied, shrugging his shoulders, his handsome face displaying evident frustration. It's rather challenging for me to apply pressure by pushing the lane. The seasoned player typically adopts a stable landing approach, taking over in team fights during the late game. If he cannot push the minions, he cannot create opportunities for Ben to roam without incurring losses. Baiseyuya, arms crossed, could not resist expressing his thoughts. I believe EDG is performing quite well. Miko remains formidable. Currently, Tianyi ranks among the top-tier supports in the country. Reminiscent of the once prominent Hirano Aya, even a canine companion could secure victories in the bottom lane. The once timid support, who stood in Mr. Dai's shadow, has now evolved into a cornerstone of the team, adept at managing various types of support roles with an exceptional overall skill set. Although Iboi may lack ambition and a burning desire to win, he possesses his own merits, his calm demeanor. Does the support need to roam? By all means. Being pressured for a short duration is entirely acceptable for Iboi, as it incurs no substantial losses. The junior player did not voice any objections, allowing his peer Miko to casually roam mid-lane. Amidst their exchanges, EDG has effectively honed Barrel's unique roaming technique. Thus, both VG and EDG can utilize this. Hongmi noted in his notebook, there is no need to be constrained by hero choices. Characters like Thresh and Rockin are perfectly viable. He maintained a pleasant demeanor. The double support and soft support system is VG's prize strategy, reserved for crucial moments. Now, acquiring Barrel's roaming technique can significantly enrich the team's tactical repertoire. Having accomplished all of this, Gu Xing made sure to glance at the live stream before departing the training room. As expected, G2, whose overall strength clearly surpassed that of TSM, triumphed with a decisive 3-0 victory over their opponents, thanks to Barrel's distinctive roaming tactics, thus safeguarding the honor of the European region. Gu Xing could easily envision the bustling atmosphere of the Reddit forum over the past few days. The outcome of EUNA would undoubtedly leave the Europeans ecstatic. However, he was momentarily disinterested in the celebratory fervor emanating from other competitive regions. Upon returning to his hotel room, he quickly refreshed himself before collapsing into slumber, determined to present his best self for the upcoming Dragon Ball. The following afternoon marked the commencement of the second day of the Intercontinental Tournament. To everyone's surprise, a minor upset occurred right at the outset. The LPL's second seed, E, fell to the Red Hot HQ. As previously mentioned, the only noteworthy teams from the Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan region aside from the Flash Wolves, were HQ. These two teams barely possessed the credentials to contend with the stronger squads from other regions. However, the general assessment of their strength remained modest. After achieving the best results in S5 with 2 top 8 finishes, the LMS region had since experienced a downward spiral, arguably weaker than North America. Logically speaking, being the second strongest team in the LPL should have triumphed over HQ with ease. Yet, the formidable combination of Ziv and Shimenyeshi in the mid-jungle duo managed to carve open an early gap against E. Despite E's valiant efforts in the mid to late game, successfully executing 2 team fights, the early deficit proved insurmountable, and they could not recover. After a grueling 39-minute battle, HQ toppled E's Nexus. As Candy stepped down, he was filled with frustration. How could we have performed so poorly in the early game? He shouted at Chia. I had warned you that their jungler might invade mid at level 3, yet you insisted on pushing the lane. Not only did we give up first blood, but I couldn't even secure the jungle. In League of Legends, victories and defeats are often the cumulative result of minute details. Countless small missteps can trigger a chain reaction that ultimately affects the outcome of the match. Candy's lapse in the jungle led to subsequent movements being fully visible to HQ, resulting in a loss of tempo and relentless slaughter at the hands of their opponents. Xie endured a barrage of criticism and felt a sense of dissatisfaction, but found himself bereft of counterarguments. The loss was indeed primarily due to his errors. Bai Yuya bit her lip, casting a grim glance at the other 3 members in the lounge. We, E, have not performed well in this group stage. Our draft preparation and member conditions are rather poor, she lamented. As the LPL's second seed, they were expected to shoulder the burden of expectations from the audience. Many believed E could alleviate pressure on VG and fulfill their responsibilities, contributing to the LPL region. However, having lost both of their matches thus far, they had been thoroughly outclassed. Bai Yuya felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. The spacious lounge was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. Even their long-standing rivals, EDG, refrained from mocking or taunting. As I said, it's just the group stage. Let us not be too tense. Gu Xing broke the silence, jesting with a smile. Let us lose a couple of games to shuffle our luck, and we'll explode in the knockout rounds. I'm counting on you to lead me to victory. Even the most comforting words could not overshadow the stark reality with an LPL record of 2 wins and 3 losses. The scales of competition were tilting ever more towards the LCK. The hope for a comeback appeared exceedingly dim. In this critical moment, the Flash Wolves stepped up. In just a minute into the match, F managed to ambush Peanut in the jungle during a level 1 skirmish, catching him completely off guard. Peanut, taken aback by the presence of multiple adversaries, flashed away but ultimately succumbed, granting the first blood to his opponents. The atmosphere was electrifying. Hooray! Uzi exclaimed, raising his hands in a gesture reminiscent of a small punching stone, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Go, Flash Wolves, charge ahead. F, step up. Minkai fervently cheered. We are counting on you. Gu Xing joined the chorus, rallying support for the Flash Wolves. Little did he expect that after being thoroughly outplayed by F yesterday, he would now depend on them to secure a top spot in the group. Yesterday, I may have been a bit too harsh, Jack shouted. F. Don't take it to heart. Never forget your original intent to stand against Korea. The members of the Flash Wolves seemed to possess an extraordinary bond. They thrived in battles against the LCK. The rhythm of their gameplay flowed seamlessly, executing one move after another, delivering relentless blows to Dragon Ball. It's him again, Karsa. Gu Xing beamed with joy. On the television screen, Karsa executed a dazzling play, a swifter flash kick that sent BDD sprawling from the tower, followed by a flawless combo with Feng Tang that returned the enemy to their fountain. With a numerical advantage, the Flash Wolves easily secured the Rift Herald and began an aggressive advance, armed with the skill to defeat seasoned opponents through sheer chaos. They overwhelmed Dragon Ball with unyielding ferocity. This demonstrated that their title as the king of anti-Korean in BO1 was well-deserved. Nah. Homie clenched his fists, his spirits soaring. The LCK tasted their first defeat in the Intercontinental Tournament, simultaneously providing LPL with a chance to make a comeback. Subsequently, EDG took to the stage and triumphed over JT, securing a valuable point for LPL and narrowing the gap with the LCK on the leaderboard. It's our turn now, Gu Xing encouraged his teammates. Dragon Ball's formation is likely in disarray. If we take this match, we have a chance to claim the top spot in our group. Jack nodded vigorously. We must give it our all. The Flash Wolves have already carved out a piece of meat for us, and we shall tear open the wound. The team placed their hands together. Go, VG! They shouted in unison, their morale soaring as they gathered their gear, preparing to head to the stage. 393. The Fierce Onslaught from Dragon Ball. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 2017 Asian Championships. Ziyuan introduced himself before clearly announcing the sponsor's advertisements. After concluding the final KFC spot, he exhaled deeply and resumed. Before the match commences, let us first examine the point standings of the three major regions. Currently, LCK holds the top position with a record of 4 wins and 1 loss, closely followed by LPL with 3 wins and 3 losses. After a sluggish start, the LMS region has also found its rhythm, achieving 2 consecutive victories today. His co-host, recalling his time with a former team, beamed with joy. The Flash Wolves just showcased exceptional prowess, decisively defeating Dragon Ball, bringing the standings of the 3 regions back into contention and leaving the ticket to the finals in suspense until the very last moment. The upcoming focal match features the champions of the LPL and LCK spring seasons, a rematch of the MSI finals. Uncertain whether VG intends to continue its reign by once again vanquishing the Dragon Balls, or if LZ seeks to avenge their humiliation from a month ago during the mid-season tournament. The scene shifts to the entrance on either side of the stage. The audience erupts into thunderous applause as the members of the Dragon Balls make their entrance. Today, the fans display an unusually favorable sentiment towards LZ. After all, the Dragon Balls had delivered a resounding victory to the Flash Wolves, allowing the LMS audience to revel in glory, akin to a declaration of allegiance, rendering players like Peanut somewhat more agreeable in their eyes. In stark contrast, upon the appearance of Gu Xing, some fans in attendance involuntarily trembled, unable to meet his gaze. The production team, eager to heighten the drama, displayed highlights of Gu Xing's previous stellar performances on the large screen, determined to etch these memories into the audience's minds. In the montage, the sinister laughter of the Joker echoed throughout the venue, stealthily executing his assaults. Switching to the perspective of the Flash Wolves, Betty wandered alone in the canyon, amidst an eerie calm devoid of any presence, seemingly safe. Yet, suddenly, a Seiko emerged from the void behind her, plunging a poisoned blade into the opponent's defenses. The immense damage allowed the devilish Joker to dispatch Betty back to the fountain with just a few swift strikes. This harrowing scene replayed multiple times, with the Joker as the assailant, while the victims varied. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that all 5 members of the Flash Wolves had encountered the Joker's terrifying tactics. The audience erupted into hushed gasps as the highlight reel unfolded. In that moment, the fans were once again reminded of the dread instilled by the Joker's Seiko. As Gu Xing settled into his esports chair, a smile broke across his face, seemingly recalling a joyous thought. The director seized the moment to zoom in on him. The fans, though reluctant, offered a timid round of applause after a brief hesitation. The sparse clapping filled the Kaohsiung Exhibition Center. Jack, catching a hint of the applause, couldn't help but mutter, "Do you think this group of 4V is a sword tune?" Only now, after being thoroughly beaten, do they understand the importance of respect, or were they all this time? Gu Xing chuckled, choosing not to respond, and playfully taunted Peanut in the custom room. VG Virtue. You guys are really something, getting crushed by the Flash Wolves? Have you no shame? VGSB, VGF, FLZ, VGLZ, brothers, no cat biscuits for you. Peanut sent a perplexed emoji. LZ Peanut. If we hadn't lost, LPL would be heading to the semifinals. You get a chance and still choose to mock us? LZ Prey. You really don't know a good heart when you see one. Clean your neck and wait, because today you shall learn who the true master is. The players were given little time to prepare, soon receiving a notification from the referees to commence the match. With a resounding clatter, the BP panel was revealed to all. Ziyuan's Spirit Sword. The Dragon Balls are positioned on the blue side for this match. They will first ban Galio. VG. As per custom, ban Zack. The imposing Jin Jingzhu, clad in a black suit, paced behind the players' seats, his fierce demeanor suggesting he could fell a bull with a single punch. After conversing with his teammates, he resolved to place Kuro's rise on the ban list. Longzhu aims to restrict Kuro's roaming frequency, endeavoring to obstruct the mid lane's influence on the side lanes, he elaborated. This was evident during the mid-season invitational, where BDD struggled to keep pace with Kuro's support, often lagging behind and exerting immense pressure on Longzhu. Banning Rise poses no issue. But letting Talia slip through could be a different story, Ziyuan speculated. BDD's Talia is nothing short of exceptional, even if VG secures Talia. They are well aware of how to counter her. As he articulated, when VG banned Rakan, they did not target Talia, but instead directed their focus towards Jax Varus. Observing this, Homie's mind raced. At this point, with Ashe and Talia left available, either side could select one. In all honesty, Talia is not the most sought-after champion in the current meta. However, the proficiency of both mid laners with Talia is extraordinarily high. Furthermore, both teams comprehend that determining the match's outcome through mere landing in this game is exceedingly challenging. The matchups during the mid-season invitational have thoroughly demonstrated that BDD's pride in his dueling prowess cannot contain Kuro. As Li Ruihang consistently manages to escape using his wealth of experience and collaborates with Gu Xing to pressure Peanut in the jungle. Having experienced setbacks, Longzhu is unlikely to gamble the outcome of the mid lane solely on landing phase. Hongmi could discern Jin Jingzhu's intentions. Thus, he surmised that Talia would emerge as the pivotal champion in the struggle for mid lane control. If we opt for a double pick, the opposing team will most likely secure Talia, as Longzhu perceives the mid lane's priority to outweigh that of the bot lane. Hongmi deduced, then turned to inquire of his mid laner. Ruihang, which champion can you utilize against Talia? Kuro pondered briefly. Syndra? Hongmi hesitated for a considerable time. While the ball lady does indeed counter Talia effectively, her high burst damage and decent wave clear can threaten Talia. The downside lies in the significant skill requirements for the player. To restrain Talia, one must ensure a high skill shot accuracy, reducing Talia's health in the landing phase to prevent her from freely pushing and roaming. Upon careful consideration, Syndra appeared to be a precarious choice. Should Talia successfully roam once or twice, the ball lady would struggle to exert her influence and fulfill her role effectively. Gu Xing perceived Hongmi's uncertainty. Do not fear, trust in the process. He encouraged Kuro. Ruihang has utilized Syndra before, he will manage it without issue. Observing his jungler's affirmation, Hongmi ultimately opted for Li Ruihang, subsequently banning Xayah to restrict the Mouse King's champion pool. Longzhu prioritizes Talia, allowing BDD to secure his signature champion, Ziyuan remarked. Somewhat surprised by this development, he was unaware of the coach's strategies and found the high priority on Talia astonishing. VG, on the other hand, secured Ashe and Thresh, selecting a formidable bot lane combination in the current meta. Upon witnessing the ban of Xayah, Jin Jingzhu calmly deduced that VG intended to exchange Talia for Ashe, thus choosing to secure the top laner Jace and the jungler Rek'Sai. The aggression of Longzhu's top and mid jungle is at its peak. I remember being in awe. They have elevated their offensive style to the utmost. The greatest strength of the team lies in their unparalleled hard power in the upper half of the map. Peanut, and BD are undeniably the best in the league in terms of mechanics across all positions. Furthermore, the champion combination chosen by Kim Kyung-soo boasts damage, control, and flexibility in the early game, rendering it flawless. VG's third pick is Syndra, aiming to exert pressure on BDD in the landing phase. During the second round of the draft, Hongmi closely monitored Grayla, banning two exceptionally strong support champions, Tom Kinch and Brown. He discerned the opponent's intention to focus on the upper half, and thus resolved to prevent the duo from safely farming in the bot lane. Kim Kyung-soo's strategy was equally straightforward. He banned Fiora and Renekton, two champions that are particularly effective against Camille, denying Song Kyung-ho the opportunity to exploit counterpicks in the top lane. Every step of the draft was meticulously calculated, rife with psychological warfare. In the backstage lounge, Jean Eba cast a disappointed glance at Baisei Yuya. Look at how insightful their draft strategy is. We should learn from it. Baisei Yuya nodded vigorously. His shortcoming was that he often struggled to grasp the key points when the patch was newly updated, leading to previous draft strategies failing and resulting in a chaotic selection of champions. In contrast, Hongmi's draft may not have been particularly dazzling, but it was steady and reliable, providing comfort to both players and spectators. Baisei Yuya, eager to improve, recalled his time as a puppet supporting Hongmi on the optimistic team, seizing the moment to learn. The television screen transmitted VG's internal communications. What do you want to pick, Xiaogu? Hongmi inquired about the jungler's opinion, preparing to adhere to his wishes for the subsequent composition. Gu Xing pondered for a moment. How about Rek'Sai? He suggested. This way, my bow can play Jax, and we can coordinate. The weapon is also quite effective against Camille. SB's eyes lit up. Xiao Gu is right. In light of the bans on Fiora and Renekton, Jax emerged as the optimal choice against Camille. Hongmi readily agreed and reminded the jungler, if you're taking Ignite, be cautious of Rek'Sai in the early game. Try not to get caught off guard. The aggressive playstyle of Longzhu's top and mid jungle means that Rek'Sai with Ignite is akin to being inherently flashless. Relying solely on Q for mobility makes escaping from the enemy's ambush nearly impossible. However, the fiery pig struggles to accept a disadvantageous start, as it could lead to poor performance in teamfights later on. Gu Xing nodded in understanding. After VG selected Rek'Sai, Longzhu finally revealed their bottom lane duo, Jhin and Alistar. I remember the tone filled with surprise. What a nostalgic champion selection. The director timely presented the data on the patch changes. In the 7.12 version, Jhin has received a minor enhancement, with the damage of Q, Dancing Grenade, and our Curtain Call being noticeably increased, rescuing him from the depths of obscurity. Initially, after several nerfs during the spring season and the prevalence of protective support champions, teams began to emphasize a double carry output, resulting in Jhin becoming increasingly neglected as a utility champion. However, Dragon Ball has a fondness for him. They are inherently a team that focuses on aggressive early to mid-game strategies in the upper lane, making Jhin, a marksman capable of lane presence and functionality, particularly suitable. With a firm decision to prioritize the upper lane as their main attack point, and given the considerable restrictions on the champion pool for both ADC and support roles, Jhin and Alistar form a bottom lane duo that aligns perfectly with Dragon Ball's style and requirements. At present, the tactics displayed by Dragon Ball remain somewhat archaic. Zhe Yuan remarked, continuing to deploy the lineup that aided their championship victory in the spring season for the Intercontinental Tournament. It is no wonder their performance has been less than stellar. Currently, Dragon Ball ranks third in the LCK. Following their defeat in the summer season opener, they momentarily regained composure with a newly developed Caitlyn strategy. However, this resurgence was short-lived, as Caitlyn was subsequently weakened by VG, even with Gu Xing at the helm. Providing Dragon Ball with several rounds of training matches, LZ has yet to discover a suitable alternative for Caitlyn. Within the LCK, Dragon Ball either resorts to utilizing a version they are unfamiliar with or stubbornly employs their spring season specialized lineup. The former has a high ceiling, yet Dragon Ball struggles to comprehend it, resulting in a significantly low floor. The latter, while not aligning with the version's trends, may have a lower ceiling but is well known to them, ensuring a stable performance. Ultimately, Dragon Ball opted for the latter approach. If they cannot keep pace with the evolving meta, they chose to stick with their expertise, aiming to secure victories in easier matchups, taking it step by step. Perhaps fortune will favor them, and by the latter half of the summer season, the version will revert. Nevertheless, the drawback of a low ceiling makes it exceedingly challenging for Dragon Ball to secure points against top-tier teams. Before the Intercontinental Tournament, they found themselves in third place. And to outsiders, it seemed somewhat out of sync with the prevailing circumstances. VG's final pick for the counter position is Jax for SB. As the 10 players exchange champions, the lineups were officially confirmed. Blue side, Dragon Ball. Top lane Camille, jungle Rek'Sai. Mid lane Talia, bottom lane Jhin and Alistar. Red side, VG. Top lane Jax, jungle Sejuani. Mid lane Syndra, bottom lane Ashe and Thresh. To be honest, VG's strength in the upper lane is quite formidable as well. It's hard to assert which side holds the upper hand if they were to engage in a contest of strength, Zhe Yuan objectively assessed. Dragon Ball's advantage lies in their mid-game team cohesion, relying on Alistar's robust initiation and Jhin's sniping capability to easily exploit vulnerabilities in VG's defenses. Remembering to add, however, if the game drags into the late stages, VG is likely to have the upper hand, with Sejuani's teamfight prowess bolstered by Jax's split-pushing pressure, serving as a safety net for the team. While the two conversed, the broadcast camera focused on the center stage. Redmi and Jin Jingzhu, this pair of brothers, clasped hands. The camera gradually zoomed out, capturing the entire venue. The audience erupted into thunderous cheers, fervently waving their support banners. The Summoner's Rift has descended. In a commanding tone, Gu Xing issued the first directive. Let us attempt to venture into the enemy jungle. They are unable to retaliate. The composition of Longzhu's team was heavily reliant on the early to mid-game, yet Xia Washing's Rek'Sai was merely a level 1 champion, utterly defenseless against any invasion. Even with VG possessing Ashe, a formidable champion capable of utilizing her Hawkshot, at level 2 to scout the enemy jungler's whereabouts. Gu Xing was determined not to squander the advantage of a level 1 skirmish. Should they succeed in establishing vision within the enemy jungle from the outset, Jack could conserve his skill points during the landing phase to invest in enhancing his combat prowess, thereby asserting control over the bottom lane and laying the groundwork for subsequent strategies. The members of VG understood Gu Xing's intention, promptly purchasing their starting items before departing the fountain towards the enemy's lower jungle. To their surprise, Longzhu's resistance was remarkably tenacious. The 5 of them clustered together, compelling BDD's Talia to incessantly utilize her Q, seismic shove, to chip away at VG's health. "Stand behind me," Gu Xing urged, riding his Poro with vigor. He benefited from the dual resistances provided by the Poro's hide, and even if struck by the seismic shove, he could endure for an additional 2 seconds. Gu Xing meticulously timed the invasion, cognizant that he could not allow his teammates to absorb excessive damage, lest it compromise their combat effectiveness upon arrival. As the jungler, it was acceptable for him to absorb a modicum of damage. Jack unleashed a distant rain of arrows to deplete the enemy's health. SB activated his counter-strike, feigning an intent to flash forward and establish control. If he successfully ensnared an opponent, followed by Thresh's hook, combined with Gu Xing's frozen domain, they would undoubtedly secure first blood. As anticipated, Longzhu's members, fearing that Jax might recklessly engage, hastily retreated from the jungle. Gu Xing placed his first trinket ward over the wall into Longzhu's red area before leading his team away. "Xiao Gu, I am determined to push the first 3 waves," SB declared in advance. "Will you be able to assist me? I fear Rek'Sai may come to gank us should Longzhu's top jungle manage to catch an overextended Jax." A well-executed chain of control could easily send the weapon back to the fountain with sheer burst damage. Gu Xing pondered for a moment before acquiescing. "Very well, Lao Duan. Take Jack and ensure proper ward placement." The combination of Ashe and Thresh also required lane control. Having resolved to head to the top lane, Gu Xing could not afford to attend to the bottom lane and had to rely on them to fend off ganks. Fortunately, during the earlier foray into Longzhu's jungle, Gu Xing had preemptively planned, utilizing his own wards. If his bottom lane allies had to place wards, they would have only a single ward available for the impending push, making them vulnerable to Xia Huaxing's opportunistic strikes. Duan Deliang assured, "Rest easy, the excavator shall certainly not catch us." At 140, Gu Xing commenced his journey from his own lower jungle's blue buff. The ward placed in Longzhu's red area revealed Rek'Sai's position. "Jack, just learn Q at level 2. Gu Xing advised, all the while clearing camps and glancing at the top lane. Jax was facing off against Kale, with the battle hinging on minute details. Notably, Jax's counter-strike had a cooldown of 15 seconds in the current version, while Kale's passive adaptive shield, enhanced in version 7.12, boasted an initial cooldown of 16 seconds. In the realm of League of Legends, the first-level Jace boasts a mere 17-second cooldown on his tactical sweep. In essence, the cooldowns of these 3 abilities are strikingly similar. SB demonstrates the prowess of a seasoned top laner, initiating the game by attacking minions to stack his passive. Khan attempts to deceive him into triggering his counter-storm with a feigned auto-attack, yet Song Jinghao remains unfazed, resolutely holding onto his abilities. With no other option, Khan resorts to a genuine attack, delivering a kick to Jax, thereby activating his adaptive shield, while simultaneously stacking his unyielding. Observing the activation of his opponent's passive, SB strikes a minion and then activates his ability, advancing towards Jace. Khan maneuvers into the minion cluster, allowing SB to draw aggro from the minions. While this strategy undeniably enhances the damage of the counterstorm, it also means that once Jax completes his ability, he will be targeted by the minions. In terms of damage output, Khan certainly gains the upper hand. However, SB remains undeterred, landing auto-attacks on Jace and plunging into the minion pack to unleash counterstorm, stunning both the enemy champion and the entire wave of minions. He refrains from being greedy with his auto-attacks, opting instead to withdraw decisively. Yet Khan is unwilling to let him escape, unleashing tactical sweep. SB had anticipated his opponent's reaction, remaining stationary by pressing the S key. The 2 champions are in close proximity, leading Khan to do the same to ensure the outer edge of his ability connects. The outer sweep strikes, reducing the enemy's health and providing Khan with a lifesteal boost. With the slow effect in play, Khan advances once more, delivering another kick accompanied by an empowered auto-attack. The minion wave's collective firepower results in Jax losing a staggering 200 health points, while Jace suffers a mere sliver of damage. At first glance, it seems a favorable exchange for Khan. In truth, however, SB has achieved his objective. When Jace executed tactical sweep, SB intentionally held the S key to prevent Khan's abilities from affecting his minion line. Coupled with the stun and his ability to attract minion aggro, the Dragon Ball minion wave barely engaged with the VG minions. Now, VG's minion line is nearly at full health, granting them a significant power advantage. It is evident that the minions will inevitably push towards the Dragon Ball side. Despite his health loss, SB remains undaunted, consuming a health potion and continuing to auto-attack minions to stack his passive. At this juncture, Khan is wary of taking further risks. His abilities are on cooldown, and even with a slight health advantage, he cannot afford to confront Jax amidst a wave of minions. Thus, Khan resorts to attacking minions, striving to diminish their numbers. Upon the cooldown of his counterstorm, SB boldly advances once more, executing a swift flourish. This time, Jace retreats into his own minion pack, mirroring the previous strategy. However, by the conclusion of the second counterstorm, the Dragon Ball melee minions have been decimated by the barrage of area damage, leaving the remaining ranged minions with minimal health. Jax is destined to achieve level 2. Although Khan possesses a health advantage, he finds himself forced to retreat behind the minion line. Should the enemy secure level 2 and leap onto him, the first level Jace would be utterly defenseless. Gu Xing admires the exemplary control of the minion wave while reassuring his teammates through voice chat. I will be there shortly. You need not fear. To attain level 3 as swiftly as possible, he deliberately opts for the dual buff route through the magic swamp frog, wary of Xiao Huasheng attempting an early gank. Now, Gu Xing has reached level 3 and quietly arrived at the top lane. Upon learning of the impending jungle ambush, SB began to slowly accumulate minion waves, methodically securing last hits. As the cannon minions approached, they commenced a rapid push, intending to shove the wave directly under the enemy tower. Meanwhile, the situation in the Dragon Pearl top lane remained uneventful, with no sign of Xiao Huasheng. Something feels amiss, Gu Xing muttered to himself. His instincts told him that matters were more complicated than they appeared. He quickly switched screens to observe other lanes. The duo in the bottom lane had strategically placed wards in the triangular brush and the dragon pit, effectively blocking Xiao Huasheng's gank routes. Thus, Peanut's movements became evident. Ruihang, hurry and retreat, Gu Xing urged. Kuro heeded his every word. However, just as he turned to withdraw, a Rek'Sai burst forth from the brush. The level 3 excavator tunneled into the mid lane, threatening Kuro's very existence. Without hesitation, Li Ruihang used his flash to ward off the opponent, signaling that he had taken this ambush in stride. Yet, the Dragon Pearl team had no intention of relenting. Rek'Sai bared its sharp fangs, emitting a series of menacing growls. BDD's Talia flashed forward, unleashing her seismic shove followed by a weaver's wall. The skill restricted movement, forcing Li Ruihang to turn back to evade, which would enable Rek'Sai to close in. Kuro was left with no choice but to pivot to avoid the seismic shove, simultaneously attempting to unleash a QE combo for crowd control. However, with a flash of golden light, Rek'Sai appeared before him, bursting forth from the earth. The void beast's claws tore into Syndra's delicate skin. The combined wrath of the Dragon Pearl's jungler and mid laner unleashed in full force, instantly obliterating Kuro. 394. The method to break the stalemate. First blood has been drawn. In the LCK commentary booth, the roar of the commentator echoed with exhilaration. Unable to contain his excitement over such a stellar gank, he had completely outwitted Virtue, turning his focus to his old mid-lane comrade. The camera shifted to the Dragon Pearl player's bench, where Xiao Huasheng beamed brightly, his small canine teeth gleaming, his body swaying playfully. In the face of Kuro lying on the ground, he maliciously displayed his dog tag. Yet today, the insignia he bore was not that of the Dragon Pearl team, but rather the emblem of last year's ROX. The crowd erupted into fervent cheers and applause, reverberating throughout the Kaohsiung Exhibition Center. They had finally awaited their chance to take down VG, and they were determined not to squander it. The painful memories of being bested by the Joker were entirely forgotten. It mattered not that the Flash Wolves could not triumph. Whoever could topple VG would be their true champion. Little pup, Kuro muttered under his breath, then raised his voice. Neither of them has Flash. I see, Gu Xing replied, unable to stop himself from muttering. You really got me there, Xiao Huaxing. He realized he had fallen for the trap. The Steel Shadow deliberately used minion wave control to trade Jax's health, presenting an inviting posture to lure Gu Xing to the top lane, while Xiao Huaxing seized the opportunity to launch an assault on Kuro. The clever synergy between the Dragon Pearl's top, mid, and jungle successfully executed their first offensive. Gu Xing felt a deep sense of regret. However, the die has been cast. Regretting it now serves no purpose. He swiftly extricated himself from the clutches of negativity and began contemplating how to salvage the situation. Pressing the tab key revealed that the young Peanut had eliminated a total of 10 jungle monsters, and with a moment's reflection, he deduced these comprised the red buff, the sharp-beaked bird, and 3 wolves. In the current version, the experience granted by jungle monsters had not been diminished, and clearing these 3 camps would suffice for him to reach level 3. For Rek'Sai, this was also the most time-efficient route. Upon discovering that Peanut had yet to clear the blue buff and the magic toad in the upper jungle, Gu Xing promptly set off. I must return to base, Smeb announced to his jungler. Song Jinghao's strategy involved seizing level 2 first, followed by a slow push during the initial 3 waves. Once the cannon minion arrived, he would unleash all the stored minions upon the enemy tower, allowing for an immediate return to base. This way, with 3 waves and the automatic gold from the system, he would have just enough to purchase a Doran's blade. As the minion wave reached the enemy tower, it would create a reverse push, ensuring that even if Smeb opted to walk back to lane instead of teleporting, he would not lose any minions. At that point, he would wield dual Doran's blades against Camille, naturally gaining the upper hand in the lane. Gu Xing had never intended to seek Smeb's assistance. He believed he could handle Peanut's Rek'Sai without the flash. However, when Khan observed the cannon minion reach the tower, he took the opportunity to place a ward in the blue buff area while the turret targeted the minions, before using his E ability to return to the tower and farm. Consequently, if Gu Xing wished to invade the jungle, he would have to contend with the enemy's vision. Maibua, you might as well prepare to teleport. They might come to catch me, he signaled for assistance. Song Jinghao had no objections. He could comfortably push the wave back to base to replenish his items, thanks to Gu Xing's meticulous countergank support. It was only reasonable to offer some reciprocation. As Gu Xing indulged the enemy Frog Queen, he inevitably spotted Rek'Sai lurking nearby, hastily placing his own trinket ward to aid in his jungle counter-invasion. Upon seeing the teleport animation light up, Peanut turned away, satisfied. A Rek'Sai without flash, even when supported by Camille, could hardly confront VG's upper jungle head-on. Peanut's objective was to compel Smeb to expend his teleport, thereby alleviating the pressure in the top lane. Peanut proceeded to his lower jungle to clear the remaining stone beetle in the Dragon Ball camp. Noticing Gu Xing's last hitting statistics on the data panel, he could surmise the opponent's jungle route and was well aware that VG's lower half still harbored a group of 3 wolves yet to be cleared. However, Peanut dared not venture there. The Shadow Wolf camp was too deep, and with the enemy's lower lane still pressuring, support could arrive at any moment. He could only retreat to clear his own jungle. Earlier, when deciding to freeze Kuro's hands, Peanut had already prepared for the loss of jungle monsters. Exchanging 2 camps for a first blood kill felt like a worthwhile trade to him. After all, Gu Xing was playing Sejuani, a champion that was not a jungle carry. No matter how much he farmed, he would merely serve as a frontline. Rek'Sai is moving downwards. You all should be cautious. Gu Xing deduced Peanut's movements and marked a warning for his teammates on the minimap. No worries. The enemy cannot catch us due to the return line. Duan Deliang, maneuvering his hero in circles before his own tower, knows that daring to dive the tower is tantamount to courting death. Just moments ago, he and Jack took advantage of their lane control to send the 3rd wave of cannon minions crashing into the Dragon Pearl Tower. With the minion wave poised to push back towards VG, Duan Deliang is emboldened. He possesses a wealth of experience in manipulating Thresh to toy with Rek'Sai. Yesterday, during the match against the Flash Wolves, he showcased this skill, leaving Kassa utterly bewildered. Gu Xing, too, is not overly concerned. Instead, he contemplates how best to retaliate. His extensive experience in reviewing past matches enables him to swiftly devise strategies in response to the current situation. A flash of inspiration strikes Gu Xing, and he shares his entire plan with his teammates, urging them to prepare in advance while simultaneously pressing the recall button. The pig girl eliminates the Dragon Pearl's blue buff and the magic swamp frog, then returns to the fountain to upgrade to a green jungle knife and shoes. Synchronizing nearly perfectly with Xiao Huaxing, who alleviates his worries stemming from Kuro's first blood by exclaiming, "Only Xiao Huaxing has an additional true sight." Peanut, having finished with the lower river crab, realizes he cannot engage VG's duo, so he opts to place a ward in the enemy's blue zone before returning to replenish. The first blood was claimed by B2D, leaving Xiao Huaxing with merely 200 coins from the assist, his economic standing not significantly superior to Gu Xing's, with the true sight being his utmost limit. The distinction lies in the fact that Peanut's jungle was devoid of monsters upon his departure, whereas Gu Xing still has 3 camps available in his jungle. He keeps a vigilant watch over the canyon, eager to see how Rek'Sai will utilize this idle time. Xiao Huaxing decides to head upwards. Khan had just faced a wave of cannon minions pushed to his tower by Jax, and took the time to place a ward in his own jungle, causing a delay. Coupled with the fact that Camille's early wave clear ability is not particularly impressive, he fails to clear the minions beneath the tower in a timely manner, allowing the 4th wave to converge inside the Dragon Pearl Tower. After the VG minions are dispatched by the defensive tower, the minion wave naturally pushes towards VG. Xiao Huaxing grows concerned that Khan might be pressured by Smeb. With Jax wielding 2 Doran's blades, his combat prowess significantly surpasses that of Camille, and he also enjoys a health advantage. Although Khan has managed to preserve a fair amount of health during the earlier lane contest, he nonetheless lost some vitality. Should Smeb engage, Khan will find himself in a precarious situation. He might be forced back to base in a weakened state, leaving Song Jinghao to control the minion wave. If mishandled, there exists the possibility of an outright solo kill. To avert such a scenario, Xiao Huaxing sets off towards the top lane. Naturally, his intentions are not solely to protect Khan. He also aims to leverage the advancing top lane minion wave to place wards in VG's upper jungle, a truly dual-purpose endeavor. Peanut is acutely aware that, without his flash, he stands no chance against the fiery pig in a duel. The initiative currently lies with Gu Xing. His objective is to utilize vision to obstruct the opponent's next move. As long as he can spot the pig girl, the Dragon Pearl can be forewarned in advance. This tactic of venturing into the enemy's jungle to place wards is a strategy Peanut learned from Suning. At that time, the hacker employed a strategy of vision denial, frequently roaming with the support, and successfully caused an upset by defeating VG. Naturally, Xiao Huaxing meticulously analyzed Suning's gameplay and discovered that the hacker favored returning to base frequently in the early game to reset the green jungle knife, thereby gaining additional vision to detect the enemy's movements. With this knowledge, he devised a clever plan to counter Gu Xing. Regarding the support's early roaming, Grella achieved modest success after thorough research. The choice of Jin, an ADC capable of solo landing, complemented by the fully controlled Alistar, was a well-considered strategic move. Xiao Huaxing was brimming with confidence, determined to show Gu Xing a glimpse of his prowess today. Rek'Sai placed a ward in the brush next to VG's F6 camp and red area, while Alistar seized the opportunity of pushing the wave to enter the enemy's lower tower and headed straight towards the mid lane. Ziyuan furrowed his brow. With Kuro's flash still on cooldown, he maneuvered cautiously, fearing to be caught by Alistar's flash WQ combo. Alistar and Talia possessed a remarkably complete control chain. Against fragile characters without mobility, continuous control skills rarely miss, and inflicting damage can lead to a swift kill. Li Ruihang positioned himself upwards, attempting to evade Alistar while also wary of Xiao Huaxing potentially ambushing him from the upper area. Left with no choice, he had to signal for assistance. After setting off from his own 3 wolves, Gu Xing cleared the camp and leveled up to 4 before hastily moving to mid lane to assist Syndra in stabilizing the lane. The arrival of the pig sister made Longzhu hesitant to overextend, noticing the lack of opportunities in mid. Grella ventured down the river into VG's jungle to place a ward before heading back to the bottom lane. Longzhu's vision was akin to a web of traps. Ziyuan was engulfed in a sense of foreboding, as VG's upper and lower jungles were nearly illuminated by their wards, making it exceedingly difficult for Gu Xing to find a suitable gank path. He shared the same concerns. The pig sister's position was under Longzhu's constant surveillance, leaving Gu Xing with no options for deception. With a total of 4 fake wards, there was little difference between Gu Xing and a mere pawn in the game. Attempting any further deception would be nothing short of self-deception. In the LPL lounge backstage, the players were becoming frantic. "My Suning," Lu Shiyu exclaimed in frustration, questioning why they had to win against VG, making it apparent to the entire world how to counter them. "Oh dear," Ming Kai lamented, "this vision denial is truly vexing." Is there any solution? The newcomer, Ben, inquired of the veterans. Ming Kai shook his head, admitting that it was quite challenging, with their positions locked down. Even farming the jungle required extreme caution. What if Xia Washing saw them farming and went for a gank elsewhere? He believed Gu Xing was faced with a dead end, at least for the next 2 minutes before the wards disappeared. Having access to VG's internal voice chat, Ming Kai learned of Gu Xing's previously mentioned counterattack plan. It must be said that it was indeed quite imaginative. However, to execute it successfully, they must first breach the vision line established by Longzhu. For VG, the only piece of good news was that after clearing the 6th wave of minions, the small segment chose to return to base, upgrading the ancient coin to a nomad's medallion. The quantity of gold coins acquired from picking up coins has increased. During Jack's journey to the mid lane, he has been accumulating minion waves solely by securing last hits. The slow push in the bottom lane has re-emerged. After assisting Kuro in evading the threat posed by the enemy jungler and support, Gu Xing directed his Sejuani to ascend and farm his own beak bird. He pretended to move towards the mid lane, but while doing so, he shifted his perspective to observe the mid lane. He caught a glimpse of BDD's Talia advancing downwards. The timing was impeccable, coinciding precisely with Gu Xing's intention to venture into the mid lane. He deduced that there must be vision nearby, for it would be impossible for Dragon Ball to accurately predict his movements without it. Gu Xing immediately recognized his precarious situation. Since the opponent had the capability to place wards in his jungle, there were undoubtedly more than one. They must have established a dense vision network with multiple wards aligned in a row. Understanding this, Gu Xing maintained an outward calm as he redirected his path towards the upper quadrant to farm his stonebug. However, within the voice chat, he issued new commands. Jack dispatched an eagle spirit to scout the enemy jungle, and in the F6 camp, they encountered a Rek'Sai who was busy farming. Ziyuan failed to perceive the underlying strategy, interpreting it merely as another routine probe. Yet, in reality, VG was laying the groundwork for a premeditated assault. Gu Xing glanced at the upper right corner of the screen. For minutes and 50 seconds, he documented this in the team chat channel. After clearing the stonebug with his chain hammer, Gu Xing set off towards the top lane. The broadcast team promptly followed Sejuani's path to the top lane. Smeb held a significant advantage. It was evident that Khan had just pushed the cannon minion wave and returned to base for supplies, but his combat prowess fell short compared to Jack's. Judging purely by the stats, the Steel Shadow had farmed 3 more waves and returned with 2 long swords. However, these items only augmented attack power and offered little more combat effectiveness than a Doran's blade. Moreover, Smeb was capitalizing on the minion wave advantage, consistently stacking his passive before jumping into combat. Once the opponent used Q, Precision Protocol, he would initiate a counterattack with Stormbringer. Khan executed his maneuvers with finesse, deliberately positioning himself against the wall, waiting for the opponent to use their flower hand before deploying hookshot to stun Jax and retreat from the range of Stormbringer. Nevertheless, even so, the exchange was still unfavorable. The root of the issue lay in the need for the Steel Shadow to kite. The cooldowns of the early landing skills were excessively long, and relying solely on auto attacks would never secure a victory against Jax, forcing him to await the cooldown of Jump Strike to initiate a forced trade. On the battlefield, Smeb maintained absolute initiative. It was under such circumstances that Gu Xing arrived at the top lane. Brother Xing crouched in the grass, hoping to ambush Xin while glancing at the mini-map. However, it seemed there would be no fruitful encounter. Although Peanut was also farming upwards, he had no intention of revealing himself in the top lane. Peanut surmised that Gu Xing was most likely lying in wait to ambush him, patiently anticipating his approach. After all, the wards placed in VG's jungle had already revealed Sejuani heading towards the stonebug. After finishing off the jungle monsters, the pig sister found herself with nothing to do, making a counter-gank a plausible strategy. Currently engaged in a 2v2 in the jungle, the Dragon Ball team stood little chance of victory. Without a moment's hesitation, Peanut opted for a retreat to avoid confrontation, to preclude any potential tower dive from the enemy. He concealed himself in the brush behind the first tower on the Dragon Ball side, remaining out of sight while assisting Khan in clearing the minion wave beneath the tower. Gu Xing remained motionless in the lane's grass. The seemingly dazed appearance of both junglers amused many viewers in the livestream. Following Kuro's first blood, the chat, initially somewhat stifled, began to buzz with activity. Are we all playing chess now? If the enemy doesn't move, neither shall I. Both junglers are likely pondering whether I'm lurking in ambush, betting on the layers of the Milfai being sufficient. Peanut seems unusually cautious now. His defensive strategy is remarkably steady. I remembered during MSI, he would charge recklessly forward. It's only natural. If you had full vision with Li Ruihang's ultimate, you'd be unflinchingly confident too. After ensuring that his champion, Echo, could safely farm, Peanut returned to base to continue his jungle clearing. Suddenly, the voice of the commentator turned incredulous, questioning why Gu Xing was still lurking in the brush. There were no opportunities left in the top lane. With Echo possessing both an E and a flash, even if the minion wave pushed back towards VG, it would be challenging for the Pig Sister and Jax to eliminate her. The commentator struggled to comprehend Gu Xing's decision. Moments later, the Pig Sister finally emerged from the brush before the Dragon Ball Tower, entering the upper river. What was Gu Xing planning? Ziyuan was puzzled. Observing the Pig Sister take a turn towards the Dragon Ball upper jungle, utterly confused, as both teams had cleared their camps in the upper half, rendering any invasion fruitless. The commentator let out a soft hiss. He had finally grasped a hint of the situation, his voice filled with astonishment. There were no wards in the Dragon Ball upper jungle. They were completely unaware of Gu Xing's movements. The Pig Sister had found the enemy's blind spot. The commentator was immensely excited. A rustling sound echoed as the viewers watched the Pig Sister gallivanting freely in the canyon, finding it hard to believe. The audience, possessing a god's eye view of the match, knew that no wards were placed near the Dragon Ball. How could Gu Xing be so confident that there were no wards from Peanut in the upper jungle? Khan had just pushed the top minion wave, capable of providing support in the jungle. If the Pig Sister were caught in the Dragon Ball upper jungle without her flash, wouldn't she be in grave danger? Gu Xing's audacity to invade was justified. The reasoning was straightforward. The last time he noted Peanut's whereabouts was through the E ability, Sky Strike, used by Jax. At that time, he observed Rek'Sai clearing the F6 camp. A bit of deduction would allow him to approximate the time Peanut would finish clearing all camps. With no camps left to clear in the upper half and Echo's position being quite secure, would Peanut still linger in the upper half? The answer was undoubtedly no. Gu Xing intentionally waited an additional 15 seconds at this juncture, allowing the opponent time to react and return to base before finally heading towards the enemy's upper jungle. Previously, he had discovered that a ward had been placed in the jungle by the Dragon Pearl, leading him to deduce that the enemy had likely concealed more than one ward. Consequently, it was highly probable that Xia Washing was devoid of any wards to utilize. Furthermore, there were no resources in the Dragon Pearl's jungle that warranted defensive attention, making the placement of wards unnecessary at this juncture. With Xia Washing absent and no vision in place, Gu Xing successfully identified the vulnerability in the Dragon Pearl's vision defense. Stealthily plunging into the shrouded chaos of battle, he advanced toward the top lane, feigning a counter-gank while actually circumventing the enemy's defenses, making a roundabout entrance into their unguarded rear. This maneuver resembled the German Manstein plan circumventing the Maginot Line. In the LPL lounge, Ming Kai abruptly rose from his chair, his expression brimming with excitement. Incredible, Gu Xing. You managed to slip past them. Ghostfoot 7 fancied that if he had a god's eye view, he would dare to orchestrate his movements with the same audacity as Gu Xing. Yet, the dilemma lay in Gu Xing's lack of precise intelligence. Every action was a gamble based on known information. Remarkably, he had indeed placed his bets wisely. Such audacity could only be described as the artistry of the bold. If I were present, I would have done the same, Xiangguo remarked approvingly, articulating his perspective. If the opposing jungler remains in the upper quadrant, then I would proceed. Lu Shiyu's distinctive style emphasized a singular theme of risk. While his judgments might not possess the precision of Ming Kai's, he dared to take risks, ultimately reaping substantial rewards. Even if he suffered a heavy price for a lost gamble, Xiangguo would still offer the same response when encountering similar situations in the future. However, at this moment, no one was praising Lu Shiyu. All attention was riveted on Gu Xing. BDD is doomed. Xiaohu chuckled, his voice grating like a duck's. In the mid lane of the canyon, BDD positioned himself forward. Having received intel from Xia Washing, he believed that Gu Xing was in the lower quadrant, farming the magical swamp frog reset by VG. Of course, BDD had also placed a ward in the grass of the upper river to guard against Gu Xing's potential gank route. Little did he realize that Gu Xing was treading an unconventional path, circumventing the wards established by the Dragon Pearl in the upper river. Gu Xing concealed himself in the grass just above, separated by a wall from the Dragon Pearl's mid-tower, ensuring a dynamic cadence to his actions as the minion wave was pushed toward the tower by Kuro. VG's jungler prepared to freeze the hand. Gu Xing took 2 steps, emerging from the grass with a sudden charge, startling BD as the boar-like champion burst forth from the wall. He barely had time to turn before being ensnared by the enemy's W chain, which applied a slow. Syndra unleashed a swift QE combo, subsequently using her telekinesis to hurl the orb at the Rock Sparrow. The Thunder proc activated, causing the Rock Sparrow's health to plummet to below 40%. Gu Xing applied Ignite, delivering 2 auto attacks during the disorientation of the weakened foe, stacking the E frozen domain to its full capacity, ultimately sealing BDD's fate. The kill was awarded to Syndra, allowing VG to retaliate in the mid lane. Ziyuan clenched his fists, vociferously cheering, and not only that, the 2 of them, having dispatched the Rock Sparrow, immediately set their sights on the top lane, intent on ambushing Khan. As Khan's minions were just deployed, he still required some time to return to the safety of his first tower, let alone retreat to the true sanctuary of the second tower. VG's jungle duo astutely sensed the opportunity for a kill, maneuvering effortlessly through the Dragon Pearl's jungle. Utilizing the explosive orb nestled between the 3-wolf camp and the blue zone, the duo propelled themselves forward, swiftly arriving at the space between the first and second towers on the Dragon Pearl's upper lane, effectively blocking Khan's escape from behind. The pincer movement was officially in place. Peanut was still busy farming the stone beetles in the lower quadrant, completely unable to rush back to assist the upper lane, with voices rising in urgency. It was evident that Khan, huddled within the confines of the first tower, was doomed. No minions were necessary. Jax leaped in with a counterattack. Yet Khan attempted to retaliate with a second wall stun, only to be intercepted mid-cast by Syndra's weakness Begone stun. Having just reached level 6 after defeating the Rock Sparrow, Kuro unleashed his energy cascade, combining forces with the jungle duo to swiftly send the already weakened Jace back to the fountain. What a turn of events. Chapter complete. 395. The exaggerated triumph of strategy. Under the leadership of Xinggu, VG has successfully turned the tide by consecutively eliminating Dragon Pearl's mid and upper lanes. Ziyuan proclaimed, raising his arm in exhilaration. Remember was ecstatic, exclaiming, the situation has drastically reversed, and now it is VG who holds the advantage. Xingji's ability to control vision is simply exceptional, he praised. Able to carve out a gap amidst Dragon Pearl's heavy defenses and catch the enemy off guard. Initially, the audience had admired Dragon Pearl's formidable vision control, believing it would restrict Gu Xing's movements and render him powerless. Little did they expect the turnaround would occur so swiftly. The camera shifted to VG's player bench, where Gu Xing wore a satisfied smile, continuously engaging in dialogue with his teammates. He had anticipated that Dragon Pearl would emulate Suning's strategy of vision lockdown to confine him. However, after being schooled by Suning with this very tactic, Gu Xing had not remained stagnant. Instead, he had dedicated time to meticulously review the match, identifying the reasons for his defeat, and thoughtfully considered countermeasures. His objective was to prevent other teams from employing the same strategy against him. Since you have established vision in my jungle, why not simply circumvent and infiltrate your territory? Early in the game, lane heroes still needed to guard against ganks, and the support had no economic means to purchase a sightstone. Relying solely on the 2 wards provided by the green jungle knife was wholly insufficient to illuminate both jungles. Gu Xing was resolute. As long as he could penetrate the enemy's jungle, shrouded in the thick fog of war, the possibilities would be boundless. Meanwhile, the communication within the Dragon Pearl team erupted in a chorus of frustration. One West. BDD rubbed his face in exasperation, hoping to rouse himself from the daze. How could they come from above? He had miscalculated his flash, getting caught in VG's control and damage combo, leaving him with no capacity to fight back. Peanut bit his lip in frustration. I was too careless. I didn't expect the pig sister to be so aggressive. Dragon Pearl had initially set up wards in VG's lower jungle, but they were mere trinket wards, lasting only a little over a minute, and by now had long since faded. Given that the route control lies in the hands of VG, Jack has hoarded the minion wave almost to the Dragon Pearl tower, leaving Grella unable to venture offline to place wards in the enemy's lower jungle. Consequently, Peanut temporarily loses his grip on the lower half of the map controlled by VG. He contemplates finishing off the stone beetle before rushing to place wards and track Gu Xing's movements. However, this fleeting opportunity is seized firmly by the opposing team, igniting a wave of counterattacks. A singular offensive effort erases all the early advantages accumulated by Dragon Pearl. Anyone witnessing VG's astute strategies would surely commend them. Baocheng, let us coordinate our actions shortly. Little Peanut addressed his mid laner. Let us strive to seize an opportunity. BDD, visibly perturbed, responded. Can we first drive away Thresh before we act? Why is this guy in the mid lane? Upon respawning and returning to mid, he spotted Thresh casually strolling in from the lower side, brazenly sharing the cannon wave with Syndra. Earlier, VG South bot lane had stacked the cannon wave and pushed it towards the Dragon Pearl tower, prompting Duan Deliang to head to mid and initiate his lane-sharing scheme. This maneuver left BDD in a rather uncomfortable position. Without Flash, he had to remain vigilant against Thresh and Syndra's crowd control. Otherwise, that Ignite-bearing Thresh might take him down once more. Little Peanut clicked his tongue. This is truly infuriating. Han Wanghu initially sensed something amiss when he saw Thresh equipped with the ancient coin. Now, all signs confirmed that his suspicions were correct. VG audaciously applies the lane-sharing technique that Beryl had just devised earlier today in the match. A classic case of learning on the fly. It is indeed outrageous. The epic battles in Europe and America are not only observed by LPL. Little Peanut and his LCK colleagues have also studied them. However, such lane-sharing techniques are clearly not suitable for Dragon Pearl. BDD is a mage-centric mid laner, whose playstyle often requires him to snag a couple of minions when passing through side lanes, boasting an impressive summer split average economy of 412, ranking second among LCK mid laners. This clearly indicates a high demand for his development. It is unrealistic to expect him to share experience with the support. Dragon Pearl conducted a couple of custom games prior to today's match, and, finding the results mediocre, decisively opted to abandon the strategy. Nevertheless, Little Peanut is no pushover. Unable to replicate the lane-sharing technique, he seeks alternatives. Although time is too short for Peanut to construct a complete tactical plan, a rough outline begins to take shape. Don't panic, Little Peanut reassured his teammates. Having formulated the next steps, I'm heading over to assist you. As he spoke, he maneuvered Rek'Sai toward mid lane. The jungler's presence alleviated BDD's pressure, allowing him to farm comfortably. Gu Xing did not squander this prime opportunity, as Little Peanut exposed himself in mid. He dashed into the Dragon Pearl's upper jungle to place both of the wards from his backpack. Once he ensured everything was in place, he returned to base to replenish his equipment. During the earlier ambush on Dragon Pearl's upper lane, he secured 2 assists, though the gold obtained was not particularly substantial. However, Gu Xing excelled in his jungle farming. Leveraging the economic boost from the monsters, he returned to base and crafted the pivotal item, Bambi's melted essence. At this point, Piggy's jungle efficiency and resilience have seen a significant enhancement. What do you think, Lao Duan? Gu Xing inquired of his support. Can the Vanguard team stack their gold? Duan Deliang glanced at his progress. It should be fine. I'll come back to the mid lane to assist shortly. Approaching the fallen enemy cannon minions, he absorbed the gold coins they dropped, then contentedly returned to the bot lane. Come off and Xiao Duan. Kuro reluctantly bid farewell to his support, leveraging his newly acquired magic penetration boots to initiate his own dominance. The substantial magic penetration attributes posed a considerable threat to the rock mage, while the additional 45 points of movement speed allowed Li Ruihang to deftly evade Talia's stone attacks, rendering him practically invincible against the rock mage. While Kuro was managing the minion wave, he successfully hit the rock mage twice with his Q, Dark Sphere, reducing her health by 13. BDD was still resisting, occasionally tossing out his Q, Seismic Shard. Due to Li Ruihang's magic penetration boots, only the initial 2 seismic hits managed to connect, as subsequent rock formations were deftly avoided by Syndra, utilizing her speed advantage. The benefits from the mid-lane exchanges were not even comparable. With over 4 years of experience in professional competitions, Kuro quickly sensed something amiss. Who would engage in combat while at a health disadvantage? Li Ruihang, listening to his teammates' various updates over voice chat, instinctively sensed the looming danger, resting his fingers on the flash key. As the clock approached the 7-minute mark, empowered by Insight, S15 Summoner spell cooldown reduction, his flash was ready, granting him a chance for escape. Sure enough, as he stepped forward for another trade, a bull-headed figure suddenly emerged from the nearby brush. Gragas has returned to base for supplies and silently approached the mid lane, aiming to attack Syndra. Ziyuan's voice was urgent. He spoke rapidly, but his words couldn't keep pace with the player's swift actions. No sooner had he finished speaking than the bull-headed champion lunged forward. Accompanied by a flash of golden light, Alistar charged towards Syndra, his horns aimed menacingly. However, just as the audience was filled with delight, another flash illuminated the scene. Kuro's reaction is astonishing, a commentator exclaimed. He used his flash to evade Alistar's follow-up flash. Syndra swiftly countered with her QE, stunning Alistar, and then unleashed her orb with great force, triggering thunderous damage that significantly depleted Alistar's health. In the next moment, the VG team emblem illuminated above Syndra's head. "What speed is this?" Ziyuan exclaimed, turning to his senior, Dola, in awe. Flashing to counter, Kuro also reduced the opponent's health. This exchange isn't a loss at all. He was unaware that Li Ruihang had sensed the impending threat ahead of time, allowing for his timely evasion, attributing it instead to Kuro's rapid reflexes. However, the Dragon Ball team was convinced that Kuro had anticipated the flash. The reasoning was simple. Peanut and the two elderly sages had all worked with Kuro before and knew that their former teammates' reflexes could not be that swift. It must have been due diligence that enabled such a response. Reflecting on the situation, BDD realized that his earlier unreasonable trades had alerted the opponent, leaving him feeling incredibly frustrated. The ill-fated assault by Grella forced him to retreat to the bottom lane in disgrace. Kuro scoffed disdainfully, uttering, "A 9/10 water bottle?" His imperfect Mandarin only served to amplify the mockery. "Alas, I cannot carry you all while being away from the team. You are all truly lacking in skill. Well done." Oldly, Gu Xing praised, promptly taking credit for the situation. "See, I warned you that Alistar might come to gank you in the mid lane." Previously, Duan Deliang had ventured into the mid lane to soak up experience due to a significant wave of minions slowly pushing towards the VG tower. Gu Xing had noticed that the two ancient ones, Xin Ming, were deliberately slowing their wave clear, opting to use auto attacks to secure the last hits instead of using skills. This was clearly a tactic to control the pushback. Consequently, when a large number of minions returned to the VG tower, Grella would have an opportunity to act without any risk. Gori's decision was to return to base, as he had not replenished his supplies from the start of the game until the 7th minute. While this might appear to be a logical choice, it aroused Gu Xing's suspicions. Like other elite junglers, Gu Xing approached the game with a sense of paranoia, always anticipating the worst outcomes. He instinctively believed that Grella's retreat was a ruse designed to deceive VG, concealing ulterior motives. Thus, he promptly shared his suspicions with his teammates. Kuro, having prepared himself through BDD's irrational exchange of blows, was ready. The moment Grella revealed himself, he used his flash to escape. In response to Gu Xing's self-congratulation, Kuro seamlessly chimed in, "That is undoubtedly true. Gu Xing is my savior. Come and grab the blue buff." Gu Xing intended to reward Kuro. While en route to the blue area, he continued issuing commands. "Just focus on pressuring BDD in your lane. If you need assistance, I will call you in advance." Li Ruihang, using his telekinesis, smashed a jungle monster to the ground, followed by a Q ability to secure the blue buff. Looking down at the newly spawned blue circle beneath him, he cheerfully replied, "No problem. Just keep BDD at bay." After assisting the mid laner in securing the blue buff, Gu Xing turned to farm the magic toad when the ward he had previously placed in the dragon's area revealed Rek'Sai's position. The opponent had also cleared the magic toad, and shortly after, the blue buff respawned, with the void burrower redirecting its fury towards the jungle monsters. Noticing BDD's Talia moving upward in an attempt to claim the blue buff, Gu Xing switched screens to monitor the bottom lane. "Old Duan, when you arrive in the mid lane, be cautious. Both the mid and jungle opponents still have their flashes, and they might try to gank Kuro." He offered an early warning. The root of this concern lay in the Dragon Pearl composition, where the mid laner was the absolute core of early game momentum. To truly orchestrate the game, relying solely on Peanut's Rek'Sai for ganks was insufficient. Talia needed to be unleashed to synergize effectively. With Kuro currently holding an advantage and beginning to dominate Talia in the mid lane, it would undoubtedly pose significant challenges for Dragon Pearl. Thus, it was highly probable that they would attempt to ambush Syndra in the mid lane. Duan Deliang was eager to assure that he would protect Kuro while hastily leading Jack to push the lane. The opposing Minotaur had just ventured into the mid lane. failing to secure a target and consequently losing a significant amount of health, even expending his flash ability. At present, he poses no substantial threat to the duo from VG. Observing the situation as routine, Gu Xing proceeded to the upper region to meticulously tidy his camp, all the while keeping an eye on the mid lane, prepared for any potential support. At the 8-minute and 17-second mark, another wave of minions arrived at the bottom lane. Half a minute later, a wave of cannon minions would follow, and Duan Deliang calculated this precisely, promptly urging Jack to push the lane. The two delivered the amassed minions to the Dragon Pearl Tower, after which little Duan hastened towards the mid lane while Jack remained in the rear, utilizing his E ability, Eagle Strike, to scout for vision, ready to unleash his ultimate to assist his teammates. The Eagle Spirit soared through the skies, illuminating the Dragon Pearl's jungle, ultimately catching sight of Little Peanut in the Shadow Wolf camp. Duan Wangye is rushing to the mid lane once again. His roaming frequency today is notably higher than usual. Zhe Yuan remarked, typically, I recall him staying in the bottom lane with Jack. As a commentator, his sensitivity to the tactics employed in professional matches is somewhat lacking. Often, it is only after various teams have established their strategies that he gains awareness. Naturally, he remains oblivious to the considerable upheaval caused by a Korean support from the European and American regions within the LOL esports ecosystem during the early hours. Duan Deliang, on the other hand, felt quite comfortable. He was not particularly adept at roaming due to a lack of game awareness, often unsure when to leave the bottom lane or where to venture after departing. If he failed to yield any benefits, he might end up wandering aimlessly. However, the line manipulation technique developed by Beryl is different. With clear objectives for off-lane movement, Duan Deliang need not strain his mind. Once he secures control of the bottom lane, he merely needs to fulfill his minion-pushing tasks at designated points before heading to the mid lane. He had never imagined that roaming could be so effortless and enjoyable. As he maneuvered Thresh through the river, he felt a sense of joy while heading towards the mid lane, which was already under VG's control. With wards positioned in the bushes and at the dragon pit, seemingly secure. Little did he know, danger was approaching. Is Little Peanut lurking in the shadows? Remembering to maintain a god's eye view, he immediately noticed Rex's unusual movements. Peanut was hiding in the bush between the Dragon Pit and the Dragon Pearl's red buff camp. The director swiftly switched to the Dragon Pearl's perspective. The commentators and audience could clearly see that the lurking Rex was capable of detecting the obscured upper river lane with his underground senses. Thresh's footsteps were alarmingly evident. He is attempting to ambush Duan Wangye. Zhe Yuan exclaimed anxiously. Little Peanut is employing cunning tactics. Previously, when the Eagle Spirit scouted the Dragon Pearl's jungle, the director provided a close-up shot, clearly revealing Rex farming the three wolves. As soon as the vision provided by the Eagle Spirit faded, Little Peanut abandoned the jungle monsters and swiftly redirected his movement towards the lower half of the map, lying in wait for Thresh, who was soon to arrive at the mid lane. This is bad, remembering murmured, upon witnessing Thresh's signal entering the lower river bush. Little Peanut seized the opportunity. He tunneled through the wall to the river, activating Q, chase prey, to mark his target. Duan Deliang was caught off guard, using the pendulum of misfortune to push his opponent away while calling for his teammates to assist him. Unfortunately, the speed of their support could not possibly match the swiftness of the Dragon Ball. Woohoo! A curtain of stone walls formed as Aurelia rushed forth atop the stone barricade. Though Kuro's Syndra possessed shoes that granted magic penetration, her speed was no match for Aurelia's rapid approach. BDD. Apply the slowing effect of the stone array and keep firing to chip away at Thresh's health. Ziyuan, sensing the dire situation, spoke in a lower tone. Peanut cannot approach Thresh on foot for the time being. BDD has used his rock spike to initiate, but Duke managed to dodge with a flash, while Rek'Sai utilized her own flash to knock the opponent skyward. Though Peanut could reach Thresh using our Void Rush, the drawback was that after using her ultimate, Rek'Sai would emerge from the ground, entering a cooldown period. To keep Thresh airborne, she would need to burrow underground again. It must be noted that Duan Deliang still had many skills at his disposal, retaining the capacity to prolong the fight. Any delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Peanut decided not to waste his flash, fearing that prolonged engagements could lead to misfortune. The dual thunderclaps from the jungle of the Dragon Ball instantly annihilated Thresh. The support, who had opted for an ancient coin route, was inherently fragile, and Thresh's resilience was insufficient to withstand such overwhelming burst damage from the enemy. Jack's magic crystal arrow arrived too late, striking Peanut after Gu Xing's demise, resulting in no substantial impact. At the LCK commentary booth, the Roaring Emperor was invigorated. "A perfectly executed ambush," he exclaimed, fully embracing the vocal exuberance characteristic of his culture. Peanut seized the opportunity even in a disadvantageous position, sending Thresh back to the fountain. Peanut adjusted his glasses, feeling a slight sense of relief. Today, he had hastily devised a countermeasure against Barrel's lane surfing tactics by predicting the timing of the opposing support's journey to the mid lane and setting an ambush in advance. This seemingly powerful, yet fragile method of lane manipulation hinged upon the core resource of the Rift Herald. If the support failed to provide adequate feedback during the Herald engagement, the entire strategy could collapse in an instant. At such a moment, the support could be holding substantial economic advantages, yet unable to translate personal gains back to the team, rendering the lane surfing ineffective and detrimental to the mid laner's development. Following this logic, if a support wished to make an impact during the Herald fight, their primary task was to complete their gold item quest to obtain rewards. The ancient coin route allowed for an accelerated development timeline due to Barrel's innovative lane surfing principles, enabling the support to profit from the mid lane after effectively managing the bot lane minions. Peanut identified the weakness in this logical chain and aimed to exploit the gap for a mid lane ambush. With Gu Xing's death, he missed an entire wave of cannon minions. Moreover, Xianming and the other elders simply needed to hasten their advance, sending the bot lane minions into VG's turret ahead of time, ensuring Gu Xing suffered further losses. Regardless, there is no way for the young player to complete the wage assignment within 10 minutes. This has also caused significant losses for Kuro, who has already shared a wave of cannon fodder with Gu Xing, yet has received no return on his investment. The Roaring Emperor, upon seeing BDD's Zoe secure another kill, was about to share the promising future of their region with the audience. However, before he could utter a word, the director suddenly shifted the camera to the top lane. "Virtue!" exclaimed the commentator Jin Dongjun, his voice trembling. "This is a bit excessive." While Gu Xing was ambushed by Longzhu's jungler in the river, Gu Xing was busy farming in the upper half of the map. He had initially thought that Longzhu's true target was Kuro, positioning himself to ensure that Li Ruihang could remain under his protection. Yet, the opponents aimed to eliminate Gu Xing. Helpless, Gu Xing realized that even the sturdy steelback boar could not reach in time to provide support. He chose to redirect his efforts to the top lane. After a long absence, SB was rapidly expanding their advantage, with Jax acquiring the Radiance and Cloth Armor boots. The Camille found herself at a distinct disadvantage in the solo lane. Whenever Khan dared to glance at the minion wave, Jax would leap and engage him. Should the weapon's Radiance proc twice during a skirmish, Camille's health would plummet by half. The reckless and relentless style of Jax tormented Khan mercilessly. The minion wave was incessantly pushed to the Longzhu tower, and each time Jax approached, he would bait out Camille's E, even if the counter-strike failed to stun her. A complete combo would be sufficient to shatter his opponent, followed by a Q to leap away from the tower's range. The turret could only manage a single shot, unable to harm Jax. If Khan used his E skill, Jax would become even more audacious, frequently inviting trades. Khan was left bewildered. In the midst of this, he attempted to use his R, Hexdeck ultimatum, to draw the turret's aggro, seeking vengeance through the tower. However, after Camille was nerfed earlier this spring, the duration of her level 1 ultimate was reduced to merely 2 seconds. The opponents activated their R, Grandmaster's Might, enhancing their resistances and mitigating damage. After enduring the turret's assault, Camille still retained a significant portion of her health. When Gu Xing finally arrived at the top lane, he found himself confronted with this dire situation. Without hesitation, he maneuvered behind the turret, initiating the tower's aggro, delivering basic attacks while applying the passive from Winter's Wrath on Camille. A chorus of anguished cries erupted from the LCK commentary booth, replacing the earlier laughter with dismay. The smiles had not vanished, but merely shifted to another group of spectators. Khan used Flash to evade the chains. Jin Dongjuan's expression shifted instantaneously, shaking off the weight of Gu Xing's demise, his voice brimming with vigor. "Humph, trying to escape?" With Jax's leap still on cooldown, he activated the counter-strike and, witnessing his opponent use E, hookshot, to cling to the wall in a desperate attempt to flee, he decisively flashed closer to Camille. throughout Camille's skill. The only moment she could avoid control was when the hook was grappling towards the wall. During all other phases, she could be interrupted by various abilities. SB's Flash successfully executed the stun, halting Camille mid-air. Subsequently, A struck, successfully stacking the frost layers in conjunction with the Pig Sisters' basic attacks. Xinggu relinquished the frozen domain and follow up with control. Khan lacks the ability to resist and must obediently surrender his life. Gu Xing's ultimate did not ignite even once, as he observed the considerable cost paid by Song Jinghao and thus transferred the kill to a teammate, enduring 3 hits from the turret before retreating with half a health bar remaining. Neeb holds the teleport. Once the Rift Herald battle commences, he can immediately provide support. In contrast, Khan utilized his teleport during VG's first tower dive in the mid lane and now has a minute remaining until it resets. If Chong Ganjing also shifts to the bottom lane, VG could easily manipulate the situation, allowing Jax to teleport to the front of the Baron Pit, thus creating a numerical advantage. However, if Khan neglects to defend the bottom lane, Jax may very well push the minion wave towards the next tower. Marvelous! Xiaohu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. The exchange of lane control from top to mid seems to have benefited VG. Jax's premature shift to the bottom lane came at the cost of losing the previously secure top lane control to the dragon. Nevertheless, VG's duo arrived at the mid lane ahead of the 2 ancient beings, enabling them to assist Kuro in clearing the minion wave. The very structure of the Rift's map dictates that the mid lane's accessibility far surpasses that of the top lane. Gu Xing's strategic lane swap, when analyzed in terms of losses, potential threats, and assistance for the Herald, clearly signifies VG's overwhelming victory. This is truly outrageous, Xiangguo remarked with astonishment. How does Gu Xing's mind function? With their perspective from above, they realize that their decision-making speed lagged behind that of their opponents. One can only imagine the heights Gu Xing's operational understanding has reached. VG's lane swap decision not only mitigated losses, but also lured the opponents into a trap. Remembered she, Jax's pushing speed is no slouch. The situation for the dragon is quite dire. Weapons, relying on the passive, ruthless precision to stack attack speed, combined with the ultimate's additional damage, possess a respectable lane clearing efficiency among top laners. Before the Herald even respawned, the minion wave in the bottom lane had already crossed the river. After much consideration, Peanut decided against sending Chong Ganjing to the bottom lane, opting instead to accompany himself in securing the Herald. If they could seize control of the Herald, the losses in the bottom lane would be entirely acceptable. Just as the Herald was born, the dragon couldn't wait to engage the monsters. The 2 ancient beings arrived at the Baron Pit, but unfortunately, Jin's damage output was rather low, and the rate of health reduction was quite average. The director split the screen in 2, allowing the audience to clearly see Jax's progress in demolishing the bottom tower. With full passive stacks, the weapon, bolstered by the light, exhibited an extraordinarily high tower demolition efficiency. Xinggu has unleashed his ultimate. Remembered one voice, as the Pig Sister hurled our frigid prison towards the Dragon Pit's entrance. Striking the 3 enemies below, Grayla bravely stepped forward, using his body to shield against the Pig Sister's ultimate, before activating our steadfast resolve to break free from control and regain his freedom. His activation speed was already quite rapid, yet even so, there was still a momentary lag. Duan Deliang's Thresh executed Q, death sentence, hooking the cow head. The next moment, he cast the lantern at the Pig Sister's feet. A flurry of shouts echoed within the dragon's voice channel. Little Peanut's rank is inferior to Gu Xing's, leading to a disparity in their punishment damage. He hesitates to take a gamble, fearing that Thresh might activate his second Q to engage, allowing Gu Xing to use the lantern to enter and snatch the Rift Herald. Should that occur, all of Dragon Pearl's efforts would be rendered futile. Thus, Little Peanut is compelled to urge his teammates to temporarily refrain from lowering the Herald's health. Ultimately, Thresh does not trigger his second Q to dive in. However, the area damage from Gu Xing's earlier, our glacial prison erupts, applying a slow to both the Rat King and Little Peanut within its radius. Simultaneously, Sejuani continues to charge forward. On her path, she steps onto a lotus trap set by Jin, yet this does not deter her determination to advance towards the Baron Pit. With a fierce determination to contest the objective, BDD's seismic shard strikes Sejuani, granting Gu Xing immunity to slow effects as he boldly charges ahead. Grayla realizes they can no longer afford to delay and rushes to shove Sejuani away with his horns. Meanwhile, the Rat King finally accumulates his fourth bullet. The execution damage combined with Rek'Sai's smite ensures the successful acquisition of the Herald. Gu Xing beams with a bright smile. The Herald is of no concern to him. He proceeds to the upper river, for his true intention has never been to secure the Herald. Grayla, in his effort to push Sejuani away, positions himself too far forward and is pulled back by Thresh's death sentence. The bull's capabilities were diminished in last summer's competition, rendering his early, unbreakable will less effective. Without a flash, he is destined to be the first casualty of the team fight. Little Peanut picks up the Herald's eye and urges his teammates over voice chat to retreat promptly. Losing a bull man is an acceptable cost for Dragon Pearl. However, while they wish to escape, VG has no intention of letting them go. The bull uses his ultimate to send VG's jungle support flying, doing his utmost to delay the enemy's pursuit. With only 4 members of Dragon Pearl remaining, they can only retreat upwards. This predicament arises from VG's earlier peculiar lane swap. Having lost control of the mid lane, Dragon Pearl's formation shifts upward, making it impossible for them to seek refuge in the mid lane. They must press on resolutely towards the upper area. Within the escape route in the upper half, there are 2 branches. One leads towards Dragon Pearl's blue zone through the jungle route, while the other continues along the river until it reaches the top lane, where safety is found within the first tower. Initially, traversing through the jungle would have been a more suitable choice. Yet, the issue lies in the narrow passage leading to Dragon Pearl's blue zone. One cannot be certain that Kuro's Syndra will not suddenly strike. It would be no challenge for the ball girl to unleash devastating crowd control within that confined space. Hence, the only remaining option is to continue along the river upwards. The 4 members of Dragon Pearl huddle together, during which Talia continuously casts Seismic Shard, attempting to whittle down VG's health. However, upon realizing that Dragon Pearl has abandoned the path through the jungle, Gu Xing decisively issues an offensive command. The camera abruptly shifts to the upper lane. In the tribrush, there lies a fake ward previously placed by Gu Xing for vision. Dragon Pearl's true wards are insufficient, and initiating the Herald was too hasty. They are powerless to clear out the enemy wards in the tribrush. Now, this ward shall spell doom for Dragon Pearl. A crimson teleportation sigil lights up above. Jax uses his TP. As I recall, my blood surged, and the ludicrous melody of the Digimon theme echoed in my mind, reverberating with overwhelming intensity. This I will allow SB to find the perfect angle for a flanking maneuver. The Dragon Ball team, upon discovering the presence of an enemy in the triangular grass, was thrown into a state of disarray. At this moment, retreating through the narrow passage back to their jungle was no longer a viable option. If they advanced further, Jax would teleport onto the battlefield, and a single retaliatory storm of vengeance would suffice to decimate Dragon Ball. In a moment of desperation, Little Peanut devised an alternative route. By hugging the wall adjacent to Dragon Ball's jungle, they utilized their mobility skills or flashes to traverse through the wall to a position beside the grass near the back of the first tower. Although Dragon Ball's jungler lacked a flash, he possessed a mobility skill. The 2 carries had no mobility, but did have flashes. All 4 could escape with their lives. However, in their haste, Little Peanut overlooked a critical detail. The area beside the grass at the back of Dragon Ball's first tower, while seemingly safe, was equally constricted, offering little room for maneuvering. As the 4 players clung to the wall, showcasing their skills, they had barely caught their breath when they were struck by a sphere of magic unleashed by Syndra's force of will. The sequence of QE, the 2 spheres launched forth, astonishingly stunning all 4 Dragon Ball players. In that confined space, they had no room to evade. The Mouse King, with swift reflexes, activated Cleanse. But his teammates had no escape abilities, leaving them ensnared. My goodness, I shouted in disbelief. Xing Gu charged forward like a wild boar, swinging his chain mace to hold them in place. Jack unleashed his glacial prison, slowing the enemy. As Jax lands, he immediately heads toward the fray. Dragon Ball's team is bound to collapse. The members of Dragon Ball scattered like birds taking flight, with each striving to escape. Yet, all their mobility skills had been expended, and the arrows from Glacial Prison proved to be a daunting hindrance, ensnaring the Dragon Ball players one by one. Gu Xing accumulated his passive on Little Peanut and struck him down with his chain mace. Jax from SB leaped over the wall into the fray, initiating the storm of vengeance. Unrelenting control, and Duke Wang's hook is also primed. What awaited Dragon Ball was a merciless onslaught. Ultimately, Only the Mouse King's Jin managed to escape, while the remaining 3 were ruthlessly annihilated by VG. The scene fell into profound silence. The earlier boisterous arrogance now vanished. 0 for 4. Ziyuan exclaimed with delight. Dragon Ball's fortunes have waned. How could they dare to charge up there? I was bewildered. Isn't that tantamount to handing over their heads? One can only say they were frantic and reckless. Ziyuan chuckled. Dragon Ball was surely petrified by Jax's sudden teleport. Little Peanut, clutching his forehead, was utterly dismayed. As he replayed the events in his mind, he had to concede that he had made the most disastrous move. Even if they had continued up the lane, they would likely have only lost 2 players to VG's pursuit. However, choosing to maneuver through the wall into that confined space had sealed Dragon Ball's fate. The root cause lay in the immense pressure VG exerted through their minion waves and strategic play. After 10 minutes of resilience, Little Peanut had still committed a grave error in judgment. He was aware that the match had lost all suspense. What followed was VG's performance in operational strategy. Even with the advantage of the Herald, it proved futile when the disparity was too great. VG transitioned to the mid lane, leveraging their prior control to successfully demolish the first mid-turret. Subsequently, the already dwindled health of the top turret fell victim to Jax's relentless assault. The next turret was obliterated by VG's siege minions after the wave converged. In just over a minute, all outer turrets of Dragon Ball were annihilated. A team fight, and the economy skyrocketed to 4K. The excited voice trembled. Dragon Ball is out of the game. The familiar snowballing rhythm swept through the Dragon Ball jungle once more. Camps were systematically reclaimed by VG, filled with their wards. The vision line completely encircled Dragon Ball. Only BDD's Talia remained stubbornly attempting to regain control. Yet under the shroud of vision denial, VG anticipated her every move and set up ambushes. Talia's strikes were often successful, but they only led to more Dragon Ball members falling to VG. She was utterly unable to turn the tide. Peanut summoned the Herald, hoping to shield it during the push, but VG, with their 5-man unit, once again encircled and overwhelmed them. Ultimately, Dragon Ball suffered another 5-4-3 trade, losing the second dragon, tipping the scales of victory decisively in VG's favor. Nevertheless, LZ's relentless spirit pushed them to fight until the end. The more dire the situation became, the faster they fell. As the match reached the 25-minute mark, VG gathered at the barren pit, enticing Dragon Ball to engage. Dragon Ball took the bait. Then, SB's Jax unleashed a divine intervention, carving through the battlefield to secure a triple kill. With a precise smite, they claimed the Baron, leading their team to dismantle the high ground of Dragon Ball on 2 fronts. 396, a completely novel approach to problem solving. Congratulations to VG for defeating Dragon Ball. Ziyuan exclaimed joyfully. This secures another victory for the LPL region, marking our 4th win. One must commend VG's early game strategy, which was nothing short of perfection. He praised, they deftly neutralized multiple assaults from Dragon Ball, consistently thwarting their efforts, even while utilizing a composition that was initially at a disadvantage. Gaining absolute control of the match, it's simply astonishing. Reflecting on VG's decisions, Ziyuan still found them delightful. Several instances of peril swiftly turned to safety were akin to having map hacks. At times, he even wondered if VG had access to some advanced technology. Their predictions could only be described as extraordinary. Thus far, the LPL still retains the possibility of advancing as the top seed, Remembered remarked with fervor. Only one final confrontation remains. It all hinges on whether RNG can seize the opportunity. The ultimate showdown for the LPL today will unfold between RNG and Samsung. Given the current circumstances, the outcome of that confrontation will determine who secures the coveted ticket to the finals. The director shifted the camera to the VG player bench. The members stood, exchanging high fives in celebration. Well played, Xiaogu. Kuro lavished praise. That command was simply brilliant. Positioned in the first-person perspective, he sometimes struggled to discern the entirety of Dragon Ball's offensive arrangements. Following the directives of Gu Xing, Kuro executed his tasks with an uncanny sense of cohesion. The entire team operated seamlessly in the early stages of the match. Even when Kuro inadvertently conceded first blood, the team continued to function smoothly, subsequently making strategic decisions that led to the destruction of the Dragon Ball. Consequently, VG established an undeniable advantage in the landing phase after securing the Rift Herald, allowing them to methodically transition into invading enemy territory and steadily snowball their lead to victory. As the LPL summer split progresses, the team has grappled with challenges presented by the current meta. Despite their robust and reliable operations, recapturing the previous sense of overwhelming dominance has proven elusive. In today's match, VG demonstrated their true potential to all. The golden star emblazoned on their jerseys is far from just a mere embellishment. The form is indeed commendable. Gu Xing remarked with a warm smile. After all, this is a crucial match. Losing here would mean no further opportunities, so we must intensify our efforts. Like all players, he too has moments of exceptional performance. Some players shine through their dexterous maneuvers, embodying an almost ethereal mastery, showcasing godlike reflexes effortlessly. Reminiscent of the legendary duel between the two ninjas, others possess an acute mental acuity, as if endowed with the ability to read their opponent's intentions. In this match, Gu Xing evidently embodied the latter. Each operational decision he made was not grounded in the assumption that the Dragon Balls would align with his preordained script. Instead, he relied on intuition and extensive experience from countless matches to discern the most suitable choices and respond accordingly. Remarkably, in his heightened state, he consistently anticipated the Dragon Ball strategies. This culminated in an increasing confidence, leading him to make operational decisions that surpassed his previous limitations. After clinching victory, he yearned for more, desiring to engage in a prolonged battle with the Dragon Balls, seeking to enhance his prowess through repeated introspection. For many players, the quest to elevate one's limits is an arduous endeavor. Professional players without limitations might find satisfactory employment by merely maintaining their baseline performance. Yet they inevitably fall short of reaching the pinnacle, struggling to assume the role of the team's absolute core in securing championships across various tournaments. Gu Xing too found himself in a state of distress. His potential was undoubtedly high, yet when he glimpsed the vastness of the heights above him, discovering an even loftier and more formidable peak awaiting, it inevitably stirred an inner urge for challenge. The match concluded too swiftly, leaving Gu Xing with insufficient moments of enlightenment, thus fostering a sense of melancholy. As the players departed from their seats to shake hands with the Dragon Ball team, Ziyuan, witnessing his regional team's triumph, spoke with buoyancy. One can only say that the Dragon Balls were not in peak form today, suffering a defeat against the Flash Wolves followed by another loss to VG. And they have yet to secure a victory in the Intercontinental Championship. Nodding in agreement, he added, it appears that the current meta has significantly impacted them, and they have not yet escaped their slump. Several decisive moments in team fights clearly showcased issues in their decision-making. The LCK commentators echoed similar sentiments. Oh dear Dragon Ball. The roaring emperor lamented, his initial bravado diminished, his voice now somber. How did it come to this? He was unwilling to accept that the Dragon Ball, which had once dominated all formidable opponents in the spring split of LCK, had fallen to such a dismal state. The elder brother participating in the Intercontinental Championship unexpectedly suffered 2 consecutive defeats in the group stage. Kim Dong-jun hung his head in despair. I thought this would be a golden opportunity for revenge, yet Dragon Ball's defeat was even more devastating than during the mid-season invitational. During the MSI, Dragon Ball's encounter with VG could at least be deemed competitive, as they managed to secure a small victory, making the situation tense. However, this match was akin to exposing their vulnerabilities, delivering a harsh blow. It was a resounding defeat. As the VG players advanced, the broadcast camera slowly shifted to the faces of the Dragon Ball players, revealing their expressions for all to see. Khan appeared bewildered, his comical visage eliciting laughter. He was utterly clueless about his mistakes, intentionally allowing SB to control lane pressure to lure Gu Xing into a trap. He aimed to create ample space for Peanut in the mid lane. Subsequently, being repeatedly ambushed under the tower by VG, Khan found himself devoid of any maneuvering options, essentially awaiting his demise. In the Rift Herald team fight, his approach was selfless. He prioritized aiding his teammates in securing critical resources over preserving the bottom lane minion wave. Khan committed no errors, yet still faced defeat. Was this what it meant to be a top laner? Peanut brushed aside the stray hairs from his forehead, using his arm to shield himself from the camera, attempting to mask his flustered and perplexed emotions. Since joining Dragon Ball, the command authority that had once belonged to Gorilla gradually shifted to him, as the aging father figure's prowess waned, leaving him to share the lane with Mouse King and serve as the team's anchor. Peanut entered the spring season with high aspirations, believing he could lead the two new mid and top players to victory. He felt capable of avenging Gu Xing's grievances from the S6 World Championship. The defeat during the mid-season invitational could still be rationalized as the newcomer's first appearance on the international stage. A bit of nervousness resulting in subpar performance was entirely understandable. The gap between them and VG was not insurmountable. Opportunities to catch up existed. However, today's crushing loss left Peanut in a daze. Prior to the Intercontinental Championship, he had engaged in several scrims with VG, knowing their team was deliberately targeted by the designers, their competitive level far from peak performance. He had thought to capitalize on their vulnerabilities and snatch a victory, yet they ended up losing even more miserably. Peanut couldn't help but question the current state of Dragon Ball. Everything seemed to indicate that LZ was simply not on the same level as they had been during the spring split. Moreover, he could not absolve himself from blame. In the latter half of the Rift Herald team fight, one ill-considered command plunged the entire team into a dire situation. "You love to gank mid, huh?" Kuro boasted. "But what good is that? You're still losing," SB candidly remarked. "To be honest, back in the day, ROX relied entirely on me and Ryu to carry. The three of you would struggle to secure a single win against us. Just get lost," Mouse King retorted, pushing him away irritably. Standing at a towering height of 190 centimeters and weighing 200 pounds, Prey possesses a physique that surpasses the majority within the esports realm. With the sole exception of the formidable Death's Declaration, even Song Jinghao is not exempt from this reality. Upon hearing the warning from his former teammate, he swiftly retreats. As he gazes at Gu Xing, who approaches with a beaming smile, Xiao Huaxing purses his lips and extends his hand for an embrace. "Your skills are rather unimpressive," Gu Xing teased. "Just the other day at the night market, you were proclaiming your intent to defeat VG. Do you truly believe you have the capability?" Xiao Huaxing, momentarily taken aback by the mockery, finally manages to retort, "Just wait. At the World Championship, I will ensure you're left searching for your teeth." "Ah, indeed." Gu Xing chuckles lightly, unabashedly countering. "With the level of Dragon Ball, who knows if you'll even qualify for the World Championship? It would be quite amusing if I make it while you are left without a ticket." As he sidesteps past, he expresses feigned regret upon encountering Khan. "What a pity. I didn't get to witness your exceptional Jace. It seems winning the match is rather elusive." Khan's expression darkens, nearly dripping with discontent. "Even my less-than-stellar performance as a tower-diving echo was managed with your assistance. What would happen if I played Jace? You would have me stationed in the top lane for military drills, getting ganked 4 or 5 times in 10 minutes, leaving me too intimidated to even approach the tower." Wait a moment, Jace? A spark of inspiration ignites in Khan's mind. He believes he has discovered a path to lead Dragon Ball out of its predicament. The Piltover Senator had been relentlessly weakened by Khan during the spring split, compounded by the reduction in armor penetration item stats. From every perspective, Jace does not appear to be the optimal choice for the top lane. However, with the 712 patch, a significant change has occurred. The cost of the Doran's shield has risen from 400 to 450 gold. This implies that tanky top laners now begin with only a single health potion, diminishing their lane sustainability. This is a tremendous boon for Jace. He excels at lane domination, especially against tanks, as their typically shorter range allows Jace to exploit his reach, mercilessly pressuring his foes. Furthermore, Jace's ability to solo push is formidable. When he holds an advantage early on, he often single-handedly sweeps through a lane. Khan's eyes shimmer with excitement. "Thank you, Gu," he sincerely expresses in Chinese. Gu Xing, taken aback, is left utterly perplexed. He had just observed Khan in a meditative state. His eyes glazed over, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, Khan's demeanor shifts, his lips curling into a joyful smile. Gu Xing begins to suspect that this individual may be on the verge of insanity. Now, upon receiving thanks, he is left bewildered. Is there a misunderstanding here? On stage, Gu Xing lacks the luxury of engaging in idle chatter with Khan, muttering a brief acknowledgement of no need for gratitude before turning to leave the Dragon Ball player area. Khan, having gleaned insight, thoughtfully reminds Gu Xing, "Do take care in the finals." His spoken Chinese, having been dormant for some time, still carries a slight awkwardness. Gu Xing pauses, immediately discerning the underlying implication. The LCK finals have been strategically arranged. To be frank, Khan's warning bears limited weight. After all, Gu Xing and his teammates never underestimated the LCK, inherently acknowledging that their opponents likely possess hidden strategies. It remains a mystery what that particular card is. Such confidential information is clearly not something Khan would divulge to Gu Xing. A mere hint would be considered an act of benevolence, serving as a form of inspiration to Jace in return. Gu Xing waved his hand to indicate his understanding and proceeded with his teammates to the center of the stage. As was the case yesterday, the 5 members of VG did not offer a formal bow of gratitude to the audience below. It was rather humorous. Even with noise-canceling headphones, they could still faintly hear the enthusiastic cheers from the fans. When they secured a kill, the crowd could scarcely contain their excitement, almost recreating the atmosphere of a true battlefield. One might mistakenly believe that the Intercontinental Tournament was being held in Seoul. Moreover, the grievances from yesterday's opening match were far from settled. A few scattered applause at the start was hardly sufficient compensation. No chance. The 5 members of VG merely nodded perfunctorily to the audience before returning to their seats to organize their equipment. Once again, Gu Xing was excluded from the post-match interviews on the main stage. The host, wary of potential conflict between him and the live audience, did not invite him and specifically called upon SB for the interview. As Gu Xing descended the stage, clutching 2 pieces of equipment, he was warmly greeted by the LPL players. "That was amazing, Brother Xing," Shi Sunming exclaimed, bounding over with a cheerful grin and delivering a playful punch to Gu Xing's shoulder. Thank you. Ming Kai affectionately embraced Gu Xing, teasingly inquiring, "Where did you buy your wall hack, Xiaogu?" "Do share." Xianghua, genuinely impressed, found himself at a loss for grandiloquent praise for his good friend. After a moment's contemplation, he decided on the most succinct expression of admiration. "You're truly incredible." He laughed heartily. "We watched the match from backstage and listened to the comms. Gu Xing, your decision-making was simply outrageous." Lu Xiu, known for his sharp tongue, could hardly contain his excitement, often unable to utter a sentence without peppering it with expletives. VG decisively clinched the match, preserving LPL's slim chance of emerging as the group leader. RNG could then take the stage to battle SSG, determining the fate of their region. Despite the heavy burden they bore, the members remained buoyant and filled with hope. "Give it your all. If we can take down Samsung, we might just secure ourselves an extra day of rest." Gu Xing encouraged his colleagues. Upon encountering Hongmi, he promptly relayed Khan's warning about LCK concealing a trump card. "It seems of little value." Hongmi concurred with Gu Xing's assessment. LCK has undoubtedly kept something up their sleeve. They swept through the first day of group matches undefeated, possessing both the resources and capability to stockpile a hidden card, though we can only speculate how many they hold. During the mid-season invitational, Longzhu had once caught VG off guard with an Ivern jungle strategy. If similar tactics could be effectively employed by a team, it would essentially guarantee them a victory. The current overall strength of LPL clearly does not favor them against LCK, and should they suffer any further losses, the situation would grow exceedingly dire. Gu Xing pondered intensely for a while, but could not ascertain what hidden cards LCK might possess. With over 100 champions and a plethora of undiscovered strategies, certain targeted tactics are bound to catch one off guard. He could not derive any results, so he casually reclined in the gaming chair of the lounge, scrolling through his phone, allowing himself a moment of relaxation before diving back in. Soon, the chat application was inundated with congratulatory messages from friends and family. With so many notifications, Gu Xing anticipated that replying individually would leave his fingers numb. So he opted to craft a single group response before engaging in private conversations with a select few particularly close acquaintances. In no time, Shen Guanshan sent a flurry of emoticons expressing her congratulations. The intercontinental competition coincided with the exam week at domestic universities, which, in theory, was the most hectic time of the year for students. Yet, she seemed to have the leisure to watch the matches. Gu Xing, having been relentlessly outperformed by his partner, found this entirely unsurprising, even somewhat routine. During their chat, he couldn't resist teasing his younger sister, sending a voice message filled with playful mockery. Gu Mufan should still be buried in her studies. Ha ha ha. Gu Pan, lacking a foundation in competitive events, found her situation in the field of information science rather challenging. Coupled with her recent entrepreneurial endeavors, her academic efforts had merely consisted of skimming through the material, relying solely on last-minute cramming before finals. After winning the competition, Gu Xing did not receive any congratulatory message from his sister, justifiably suspecting that she was busy poring over her textbooks. Within mere seconds, a voice reply arrived. He retrieved his headphones and pressed play, hearing his partner's slightly hesitant voice. Gu Pan is sitting right next to me. She just heard what you said. She mentioned that she'll deal with you once summer vacation begins. Gu Xing responded with a simple, unembellished question mark. Shen Guanshan chuckled in resignation. Help me with this problem. How do you prove that the eigenvalues of this real symmetric matrix lie within this interval? Gu Pan placed a printed sheet, still imbued with the scent of fresh ink, in front of Shen Guanshan, scratching her head in frustration. It's all the fault of the previous students. They couldn't even grasp the answers by memorizing the problems. And now we're suffering for it, she complained. Shen Guanshan struggled to maintain her composure. The advanced algebra exams in information science had been relatively straightforward in previous years. The renowned Peking University elder Jiang Nen had described a similar examination scenario in the early plot of Dragon Ball. In past years, the questions had been so abundant that with just 2 rounds of practice, securing a score in the high 80s or 90s was almost guaranteed. However, one year, a brilliant question setter removed a hidden condition from a previously asked question, resulting in answers that differed entirely from the earlier versions. Many students, oblivious to this change, copied down the original steps and answers, leading to a stern notice from the professor to frequently update the questions in subsequent years. Now, Gu Pan found it impossible to save time and effort, as any misstep could lead to failure. Shen Guanshan glanced at the problem and said, "You don't need to worry about this. You won't have enough time to solve it during the exam." Having matured considerably through her internship, she felt that her statement was too blunt and rigid, so she hesitated for a moment before adding, "To prove this, you would need some foundational knowledge in competitions. Using inequalities would involve a substantial amount of calculations. Of course, the Gauss-Disk theorem method for scaling elements is also effective, but I doubt you're familiar with that." In summary, Shen Guanshan's message was clear. Aiming for a passing score of 60 was sufficient, and there was no need to fixate on overly complex problems. Gu Pan took a deep breath, finally daring to retrieve her paper and continue navigating through the murky waters of her uncertain understanding. Far away in Kaohsiung, Gu Xing remained oblivious to the torment his sister was enduring, displaying no desire to comprehend her plight. At that moment, he was reveling in the freedom of the anti-bar, where the fervent admirers of VG extolled their performance in the forum. "I told you VG is divine, the savior of LPL. What about those who criticized VG's poor state during the Intercontinental Tournament? Step forward and take your punishment." Winning 2 matches despite a lackluster state, both with substantial advantages. Imagine if they were in top form. Currently, VG is the only team in LPL with 2 victories, and that's the delicate Dragon Pearl, hehe. Suning VG Dragon Pearl. Even our mid-lower tier Suning can crush Dragon Pearl, winning. They really delivered a decisive blow to RNG. Uzi, you need to step up. After perusing the praises in the anti-bar, Gu Xing felt a void. Exiting the thread, he soon encountered a post from the Invin Korean forum. His spirits lifted. The victims' reactions were the crucial ingredients for his elation. What on earth is Dragon Pearl doing? After losing to the Flash Wolves in VG, they faced no one else. The disgrace of LCK? Can they hurry back and not embarrass us any further? Fun fact, Dragon Pearl's win rate in international matches has plummeted below 50, the worst performance since the Ogian era. I'm utterly dismayed. On the first day of the group stage, I was filled with joy thinking we could easily reach the finals, only to see the traitorous Dragon Pearl falter the next day, losing twice to LMS and LPL. I've always said Dragon Pearl excels in domestic battles, but falters internationally, specifically targeting LCK teams only to be soundly beaten elsewhere, not daring to utter a peep. Let us not force a critique. Dragon Pearl is currently 3rd in the league, which doesn't quite classify as merely competent in domestic battles. They're just a team that thrives on the current meta. Once the Jace advantage fades, they reveal their true form. Stable teams like SKT are the pride of LCK. Gu Xing, having read the agitated rants from the Korean forum, found great amusement. Just as he intended to seek out more entertaining posts to uplift his spirits, the door to the lounge was thrust open with vigor. Woohoo! After completing his interview, SB rushed over and enveloped Gu Xing in a bear hug. We secured our first MVP of the summer. His eyes sparkled with joy, narrowing into slits. The recently announced MVP results indicated that Song Jinghao had triumphed, boasting an impressive KDA of 817 and an extraordinary gold difference of over 5,500. Such remarkable statistics crowned SB as the award winner. "I owe it all to you for coming to the top lane and helping me gank so many times." Song Jinghao beamed, unable to contain his delight. Let us be honest, our level isn't too shabby, right? Your assistance is always effective. He recognized that the true hero of their victory was Gu Xing. Each command from their jungler struck at the heart of the issue, neutralizing Dragon Pearl's assaults and countering them with retaliatory strikes, leaving the opponents in despair. However, the MVP selection process did not give weight to the strategic orchestrators, but rather highlighted the most outstanding performers within the Rift. In the latter stages of the match, Song Jinghao's Jax activated our Master's Might, leaping into the back line of the Dragon Balls and unleashing a flurry of slashes, undoubtedly leaving a more profound impression on the evaluators than Zhu Bai's Zyra. Is there no hope for 1-1? Uzi chuckled at the television screen. This team called Maki is truly lacking. Gu Xing focused intently, realizing Uzi was referring to the LMS Spring Splits bronze medalist Mei, who appeared somewhat overwhelmed against QV's Kennen. The opponent clearly held the upper hand in raw strength. Le was under considerable pressure, compelled to call for assistance from Xianghua. The spider's strength was showcased to its fullest extent, despite being at a disadvantage in both minion waves and the top lane's health. RNG skillfully utilized the spider's tower diving mechanics to execute a perfect tower dive and eliminate QV. The morale of LPL's soared. As the advantage grew, Master made his move. A pivotal mispositioning to ambush the bottom lane resulted in the complete annihilation of the RNG duo. Why push the lane? Duan Delion lamented in frustration. What reason is there to push the minion wave in the bottom lane when we could be diving top? This mistake is far too basic. This. Gu Xing sensed something amiss. RNG was growing anxious. They felt an urgent need to conclude the battle before 34 minutes and 40 seconds. A constraint that felt like a shackle binding them tightly. They were desperate to secure a victory swiftly. However, against a resilient team like Samsung, the worst thing one could do was to rush. Those who hurried would inevitably lose. It's over. Jack despairingly clasped his head in his hands. Uzi pushed the wave forward, only to be met with a counter teleport from QV. In a twist of fate, Samsung turned the tide and seized the advantage. What seemed a promising prospect evaporated in an instant. The morale in the LPL lounge plummeted. Everyone listened to RNG's increasingly frantic communications, watching the game clock tick down to 34 minutes and 40 seconds. Samsung's clear primary objective was not to win, but to stall, to drag the game out. Securing a ticket to the finals for LCK was paramount. After gaining the upper hand, they refrained from pressing forward, choosing instead to fortify their jungle and develop slowly. Maximizing the pressure, RNG revealed vulnerabilities, prompting them to strike under Master N's leadership, seizing resources before retreating swiftly. They offered no chances. As long as they did not make a move, there would be no openings. TSK, Eco was visibly irritated. Isn't Samsung just despicable? He refrained from hurling insults. This was the most aggressive term his mind could conjure. When the match dragged on past the 34-minute mark, RNG had yet to claim an advantage, and they hadn't even taken down SSG's mid-tier 2 tower. Everyone recognized the dire situation. Gu Xing sighed softly. LPL stumbled onward, ultimately facing tomorrow's semifinal. A life-or-death clash with the LMS region, where only the victor could challenge LCK. 397, the Ruthless Veil. At the moment the match exceeded the allotted time. The raucous cheers from the LCK lounge echoed through the corridors, resonating in the ears of the LPL team. Song GXY is supported. Nerf him. Each cheer, albeit imperfectly articulated in Korean English, was imbued with genuine emotion. The exhilarating narrative of being pushed to the brink, yet emerging victorious, is nothing short of delightful. The members of LPL, however, are engulfed in profound frustration, hastily gathering their spirits to avoid inciting undue guilt among their peers if RNG were to witness their dismay. It's all right, don't dwell on it. You played remarkably well. Mistakes are inevitable, just be more vigilant next time. It's not as if we've been eliminated. There are still 2 more BO5 matches ahead. Don't be disheartened. Playing well is paramount. In the backstage corridor, the LPL players huddled together, offering consolation to the recently exited RNG members. Uzi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, due to the aggressive lane pressure from the bottom, coupled with Anne's relentless attention. A promising opportunity had been squandered, leaving Uzi with a heavy burden of guilt. Ultimately, RNG emerged as the victors of the clash. They won, yet it was not a comprehensive triumph. After securing their spot in the finals for the region, Samsung altered their previous strategy, adopting a more nonchalant approach. Xianghua's spider repeatedly seized opportunities, capturing SSG members in the jungle. In the end, RNG capitalized on a pre-dragon teamfight ambush, reducing Samsung's numbers before swiftly executing a full team wipe. Seizing the moment during the lengthy 60-second resurrection period, they pressed on to demolish the enemy base. Honestly, it might have been better to lose this game. Let's sighed. Seeing Samsung's smug expressions as we left the stage was truly disheartening. And, on the other hand, was nearly grinning from ear to ear, clearly indifferent to winning or losing. Go ahead and kill RNG. Can it help LPL secure a direct path to the finals? Hee. The RNG players, already feeling disgruntled, were further incensed by Samsung's antics, itching to unleash their frustrations. We'll teach them a lesson in the finals, Gu Xing declared with a sense of openness, patting Xianghua's frail frame. This grudge will eventually be avenged. Just not at noon, right? Tianyi quipped, lightening the atmosphere. Looking at the schedule, if the finals are in the afternoon, that could be troublesome. That joke was rather cold. Nevertheless, it served as a remedy. As the 20-odd players erupted into quiet laughter, the originally dejected Li Ruihang managed to shake off his gloom, realizing that perhaps it wasn't such a significant setback after all. Brothers, we at least won 2 games. We have nothing to feel guilty about. There's another team that hasn't won a single match. Gu Xing sensed impending trouble from Lu's words. Sure enough, Xianghua's emotional intelligence remained regrettably low. Just a single remark soured the group's mood instantly. From manager Xiao Shou to head coach by Sei Yuya and teammates like Shi Yi, all wore displeased expressions. Even the usually gentle and amiable 957 pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. What was the intention behind tearing open old wounds? Are you a salt-bringer too? Realizing the shift in atmosphere, Xianghua quickly attempted to rectify his blunder, calling out to the most mild-mannered member, 957. Don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. As soon as the words left his mouth, some LPL players burst into suppressed laughter, while the E-Team's faces darkened considerably. Abu struggled to maintain his composure, his lips curling upward uncontrollably. Gu Xing could only facepalm in silence. Esports players are often constrained by various factors, resulting in a generally low emotional intelligence and a lack of sophistication. Nonetheless, among these players, Xianghua stands out as an exceptionally alarming presence. Gu Xing and his counterpart have known each other for a year, so it is hardly surprising that absurdities might emerge from Xianghua's lips. You should really refrain from speaking. I genuinely fear for your safety when you step outside, Jack admonished his dear friend with heartfelt sincerity. Xianghua's face flushed crimson. To him, Yu Wenba was younger, yet he spoke with a condescending tone, which he found rather inappropriate. What on earth are you saying? Lu Shiyu retorted. Did you not notice that everyone laughed when I spoke? The atmosphere is quite relaxed, don't you understand? Realizing his description was somewhat inaccurate, he added, well, not everyone. Just everyone except E. Abu could no longer contain himself. His shrill voice echoed through the backstage corridor like the honk of a goose. The expression on their rival E's manager, Xiao Shou, resembled that of someone constipated for 3 days. Seeing the moment ripe for intervention, Jean Eba stepped forward to bolster the team's morale. Let's keep the commotion to a minimum. We must return and prepare for tomorrow's semifinals. Everyone seems to have their sights set quite far, planning to seek revenge against Samsung. We should focus on reaching the finals first, he encouraged his teammates. If we can't even triumph over LMS, what talk of revenge can there be? Taiwan is it? Xie ground his teeth. Tomorrow. They must understand that daring to oppose us will lead to dire consequences. Gu Xing beamed with delight. So, ranking second isn't so bad after all. We can teach LMS a lesson once more, making our journey to Kaohsiung worthwhile. The LPL players exchanged knowing glances, soon erupting into a chorus of sinister laughter. In the dark corridor, their continuous malicious chuckles sent shivers down the spine. That evening, upon returning to the hotel, Gu Xing ordered several McDonald's meals, indulging in a giant burger known locally as the Da Mai Ku to satiate his hunger. His teammates ravenously replenished their energy alongside him. Passing by, Tianyi, adhering to the principle of sharing with those present, snagged a couple of fries to munch on. Are you all starting first tomorrow? Miko inquired, opening a packet of ketchup. Indeed, Hongmi has conferred with the other coaches, deciding that we should lead off and secure a victory, Gu Xing replied as he took a sip of Coca-Cola. By the way, is the Coke in Taiwan larger than that in the mainland? Tianyi scrutinized the various cups in the meal sets. It seems there might be a difference. Indeed, Our large cup is 700 milliliters, equivalent to here's medium cup, while Taiwan's large cup holds 1,000 milliliters, Gu Xing, well-versed in McDonald's, explained. Presently, there were 3 cups of entirely different sizes before him, which he demonstrated to Miko. In other words, the Coke at McDonald's in Taiwan can be described in terms of medium, large, and extra large compared to ours. As soon as Gu Xing finished speaking, Tianyi burst into laughter, his fair face brimming with mockery. Then I shall have a medium cup of Coke. Apologies, sir, but this is a large cup. Gu Xing swiftly interjected, first pointing at the medium-sized cup, then gesturing towards the shortest cola cup. This one is indeed the medium size. Tianyi, easily amused, burst into laughter. Gu Xing leisurely added, I didn't realize you had such knowledge of McDonald's. Isn't EDG prohibiting its players from ordering takeout? He recalled that during his trial training with Guadian in 2016, Abu had proudly proclaimed that EDG was undoubtedly a militarized club within the esports realm, with exceedingly strict living regulations. For instance, dyeing one's hair was forbidden, players were not allowed to speak in code during live streams, romantic relationships were off-limits, and takeout was prohibited, compelling them to dine exclusively in the cafeteria. Gu Xing had listened to Abu's enthusiastic discourse on EDG's management rules with a facial expression akin to that of an elderly person on the subway engrossed in their phone. He could endure the earlier stipulations, as at that time, he and Shun Guanshan were not in a relationship, thus the ban on romance was irrelevant. But the mandate of eating solely from the cafeteria? What nonsense was that? Even the local authorities did not impose such stringent measures. They often sneaked out during dinner to indulge at Xiaobao Square. Yet EDG insisted players dine at the cafeteria daily. If the food had been palatable, it might have been bearable, but Gu Xing had sampled it during his trial and found it rather subpar, a sentiment echoed repeatedly by Mr. Dai during interviews. Consequently, Gu Xing and Jack had conspired to leave, ultimately abandoning any thoughts of remaining with EDG. Upon hearing Gu Xing mock EDG's management style, Tianyi, slightly disgruntled, retorted, "Stop spreading nonsense. Our cafeteria has been improved, and players are now allowed to occasionally order takeout." Abu coughed lightly, kindly reminding Gu Xing, "We are keeping pace with the times. Player suggestions are taken seriously." The catalyst for the significant changes in EDG's management regulations was none other than the current departure of VG's talents. Abu had never anticipated that the cafeteria could become a reason for players to choose a club. More critically, he had let go of 2 prodigies. Gu Xing's capabilities were undeniable. Had he remained, would EDG have merely secured a dismal top 8 finish last year? Absolutely not. The likes of the Great Prince's affection for Lolas could line up behind Gu Xing. Even Jack, in 2016, was a rising star in the LOL training scene. If he could capture Yu Wenba, wouldn't Mr. Dai's successor be secured upon his departure? Now, Leboy had become increasingly lethargic, resembling someone clocking in and out, treating EDG as a retirement base, having been thoroughly outplayed by Jack in multiple encounters during the spring and summer seasons, often receiving both positive and negative lessons. Abu felt a profound sense of regret, an overwhelming remorse. Had he retained these 2 formidable talents, how could EDG possibly lack a promising future? To prevent more prodigies from being deterred by EDG's cafeteria, Abu had relaxed regulations, improving the cafeteria offerings while permitting the existence of takeout. He spoke to Gu Xing now out of concern that the latter might inadvertently mock EDG's cafeteria during a live stream, frightening off newcomers. "Then I suppose I must visit your cafeteria for a meal," Gu Xing concluded, finishing his Big Mac and dipping a piece of McNugget into sauce. "I shall record a video for Def to showcase just how much progress EDG's dining has made." "Welcome, welcome." Abu yearned for what was unattainable. It settled then. "You must not go back on your word." After enjoying a hearty meal, the participants engaged in a couple of training matches before dispersing to their respective rooms to rest and rejuvenate. Gu Xing, having completed his shower, reclined on the plush bed while perusing his phone. Unaccustomed to the soft mattress, he occasionally turned to adjust his position. However, Gu Xing's mind was far from preoccupied with his posture. The messages in the forum evidently captivated his interest. The most popular thread had garnered over 200 comments. The results of the LPL group stage are finalized, with a record of 5 wins and 3 losses, narrowly finishing second to LCK due to time constraints. What is the assessment of each team's performance? The original poster showcased the logos of the 4 participating teams, inviting forum members to rate them. The first team Gu Xing noticed was his own VG. One can only say it was a pure effort, unable to carry the team. The two matches combined lasted less than an hour, decisively crushing the opponents. Truly the elder brother of LPL. Upon reflection, VG's performance was indeed remarkable. The most outstanding among all competing teams, yet still dragged down to play in the semi-finals. Xinggu, my Xinggu. Please swiftly lead the brothers to charge once more. In contrast, the assessments of EDG and RNG were mixed. At least RNG won 2 matches, although they ultimately lost their ticket to the finals. However, pushing down Samsung's base before the 35-minute mark is something few teams worldwide dare to claim. Indeed, winning even a single game against LCK is commendable. One must not be oblivious to their own fortune. As for EDG, one can only say they performed adequately. They won what they should have and lost without disgrace, unable to defeat KT. Seeing General Fat and Mr. Dai across from EDG, I reckon the piglet must be fuming. Ha ha ha. I can only imagine Ghostfoot7 thinking, Dad, how did you both end up on the other side? As for E, they were met with unanimous ridicule from the forum members. Spring Split runner-up, you are merely a joke. Where is 60E? Hurry and bring your load of bread, people, to wash the floor. Everyone, listen to me. I have an announcement. 60 sis. This is truly amusing. The other 3 LPL teams at least managed to win a game, while E, on the other hand, even dared to lose to the Bendy ones? What a disgrace. When he was crushed by AHQ, the Bendy ones were mocking us on site, and my friend nearly shut off his computer in frustration. You disgraceful player? Hurry and join the Dragon Ball group for warmth, you 2 Iron 5s. The establishment of the forum was closely tied to E, and now that the opportunity arose, they naturally unleashed a torrent of sarcasm. With a combination of vitriolic outbursts and veiled insinuations, Gu Xing could hardly bear to continue reading. Exiting that thread, he stumbled upon a preview post for the semifinals. Tomorrow's elimination match. How should one strategize the horse racing analogy? I strongly advise against allowing Team E to participate in the semifinals. Our remaining 3 teams should take the lead, aiming for a decisive 3-0 sweep against Team W. To prevent E from entering the arena only to lose to LMS, thus revealing our vulnerabilities to the opposing side. If all goes well, we should possess a significant advantage in combat capabilities. My sole wish is for one player to give their all, preferably leaving Team 4V in utter disarray. Let us transform the Kaohsiung Exhibition Center into a veritable library. How about having VG take the lead? I would love to see Xing play another game as the Joker. The intensity is simply electrifying. Without any hesitation, let Xing take the stage to help Team 4V overcome their addiction to the internet. K is undoubtedly the finest choice. Hey, Lao Gu, can I discuss something with you? Jack emerged from the bathroom in his slippers, a charming smile plastered across his face as he approached Gu Xing's bed. Get away, get away. If you have something to say it without crowding my space. Gu Xing pushed him away. Yu Wenba spoke earnestly. How about I serve as a support for the semifinals? Gu Xing scrutinized him up and down. He had heard Jack mention this more than once before, though previously it had been in a much more jovial context. Do you have a plan? Gu Xing inquired, intrigued. Upon sensing the opportunity, Jack perked up and eagerly shared his strategy. Gu Xing pondered for a moment before agreeing. No problem. Just let everyone know in advance so that the team can prepare. Awesome, Jack exclaimed, excitedly pulling out his phone, typing as he spoke, seemingly using an input method. There is something I need to inform everyone about. The following day, at the Kaohsiung Exhibition Center. Welcome to the 3rd day of the Intercontinental Championship, where LPL faces off against LMS. The announcer's voice resonated powerfully. This is also the first elimination match held in this regional format. I wonder how each region interprets the rules set by the creators. Miller was poised to enter the fray. The referee team has received the submitted rosters for the first match. He adjusted his earpiece to receive information. A hint of surprise in his tone as he called out, in the first match, we have the Spring Split champions from the LPL, VG, facing off against the runners-up of LMS, HQ. The audience erupted into a cacophony of noise upon receiving the announcement. A sense of foreboding washed over them. The night prior, while strategizing, the PTT forum on the island had deliberated on how to best confront the LPL. The consensus was to have the formidable Flash Wolves and the second-ranked AHQ step up. Historically, these 2 teams from LMS have considerable experience in international competitions, and their overall strength can rival that of other major regions. The remaining teams, JT and MHI, were merely there to offer points. Employing a strategy akin to Tianji's horse racing, the plan was to have the mid-tier horse compete against the lower tier, while the top-tier horse would face the mid-tier, aiming for F and HQ to secure 2 victories. If the match extended to a 5th game, both regions would be pitted against each other with their top-tier players. At that point, LMS could deploy the Flash Wolves, which might just lead to a glimmer of hope for victory. The calculations of Team W were astutely made. Let HQ confront the team they previously triumphed over in the group stage, E, while the Flash Wolves clash with RNG-DG, allowing the remaining teams to provide VG with easy victories. This could create a significant opportunity to extend the competition into a decisive round. Ultimately, even if they do not emerge victorious, pushing the LPL to the brink of despair would still be deemed a success for LMS. However, who could have imagined that LPL would pit the strongest team, VG, against them in the opening match? This only served to render LMS a mere jester in comparison. HQ found themselves directly in the line of fire, apprehended by VG on the spot. When the host introduced the teams, the faces of HQ's players turned an ashen hue. Would one play with such recklessness? It is akin to starting a game of Do Di Zhu by discarding a bomb. Their preemptive fear cost them dearly, and it ultimately stemmed from the Flash Wolves' devastating defeat. Under the merciless onslaught of Gu Xing wielding the unconventional hero, Rengar, they were brutally slaughtered, evoking deep sorrow among spectators. During that match, HQ sat in the audience, witnessing their elder brother being toyed with as if a mere pig. Now, as they prepared to face VG, how could they not feel trepidation? Don't worry, their mid laner, Shimenyi, attempted to reassure his teammates. What does it matter if VG is strong? They can lose too. Look, even Suning managed to win, and it was still a BO3. Securing a BO1 victory against them should not be too difficult. He spoke with confidence, recalling his past performance at the World Championship, where he had once outshone Faker with his exceptional play on the champion, Fishman. Just this singular achievement rendered Kuro pale in comparison. After all, one who had been utterly dominated by Faker might very well turn the tables. Yet, reality soon proved that Shimen's thoughts were overly simplistic. During the drafting phase, VG opted for a composition that caught HQ off guard. Xingge has secured Li Sin, which poses no issue. He is undoubtedly among the best junglers available. We must see what Jack plays next, as both Varus and Ashe have been contested, the commentator noted. Before he could finish his sentence, an unfamiliar yet recognizable champion appeared in the selection box. With a scruffy beard, a sinister smile, and a menacing gaze, he wielded a colossal axe. "Welcome to the League of Draven." "Draven?" exclaimed the commentator, his excitement palpable. Jack aims to showcase his signature prowess against HQ. When Yu Wenbo first stepped onto the professional stage, the audience's predominant impression was that of a remarkably youthful expert on Draven. Back then, he dominated Ionia with his exceptional skills, boasting 3 spots within the top 10 of the rankings, surpassing even the famed streamer Vincent in terms of high-tier dominance. Consequently, every time he streams, viewers eagerly prompt him to play a game of Draven. Naturally, this is also attributable to his previous streaming sessions where he practiced other marksmen under the guise of Draven, and the debts incurred then must eventually be repaid. The LPL live stream was abuzz with excitement. "Oh my goodness, Chkilov. All right. Jack is about to enter his fun mode. Let us place some bets. How many kills do you think Draven will secure today? Let us start with 10. Anything below that would be underestimating VG. Will Jack showcase some fountain diving? I have endured torment at the hands of Vincent, a sensation so unbearable it felt akin to death itself, cowering deep within the sacred waters, too frightened to emerge." The members of AHQ collectively gasped in disbelief, followed swiftly by an overwhelming surge of fury. What does selecting Draven signify? It is blatantly clear that they intend to treat them as mere fodder. This is utterly excessive. "Fear not, everyone," Shimenyi encouraged his teammates. "Draven is not like Shaun. He cannot stealthily ambush us. We must unleash all our control onto him during team fights. This man is destined to perish." In the LMS backstage lounge, the members of the Flash Wolves wore expressions of resignation. Why must Shaun be mentioned at all? I am quite curious to see how HQ will deal with Draven. Kassa crossed his arms. Based on my understanding of Virtue, he will undoubtedly prioritize the bot lane during the landing phase to assist Chkilov. His insight stemmed from personal experience. During the mid-season invitational, the Flash Wolves had suffered under Jack S. Draven's wrath, a truly agonizing ordeal. As a victim, Kassa certainly possessed the authority to comment. As he had anticipated, Gu Xing's Li Sin initiated his first gank in the bot lane at level 4. Gu Xing cast his lantern backward and flashed forward, using dreaded strike to pull the opposing Varus back. HQ's marksman, Shaoan, hastily flashed to create distance, but was already afflicted by a slow. Xing landed his Q. Miller exclaimed, his voice resonating with the excitement of a lottery winner. Li Sin followed up with a second Q and executed a precise ground strike. The jungler and support employed their slowing abilities consecutively to delay Shaoan's retreat to the tower. Jack activated Blood Rush, accelerating forward, landing 2 axes before using a spinning axe to knock back his adversary. The placement of the axes was impeccably controlled, consistently aligning with Draven's trajectory. Ultimately, Varus was brutally cleaved to death. A first blood is born, and Jack reaped over 500 gold from this exchange. Having pushed the minion wave, Draven returned to base to acquire a pickaxe and some boots. From this moment forth, the balance of the bot lane matchup was irrevocably shattered. HQ's jungler Laoshan sought to capitalize on the moment while Draven had yet to maximize his advantage, hoping to reclaim some ground. Xing is lying in wait behind. HQ is in for a heavy blow. Wawa exclaimed, visibly elated. Without a flash, Gu Xing found himself in a perilous situation, opting to use his body as a shield against incoming abilities, providing cover for Jack. With no choice left, HQ shifted their focus, prioritizing the elimination of Thresh. This played directly into Gu Xing's hands. Before his demise, he tossed out a lantern, once more bringing Gu Xing into the fray. During the brief moment when Xiao Duan was under concentrated fire, Jack relentlessly hacked away at HQ's Rek'Sai, armed with a pickaxe. And with the enemy jungler lacking substantial defensive items, he reduced Rek'Sai's health by 40% with just 3 strikes. Gu Xing executed a flash into Q, forcing a confrontation. Upon seeing Li Sin arrive, Rek'Sai panicked and only flashed toward her duo moments after being struck by Gu Xing's sonic wave. This inadvertently allowed Gu Xing to penetrate the HQ formation with his second Q, resonating strike. A grave error. The doll burst into laughter. HQ is in a panic. Gu Xing reduced Rek'Sai to a sliver of health, leaving the kill for Draven, while he continued his pursuit. Jack swung his bloodthirsty axes, relentlessly refreshing Blood Rush, and continuously hacked away at Xiao and Varus. During this time, the enemy support Albies attempted to thwart Draven's chase, but alas, his crowd control abilities had already been expended in the earlier takedown of Xiao Duan, leaving him powerless against VG's onslaught. Draven has taken down Varus, yet his appetite is far from sated. Miller's voice boomed. Jack intends to dive the turret for a kill. Gu Xing valiantly tanked 3 shots from the turret before narrowly escaping its range. Jack relentlessly cleaved with his axes, ultimately sending all bees back to the fountain just before he himself was felled by the turret's next shot. Despite his demise, Jack felt no remorse. As a Draven, securing kills was all that mattered. A triple kill in hand, the doll shouted with fervor, Draven is heading back to forge a bloodthirster. The game is all but over. At the 6-minute mark, Draven equipped with a bloodthirster, a pickaxe, and boots became an invincible force within the canyon. The entire HQ team fell into a profound silence. What do we do? Shaoan was at a loss. Draven can take half my health with just 2 hits. Shimin gritted his teeth. Let's wait. I'll try to burst him down in team fights. Everyone stay calm. However, before Shimin could even suggest seeking out Jack, the VG duo assailed them first. Kuro's rise flashed in, ensnaring Shimin in place with his E ability. From the brush below, a ghostly green hook emerged, following up with a control spell to immobilize him. Gu Xing tossed a lantern behind him, triggering his second Q to follow up. Draven effortlessly dashed into the fray, propelled by the lantern. 3 strikes. Shimin, with 60% health, was instantly obliterated. What the? Shimin was left speechless. Is that how I die? He could not accept it. Jack is unstoppable, the doll exclaimed, raising a fist in triumph. Draven will soon possess a bloodthirster. He is utterly unkillable. The shield provided by the bloodthirster is incredibly formidable in the early game. HQ's underdeveloped carries are currently incapable of bursting down Draven in such a short time. Gu Xing, always diligent, continued to secure kills despite the significant advantage in the bottom lane. This time, Thresh Flash was ready once more. Xiao Duan executed a simple maneuver, hooking a nearby minion close to Varus, following up with a flash and his E-flay to pull back, tossing a lantern to his teammates, leaving the rest to them. Jack, in a frenzy, after dispatching Varus, noticed his support was low on health. His first instinct was not to heal him, but rather to strike at Gu Xing with an axe. Realizing the color of the health bar was amiss, he quickly used his heal to aid his teammate, hoping to foster goodwill among his allies, lest they withhold life-saving lanterns in the heat of battle. However, Jack's concerns were unwarranted. There was no need for a team fight in this match. As the game progressed to the 15-minute mark, the kill count was astonishingly lopsided, 18-2. HQ had merely claimed 2 kills. Beyond that, the team had gained nothing. 0 dragons, 0 turrets. The terrifying accumulation of wealth by Draven has swiftly widened the economic gap between the two teams, nearing the staggering 8K mark. With 2.5 items, Draven treats both tanks and squishies with equal disdain. In his eyes, there is no distinction. Jack suddenly flashes in to close the distance, landing 2 strikes, and Varus is instantly reduced to a mere sliver of health. The commentator's voice is filled with fervor. Xiaowen uses his flash to attempt a retreat, but Draven still holds his ultimate. Our cold-blooded pursuit. 2 colossal axes are unleashed, slicing through the earth with a menacing aura as they chase Varus down. Unable to evade, Xiaowen can only watch helplessly as his health is obliterated. Damn it! Xiaowen's eyes widen in disbelief. All he did was position himself slightly forward to secure a cannon minion, and Draven audaciously flashes in to pursue him. Is there no justice? Shiman, too, has lost the confidence he exuded before the match, now rendered silent. With Draven's current gear, merely killing him once or twice serves little purpose. His items won't drop, and upon respawning, he continues to decimate HQ as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. Team fights cannot even commence. As the front lines engage, the HQ members fall like wheat before the sweeping axes. In the 21-minute team fight, Jack and Gu Xing, facing all 5 members of HQ, astonishingly achieve a quadruple kill. 2 against 5. Miller shouts vigorously throughout, his voice hoarse. Draven's damage is unreasonable. 3 strikes and a life is extinguished. Only Shiman Yu remains, cowering in the fountain, trembling. Gu Xing is not ready to let him escape. He steps forward into the fountain, enduring true damage as he throws out a hook, striking his target with precision. Even if he is slain by the fountain, the hook firmly ensnares Shiman. Jack's eyes light up. He accelerates forward, landing 3 strikes to eliminate the opponent, then flashes out of the fountain's range while still on low health. A pentakill. The cold, brutal announcement reverberates through the exhibition hall. The audience, stunned, holds their heads in disbelief at the unfolding events. At 22 minutes, VG demolishes the HQ base, clinching the first victory for LPL. 398. Is that trash talk? Just wait and see. Gazing at the shattering crystal, Shiman Ye's mouth falls agape, his face etched with confusion. At the match's conclusion, the kill ratio stands at 33. In a mere 22 minutes, HQ players have perished an average of 6 times. The bloodshed is overwhelming. Shiman's eyes glaze over. The aftermath of being ruthlessly executed by Draven's fountain is starting to take its toll. The director seizes the moment, panning to the HQ player bench, capturing close-ups of the victims, conveying their sorrowful expressions to the viewers watching the live broadcast worldwide. The audience members, overwhelmed by the harrowing scene of their team's defeat, cannot bear to look up at the big screen. The painful reality pierces their hearts. It hurts so much. Jack leaps 3 feet in the air, immediately leaving his seat to celebrate with his teammates, wrapping his arms around Gu Xing's neck and shaking him vigorously. What an exhilarating victory, my friend. Yu Wenba's smile radiated with unparalleled brilliance. What do you think? ISNT, my Draven remarkably strong. A pentakill. Ah, indeed, Gu Xing replied, opening the post-match statistics panel. Upon seeing Draven's towering damage output, he felt a wave of indifference wash over him. He then shifted to seek recognition. We must give thanks to me and old Duan, right? We helped you secure kills in the early game and even tanked the fountain at the end to allow you to achieve that pentakill. We worked tirelessly. Yu Wenba, having reaped the benefits, was generous in his praise for his teammates. I must express my gratitude to all of you. Without you, where would I be today? He felt an immense sense of gratitude for the decision he made last May to join VG alongside Gu Xing. It proved to be a masterstroke. The team's carry was merciless against formidable opponents, while willingly playing a supportive role to help him accumulate statistics against weaker teams. Where else could one find such fortune? Overwhelmed with excitement, Yu Wenbo craved more than just a pinnacle in the rift. He yearned to showcase his prowess to the audience below. Jack, recognizing his inability to mimic Gu Xing's signature gesture of placing his palm to his ear, opted to return to his seat, raising a paper cup in salute to the fans, then consuming the icy cola within in one gulp. Your gesture is truly lacking, Kuro observed objectively. It pales in comparison to Gu's. Jack, feeling awkward after his attempt, stubbornly sought to redeem himself. This is called using a cup to show off, abbreviated as cup pose. You don't get it, do you? Song Jinghao's mocking remarks struck home. You wish to emulate Leonardo. Yet your imitation resembles a basket. In The Great Gatsby, Leonardo's expressions and gestures serve as Jack's ultimate enhancement. Yu Wenbo, flustered and indignant, retorted, "That has nothing to do with me. He's in a suit, holding a high-footed goblet, while I'm in a loose-fitting team uniform with a paper cup. Even if poolside Gangplank came over to perform the original gesture, it wouldn't feel right." The two continued their playful banter as they made their way to the HQ players section. In the LMS backstage lounge, Xiao shifted his gaze away from the VG players on the television screen. HQ's swift defeat cast a heavy shadow over the already uncertain prospects of the LMS region. Who could they rely on now? As the head coach of the LMS, he glanced at the remaining 3 teams in the room, feeling a chill of despair. Aside from Flash Wolves, the rest were mere underperformers, guaranteed to be easy targets. With such a team, how could they hope to triumph against the LPL? Despairing yet compelled to strategize, Xiao declared, "Next up, JT." HT's players appeared pale. Given VG's performance in the first game, it would not be an exaggeration to say they were there to vent their frustrations. A moment's contemplation made it clear that the remaining LPL teams would not be easy adversaries. With their current abilities, wouldn't they just be delivering warm hospitality? Xiao found himself at a loss. Even among these underperformers, there were disparities. "Ma, come and defend," he commanded emphatically, his tone resolute. However, paired with his soft, melodious accent, it somehow felt slightly out of place. After submitting the roster of the competing teams, the LMS region received word of the squad sent forth by their opponent for the second match RNG. As BB beheld the portly Uzi take the stage, a chill of trepidation coursed through him. Undoubtedly, Uzi possessed the illustrious title of Global Championship winner, an accolade that had eluded BB throughout his career, along with the exclusive Skin King of the Silly Smile, Eyes Bye. However, 5 years had elapsed since Uzi's triumphant season. The tides of time had shifted, and the landscape of competition had evolved. BB's prowess could hardly be deemed world-class any longer. As the last active player of the Assassins on the professional circuit and the harbinger of the Hong Kong fighting spirit, he remained a hallmark of JT. Yet that was where his relevance ended. The notion of challenging Uzi was nothing short of a delusion. In the S4 World Championship, BB had already endured a brutal defeat at Uzi's hands. Now, facing Uzi once more in a battle for supremacy, a bitter taste filled his mouth. During the bandpick phase, Uzi seemed intent on stirring the pot, revealing his Lucian pick, his wide grin unmistakably bright. Upon witnessing this, BB felt a pang of anguish in his heart. The last time they clashed in a tournament, his champion, Tristana, had been caught in a treacherous ambush by Uzi's Lucian, who swiftly dispatched him with a flurry of 8 shots, leaving the global audience with a memorable gif. Fortunately, Uzi opted not to select the notorious counterpart, Lucian, from the bot lane, instead settling for a more conventional Varus. BB let out a sigh of relief. Varus was entirely acceptable to him. However, merely 2 minutes into the match, BB realized he had celebrated prematurely. Uzi, expertly maneuvering at range, managed to chip away at him with 2 unpunished auto-attacks. Throughout the exchange, BB's Zaya failed to land even a single strike, as he found himself disoriented by the enemy's relentless harassment. Confusion clouded his thoughts. Was Uzi playing Varus or Jinx? With a staggering range of 575, how could he have landed 2 free hits on him? This was illogical. Unwilling to succumb to despair, BB capitalized on his minion wave advantage to hastily reach level 2, advancing to extend an invitation for a trade. Uzi, no stranger to confrontation, was incensed by BB's audacity and promptly chose to engage. He executed a basic attack followed by an E ability to eliminate a wounded minion, while Shizaming dispatched another with the shield of the relic. With both minions down, RNG's duo also ascended to level 2. After slaying the minions, Uzi activated his passive ability, Vengeance, augmenting his attack speed and showing no hesitation in his assaults. He alternated between basic attacks and distance management with finesse. Typically, marksmen develop a habitual rhythm to their auto attacks, accustomed to their attack speed over time. A sudden change in equipment or the acquisition of a speed-enhancing buff can momentarily disrupt their flow. Varus exemplifies this phenomenon, where sporadic passive activations can lead many ADC players to experience a hiccup in their auto attack timing. Yet Uzi was of a different breed, unburdened by such concerns. Each time he unleashed an auto attack, he immediately repositioned himself, deftly timing his next shot just as the previous one was concluding. The entire process exuded a seamless fluidity. BB's insufficient attack speed meant that every one of his auto attack animations lagged slightly behind Varus's, causing him to linger momentarily in place. Seizing the advantage of his superior attack speed, Uzi prepared to extend the distance from Xayah, but suddenly paused in his tracks. A flicker of hope ignited in BB's eyes. He presumed Uzi had made an error, misjudging the timing and becoming immobilized in anticipation of an auto attack, unable to unleash it due to the constraints of his attack speed. He immediately stepped forward, intent on unleashing a basic attack, followed by using E-hook to retrieve the feathers from the ground, aiming to ensnare his opponent. However, at the moment he closed the distance and raised his hand, Uzi abruptly turned away, evading the reach of Xayah. Then, he pivoted and shot an arrow that struck Xayah. BB instinctively turned back, eager to conclude this exchange of blows. Yet, Uzi unexpectedly turned again, adopting a posture ready for attack. BB, feeling somewhat flustered by the relentless taunting, found himself drawn into a duel with Uzi. To his astonishment, Uzi employed the same tactic once more, again slipping out of Xayah's attack range to unleash another arrow. The three essential elements of kiting, movement speed, and attack range, were showcased, with the two marksmen exhibiting nearly identical mobility. The passive of Varus's Vengeance dissipated, and both champions' attack speeds aligned once more. Yet, Uzi held an advantage in range. Just as at the start of the match, BB found himself utterly defenseless against the relentless kiting. It felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, calming his restless heart, leaving only a sense of trepidation. With his health dwindling, BB sought to escape, but Shizenming applied Ignite upon him. Varus drew back his bow, preparing to unleash Q, piercing arrow. BB struggled to reposition and ultimately had to flash away. At 2.5 minutes into the game, the bloodied Xayah was forced back to base, even losing a flash in the process. The outcome of the lane was already determined. Jack, who had been reclining in his esports chair, rose in astonishment. "Wow, Uzi," he exclaimed in exaggerated tones. The LPL lounge was bustling, resembling a chaotic marketplace. "What a fierce Varus," Miko exclaimed, his eyes wide with seriousness, as he elbowed Iboi beside him. "Gu Xing is truly impressive, one to learn from." Iboi yawned. "To be honest, it's just that the opposing ADC is rather foolish. Any reasonably skilled player wouldn't engage Varus in a duel. It's quite laughable that he didn't gain any advantage by attempting to hit level 2 first. Has he been playing against weaker teams too much, thinking everyone else is inept?" The television in the lounge broadcasted the real-time communications of RNG. Xiaohu's distinctive voice resonated through the room. "Come on, my pride, my Superman. Your strikes are quite ruthless." Uzi chuckled shyly. This guy plays in such an odd manner. Why did he come here to give me free kills? He never relied on flamboyant tactics during the landing phase, relying solely on sheer skill. His proficiency in kiting and managing attack range was unparalleled. Since the departure of the top-tier ADCs from the Samsung faction, Uzi had not encountered anyone daring enough to challenge him in lane. BB, unfortunately, had walked directly into the line of fire and was pierced by Uzi's relentless barrage. Gu Xing admired Uzi's exceptional kiting skills immensely. As a jungler, he seldom employed similar techniques, yet that did not diminish his appreciation of the artistry involved. After discussing with his teammates and witnessing RNG's significant advantage, he resumed his focus on the game. Meanwhile, online viewers continued to discuss VG's previous performance, lavishly praising the players within the team. How does one evaluate Jack's extraordinary feat of achieving 18 kills as Draven, thus setting a personal record for the most kills in a single match? It was undeniably exhilarating to witness. Within just 22 minutes, Draven had acquired a full complement of 5 items, dispatching opponents with mere 3 strikes each. The relentless pursuit of the bottom lane by Gu demonstrated a fierce determination, relentlessly exploiting any breach in their defenses. Remarkably, by the 22nd minute, the economic disparity between the two teams had reached an astonishing 18,000. I have never encountered such a brutal contest. To speak candidly, the scenes were excessively sanguinary. It is advisable that minors refrain from viewing such displays. One can only assert that HQ appears to be a collection of underperformers, as their skill level is indeed lacking. The pressing question arises, how could he have succumbed to defeat? How is it conceivable that a team of such caliber as HQ could triumph over E? Upon perusing the comments of netizens, Gu Xing glanced at the members of Team E within the room. The 5 players, observing RNG's aggressive maneuvers on stage, could hardly contain their eagerness, yearning to take the stage and redeem their previous shortcomings. I say you shared similar sentiments. He approached Hong Mi and whispered his desire to volunteer for E's participation in the third match. That is not permissible, Hong Mi replied succinctly. I intend to have EDG take the stage for the third match. Communication between the two necessitated the assistance of the translator, Lord Ho Yi, ensuring all members of Team E comprehended Hong Mi's words. The E players were visibly restless, desperate to voice their opinions, yet ultimately resigned to silent sighs. Alas, they had squandered their opportunities just days prior. Among the 4 teams representing LPL, only E had fallen to the LMS region. Hong Mi's lack of faith in E, opting instead for the more reliable EDG to secure victory, is entirely understandable. Sensing the expressions of the E training staff, Hong Mi hesitated for a moment before offering an explanation. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not targeting anyone. Lord Ho Yi translated simultaneously, prompting the E players to inwardly scoff. Surely, he would not proceed to ridicule us as inept? This reminded them of yesterday's ill-tempered remarks from Salted Fish Brother, causing their expressions to tighten. In the next match, LMS will undoubtedly field the Flash Wolves. They have no other choice, Hong Mi stated, gesturing towards the television screen. By the 15th minute, RNG had established a 4,000 gold lead, capitalizing on their advantages in the bottom lane. Based on my analysis, E's chances against the Flash Wolves are not particularly favorable. The soul of the Flash Wolves is Kassa, whose style mirrors that of F. In essence, they utilize their early game prowess to establish a significant lead before losing their way in the mid-game, gradually relinquishing their advantage. E, on the other hand, is a quintessential late-game team, lacking early momentum and primarily relying on the equipment of their dual carries. Along with 957s and the team's exceptional understanding of team fights to secure victory. From a certain perspective, E's stylistic approach indeed places them at a disadvantage against the Flash Wolves. The Flash Wolves have earned their reputation as the B01 anti-Korean warriors for good reason. They rely on chaotic strikes to dispatch seasoned opponents, leveraging early aggression to build a sufficient economic lead that leaves the generally weaker LCK teams scrambling to defend, ultimately allowing the Flash Wolves to exert firm control over the match. If the sluggish E were to face off against the Flash Wolves, they would likely fall victim to the latter's early game onslaught with ease. In contrast, EDG exhibits a slightly superior performance against the Flash Wolves, demonstrating a more aggressive early game strategy that effectively counters their opponents. Hong Mi elaborated on this reasoning. Upon learning the causal connections from Li Ruihang, the members of Team E appeared visibly relieved. Conserve your energy for tomorrow's finals. It will be a grueling battle, Hong Mi advised. Moreover, White Crescent, you should observe the draft strategy in the 712 version. Do not repeat past mistakes. White Crescent nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains, affirming, no problem. The tactics I have devised should prove useful. During this period, he had not been idle. Given Team E's less than ideal performance, White Crescent assisted other teams in exploring hidden strategies, striving to develop tactics not yet prevalent in the professional arena. To his surprise, he achieved significant results. Furthermore, not only would other teams benefit, but Team E could also employ these strategies, resulting in a mutually advantageous outcome. Hong Mi nodded in agreement. At that time, let us coaches confer on the ranking, to see if we can flawlessly utilize a few hidden strategies for maximum gain. Meanwhile, RNG had successfully dismantled JT's main crystal, securing another victory for LPL. Gu Xing, an aficionado of the spectacle, tuned into the live stream on the mouse platform, reveling in the plight of the vanquished. JT has fallen to the hands of an LPL team, Wan lamented, her voice rife with despair. trailing 0-2. Are we truly on the brink of elimination from the finals? The invited guest, Cha Xiao, remained unfazed. I had previously stated that our chances of advancing are exceedingly slim. The format of the East Asia Intercontinental Cup does not favor us. Had we employed the European and American playstyle, perhaps we might have had a chance at victory. The disparity in overall strength is apparent. Attempting to secure a win by relying on lower-tier players to outmaneuver their top-tier counterparts is utterly unrealistic. The chat channel on the mouse platform was inundated with Wan's various exclamations of despair. I cannot accept this. What is this nonsense of 2 consecutive defeats? I no longer hope to triumph over LPL. I merely wish for LMS to win a single game. This JT is truly lacking. BB has been mercilessly outplayed by Uzi, leaving us bewildered as to how to secure a win. Darn, without BB, we would not be granted so many slots in the World Championship. Guanlin, my wolves must strive harder. Wan's reactions mirrored those of Shimin on the battlefield. Last night, there was much strategizing, ready to show LPL a thing or two, attempting to perfectly embody the principle of the Tianshu horse racing strategy. However, they were bewildered by VG at the onset of the semifinals, leaving them in shock. Subsequently, they attempted to maintain a facade of resilience, refusing to concede. RNG struck with overwhelming force, finally recognizing the magnitude of their challenge. Wan's aspirations swiftly shifted from defeating LPL to merely securing a single victory as a measure of success. Gu Xing observed with delight as the decisive match between EDG and the Flash Wolves unfolded. Hong Mei's analysis was undeniably accurate. EDG's playstyle effectively countered F. Following Nof's addition, the National Electric team gradually evolved an offensive system, engaging in fierce confrontations with the Flash Wolves, determined to establish dominance in the early game. Ultimately, Ming Kai emerged victorious. As Kassa faced the seasoned player Quan, his once proud early radar completely faltered. In terms of map control and strategic execution, Ming Kai's prowess was incomparably superior to Kassa's. The absolute core of the Flash Wolves was suppressed, akin to a car engine that had ceased to function, plunging the entire team into confusion. EDG's ferocious playstyle was evident. Ming Kai's multiple proactive strikes during the landing phase resulted in several kills, swiftly widening the economic gap between the two teams. In the top lane, Mouse was elated to confront an opponent whose strength paled in comparison to his own, seizing the rare opportunity to face an inferior top laner on the international stage. He intended to cherish it dearly. In the mid lane, Fengtang found himself at a loss against his junior, struggling to find a breakthrough. The bottom lane fared no better. Eboi, despite his lackadaisical nature, was buoyed by his exceptional foundational skills. Even after a period of stagnation, many professional players still found it hard to catch up with him. Not to mention the support from Miko. In contrast, the combination of Betty and Snake from the Flash Wolves, while competent, still fell short. In an instant, all 3 lanes and the jungle of the Flash Wolves were at a disadvantage. A palpable sense of despair enveloped the Kaohsiung Exhibition Center. The atmosphere was thick with silence. As the audience sat in hushed stillness, foreboding the imminent elimination of the LMS region. The library is so quiet, chuckled Gu, resting his hands behind his head. Oh dear, why has the noise stopped? Jack seized every opportunity to deride the audience, quipping, my friend's assessment is, good riddance. Ha ha ha. The departing RNG players offered sharp critiques. Minkai, finish him off. Stop worrying about saving your own skin. Your KDA is already high enough. Miko, can you land your hooks accurately? You're just standing there predicting their flash, not realizing they might be slow to react. Just kill Kassa. I've been itching to see him perish. The last remark, filled with venom, came from Xianghua, who spoke through gritted teeth, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge. The Flash Wolves retreated step by step, their plight becoming increasingly evident. After navigating the landing phase, Kassa's true self was laid bare, repeatedly caught and battered by Minkai in the jungle. Prior to the match, the LPL teams had agreed to play ruthlessly, and thus EDG's approach was particularly aggressive. Miko, renowned for his mastery of Thresh, exhibited an astonishing level of hook precision. After a few initial miscalculations, the jungler had discerned the opponent's positioning and skill usage habits. From then on, every hook found its mark. The intimidation factor of Thresh in a dominant game is profoundly terrifying, even while defending their tower. The enemy must tread carefully to avoid the hooks that may lurk in the fog of war. With Thresh alone, Endless pressure was exerted upon the Flash Wolves. The snowball grew larger, and by the 26th minute, the economic disparity officially crossed the 1,000 mark. This can't possibly end in defeat, can it? Duan Deliang languidly slumped in his esports chair. We can start analyzing our potential opponents for the finals. That's hard to say, Gu replied, withholding judgment. I see a strong will to resist from the Flash Wolves. Despite the prevailing consensus among commentators and spectators that the Flash Wolves were destined for defeat, Team F persevered, exerting every effort to prepare for each confrontation in hopes of seizing a glimmer of opportunity from EDG. They stood as the last bastion of the LMS, the fading visage of their region. Remarkably, the Flash Wolves found an extraordinary chance. Beside the mid-lane inhibitor, taking advantage of EDG's attempt to group for a push, Karsa executed a peculiar R-flash kick with Li Sin, catching the unsuspecting rookie off guard and sending him crashing into his own team, allowing his teammates to swiftly eliminate him. Following the outbreak of the team fight, the Flash Wolves, through their numerical superiority, successfully wiped out EDG and secured the Baron. The once boisterous LPL lounge fell into an eerie silence. Players exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the unfolding events. Abu rose abruptly, his voice as piercing and high-pitched as ever. Why didn't he use his ultimate? The data panel revealed that Minkai had not utilized his R ability throughout the previous skirmish, its absence glaring in the lineup of darkened cooldowns. Uzi appeared bewildered. EDG can't possibly lose despite a 10-0-0-0 gold lead, can they? Jack's expression grew tense. Shut up, you jinx. It's fine, 957 feigned calmness. We still have a 5,500 gold advantage. That should suffice. The decisive team wipe granted the Flash Wolves a substantial bounty, combined with the gold from Baron and subsequent minion wave management, allowing Team F to recover a significant 5k gold. However, the situation still favored EDG. Miko's Thresh began to make his mark. Initially lurking in the shadows, he hooked Karsa during a counter-jungle attempt, enabling his team to secure a kill and thwarting the Flash Wolves' ambitions of leveraging Baron for a push. In the 37-minute Ancient Dragon team fight, he landed 3 consecutive hooks, each resulting in the demise of an enemy player. The battlefield was effectively partitioned by Thresh, as Miko single-handedly severed the connections among the Flash Wolves members, forcing them to fight individually and rendering them unable to collaborate. It was clear that the only fate awaiting the Flash Wolves was one of utter defeat. Ebe, brimming with confidence, exclaimed, I wonder who will face us tomorrow. I hope it's SKT. I can't wait for revenge, to show our opponents the might of VG. He remained steadfast in his 3 primary motivations for entering the LPL, achieving results, earning money, and defeating SKT. With the first 2 goals accomplished, only the thrashing of SKT remained to fulfill Song Jinghao's dream. To realize this ambition, SB immediately commenced one-on-one training upon returning to the hotel. Among the intercontinental teams, the strongest top laner apart from himself was undoubtedly 957, and SB seized the opportunity to extend an invitation. Leg was known as a congenial individual, rarely refusing reasonable requests. Given Song Jinghao's own prowess, their practice would benefit both parties, leaving no grounds for refusal. While the two engaged in solo dueling, the coaches of the 4 teams continued to deliberate on tomorrow's strategic formations and ban pick decisions. Within the ranks of several teams, the sensitivity of the White Crescent Moon to the current version is notably minimal, while the steadfastness of the Fiery Fox is commendable. And Nof exhibits an equal measure of obstinacy. The shortcomings of these 3 during the ban pick phase are starkly evident. In contrast, the style of Hongmi shines with remarkable steadiness against their backdrop. Thus, after a collective show of hands, the consensus emerged to adopt Hongmi's approach as a template, interspersed with each individual's strengths, ultimately culminating in a refined ban pick strategy. We shall not conceal the tactics of Callista, Hongmi asserted, setting the tone. Let's reveal her and strive for a victory first. Even if we cannot secure a win, we must demonstrate the potency of our Callista to compel K to place her on the ban list in forthcoming matches. His voice resonated with conviction. The champion Callista demands a high level of proficiency and is typically employed in synergy-based strategies. Should LPL utilize her effectively, LCK will find it nearly impossible to adapt on the fly if caught off guard. Hongmi aims to exert pressure on LCK's ban choices. If successful, the ban pick complexity in subsequent rounds will diminish significantly. The three coaches nodded in agreement, signaling their understanding. I propose that RNG lead the charge. What are your thoughts? Homie sought their opinions. As the head coach of RNG, the fiery fox had no grounds for dissent and readily acquiesced. I disagree. The white crescent moon interjected with a furrowed brow, casting a dissenting vote. LCK will undoubtedly field a stable team in the first game to establish their footing, aiming to secure a victory without mishap. Thus, we can rule out Longzhu and KT. He articulated his reasoning, leaving only Samsung and SKT, both of which I believe RNG would struggle against. Even though RNG triumphed over Samsung in the recent finals ticket contention, it is evident to any discerning observer that determining superiority is not straightforward. RNG initially seized control, only to be countered by Gu Xing, a situation exacerbated by the time constraints that left players anxious and prone to mistakes. In the latter stages, while Samsung gained the upper hand, they subsequently relinquished it, displaying a lack of rigor in their strategy, starkly contrasting with SSG's previous gameplay. To suggest this was not influenced by the relaxation of their tactics after securing a finals berth would be a blatant falsehood. Regarding SKT, historical performance against the royal family exhibits a certain esoteric counterbalance. According to the logic of the white crescent moon, RNG's odds against these two teams appear slim, rendering their role as the vanguard ineffective. Then who should take the lead? Nof inquired, hands on hips. We could indeed contend with SKT, as our early offensive style is quite effective against Samsung. The white crescent moon replied without hesitation. Of course, it should be VG. Are you suggesting it should be me? Last year's World Championship saw VG sweep through and vanquish three formidable LCK teams, including both Samsung and SKT, a narrative that remains a topic of admiration. From this perspective, the theory posited by the white crescent moon holds merit. Homie fell into a contemplative silence. Not that it's impossible, he replied. I believe Samsung will take the lead while SKT, despite finishing as the runner-up in the spring split, has historically been the steadfast anchor of LCK. Moreover, with the current state of Dragon Ball being questionable, the burden on SKT has intensified. LCK will not allow them to be the first to step up. Redmi's interpretation garnered unanimous agreement from the coaching staff. The four horsemen of LCK. As it stands, SKT is in prime form, a quintessential thoroughbred. Samsung and KT are mid-tier, while the struggling Dragon Ball is decidedly the underdog. Huahu elaborated. Our objective is to let the underdogs sacrifice themselves for SKT. Winning would be splendid, but should they lose, it would still be worthwhile to force the strongest team from the opposition to make a move. If we ultimately clinch the championship, the underdog will still hold a third of the credit for the Intercontinental Trophy. Baiseiyu cast a glance at him. Do you see? Huahu asked, perplexed. I suspect that your emotional intelligence has led him astray, Baiseiyu remarked wryly. Was it necessary to stab me in the heart in front of all the coaches? Huahu solemnly responded to Baiseiyu's inquiry. That truly isn't my fault. As far as I know, he was like this from the start. Impressive. He has indeed been fortunate to encounter a cadre of excellent teammates and coaches. Baiseiyu hinted. Noticing the conversation drifting further afield, Redmi hastily steered it back towards the upcoming strategies. To conserve energy, the players returned to their rooms after playing 2 practice matches in the training facility. The coaches, however, had no such luxury. In the early hours, they congregated outside the hotel, cigarettes in hand, deliberating over strategies for the finals, from drafting to formations and specific tactics to be employed during the match. Every detail was meticulously dissected. In the humid summer night of Kaohsiung, the air was almost suffocating, yet the 4 head coaches remained undeterred. The pre-match banter from KT's coach, laced with mockery, had riled them up. They would not be humiliated without a fight, especially not when this rare opportunity for an intercontinental championship presented itself. Historically, their teams had ranked among the upper echelons globally, yet they still faced a significant gap to the championship. This time, with the veteran VG leading the charge, a once-in-a-lifetime chance for victory was at hand. It was past 4 in the morning when the coaching meeting finally concluded. I've never seen Los Angeles at 4 in the morning, but I have seen Kaohsiung at that hour, Baiseiyu joked. 4 in the morning in Los Angeles? I witnessed it before last year's finals. No sunlight, just pitch darkness, Redmi casually chimed in. In the summer, daylight broke early in Kaohsiung. Now dawn had arrived, with faint rays of sunlight piercing through the shroud of darkness. While not grand or resplendent, it was filled with hope and anticipation in their eyes. 399. The ambitions of the unknown goodness. Did you all stay up late last night to watch the pandas? Gu Xing remarked as he boarded the bus heading to the venue, noticing several coaches with bleary eyes and dark circles beneath them, resembling the national treasure. It was merely a brief meeting, Bai Seiyuya replied with a smile, in hopes of gaining a deeper understanding of LCK to avoid any mishaps during the finals. Nof stifled a yawn, having gone to bed late, compounded by an anxious and tense state of mind. He found himself drifting into a restless sleep around 7 or 8 in the morning, only to be roused a mere 2 hours later to prepare for departure. It was evident that he was severely sleep-deprived. Brother Qingrong, last year I represented the LCK region against the LPL, yet now the tables have turned dramatically. To be frank, I find it quite disconcerting, he remarked, glancing at Hongmi, who was reclining in a chair with his eyes closed. Nof had only been in the LPL for half a year, and this was his first time heading out to face his home league, the LCK. There's nothing to worry about, Hongmi said, pinching the bridge of his nose to relieve the tension in his body. Besides, you were never truly valued in the LCK. Don't burden yourself with unnecessary thoughts. With this reminder, Nof recalled last year's events. ROX had created a sensation in the summer of 2016 with their unique fast-paced playstyle, attracting countless fans and creating a championship myth despite their humble origins. However, the numerous global supporters could not mask the fact that the team felt out of place within the LCK. In the face of capital giants, ROX struggled to secure even a morsel, as advertisers were monopolized by the major clubs, ultimately leading them to disintegration due to financial woes. Upon reflection, Nof's guilt dissipated entirely. His previous mindset mirrored that of the star players who had transferred teams. It was natural to feel a sense of discomfort when confronting one's former organization. Gu Xing, however, remained oblivious to Nof's shifting mentality, continuing to revel in the bar as a surfing enthusiast. As the semifinals concluded, the focus of the community naturally shifted to the ultimate showdown. Bar patrons engaged in strategic discussions, eager to take part in the analysis of the LCK's potential. Beyond tactical recommendations, what predominated were the audience's fervent hopes for the LPL region. Before the intercontinental matches, we said reaching the finals would be a success. How many games do the fans think we should aim to win now? Is VG's match a guaranteed win? I feel like the LPL has a chance at the championship, if the other 3 teams can secure just one game and drag it to the 5th match. VG can come in to clinch the victory, right? Do you really expect those 3 underperforming teams to win? That's rather optimistic. Surely, no one genuinely believes that RNG can defeat Samsung in the group stage purely based on superior strength. Thank heavens if VG can snag even one game in the finals. That would be deemed a success. In any case, being a runner-up isn't terrible, after all. I believe the LPL has already achieved a commendable outcome in this intercontinental tournament. As I always say, losing isn't a loss and winning is a significant gain. Currently, the LPL audience exhibited a relatively forgiving attitude towards the region's performance, largely due to the indelible impressions left by the dark years of the past 2 seasons. In terms of overall strength, many felt they were not a match for the LCK. Even though VG had triumphed in numerous international competitions, it was apparent to discerning observers that no team in the LPL had yet emerged capable of challenging them, highlighting a distinct disparity in the overall level within the region. Let us not forget that the runner-up faced 2 defeats in the intercontinental competition, a testament to their evident lack of strength. A mere handful of individuals genuinely believe that the LPL has ascended to the status of the world's premier league following VG's championship victory, naively assuming that the 4 participating teams would effortlessly claim the intercontinental title. The majority, however, remain skeptical, accepting the current state of affairs with the hope that the finals do not end in an excessively humiliating manner, conceding that a second-place finish is still commendable. As the bus gradually approached the venue for the finals, Gu Xing tucked away his phone. His aspirations extended beyond merely securing second place. A mere step away from the Grand Slam under the new competition format, Gu Xing was resolute in his dissatisfaction with settling for anything less than victory. His ambition had always been singular, to claim the championship. Upon disembarking and making his way towards the venue, he fortuitously encountered the arriving LCK players. "We absolutely will not lose today," Peanut proclaimed fiercely, seemingly attempting to bolster his own morale through psychological affirmation. "Gu Xing, have you prepared your runner-up speech?" Gu Xing shot him a sidelong glance before striding purposefully into the backstage corridor. I think it would be prudent for you to contemplate how you will explain to the audience back home your failure as the spring championship victor. Having left the intercontinental competition empty-handed, he retorted, eliciting laughter from those around. I genuinely fear you might return to find yourself on the receiving end of some rather unpleasant correspondence, Jack chimed in, draping an arm over Peanut's shoulder. Why not consider developing your career in the LPL? We don't engage in such harsh realities. At worst, you might receive a few disparaging comments online. Enough of that. Nicola, Uzi interjected. You have yet to experience the wrath of those who curse your downfall. Who knows, your takeaway might just be laced with a little poison. Imagine someone adding a splash of seafood soy sauce to your delivery, another voice chimed in. Stop, stop, stop. Yu Wenba interjected, alarmed, his body trembling at the thought. Let us not indulge in such terrifying speculations. We do not engage in such underhanded tactics here. The LCK is the one staging protests with trucks. Two members of EDG scurried aside to engage in amicable discussions regarding online matters. Peanut, bewildered, could not comprehend the exchange. As he shifted his gaze back to the others, Gu Xing's teasing remark reached his ears. When will you secure your first victory, Peanut? Peanut jumped in agitation. Do you look down on me? I assure you. It will be today. He wished to debate further, yet Gu Xing had already moved on, his long legs propelling him swiftly away. Peanut cast a glance at his own somewhat stubby legs and muttered a curse under his breath in Chinese. After distancing himself from Peanut, Gu Xing first signed in to report and sent his equipment for testing before heading to the makeup room to have his face attended to by others. Everything proceeded in a well-organized manner. Have you received the LCK's roster for the match? Hong Mi inquired anxiously, tugging at Ho Yi. Who will they field in the first game? One of the alluring aspects of the intercontinental competition is the unpredictability of the matchups. No one knows which card the opponents will play, creating a thrill akin to unboxing a mystery. Li Ruihang, dizzy from the incessant shaking, replied, Not yet. No sooner had he spoken than an employee clad in a black uniform emblazoned with a fist entered the room, delivering a sealed envelope. It's here. Redmi grasped the envelope with trembling hands, filled with excitement, as he slowly opened it to reveal a card within. Beside the prominent logo of the Intercontinental Championship lay a team emblem, a blue shield. SongGXY. Neeb was fervently eager to confront SKT directly, yearning to avenge past grievances. With the final opportunity to meet before the World Championship now missed, Song Jinghao felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction and regret. It's all right, Gu Xing reassured him. Encountering SKT at the World Championship and personally eliminating them will be far more exhilarating than a BO1 at the Intercontinental Championship. After a moment's contemplation, Song Jinghao found merit in his jungler's assertion. Casting another glance at the roster of their opponent, Samsung, he felt a surge of confidence. Samsung? SB waved his hand dismissively, embodying an air of authority. To be blunt, they are merely a bunch of nobodies. Song Jinghao truly held little regard for this SSG team. Their performance in both domestic and international competitions had been mediocre at best, with no championships to their name. Did they really believe they could coast on the laurels of past victories? Moreover, the entire coaching staff, save for Coach Edgar, had long departed. Since the new roster was established, SSG's LCK performance had remained consistently lackluster, merely treading water in the third or fourth ranks, struggling even to reach the finals. Did they dare to hope for a match against Fiji? Redmi, while respecting his former organization and the esteemed Edgar, felt compelled to advise SB. Prepare diligently and do not underestimate them. He then raised his voice to remind the other players, in our opening match, we must prioritize stability and avoid unnecessary risks. Follow commands closely. Understood, Jack replied lazily, turning to banter with Shi Sunming. The two seemed to share an unusual bond, always engaging in playful antics that resembled the chatter of a telegraph. Observing this, Redmi reiterated the importance of focus. Our victory in the LPL depends entirely on how well we secure points. If we falter, we can forget about the championship. Seeing the head coach adopt a serious demeanor, Yu Wenba restrained his laughter and solemnly affirmed, Rest assured, I will take this seriously. I will adhere to Old Duan during the landing phase and follow Old Gu's instructions during the transition. Gu Xing added with a smile. Whether we achieve a grand slam hinges on you, Jack. He spoke without fear of pressuring Jack, for being emotionally intelligent. Gu Xing understood the personality of each player within the team. He never burdened someone like Xiao Duan, who was prone to nerves before a match, with additional stress. Excessive pressure could lead to mental lapses and affect performance. Conversely, Jack's temperament was entirely different from Li Ruihang's. Frequently engaging in skirmishes, he epitomized the spirit of resilience, making it difficult for ordinary stress to destabilize Yu Wenba's mindset. He was the kind of player who thrived under the constant nudging of a team leader. If Jack were to take the helm of the team, none would dare to voice their dissent. Yu Wenba would unleash his true self, akin to an unrestrained Shiba Inu frolicking wildly. It would not be unusual for a single individual to charge headlong into 5 opponents and meet a swift demise. In such circumstances, it becomes imperative for a core figure within the team to step forward and rouse Jack from his reckless abandon, swiftly curtailing any signs of indulgence. Thus, Gu Xing boldly imposed pressure on Jack before the match, ensuring that Yu Wenba was acutely aware of the dire consequences of his potential recklessness, subtly suggesting that Jack's gameplay would naturally evolve into a more prudent approach. As anticipated, upon hearing Gu Xing's words, Jack's expression immediately sharpened. He leaned in close, whispering with unwavering conviction, "You can count on old Gu for this grand slam, I assure you." Yu Wenba even forewent the casual term bro, indicating his earnestness. Gu Xing felt a sense of relief and turned to lead Jack toward the tactical briefings conducted by coaches such as Hongmi. A mere corridor separated them from the LCK region's lounge. Meanwhile, VG Edgar opened an envelope, revealing an unexpected answer, prompting an immediate exclamation. Members of the 4 teams present began to engage in animated discussions. They had deliberated the LPL's strategies the previous day, with most believing that the LPL's initial deployment of VG in the semifinals was a deliberate smokescreen. After all, given the evident disparity in strength, what purpose would it serve to position VG as the vanguard? Was it merely for statistics? The LCK remained skeptical, viewing it as a fabricated illusion crafted by the LPL to mislead them into thinking that VG would lead the charge in the finals, when in reality, it would be other teams taking the stage. Consequently, LCK opted for a conservative approach, placing the remarkably steady Samsung at the forefront, intending to gradually wear down their opponents with a blunt strategy and secure an initial victory to bolster morale. To their astonishment, the LPL unleashed a powerful gambit. "Stay calm," Ko reassured the Samsung players. "Once we draw VG out, we can handle the remaining 3 teams." Indeed, KT head coach Li Ruihang nodded in agreement. "I reminded everyone yesterday that our primary objective is to eliminate the other 3 LPL teams." They were acutely aware of their region's strengths, with formidable mid-tier powerhouses like KT capable of overpowering all LPL teams aside from VG. Despite their 2 losses, the Dragon Balls were not significantly inferior in strength compared to EDG and RNG. Thus, the LCK coaching staff, well-versed in Sun Tzu's art of war, had no intention of engaging in a tactical game of matchups. "I'll simply crush you with my mid-tier forces. What can you do about it?" The SSG players remained silent, as their comrades escorted those facing VG to the entrance. While setting up equipment on stage, Edgar seized the opportunity to break away from the other teams and gathered his players together. "We ranked 4th in the spring season, in terms of both strength and reputation. We are the weakest among the LCK representatives in this international competition," Edgar stated candidly. "There is no need to elaborate on SKT. Their dual championship titles speak volumes, positioning them as a premier team on the global stage. KT, on the other hand, has emerged as a victor during the transfer period, assembling a formidable roster with the return of the LPL's triumvirate and the S5 MVP, Ma Datu, akin to a galactic battleship, maintaining a high level of excitement. As for Dragon Ball, they are the spring split champions, featuring 3 members from the Tiger team and a popular roster that excels in unconventional strategies. In stark contrast, Samsung appears rather obscure, lacking star players and significant achievements. Their gameplay is sluggish and unappealing, resulting in a perennial bottom-tier status among fans in the LCK League. To be fair, if we lose this match, regardless of whether LCK can clinch victory at the Intercontinental Tournament, we shall return home without facing any outrage from the audience," Edgar remarked, his gaze shifting to meet each player's eyes. "This is the reality. Who would care about the tale of a mere pawn losing to the Overlord? A defeat to VG seems reasonable in the eyes of countless spectators. What is there to criticize? Should we falter at the Intercontinental competition, the blame would fall on the other 3 teams. If we triumph and lift the trophy, it would merely be a case of Samsung winning by default. No one would bat an eye." But I disagree. Edgar's voice resonated with conviction. No one respects Samsung, and if you all share the same sentiment, I would feel profound sorrow for you. Have you forgotten last year's quarterfinals? He suppressed his fervor, posing the question with a hint of restraint. The members of Samsung hesitated, their lips moving without sound. During the S6 World Championship quarterfinals, Samsung faced VG. Pre-match opinions largely favored SSG's victory. Despite being the third seed, they hailed from the LCK, and few held faith in VG's chances. However, VG, once struggling to secure a match against Samsung due to their connections, soared to unprecedented heights, sweeping SSG with a decisive 3-0, effectively eliminating them from the tournament. For the Samsung members, this outcome, in their inaugural World Championship, left an indelible mark on their hearts. I haven't forgotten, finally, and responded softly to the coach's inquiry. Louder, I can't hear you. Edgar called out. I haven't forgotten. Atayan replied with equal fervor. Edgar, satisfied, commended them. Good, very spirited. We must show VG our true strength. He unleashed his pent-up passion, declaring, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Edgar extended his hand. Children, when you take the stage, unleash your full potential and let VG know that the nameless ones are not to be trifled with. The Samsung players stacked their hands on top of each other, feeling the collective strength. 3-2 SSG fighting. The six shouted with all their might. The surrounding staff were taken aback by the synchronized cheer from Samsung's training department, curiously glancing over. Gu Xing, seated in the players' area, was also drawn to the shouts of the Samsung players across the stage as he locked the FPS cap of his competition attire at 144. The Korean language, spoken in a rapid manner, eludes his comprehension. He can only infer from the final sentence in English that SSG is delivering a speech to uplift morale. Yet, when Gu Xing observes the Samsung players, with their heads held high as they ascend the stage, he can feel their fervent spirit even from a distance. What on earth is happening? Duan Deliang inquires, visibly anxious. It feels like the first match won't be an easy victory, Gu Xing reflects, his thoughts swirling. Jack, brimming with confidence, retorts, who cares? As long as we play our game well, no one can rival us. Half an hour later, the Kaohsiung Exhibition Center is teeming with spectators. The audience is packed, with some attendees brandishing support banners that shimmer with a kaleidoscope of colors. The atmosphere is a cacophony of noise, only to be silenced abruptly when the countdown timer appears on the large screen, displaying 10 seconds. The logos of major sponsors, Garena, Razer, Eye of the Storm, Riot Games, materialize alongside the countdown. As the timer reaches 0, an earth-shattering cheer erupts from the audience. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 2017 Asian Championship here in Kaohsiung. The host takes to the stage, microphone in hand, ensuring his voice resonates in every nook of the venue. After 3 days of fierce competition, the LPL and LCK regions meet on the grand stage of the finals, ready to engage in a high-level contest for the title of Asia's foremost region. First, let us welcome the teams to the stage. With a sweeping motion of his arm, a plume of dry ice bursts forth, unveiling the 8 participating teams from both regions in succession. The audience waves their support sticks, rhythmically striking them to cheer for their favorite teams. Naturally, the majority of spectators are supporters of the LCK region. Whenever an LCK team is introduced, the cheers are passionate and resounding. In stark contrast, when an LPL team is mentioned, the volume of the crowd diminishes significantly, resulting in only half-hearted and subdued strikes of support sticks, accompanied by sporadic applause. Fortunately, the LPL teams, having grown accustomed to such treatment after 3 days of battles, are not taken aback. Had it not been for the fact that their 4 teams, strictly speaking, 3, had exerted considerable pressure on the LMS region, deterring the restless and mischievous fans, it is likely that even this modest reception would not have been afforded to them. After the host from the opposing region introduces all 8 teams, he turns to the audience and proclaims in a booming voice, "Next, let us eagerly anticipate who will truly emerge as Asia's strongest." The camera then shifts to the side of the stage, where a massive stone bears the inscription Asia's strongest in bold red letters. One must admit, when it comes to awkward performances, the opposing fans are professionals, with previous instances like the Pinnacle of the Forbidden City and Basketball Fire showcasing their antics. They have consistently delivered top-tier entertainment. The director zooms out to provide an aerial view of the entire Kaohsiung Exhibition Center, and then the scene transitions to the LPL commentary booth, where the higher brothers are seen on camera. As the doll spoke with great vigor, it swiftly transitioned into the main topic following an advertisement, stating, "According to the information we have obtained, the first match in the finals of the Intercontinental Tournament features VG against SSG. To be frank, this is rather advantageous for our LPL," Miller expounded. "Samsung is a team that excels in late-game execution, and they pose a considerable challenge for our region. If we count carefully, only VG and EDG possess the capability to handle them. Despite the LPL's efforts to learn operational strategies from the LCK, adopting a mindset of using foreign strengths against foreign strengths, they have ultimately struggled to grasp these concepts. The performance of IAM, another team within the same realm, demonstrates that mindless late-game strategies can still dominate numerous squads. Moreover, SSG's prowess far surpasses that of IAM. If VG can take the lead and overpower Samsung, the subsequent matches for our three brother teams will be much easier." The doll concurred with its partner's remarks. It is well known that VG excels in early game dynamics, leveraging Xing, Gu, and tri-lane synergy to set the pace, often leaving their opponents utterly defeated. From the tone and demeanor, it was evident that the doll held great confidence in VG. Miller presents a comparison of the statistics for both teams. He gazed at the screen, carefully analyzing the compiled information before sharing it with the audience. VG holds an advantage in several metrics. Notably, Samsung boasts an astonishing dragon control rate of 677 in the LCK, a truly staggering statistic. At this point, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. With a 2/3 probability of controlling the dragon, this figure is nothing short of extraordinary, placing them a tier above the other teams. For VG, a dragon control rate of 580 already ranks them among the best in the LPL. Samsung's rate, however, exceeds theirs by nearly 10. For a late-game team to elevate their dragon control rate to such heights is indeed unprecedented. The commentators were puzzled, unable to ascertain how Samsung managed to secure so many dragons. Yet, the players on VG were well aware. Prior to the match, the LPL region had conducted a thorough analysis of their LCK opponents. Sietunen's data analysis team had also been mobilized, gathering an array of statistics from the LCK League, collating and synthesizing advanced data to enable VG to attain a profound understanding of both themselves and their adversaries. Samsung tends to relinquish the Rift Herald, focusing their attention on the dragons. Hongmi reminded the players as he paced behind the contestants wearing noise-canceling headphones. Duan Deliang, before taking the stage, grabbed a heating pad to warm his fingers and wipe away sweat, unconsciously rubbing his palm against the pad. "Got it. There's no need to employ Barrel's line-riding tactic. Just play normally with Jack in the bot lane." The strategy of riding the mid-lane minion wave ultimately aimed to secure the Rift Herald. Since SSG showed no inclination to contest the Herald, why bother with unnecessary maneuvers? Hongmi had emphasized this issue before taking the stage, and, fearing that his support might forget due to nerves, he made a deliberate reminder. "The blue team is about to commence the match. Please prepare the red team." A female referee interjected briskly from behind. Gu Xing adjusted his seating posture, bracing himself for the impending battle, while his companion, SB, eagerly prepared for action, itching to plunge into the rift and engage in combat with their opponents. Brothers, charge forth and teach Samsung a lesson. On the opposite side of the stage, the Samsung players exuded the same fervor, intent on reclaiming their honor against VG. The clear, metallic clang of anticipation echoed through the venue as the higher brothers radiated vitality. The BP phase has officially commenced. Having triumphed in the coin toss, the LCK representatives have secured the advantageous blue side for the first match. As per their usual strategy, Samsung has opted to ban Galio first. Redmi, adhering to tradition, swiftly blocked Zac. Were it not for the critical juncture of the ban phase, no one would have allowed these two formidable champions to remain available. For the second ban, Samsung has decided to eliminate Talia, aiming to restrict Kuro's roaming mid laner and prevent him from causing chaos. Crown also excels with Talia, even regarded as a specialist. However, Edgar learned from the lesson of the group stage, where Dragon Ball fell victim to a hasty Talia pick, deeming it excessively risky. Not wishing to gift Talia to VG, he opted to ban her, ensuring peace of mind. Redmi countered with a ban against Crown's signature Victor, stating, "If you intend to eliminate all roaming support champions to facilitate farming, I shall disable your damage dealer. Let us see what you will rely on in the late game." Edgar, resting his chin on his hand, perused his notebook. The coaches of the 4 LCK teams were equally industrious, gathering extensive intelligence on the LPL squads and sharing insights to enhance their BP strategies. It is undeniable that the average proficiency of the LCK coaching staff surpasses that of the LPL, with preparations being remarkably thorough from analysts to head coaches. Were it not for the data support provided by prior to the Intercontinental Tournament, the LPL teams would undoubtedly have been at a disadvantage regarding data acquisition. Edgar's notebook contained detailed observations of Redmi's BP tendencies, and with his understanding of Ho, he could predict the opponent's forthcoming strategies with considerable accuracy. "Let us ban Fiora," he proposed, "as your hero pool is significantly countered by her." QV wholeheartedly agreed, particularly since he himself lacked proficiency with Fiora. QV, a master of the Yordles, would confidently assert that no player in the world could surpass his skill with them. However, the peculiar mechanics of Fiora rendered her challenging to practice, making it prudent to ban her outright to mitigate future complications. Redmi responded swiftly, banning Rockin, a champion currently dominating the meta, to dismantle Phoenix Legend's strategy. As the blue side, Samsung has chosen to secure Rek'Sai for their captain, and Doimb offered a brief analysis, stating, while there are still many powerful junglers available, suitable champions for SSG are rather scarce. Champions like Lee Sin and Elise are indeed formidable, yet Samsung's playstyle emphasizes late-game execution, side lane pressure, and team fighting, which is fundamentally at odds with the aggressive nature of carnivorous junglers. While the Pig Sister is a viable option, her early-game combat effectiveness is rather insufficient, making her susceptible to Gu Xing's frequent invasions bolstered by Ignite, ultimately leading to a lack of functionality in the later stages. Upon reflection, Rek'Sai emerges as the most reliable choice. Her combat prowess in the jungle during the landing phase is well assured, and she can hold her own against nearly anyone in one-on-one encounters. Although the champion's strength may wane in the mid to late game, the presence of her tremor sense bestows upon her formidable detection capabilities. In advantageous situations, she can lie in wait for ambushes, while in unfavorable conditions, she can scout potential traps set by the enemy, showcasing her unparalleled strength in vision control. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Rek'Sai is intimately connected to the trump card that Samsung intends to utilize. VG has secured Thresh and Rise, which makes for a commendable mid-support duo, Miller remarked, just as Samsung swiftly locked in their champions. Camille and Ashe, these two champions aligned seamlessly with SSG's own style. He quickened his pace. The former can exert influence in the mid to late game, stretching VG's formation as much as possible, while the latter is a versatile laner who can utilize Hawkshot to scout Gu Xing's jungle movements. Ashe is currently regarded as the most suitable marksman against VG in the League of Legends esports scene, primarily employed to thwart Gu Xing's various ambush tactics. Even though there are times when he may evade detection through clever maneuvers or use Hawkshot for deceptive vision, overall, Ashe's ability to restrict Gu Xing remains beneficial. Edgar's strategic acumen in the draft phase is astute, with each move meticulously placed. Redmi, fully aware of his mentor's prowess, promptly revealed the meticulously prepared ace up their sleeve. Kalista? Wawa expressed astonishment. What does this mean? Could it be that we have an unexpected trump card hidden away in the LPL finals? The audience erupted in lively discussions, equally surprised by the unexpected champion choice. Within the IPL live broadcast room, netizens fervently chatted away in the discussion channel. Guagua. VG's new toy is here. What retro combination? Will it work? I haven't seen skateboard shoes in ages. How many times do I have to say it? Just believe. VG must have a reason to pick it. Isn't it just Samsung? The response from LCK was even more intense. What the heck? Ruler sat up straight, practically pressing his head against the monitor in shock. Kalista, are you serious? He hadn't seen this champion in professional play for an entire year. Oh, no way. Edgar's brow furrowed. Like many Korean coaches, he harbors a strong aversion to unpredictability, as it signifies uncertainty. Samsung's strategy has always been to eliminate variables through stable operations, rendering the game state controllable. The emergence of Kalista left Edgar feeling flustered. In the backstage lounge, Ko and his colleagues deliberated over VG's enigmatic champion selection. Locking in Kalista to pair with Thresh presents an exceptionally high level of synergy, both in lane and during team fights. Bang articulated his insights. Moreover, selecting them for the bot lane allows for a strategy of either nurturing them or mounting aggressive assaults around their presence. The Shadow Isles duo provides mutual protection, enabling them to transition safely even in the absence of jungle support. Their tower diving capabilities are also commendable, and the kill pressure in the early game is particularly formidable. Bang's mastery of the champion is evident. His understanding of the hero is profound, allowing him to quickly discern VG's tactical intentions. VG likely aims to leverage their lane control in the bot lane to influence and empower the other two lanes, while simultaneously securing neutral resources, thereby creating a snowballing advantage. Ko expressed his concerns. Let us see how SSG responds. I can only hope the situation does not deteriorate too severely. He was acutely aware of the consequences should Samsung be subjected to Kallista's punitive measures. In the subsequent matches, Yeb ultimately opted for an aggressive top lane Renekton, seeking to dismantle the enemy formation with formidable onslaughts. The teams exchanged champions and solidified their compositions. Blue side SSG, top lane Camille, jungle Rek'Sai, mid lane Jace. Bot lane Ashe and Alistar. Red side VG, top lane Renekton, jungle Lee Sin, mid lane Ryze, bot lane Ezreal and Thresh. In terms of composition, VG evidently possesses a more aggressive lineup, even selecting a composition devoid of late-game core champions, clearly banking on early to mid-game dominance. Remarked Wawa. Samsung's composition, in contrast, is relatively conventional, with roles defined for each phase of the game, showcasing characters capable of shining at various intervals. The drawback lies in the fact that their early to mid-game strength pales in comparison to VGS. While they do have champions capable of impactful plays, overall, they lack the necessary potency and must rely on their carries to seize control in the late game. As the analysts dissected the compositions, two former mentors clasped hands at the center stage, while the broadcast shifted to the audience fervently cheering for Samsung, before transitioning into the Summoner's Rift. As the game commenced, Gu Xing materialized in the fountain, his fingers deftly navigating the shop interface. After procuring his starting items, he communicated with his teammates regarding the strategy for level 1. Let us advance into the enemy's bot jungle. I'll mark the signal at Samsung's red buff camp. There's no need to fear. Their level 1 combat capabilities are quite mediocre, and Jianmin had chosen Rek'Sai, and mid lane was occupied by Jace. Neither of these champions boasts significant strength at level 1. In contrast, VG, with the exception of the top lane Renekton, had 4 champions with remarkable combat capabilities. Particularly, the Shadow Isles duo in the bot lane could prove invaluable during skirmishes. Following Gu Xing's instructions, VG raised no objections and grouped up to venture into Samsung's lower red zone. As Gu Xing had predicted, upon seeing VG approach en masse, Samsung refrained from interfering. Fearful of being hunted down by Kallista's relentless pursuit, they merely allowed Chitty's Ashe to fire her W volley for some light harassment. I'll place a ward, Kuro volunteered, deeming the ward unnecessary to keep. The mid lane matchup featured Ryze against Jace. As long as one is a competent jungler, it is unlikely they would assist the early game of Misfortune, who possesses neither damage nor crowd control. Relying solely on Rek'Sai for a kill against Ryze, who can generate shields, is simply improbable. The trinkets of the remaining VG teammates each serve their distinct purposes. Gu Xing's Li Sin requires vision to enhance his agility, while both side lanes depend on wards to prevent ganks. It is indeed a reasonable choice for Kuro to place the wards. Immediately, Gu Xing activated his strategy, saying, "Old Li, just maintain your lane pressure in the mid, and if an opportunity arises, I shall certainly come to your aid." Kuro's face lit up with excitement, and even the frequency of his fingers dancing upon the keyboard noticeably increased. Once back in a secure position in his jungle, Gu Xing began to switch screens, assessing whether Kuro's placed wards could discern Zhongmin's movements in the jungle, thus determining his own farming route. However, Bishin is an experienced player. He deduced VG's vision range from the ward placements and cleverly evaded their sight. Consequently, Gu Xing had no choice but to adhere to his original plan and commence his route from the bottom to the top. The rationale was straightforward. Although the Shadow Isles duo in the bottom lane would also contest for level 2, they held 2 wards, effectively blocking all potential routes of Rek'Sai's assault, thereby excelling in gank prevention. Moreover, once the duo reached level 2, they could hold on to their skill points. Should Rek'Sai attempt a forced ambush, they could temporarily learn Lantern to facilitate an escape. In stark contrast, top laner Song Jinghao's situation with his crocodile champion was considerably more precarious. With merely a single trinket ward, It was challenging to guard against all potential gank routes leading to the top lane. The Crocodile champion's combat effectiveness remained somewhat average before level 3, and control of the lane firmly resided with the Camille, inevitably pushing the minion wave towards VG. If Gu Xing farmed from the bottom to the top, he might seize an opportunity to collaborate with Song Jinghao to eliminate Camille, thereby creating a breakthrough in the match. You two need not assist me in the jungle. Just head straight to your lanes, Gu Xing advised. The duo would undoubtedly contest for level 2, and allowing them to arrive early in their lanes could serve as a beneficial tactic to confuse the opponents, preventing them from discerning Gu Xing's jungle route. After all, Li Sin is quite capable of solo farming. The only drawback is the slightly higher health cost. Nonetheless, it is manageable, with a slight increase in level. He could gradually recover his health using the healing effect of his second W ability, Iron Body, as the game reached 1 minute and 40 seconds. Kuro's earlier ward placement in the enemy red zone detected Rek'Sai's position. Realizing that Bishin was starting with a red buff, Gu Xing recognized that altering his route would be impractical, compelling him to follow his predetermined path from bottom to top. Yet, a sense of caution arose within him. According to the current jungle paths of both teams, if he attempted to venture to the top lane to ambush Camille, he risked being countered by Rek'Sai. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages, Gu Xing opted for the conventional level 3 route, eliminating the blue buff and the magic toad in the lower quadrant before proceeding to farm the red buff in the upper quadrant. The rift remained calm and serene. On the top lane, the crocodile was being subdued by the steel shadow, while the mid lane rise slowly pushed the wave, and the Shadow Isles duo in the bot lane unexpectedly seized control of the lane. Everything unfolded according to Gu Xing's script. However, the observers, the higher brothers, could not remain passive. Instead of focusing on the blind monk heading towards the upper half of the map, their attention turned to Rek'Sai. What is Masterin doing? Wondered Wawa, perplexed. Rek'Sai had finished clearing the 6 birds and was now moving towards VG's upper half through the mid lane. Surely, he couldn't be contemplating a level 2 counter jungle, could he? As he spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle, as if reminded of something amusing. It is well known that Rek'Sai's power peak is at level 3. Prior to that, she is merely a plaything. At level 2, with the W ability, Burrow, she appeared to have crowd control through her knock-up, but lacked the ability to tunnel, making her an easy target. To dare to invade the blind monk's jungle is to invite disaster, as if one had never experienced the repercussions of being kite. At this moment, Bishin's movement clearly exceeded the understanding of many, including Wawa. The LPL live broadcast was suddenly filled with an atmosphere of joy. The audience was unfazed, merely speculating that Master and might be placing a ward to scout Gu Xing's movements. After all, the bot lane was currently being pushed, and with a considerable distance from level 2, they were unable to acquire Skyward Strike to aid in obtaining vision of Gu Xing. It seemed entirely reasonable for Bishin to come and place a ward. While the higher brothers were engaged in lighthearted banter, Rek'Sai had already arrived at VG's red buff area. With the assistance of a duo at the start, and given Rek'Sai's already swift clearing of the 6 birds, he managed to arrive at the anticipated location ahead of Gu Xing. Thanks to the ability of Tremor Sense, Masterin could clearly hear the footsteps approaching from the F6 camp in the distance. He placed a ward over the wall into the red buff camp and turned to leave without a second thought. This scene further confirmed Wawa's judgment. The opponent was merely placing a ward to investigate Gu Xing's jungle route. Miller's demeanor visibly relaxed. As the broadcast camera panned, Rek'Sai was seen rushing towards the river, clawing at the river crab that had just respawned at the 2.5-minute mark. The river crab's toughness in this version was quite average. With an initial health of only 800 points, Masterin effortlessly dispatched it. Now, Gu Xing's blind monk had arrived at the red buff area, landing the sonic wave and following up with a second Q, delivering a flurry of blows to the red buff. Wait a moment. Was Masterin planning to return to VG's upper jungle? This surprised Miller. Something was amiss. How did Rek'Sai suddenly reach level 3? The astonishing scene left Miller's voice filled with incredulity. The director locked the camera on Masterin, granting this veteran a moment to shine under the world spotlight. The level number beside Rek'Sai's health bar prominently displayed a 3. How could this be? Wawa could hardly believe his eyes. Erupting into exclamations from the commentary desk, this defied logic. While the current version had not diminished the experience gained from jungle monsters, Master N's rapid ascent in levels was indeed challenging the realm of comprehension. It is important to note that the initial experience of the river crab is merely 10 points. Even with the bonus from the jungle knife, it is inconceivable for Rek'Sai to reach level 3 through the method of defeating the red buff and the swift crab. However, the reality unfolding before us is undeniable. Rek'Sai has indeed ascended to level 3 by means of 2 sets of camps and river crabs. This is nothing short of astonishing. The player, known as Dal, is contemplating whether he has overlooked something that could explain Rek'Sai's enigmatic level progression. Meanwhile, Miller's focus is directed towards the canyon. After reaching level 3, Rek'Sai's combat prowess is vastly superior, and it once again burrows into VG's red zone, seeking to create trouble for the blind monk. His tone is fraught with urgency. For Gu Xing remains oblivious to the situation. From the earlier sighting by Master and in the red zone to the subsequent farming of river crabs to level up, all of Rek'Sai's movements are shrouded in the fog of war, leaving VG completely unaware of the unfolding events. Should Gu Xing fall into an ambush, he could very well face dire consequences. Oblivious to the looming danger, Gu Xing continues to farm in the jungle, pondering his next steps after reaching level 3. The health of the red buff is significantly greater than that of the river crab, and it still retains nearly half of its vitality. He casts W, Shield of Durandal, on the blind monk, utilizing his mobility skill to provide a shield and maintain his own state. Little does he know that peril is quietly approaching. The director suddenly cuts to the top lane. The Steel Shadow has pushed the minion wave to the Croc's tower and is now heading towards the red zone. Dal leans forward, his demeanor intensely focused. It is evident that 3 stars have been strategically arranged to launch an encirclement against Gu Xing. As the red buff's health dwindles to 700, Rek'Sai emerges from the brush behind the camp, surfacing within the blind monk's line of sight. Gu Xing is momentarily taken aback, then notices the absurd level of Rek'Sai. What is happening? Before he can react, Rek'Sai decisively flashes forward, using W, Burrow, to lift the blind monk into the air. The claws rake against Li Sin's body, rapidly depleting his health. Gu Xing's initial decision to refrain from requesting assistance from his teammates now bears consequences. His health is already precarious, and after being clawed by Rek'Sai, he finds himself in a perilous situation. A furious bite. The excavator sinks its teeth into the blind monk's vital arteries, and Gu Xing's health plummets. With his W still on cooldown, Gu Xing casts Q to hit a wall-separated rock bug, attempting to escape over the wall. Miller's voice rises in desperation, but the Steel Shadow strikes from the side. The jungle is filled with walls, allowing Camille's mobility to reach its fullest potential. She has platforms everywhere, leaving the blind monk with no avenue of escape. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, Gu Xing resolves to execute a second Q over the wall and immediately uses his flash. He knows his demise is inevitable, but even a brief delay would be advantageous, potentially forcing the enemy to expend their summoner spells and alleviating pressure on his teammates in lane. The Steel Shadow uses her grappling hook on the wall, and during the second wall kick, she relentlessly pursues with a flash. The entire displacement process exceeds 1,500 yards. Gu Xing is left with no option to evade, rendered stunned in place by the opponent's kick. Despite his efforts to heal by striking the formidable stone beetle with a punitive blow, he could not withstand the overwhelming burst damage from Qingsu. Ultimately, following a tactical sweep from Qingsu, it executed a decisive kill. The Higher brothers fell into silence, acutely aware of the resounding shouts from the adjacent LCK commentary booth. First blood had been drawn. All Yongjun was ablaze with passion, while the astute ambition, through a meticulously crafted early-game strategy, had propelled Qingsu to the forefront. Beside him, Jin Dongjun shared the exuberance, proclaiming, "How could a team like Samsung be without a trump card?" The demise of Virtue was indeed a significant boon for them. They regarded Gu Xing as the unequivocal core and leader of VG. Eliminating him would bestow Samsung with a substantial advantage. The audience shared this sentiment, erupting in cheers upon witnessing Gu Xing's fall. Despite Gu Xing's earlier performances against various LMS teams, some fans maintained their spirits, believing that if Samsung could defeat Gu Xing once, they would adopt SSG as their main team. LMS? Not worth a glance. In the Korean broadcast room, supporters from the LCK region gathered in unison. After Samsung secured first blood by taking down the blind monk, the chat exploded with activity. What a kill! Praise to Rongji. The hero against the mid lane indeed possesses remarkable skill. This is hilarious. VG fans, Come out and face the music. Did you really win 3 matches in the Intercontinental Tournament just to provide us warmth in the most crucial finals? Samsung is doing splendidly. Truly the pride of the great Han Ming Kingdom. Virtue, so you have your day too? I thought this guy was omnipotent, yet he too can stumble. Go Samsung. As long as you can crush VG, I will be your loyal fan for a decade. In the backstage LCK lounge, the atmosphere was equally jubilant. Koma tossed off his suit and waved it energetically, rallying support for Samsung. Even the usually composed Li Ruihang could not refrain from applauding. The strategy we devised proves effective. VG was entirely unprepared. Peanut was particularly animated, swaying left and right, as if he himself were the one who had vanquished Gu Xing Rongji. He shouted, eager to showcase their prowess to VG. Under the camera's gaze, Ambition smirked disdainfully. Did you see that? This is our trump card. This display of contrasting human emotions unfolded as LPL became a contrasting group. The lounge fell into a profound silence. The training staff from the 3 teams remained mute, having anticipated VG would seamlessly secure a victory for the LPL region. Little did they expect Samsung to employ such underhanded tactics. SSG, you are too despicable. Amidst the endless silence, someone finally spoke up. How did Ambition reach level 3? Uzi pondered, baffled, as it seemed implausible. Shi sipped on Wang's eye, recalling that the excavator had not even grazed the minion wave in the mid lane, which was indeed quite peculiar. Ming Kai exhibited a contemplative expression. The voice of Team VG emanated from the television screen, as Gu Xing's words swiftly elucidated all their uncertainties. Initially, Gu Xing was equally perplexed. Gazing at the data panel displaying Rek'Sai's meager 8 last hits, he could not help but question his life choices. Was there, perhaps, a miscalculation? By making a slight temporal deduction, he concluded that the opponent certainly did not reach level 3 through conventional jungle methods. As it was impossible for the excavator to invade in time, Gu Xing had previously considered that Rek'Sai would not ascend to level 3 during his rapid jungle clear, which is why he had not taken preventative measures while farming. After all, it seemed utterly unrealistic for a level 2 Rek'Sai to counter jungle. It would be tantamount to a blatant act of handing over a kill. Who would have imagined that the opponent had orchestrated such a scheme, allowing Rek'Sai to miraculously reach level 3 ahead of schedule and successfully ambush him? Thus, the truth was singular. Rek'Sai attained level 3 through the red buff and river crab. Gu Xing deduced the opponent's jungle route and subsequently fell into deep contemplation. He was well aware that under normal circumstances, such a route would not suffice to achieve level 3. Yet, lacking a bit of experience, Gu Xing gradually connected the dots and contemplated the essence of Zhongmin's early level 3. The essence of experience, he exclaimed, then gritted his teeth in frustration, muttering, "They were waiting here for me." Upon hearing Gu Xing's conclusion, the LPL lounge fell into a hushed silence. The onlookers exchanged glances, piecing together the causal chain of Rek'Sai reaching level 3. Quickly, check how the experience rune should be utilized. Hongmi issued a stern command to his colleagues. VG had already suffered losses. They could not allow the next LPL team to endure further damage. The repercussions were too great to bear. The room descended into chaos. The white crescent combed through the materials, while Nof, along with Wahoo, found a laptop. Logging into the client to test the various data associated with the experience rune in training mode. Starting from scratch, they slowly gathered information to simulate LCK strategies. It was not that their professional skills were lacking. Rather, the experience essence that Gu Xing mentioned was exceedingly obscure. This was a rather inconspicuous item from the era of rune pages. From casual matches to professional arenas, some players preferred to select a rune that increased critical strike chance to enhance their luck, potentially turning the tide in a duel with a well-timed crit. Others, particularly supports, favored gold-gaining runes to accumulate more resources and keep pace with their teammates' equipment. Yet, the experience rune fell into an exceedingly niche category, primarily due to its unremarkable benefits. Even the most notable experience essence in a rune page could only yield an additional 2 experience points. According to conventional wisdom, such a meager return was evidently insufficient to compensate for the combat power deficit brought about by the major essence. However, in this match, Ambition had employed this very tactic. The experience gained from the creature known as the 2 and the additional experience provided by the jungle knife upon slaying monsters converge, allowing him to reach level 3 with merely the assistance of the buff creature and a river crab. This method proves to be far more efficient and discreet than the conventional approach to achieving level 3, which relies heavily on 3 sets of standard jungle monsters that most junglers have come to accept as the norm. Through this stratagem, Gu Xing can catch the opposition off guard. As long as there is a benefit to be gained, the experience essence can be deemed a success. Gu Xing becomes the first casualty. Just as he had anticipated prior to the match, Samsung indeed came prepared, equipped with experience essence. Meticulous planning of the jungle route to reach level 3 was executed. This was all done to ensure that he remained unsuspecting. Gu Xing pursed his lips, sensing that the situation was turning dire. He had previously believed that the hidden strategies in the LCK were tied to champions, akin to the innovative jungle tactics employed by the Spirit Guardian during the mid-season invitational. Little did he expect that this time, the strategy would revolve around subtle rune techniques within the canyon. After his demise, VG would have to relinquish the entirety of the upper jungle. For Gu Xing, this was undoubtedly a heavy blow. He was currently only at level 2, lacking even the most basic combat capability. In the absence of Flash, the blind monk found himself precariously positioned in the jungle. It is crucial to note that VG had chosen this lineup with the intention of capitalizing on the early to mid-game by executing aggressive coordination to dismantle Samsung's defenses. Gu Xing, as the engine of momentum, played a pivotal role. However, with his unfortunate death, granting first blood and sacrificing the entire upper jungle, the team's offensive rhythm would inevitably stall. Time was not on Gu Xing's side. Should Samsung manage to drag VG into a balanced late game, the latter would lack the capacity to turn the tide. Staring at the black and white screen, he took a deep breath to steady his mind. The more critical the moment, the less Gu Xing could afford to rush. Impatience would only lead him to the abyss. Faced with a team like Samsung, which relied on a defensive, turtle-like strategy, haste could easily expose flaws and grant the enemy an opportunity to strike. After calming himself, Gu Xing began to contemplate his next course of action based on the current state of the jungle, his mind racing. Earlier, when he had fallen, he intentionally refrained from using his smite on the weakened red buff and instead directed it at the stone beetle, a decision laden with significance. The red buff had merely 700 health remaining. Had Gu Xing used his smite on it, and would have been able to secure the monster without sustaining any damage. Though Gu Xing's actions seemed devoid of immediate impact, they effectively delayed Rek'Sai's counter-jungle efficiency, particularly since, while pursuing him, and had already pulled his body out of the red buff's aggro range. The moment Gu Xing fell, the monsters lost their enmity and swiftly returned to their camp, replenishing their health. This meant that Gu Xing would need to refarm the jungle, and attempting to steal Gu Xing's red buff would inevitably consume a significant amount of time. For junglers, one of the critical factors influencing early game route planning is the element of time. As long as there is surplus time, Gu Xing can accomplish much more. He made a decisive move, targeting the lower quadrant of Samsung's territory, preparing to invade the enemy jungle. And Gu Xing, who was corresponding in the upper quadrant of VG, lacked the energy to mount a defense, thus granting Gu Xing ample opportunity to encroach upon their jungle. "Can you hold your ground, my boy?" he inquired as he made his way to the lower quadrant. Song Jinghao observed the opposing Qingtian shadow returning to lane with a blue buff and truly wished to admit that he could not withstand the pressure. With his mana replenished and aided by reduced cooldowns, the tower-bound Qingtian shadow could continuously unleash tactical sweep, engaging in a war of attrition to achieve seamless trades without sustaining damage. However, Smeb reconsidered, had he not mistakenly assumed that the Qingtian shadow had gone offline to ward, leading to a miscommunication with Gu Xing. Perhaps their jungler would have received an accurate warning and avoided death. Ultimately, he acknowledged his own fault, which inadvertently caused Gu Xing to give away first blood. Embarrassed, Song Jinghao refrained from making excuses, gritting his teeth in defiance. "It's fine, I can hold. The Qingtian shadow has no flash, just watch how I deal with him." Gu Xing offered mere symbolic consolation, realizing that even if Song Jinghao could not hold his ground now, he had no option to retreat upward. After all, the opposing Rek'Sai still lingered in the upper quadrant, and moving up would be tantamount to handing over a kill. As Gu Xing crossed the river, he officially entered Samsung's lower jungle. "The duo should keep an eye on me. Do your utmost to prevent the enemy bot lane from providing support," he instructed his bottom lane, promptly receiving a promise from Duan Delion. Currently, the lane control was firmly held by VG, and once he ensured his allies could contain the enemy duo, Gu Xing ventured into Samsung's red zone, utilizing the sound wave to strike the stone beetle, thereby executing a wall jump. His target was this group of jungle monsters. Previously, upon checking Rek'Sai's farm count, Gu Xing deduced that Zhangmin had not lost the stone beetle. Hence, he approached to assist Bixin in clearing the jungle, seeking to compensate for his development through jungle exchanges. However, his movements were soon detected by Samsung's players. As a team with strong operational prowess, they possessed an acute sense of insight, thoroughly understanding every resource point on the map. Half a minute prior, Chi Di had reached level 2. But upon learning that Gu Xing had already given away first blood, he kept the hawk's spirit tightly in hand, opting not to deploy it. Now, sensing that Gu Xing was poised for another action, he released Eagle Strike to scout the enemy's movements. The drone flew along the river into VG's lower jungle, observing a family of 3 peacefully residing in the Shadow Wolf camp. Yet failing to locate Gu Xing, Chi Di quickly relayed the information to the jungler, and Bixin, being an experienced veteran, reacted swiftly. He had cleared VG's upper quadrant without sighting Gu Xing. The blind monk had not farmed the remaining 3 wolves in their lower quadrant, and with only level 2, he could not launch an assault on the lane. Thus, one possibility remained. Gu Xing was preparing to invade the lower jungle of Samsung. Within the entire lower section of SSG, only the stone beetle remained, prompting Zhangmin to issue a warning to his bottom lane teammates, instructing them to prepare to intercept Gu Xing in their jungle. The mobility of the blind monk, lacking flash, was not as formidable as anticipated. Should the Samsung duo choose to expend their summoner spells, they could very likely secure a kill on the opposing player. As Courage turned around, Li Ruihang immediately sensed something amiss. Realizing that the opponent intended to retreat to the jungle, he promptly informed his teammates through voice chat, "I'll hold them off. The enemy's bottom lane is unable to advance." Without hesitation, Li Ruihang utilized his flash and employed Doomsday Pendulum to pull the cow-headed champion back. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Come back here to fight. The Samsung duo found themselves at a loss, prompting Courage to use Q, Earth Shatter, to send Thresh soaring into the air, subsequently repelling the jumping Callista with his bull's horn. At this juncture, all of the cow-headed champion's crowd control abilities had been expended, rendering him incapable of posing a threat to Gu Xing in the jungle. Gu Xing successfully cleared all of Samsung's stone beetles and attempted to flee SSG's lower jungle before the enemy reinforcements could arrive. Fortunately, the mid laner Crown had selected a champion with minimal support capabilities prior to the acquisition of the explosive package at the 8-minute mark. Gu Xing retreated safely under the protection of mid laner Kuro. Upon assessing his gains, he discovered that this group of stone beetles had enriched him significantly. In the LPL break room, Spicy Hot Pot celebrated with a triumphant fist pump. Gu Xing's adept damage control was truly commendable. He discerned the subtle brilliance of Gu Xing's counter-jungle maneuver. Clearing a camp of stone beetles elevated the experience of the blind monk by an entire level, allowing him to catch up to the previously experienced leading Rek'Sai. This innovation stemmed from Spicy Hot Pot's own development of a new strategy during the spring split, leveraging the experience catch-up mechanism to compensate for lost levels. When Gu Xing cleared the stone beetles, he was only at level 2, while the average level across the board had already reached level 3, thus triggering the catch-up mechanism. This allowed Gu Xing to gain an additional 30 experience points for every jungle monster he defeated while behind in levels. The stone beetle camp was substantial, comprising a total of 10 monsters, which provided Gu Xing with an impressive 300 bonus experience points. In the early game, this translated to a significant portion of his experience bar. Gu Xing then returned to finish off his own Shadow Wolves, potentially achieving an experience lead. Look at Xing go. This is what it means to apply learning effectively, marveled Spicy Hot Pot. I lack such instinct and often find myself dazed after being caught off guard. Interestingly, the experience catch-up mechanism originally did not include the blind monk, as Lee Sin typically does not find himself in such a dire disadvantage early on. However, Gu Xing's remarkable adaptability, transitioning from confusion when ambushed by Master into skillfully utilizing the compensation mechanism for experience catch-up, showcased his solid fundamentals and ability to integrate various strategies seamlessly during the match. His ever-changing and spontaneous style is the essence of Gu Xing's dominance in the jungle. However, this favorable situation was short-lived, as Master launched a second wave of assault. The target was top laner Song Jinghao, with the wave positioned centrally. Rek'Sai tunneled in from the triangular brush, attempting to engage the crocodile. In a rapid tone, Wawa expressed concern that VG might hand over another kill, plunging him into an irretrievable predicament. Fortunately, Smeb, being a versatile top laner with robust defensive capabilities, demonstrated strong awareness against ganks. Deliberately reserving his E-skill, he evaded Qiyana's hook with a swift dash, subsequently utilizing the wall to return. Although he was launched into the air by Rek'Sai, the damage sustained was merely a fraction of his health. Once the knock-up control ended, Song Jinghao adeptly employed his flash to reposition himself back beneath the tower, executing a hair-raising escape with a sliver of health remaining. The audience emitted sighs of regret, while Miller exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it was thanks to Xing Ge's timely flash that Qiyana's summoner spell was forced out when he was first blooded. Otherwise, Smeb might have perished in the top lane. Had QV possessed his flash, the second kick after the E-hook would not have missed, and a forced dive under tower could have secured Smeb's demise. Initially, Gu Xing sought merely to stall for time when caught, yet by a twist of fate, he inadvertently saved a teammate's life. However, for Samsung, the expenditure to secure Song Jinghao's flash was virtually negligible, a windfall, entirely acceptable. Contrarily, Gu Xing's perspective was markedly different. Observing the enemy jungler still in the upper quadrant, he sensed an opportunity. Earlier, when Gu Xing had countered Samsung's Stone Beetle camp, Duan Deliang opted to employ his flash with the Fortune S pendulum to hinder the enemy's return, initiating a skirmish. Although Core JJ responded aptly, swiftly neutralizing the threat, the troublesome nature of the Shadow All duo was evidently overpowered in the current meta. After being knocked back by Alistar, Jack dashed forward using Q Pierce, subsequently retrieving the spear from the low-health ranged minion. Slaying the minion reset the cooldown of E, Rend, and replenished his mana, simultaneously applying a slow to the Alistar he had pierced. Ultimately, this aggressive pursuit reduced Core JJ's health to below half. The struggle for lane control in the bot lane had become utterly imbalanced. With the VG duo now holding absolute dominance, they shoved the cannon minion wave. Arriving at Samsung's second tower at the 417 mark, Gu Xing planned to dive the tower, believing that even if it cost him his life, preventing Samsung's duo from claiming the minion wave would be a significant gain. After clearing his own 3 wolves, he stealthily traversed a wide arc, crossing the river to maneuver through SSG's lower jungle, eventually reaching the bush behind Samsung's second tower. He prepared to sandwich the enemy duo with a coordinated strike. As Gu Xing revealed himself, Samsung's bot lane found retreat impossible. It was too late. Jack cast his healing spell, and Duan Wangya, leveraging the speed boost, surged forward, igniting Alistar while absorbing the tower's aggro, followed by the Fortune S pendulum. With remarkable quickness, Emperor Shiji managed to heal just before Thresh could ignite. Attempting to salvage his support, Alistar, utilizing his unbreakable will, sent Thresh soaring into the air, allowing the tower to focus its fire on the enemy while attempting to use W. Pummel to knock back the Skate Shoes champion. As long as Kallista's damage fell short, Samsung's duo would remain safe beneath the tower. Yet, a flash of golden light appeared. Jack's flash was remarkably swift. Miller was in awe, as he evaded Alistair's W. The limitation of Alistar lies in the fact that his control skills, when chained as WQ, can be dodged. In a moment reminiscent of W, battering ram. During the process of charging with his horns, the opposing player merely needed to use flash to effortlessly evade, sustaining no damage whatsoever. Utilizing her flash for lateral displacement, Kallista remained at the very edge of the turret's range, gracefully maneuvering while thrusting her spear towards the bull's body. Jack's swift response plunged the Samsung duo into a dire predicament. On one hand, the continuous damage from the Sheen was relentless, while the bull had already expended 2 control abilities, leaving only E, Trample, available to stun, which required stacking to be effective. Additionally, Core JJ's bull had failed to draw the minion aggro. It is crucial to note that prior to launching their decisive assault, VG had pushed a substantial wave of cannon minions into the range of Samsung's next turret. Originally, the Samsung duo intended to utilize the bull's W, battering ram, to attract the minion's focus, thereby preserving Frost's health to allow the ADC to output damage for longer. However, Jack's timely flash evaded the bull's charge, resulting in Core JJ failing to inflict damage and consequently unable to attract the minion aggro. the young ADC, believing that the aggro would undoubtedly be drawn by his support, prematurely lifted his bow to shoot at Thresh, only to find the entire wave of cannon minions, witnessing their hero under siege, immediately turning their ire towards Frost. In the early game, a single volley of focused fire from the cannon minions could strip nearly 100 health points from a fragile champion. Frost was utterly unprepared for this. Xing approached stealthily, unleashing Thunderclap in an attempt to apply a slow to the enemy. Simultaneously, Jack redirected his attacks towards Frost, aiming to secure the first kill in conjunction with his teammates. Just before his demise, Lord Wang utilized his lantern to provide Jack with a protective shield while casting his hook. The space beneath the turret to evade skills was already limited, and Lord Duan's hook was exceptionally precise, leaving Frost unable to maneuver effectively. He was compelled to use Flash, attempting to escape the impending crowd control. However, Gu Xing awaited this very moment. The sound wave was released, targeting the point where Frost would land after flashing. Direct hit. The crowd erupted in cheers. The sound wave mark lingered atop the unsuspecting Frost, who could not react in time to evade. Without hesitation, Gu Xing followed up with a second Q, Echo, leveraging the immense burst damage from Thunder to reduce Frost to a sliver of health. Jack advanced with a graceful step, executing a double jump with AQ, then followed with Rend, piercing through Frost and securing the kill. Left with only Core JJ, who had finally stacked Trample to full, he flashed forward to strike Callista, attempting to stun the opponent and exchange damage via the turret. Yet, the bull's inherent damage was rather low, and the lantern thrown by Lord Wang had proven invaluable. The combined output from Core JJ and the turret was insufficient to eliminate the Sheen. The excitement in the crowd escalated as Jack leaped beyond the turret's range, continuing to thrust his spear into the bull, while Xing took the brunt of the turret's fire. The bull was destined to meet his end. After eliminating Frost, the Sheen refreshed her E ability, unleashing a flurry of thrusts at the bull, ultimately finishing him off with a basic attack followed by Rend. Bull, meet your demise. In a remarkable exchange, Miller's voice resonated powerfully. Despite the unfortunate demise of Duke Wang, the Samsung duo managed to eliminate their adversaries beneath the tower. Moreover, the loss of a significant wave of minions further compounded Samsung's woes, marking a severe setback for them. The previously stagnant atmosphere of the LPL live broadcast finally sprang to life. Such a fierce Callista. Jack's proficiency with his skateboard is commendable. Could he have learned from my good brother, Shiryi? Streamer, please refrain from drawing attention for clout. Can your understanding of the heroes truly rival that of Imp? Xing remains composed. He has effectively turned the tide. Masterin, relying on tricks and deceit to ambush is a treacherous path. Mark my words, he won't go far. Upon witnessing the surviving Callista and Li Sin, the ambience in the LPL lounge relaxed slightly. The kill count stood at 22, leveling the playing field once more. Thank goodness for Callista, murmured Homie, feeling a flicker of relief. Conversely, disappointment permeated the LCK lounge. This Callista is truly exasperating, exclaimed KT's head coach, Li Ruihang, visibly irked. Through the audio from the Samsung team, they could sense the agitation and unease among the SSG members. The disastrous tower dive stemmed from Samsung's lack of awareness regarding Callista's formidable presence in the current meta. After all, for an entire year, the skateboard champion had not graced the mainstream professional arena, leaving players oblivious to Callista's potential in today's gameplay. The VG bottom lane trio audaciously executed a tower dive to eliminate the Samsung duo. Such a feat would have been unattainable against other dominant compositions in the current iteration. What support can stand against Tom Kench? How can a marksman wielding Varus or Ashe possibly succeed in a 3 vs 2? Such notions were mere fantasies. Yet, Callista's exceptional mobility, coupled with the cooldown reset from executing enemies with her E ability, transformed this tower dive into a reality. Masterin wore a grave expression, advising, "Do not rush. My lower lane. I shall assist you once I complete my items." Core JJ, however, disagreed, asserting, "Your efforts alone will not suffice. This wave is advancing, and we require additional support." The Samsung duo lost an entire wave of cannon minions due to their demise, while the surviving VG duo showed no intention of interfering with the minion wave, allowing SSG to slowly dismantle them. It was evident that a slow push toward VG was imminent in the bot lane. After securing 2 kills, Callista would likely return to base to acquire crucial attack speed boots. elevating her combat prowess to an entirely new echelon. Should VG's duo summon Gu Xing for assistance? A 3v3 skirmish in the jungle would spell disaster for Samsung, especially with their summoner spells depleted. To alleviate the pressure, reinforcements were essential. They needed to call upon their teammates for aid. Meanwhile, the mid-lane Crown Jace opted for Cleanse instead of Teleport to enhance his survivability and evade ganks, striving to survive long enough to reach his peak potential. The only ally capable of providing assistance was the top laner, Gu. Ambai contemplated deeply, convinced that his support suggestions held merit, and thus instructed the top laner to prepare for a teleport to alleviate the pressure on the lane. Frankly speaking, Gu was reluctant to comply. Having secured First Blood and forced Smeb's flash, he intended to return to base, purchase and lock it, and return to dominate the crocodile. However, if he were to expend his teleport to the bottom lane, he would likely squander at least half a minute of precious farming time, significantly hampering his own development. Nevertheless, since their coach had forged them into a cohesive unit, they had long been recognized for their formidable teamwork, prioritizing the needs of their teammates, supporting one another, and compensating for each other's weaknesses were the fundamental principles that allowed Samsung to maintain a competitive edge in the LCK League. Gu had no choice but to promptly manage the minion wave in the top lane while remaining poised to assist the bottom lane. As Core JJ had surmised, Gu Xing returned to base to replenish his supplies, utilizing the economic boost from 2 assists to acquire a green jungle knife and a pair of boots. He set out towards the bottom lane, intending to exploit the returning wave to create further trouble for Samsung. Gu Xing was aware that Gu still held his teleport, so he remained vigilant, opting not to engage fully during the skirmish in the jungle. When the teleport's glow illuminated the battlefield, he and his duo were already prepared for a retreat. With Samsung's bottom jungle lacking flash, they had no means to pursue, allowing their adversaries to escape unscathed. As a result, the teleport of the Shadow Assassin was also forced out, and the crocodile's life in the top lane would become considerably more manageable. The tension on Wawa's previously taut face began to ease. He feared issues might arise for VG if the league's frontrunner were to falter. The subsequent matches in the finals would herald a dark fate for LPL. Fortunately, the situation had stabilized, and VG appeared to be facing merely a technical adjustment, alleviating any undue panic. With a steady approach, VG's victory seemed far from unattainable. Yet, Gu Xing remained pessimistic. The crux of the matter lay in his abysmal development. The upper half of the first camp had been thoroughly denied by Ambai's Rek'Sai. Even though Gu Xing attempted to mitigate his losses by utilizing the enemy's stone beetles for experience, his economic situation showed no signs of improvement. The two teams had traded blows, resulting in a disparity of 4 jungle camps, nearly equivalent to a champion's worth of gold. In the ensuing moments, Gu Xing found it exceedingly difficult to recover from this economic deficit through jungle farming. In this version, where the respawn time for jungle monsters had been extended to 150 seconds, attempting to recoup his development using the jungle route he had pilfered from Sofm proved utterly unrealistic. Any standard hero could clear their jungle within 150 seconds. Consequently, frequently counter-jungling was even more arduous than during the S6 season. The economic gains from mere jungle farming were minimal, rendering it nearly impossible to create a significant gap. Not to mention, Gu Xing faced the added pressure of ongoing threats from the enemy. Lacking flash, he risked being ambushed in the jungle by Rek'Sai if she were to anticipate his farming path. After suffering 2 consecutive deaths in the early game, the blind monk finds it increasingly difficult to make an impact, as he is thoroughly suppressed by Rek'Sai in the jungle. Gu Xing is determined not to allow this predicament to unfold. After much contemplation, he has chosen a rather drastic approach, fasting. He aims to minimize jungle farming, thereby reducing the time he spends exposed in the jungle, thus leaving fewer openings for Nbishin. As long as the opponent cannot establish dominance in the jungle, they cannot suppress him. Regarding the experience lost due to limited jungle farming, he intends to rely on the experience catch-up mechanism to compensate. Additionally, there will be some economic losses, but Gu Xing decides to set those concerns aside for the moment. Given his limited resources, he cannot devise a foolproof plan that satisfies all conditions. Gu Xing places a ward in the enemy jungle to monitor Nbishin's movements as best as he can. He crouches in the mid lane, attempting to create disturbances. An opportunity soon presents itself. Kuro uses spell surge to strike a minion already affected by the surge effect, causing the runes to spread. He then detonates 2 layers of runes with Q overload, gaining a shield and a speed boost. He advances to chase down Crown, immobilizing him with W Rune Prison. The combo flows seamlessly. However, lacking the support of EE spell Surge, the duration of Rune Prison is merely 0.75 seconds. Crown initially perceives this as a typical exchange of blows, not even considering the need to use Cleanse. It is only when he sees the blind monk suddenly emerge from the side brush that he realizes the gravity of the situation. Given the mid lane's weak dueling capability, Crown's remaining health is quite low. He quickly assesses that if he were to be hit by the blind monk's abilities and receive a full combo of lightning, he could very well perish on the spot. Thus, without hesitation, Crown chooses to flash away. During this period, Xing Ji's presence is undeniably strong. The commentators sing his praises, as he nearly forces all of the summoner spells from the entire enemy team. As the match reaches the 5:30 mark, this moment is particularly sensitive. The mid and top lanes are on the verge of reaching level 6. Since the minion wave arrives in the mid lane earlier than in the side lanes, the mid laner will naturally be among the first to level up. However, Crown's level 6 as Kog'Maw does not hold much value. The era of AP Kog'Maw has not yet arrived. He is equipped with Trinity Force and Infinity Edge. Learning his ultimate merely enhances his wave clear and combat capability, without yielding any further benefits. Yet, for Rise, this represents a transformative moment. The existence of R, Realm Warp, enables Kuro to seek opportunities elsewhere, creating a numbers advantage for ambushes, thereby extending his influence into the jungle and side lanes. Fully prepared, understands that VG's true synergy is just beginning. To conquer VG, one must adeptly counter their exaggerated and efficient combo assaults. Any misstep could lead to relentless pursuit from VG, who might swiftly overwhelm them with their rapid and fierce offensive. The challenges he faces are incredibly daunting. Gu Xing lingered in the mid lane for some time, observing that the Crown no longer ventured from the tower. And realizing that there were no opportunities for a kill, he decided to head to his own upper jungle to continue farming and developing. Due to the time wasted while waiting in the mid lane, the number of jungle monsters he cleared was quite low. At present, the blind monk was only at level 3, while the average level across the board had already reached level 4. This indicated that Gu Xing could activate the experience catch-up mechanism. In the VG upper jungle, the stone beetles and sharp-beaked birds reset consecutively, totaling 16 jungle monsters, which could provide him with an additional 480 experience points. How terrifying indeed. Initially, Gu Xing was just shy of reaching level 4, but after clearing 2 camps of monsters, he shot straight to level 5. This scene left Peanut in the LCK backstage lounge utterly astounded. The speed of this level up was simply too swift. Peanut furrowed his brows and could not help but complain. How can there be such an absurd mechanism? Is it even possible for the jungler in an advantageous game to play? He preferred a jungle carry playstyle, aiming to gradually snowball his advantage and continuously widen the gap between junglers to conclude the match. However, ever since Spicy Hot Pot discovered the experience catch-up mechanism in the jungle, the strength of Peanut's beloved jungle carry style had plummeted several tiers. Just like in this match with Gu Xing, Master and meticulously crafted an advantage through ambushes and invasions in the jungle. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Gu Xing could elevate his level simply by clearing 2 camps. In the river? To be honest, it still boiled down to skill issues. Edgar analyzed the situation calmly. Recalling how Virtue had played in previous advantageous games, he remembered that MLXG had also employed the experience catch-up mechanism against VG in the spring season, and it ultimately ended in a disastrous lesson for him. Peanut was left speechless, given Gu Xing's prowess. He doubted that even if Riot Games transformed the jungle into a herbivorous version, they would still be unable to contain this world's best jungler. Witnessing the current experience compensation strategy, one could only describe it as masterful. Thanks to the catch-up mechanism, Gu Xing clearing 2 camps equated to Master and clearing 4 jungle monsters, inevitably creating a time disparity between the 2 junglers, allowing him to wreak havoc in the canyon without restraint. Initially, Nbishin had intended to invade VG's jungle, hoping to catch Gu Xing and determine the jungle victor through a one-on-one duel. However, as the match reached the 7-minute mark, he timed his entry into the opponent's lower jungle, only to find himself wandering around without ever locating the blind monk's position. What does this mean? Your blue buff has already spawned. Is there no blue for Rise? Master and began to question his life choices. Is the position of VG's mid laner really that low? Regardless, Embishin's invasion did not yield any advantage. The blue buff lay before his eyes, yet he dared not contest it. The main reason being that VG's mid and bot lanes held control over the waves. If he dared entertain malicious thoughts towards the enemy's blue buff, VG's mid laner and bot duo could easily apprehend him. At that point, capturing Embishin, the flashless Rek'Sai, would be akin to catching a turtle in a jar. As the leader and left a ward in the enemy's blue camp, he retreated to the river. He believed his actions were entirely justified. However, Embishin was unaware that Gu Xing had preemptively placed a ward at the jungle's narrow entrance, allowing him to observe En's incursion into VG's territory with clarity. The moment En decided to invade the enemy's lower jungle, he had already sealed his fate. Upon detecting En's position, Xing immediately resolved to launch an offensive on the upper lane, much to Miller's delight, as the positioning of Qingsu was rather overly forward. QV had previously ventured to the lower lane to assist his duo partners in clearing the advancing minion wave, resulting in a significant setback in his own development. Fortunately, Smeb had also received some attention from En, thereby suffering a slight experience deficit. Coupled with QV having claimed first blood, he was the first to reach level 6. He was determined not to miss the opportunity to suppress the alligator, employing a rather aggressive strategy. QV was confident that, with his champion selection and equipment advantage, he could easily outmatch the alligator in a confrontation. Initially, his suppression efforts were quite successful, as Song Jinghao opted to refrain from engaging, retreating to wait for the minion wave to push. Once En discovered that Gu Xing was absent from VG's blue area, QV deduced that his opponent must have moved to the upper quadrant. However, he found himself with no path of retreat. Due to Smeb's earlier withdrawal, the minion wave had drawn closer to VG's tower. Sensing danger, QV had two choices: either retreat decisively, allowing the alligator to maintain control over the minion wave until En could return to safeguard him, or attempt to clear the wave himself. Losing a minute would mean sacrificing at least 2 waves of minions, which was utterly unacceptable for QV. Thus, he resolved to push the minions to VG's upper tower, relying on his own capabilities to free the wave. This decision, however, came at a cost, as he had to sacrifice his teleport to support the lower lane, further exacerbating his minion loss. If he lost 2 more waves, his chances in the upper lane would be severely compromised. Yet, opting to rely solely on himself to clear the wave was a perilous gamble. Unexpectedly, the alligator, who had initially been hiding behind the minion wave, suddenly charged through the low-health minions towards Qingsu, his weapon glowing ominously green, an unmistakable sign of the W ability, Cold-Blooded Hunt. This uncharacteristic behavior raised QV's alarm. He quickly unleashed his E ability, aiming to latch onto the wall. Given the mechanics of Qingsu, even if QV were stunned during the hook, the ability would still pull Camille towards the wall. His strategic thinking was commendable, aiming to negate the alligator's control. Unfortunately, Smeb had anticipated this move. Instead of immediately attacking Qingsu with a basic attack enhanced by Cold-Blooded Hunt, he first used his second E ability to connect with Q, Brutal Strike, grazing the minions to accumulate his rage to 50 points. As Qingsu was being pulled towards the wall by the hook, Smeb finally unleashed his basic attack. The stunning effect of Cold-Blooded Hunt intercepted the opponent midair with remarkable precision. Such an exquisite display of skill. The doll showered praises without reservation. As Brother Xing rushed from behind, and the sound wave struck the steel shadow, the blind monk unleashed a second Q, following up with a thunderous slam that dealt significant damage. The crocodile's output was simply too formidable. The steel shadow could hardly withstand it. Smeb even utilized his ultimate to bolster his damage potential. Although QV's equipment was quite luxurious, the radiance did not grant him any additional durability. After being ensnared by the crocodile's W, Cold-Blooded Hunt, his health plummeted rapidly. The steel shadow activated our Hextech ultimatum, momentarily trapping the slightly weaker blind monk, and after knocking the crocodile back, attempted to escape. The execution was nothing short of dazzling, and the thought process was remarkably agile. However, it proved futile. Smeb, undeterred by the damage from the Tier 3 turret, charged forward, and alongside Gu Xing, they swiftly eliminated the steel shadow, who had mere seconds left on his flash cooldown. Song Jinghao briefly considered gifting the kill to Gu Xing as a treat for the jungler, hoping to entice him into further ganks. Yet, Gu Xing had resolved to abstain from excess, refusing to take any unnecessary gold. After a round of polite refusals reminiscent of holiday gift exchanges, Gu Xing watched contentedly as the crocodile landed a basic attack to finish off the steel shadow, before using Golden Bell Shield to safely retreat from the enemy turret's range. Brother Xing's sense of rhythm was simply extraordinary. Miller's demeanor transformed from despair at the 2.5-minute mark to elation at the 7.5-minute mark. Despite conceding first blood, he had still accomplished remarkable feats for the team within 5 minutes. The players on the SSG roster did not disappoint with their initial exuberance. They were well aware of Gu Xing's prowess, but to their astonishment, even after securing the first blood and turning the tide in the upper half of the map against VG, they could not contain him. The members of Samsung felt quite challenged, and Beixin sighed in frustration. Had it been any other jungler, conceding first blood after using flash at 2.5 minutes would have led to an early demise. He was on the verge of raising his hands in exultation at such a splendid opening. However, Gu Xing's resilience was astonishing as he turned the situation around. An's heart sank. The once bright prospects had now vanished. Could they dive the turret in the bot lane? Chitty inquired. Upon hearing his teammate's suggestion, and Beixin glanced down to the canyon. Observing the enemy's positioning, he felt it was futile. Unless the Ollie Star could simultaneously knock up both opponents, Kallista's ultimate could protect Thresh, and Thresh's lantern could safeguard Kallista. Their protective mechanisms were akin to nested dolls, utterly impenetrable by Samsung's bot lane. After much contemplation, and Beixin reluctantly decided to secure the blue buff he had previously refrained from taking after his teammates pushed the minion wave. In essence, VG had exchanged a blue buff for the life of the top laner, Steel Shadow. A definite profit. Remember this. 401. Deception in warfare leads to victory. With a notable advantage in hand, Gu Xing's vision battle was far from over. After slaying QV, he set up vision in the enemy's upper jungle. The match reached the 9-minute mark. The blue buff of Samsung has just respawned, and the team leader, wishes to secure it for Crown, allowing his mid laner to develop uninterrupted in the central lane. As Crown ventures into the jungle to claim the blue buff, the minion wave in mid goes unattended, swiftly cleared by Rise. Subsequently, Kuro vanishes from their line of sight, and, sensing an ominous shift, feels a jolt of apprehension. Zaihe, send a Hawk's Spirit to the opponent's mid. Ruler complies without hesitation. The drone reveals Rise and Lee Sin lurking in the shadows above the mid lane. I knew it. And licks his chapped lips. If he had neglected to take precautions, allowing Crown to reclaim the blue buff and return to mid, it would likely lead to an insurmountable gank from Rise and Lee Sin. The freshly acquired blue buff might very well change hands to VG. His keen instincts have saved Crown's life, and can almost hear the frantic breaths of Kron echoing in his headset. VG exerts relentless pressure. Ation feels that even the usually steady SSG is fraught with vulnerabilities. A slight misstep could result in a devastating onslaught from the opposing team. Disregarding any sense of relief, is acutely aware of the impending Rift Herald spawn. VG is undoubtedly plotting an offensive to further extend their lead. He deploys a fake ward and a true sight ward from his green jungle knife in the upper river to scout for any approaching VG members. Following this, and returns to base to replenish his equipment, crafting the Rift Maker, and sets off to the lower jungle to prepare for a resource exchange. Meanwhile, Gu Xing is not idle either. Drawing from the analysis of Samsung's playstyle provided by Hong Mi before the match, he surmises Samsung's next move. The situation is decidedly leaning in VG's favor, bolstered by the Shadow Isles duo and the formidable early-game prowess of Renekton. Should they clash over the Rift Herald, Samsung stands no chance. Thus, the opponent will likely seize the dragon to mitigate losses. Crown's Kuji recently returned to base to acquire explosives, feigning an intention to join the Herald fight. Who are you trying to deceive? The duo will return to base after pushing the wave. Gu Xing calmly devises a plan. Old Li, linger in mid a bit longer. You can deplete the blue before coming over. There are fruits in the river. Kuro immediately grasps the crux of the strategy, to stall the aircraft in mid lacking the blue buff. It is challenging to maintain control of the lane solely with the mana cap provided by the goddess. The aircraft, endowed with infinite mana, can sustain itself. However, as the Shadow Isles duo has just vanished from the map, Crown quickly retracts his aggressive stance, wary of a potential ambush from Thresh, paired with Lee Sin for a lethal execution. With the deterrent support of his teammates, Kuro adeptly complied with Gu Xing's strategy to hold the enemy aircraft at bay, preventing the crown from easily pushing the minion wave forward. Gu Xing returned to base to replenish his vision wards, even opting to exchange his trinket for a sweeper. Although he had yet to reach level 9, rendering the red sweeper's effect somewhat lackluster, it proved adequate for the skirmish surrounding the Rift Herald. Given the narrowness of the river, there were only a few fixed positions available, and with the assistance of his vision wards, they could effectively clear the area. As the match approached the 10-minute mark, the Rift Herald emerged. Gu Xing utilized his sonic wave from the upper quadrant of the map to enter the barren pit, landing to place a vision ward and eliminate nearby enemy sight. Old Duan, be sure to check the brush in the river as you come, he advised his support. There should be a ward there. Duan de Liang acknowledged and, accompanied by Jack, made his way to the upper river, deploying a vision ward into the brush, where they indeed discovered a false ward. Once the surrounding vision was cleared, VG commenced their assault on the Herald. The enemy Rek'Sai is likely securing the dragon. Gu Xing indicated the approximate position of Bi-Shin. Here is the plan. He outlined his strategy, directing the top laner, Aatrox, to push the minion wave forward. At 10 minutes and 17 seconds, a wave of cannon minions arrived in the top lane, and SB's task was to force the opponents back. QV, witnessing Aatrox's advance, dared not take any rash actions, with Gu Xing's gank resulting in the elimination of QV and granting a kill to Song Jinghao. Aatrox's dominance had officially begun. A fragile Echo would find himself perilously chased, losing nearly half his health at the slightest misstep. Simultaneously, the upper river remained shrouded in darkness, and QV grew increasingly apprehensive that the enemy might summon reinforcements to capture him. As the cannon wave approached the tower, QV hastily retreated. The moment Gu Xing secured the Rift Herald, another kill notification echoed through the rift, marking a triple kill for the dragon. Gu Xing immediately issued a command, Old Li, move towards the upper river. Kuro adhered to his every directive. Maneuvering Rise, he executed a final double E spread into a Q overload to eliminate the minion wave, then swiftly advanced into the upper river. QV was filled with trepidation, increasingly convinced that VG's primary target was himself. He resolved to remain hidden in the brush before the second tower, unwilling to expose himself. And Bi-Shin, noticing that VG had entirely cleared the vision in the upper river, urged the bottom lane Chitty to send another Hawk Spirit to scout the enemy's movements. The drone soared through the air, illuminating the upper river, which was shrouded in the fog of war. Just as QV had surmised, all 5 of VG's champions were converging upon the upper lane. This only reinforced his determination to remain concealed. However, Bi-Shin sensed something amiss. If VG intended to dismantle the upper tower, they would not need to summon Kuro for such an endeavor. The absence of Rise would not impede VG's efforts to dismantle the tower. Would an additional mid laner truly hasten their progress by mere seconds? Moreover, calling Kuro up would imply that they had no intention of defending the mid lane. With a keen intellect honed through years of competitive play, Bi-Shin contemplated another possibility. The true target of the opponents might very well be the mid lane, leveraging Rise's ultimate ability, Realm Warp, to launch a sudden assault on the enemy marksman. Presently, the explosives of the aircraft have nearly dissipated, utilized by Crown to clear the minion wave in the mid lane. Stripped of his formidable escape mechanism, the aircraft, despite possessing 2 spells at his disposal, may not withstand the encirclement from the quintet of VC. An anxious master and hastily urged Crown through voice chat to retreat immediately. Just as Kron stepped back, he noticed a brilliant azure teleportation circle materializing behind him, Rise's ultimate. They are heading towards mid. Crown urgently alerted his teammates, diving backwards with Valkyrie to create distance. His finger hovered over the flash key, ever ready to retreat. QV finally relaxed, hastening away from the turret towards the first tower, with a robust cannon minion accompanying him. The 3-star turret had not completely devoured the wave of minions. He sought to seize the opportunity to secure additional farm for his growth. The top lane was deserted, with even the crocodile having vanished, rendering the area eerily silent and somewhat ominous. A sense of unease crept into QV's mind, leaving him feeling insecure. Just as he departed from the secluded brush, he was abruptly alerted by Crown's warning. Rise's ultimate is a feint. They are not coming to mid. A jolt of realization surged through QV, prompting him to flee backwards. Yet, from his team's swamp camp, a thresh materialized unexpectedly. Following this, the blind monk utilized his ultimate to traverse the wall and reach Thresh's side. QV activated his E ability, attempting to escape, but Gu Xing offered him no opportunity. Executing a flash forward with the blind monk, he delivered a thunderous kick of his ultimate just as the hook drew the steel shadow against the wall. The audience gasped in astonishment as the powerful displacement effect sent the steel shadow crashing down from the wall. Simultaneously, Thresh unleashed his Q ability, Death Sentence. With no suspense involved, it accurately ensnared the airborne steel shadow. Duan Deliang promptly tossed a lantern backward, triggering the second phase of his Q to dash forward. Accompanying him was the rumble. It was over. QV felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The steel shadow has no avenue for escape. Rumble. After thrusting his spear, forcefully withdrew it, slaying her, exclaimed Hua, bursting with excitement. VG executed a brilliant ruse, manipulating their opponents at will. They first had Kuro activate his ultimate, feigning an assault on mid, while in truth, they had already set their sights on the top lane steel shadow. Capitalizing on her greed for the minions, Miller proclaimed with pride, Samsung had no time to react. Observing from a godlike perspective would provide a clearer understanding of VG's offensive strategy. After vanquishing the Rift Herald, 3 players from the lower jungle invaded SSG's territory, poised to strike the top lane. Meanwhile, SB, having cleared the top lane cannon wave, made his way to the river, joining forces with Rise to bait Samsung with an empty vehicle, misleading them about VG's true offensive intentions. Ultimately, even if they failed to eliminate QV, the first tower would surely fall to VG's summoned herald. Regardless of the outcome, they were destined to reap substantial rewards. The leader, and felt his ears burn with embarrassment, realizing he had been outsmarted by his opponent. With no other choice, he commanded his team to mount an assault on the mid lane. However, VG's mid and top players returned just in time. The combination of Rise and Renekton provided ample durability and combat prowess. Kuro, playing the role of a jungle farmer, replenished his mana with the fruits from the river, enabling him to execute 2 or 3 combos effortlessly. Samsung dared not engage. The duo of Ashe and Jace revealed their shortcomings at this moment. Their burst damage was simply too low. Even with An's Rek'Sai, the fully tanked Echo could not deliver substantial output. They lacked the capacity to decisively eliminate their opponents in the mid lane and could only retreat in disappointment. Brother Xing has summoned the Rift Herald to the top lane, aiming to assist the Shadow Owl duo in taking down the outer turret. Hua, who had witnessed VG's journey from the depths to the heights, danced with pride. Samsung has no defensive strength in the top lane and can only watch as Callista dismantles the turret. In the LCK's lounge, the atmosphere turned palpably tense. VG's operational prowess is astonishing, Xiaohe conceded. The level of strategic execution is frightening. The skateboard shoes are taking off now, Ko's expression darkened. Having secured first blood turret bounty, the blade of the ruined king is almost within reach. This was the worst-case scenario he had envisioned. Unable to handle the skateboard shoes would not only jeopardize this match for Samsung, but also affect the other 3 brother teams in the future. Without a suitable framework established, LCK could neither utilize their strengths nor dare to gamble on spontaneously devising countermeasures against the skateboard shoes. They were left with no option but to ban it. The entire drafting phase would face severe limitations. The outer turret in the top lane has been destroyed, and the economic disparity between the 2 teams has surpassed 2K. Miller exclaimed joyfully, his tone unusually lighthearted. Now the lane transition phase begins. We shall see how large a snowball VG can roll during their most dominant stage. As the landing phase concluded, the director presented the economic standings across the 3 lanes to the viewers. Although Gu Xing had significantly fewer jungle creeps than Rek'Sai, he managed to maintain a close economic position against him by capitalizing on the team's turret demolitions. The primary source of VG's economic lead stemmed from the top lane Renekton and the bottom lane Callista. An impeccable distribution of resources. VG has allocated their economy to maximize team fighting capability. Miller was in high spirits, almost eager to elevate VG to celestial heights. With the outer turret destroyed prematurely, the transition phase quickly escalated into its final stage. The duo shifted to mid lane, the mid laner transitioned to top lane, and the top laner moved to the bottom lane for farming. Observing the consecutive deaths of the Steel Shadow, and realized that his development was severely hindered and planned to take advantage of the advancing minion wave in the bottom lane for a counter-ambush. Unfortunately, the plan did not unfold smoothly due to the severe loss of control in the mid lane. The Shadow All duo completely dominated the mid lane, pushing the minion wave before converging toward the bottom lane. And, fearing that even if he managed to ambush the enemy, he would struggle to escape the pursuit of VG's duo, had no choice but to retreat with QV. My lane, my lane. QV's heart bleeds. The minions fail to fully enter the tower, trapped outside by the crocodile's physical presence. With no assistance from his mid-lane allies, Masterin hesitates to confront the crocodile, helplessly watching as SB secures minion kills before the tower. The lower lane minions of Samsung display a significantly higher strength, thus maintaining the wave in front of VG's tower. Consequently, Qiyana finds herself devoid of opportunities for development. QV, plagued by an unpleasant physiological discomfort, has already succumbed twice, now trailing SB by a staggering 20 minions, a gap that continues to widen. How can one play under such circumstances? Through coordinated efforts in the mid lane, VG has effectively dismantled Samsung's lower side lane. QV is forced to meander in the jungle alongside Masterin, an outcome that inevitably impacts their economy. Fueled by resentment towards his adversaries, he returns to base to replenish his equipment, then rushes to the mid lane in search of an opening. At the 13th minute, QV seizes an opportunity, his hook tethered to the wall, appearing within VG's vision. Upon noticing this, Jack instinctively attempts to retreat. QV scoffs, thinking, "You wish to escape?" During the execution of his second wall kick, he follows up with a flash, stunning his opponent in place. A basic attack followed by his ultimate ability, Hexdeck Ultimatum, ensnares Callista firmly within the confines of the barrier. Ashe releases her magical crystal arrow, aiming to follow up with crowd control. After being slowed, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the Boots of Mobility to evade Ashe's ultimate through mere speed or leaps. However, Duan Deliang dutifully positions himself before Callista, utilizing his upgraded boots to absorb the control from the magical crystal arrow. Core JJ decisively flashes into action, his Q ability landing a swift double strike towards Jack. This time, Yu Wenba's reaction falters slightly, failing to evade the enemy's flashing double strike. Nevertheless, prior to being stunned, he unleashes his ultimate ability, Fate's Call. Drawing in the stunned Thresh, Duan Deliang promptly ejects himself, sending both the enemy top laner and support flying, doing his utmost to protect Callista. Yet, Masterin emerges from the brush below, extinguishing Jack's last glimmer of hope for escape. Fearing that Jack might flash away, Masterin also flashes in, timing his knock-up perfectly as Hexdeck Ultimatum concludes. It seems Lord Duan can make his own exit. Despite lacking a flash, Samsung has expended nearly all their crowd control abilities. Duan Deliang ultimately employs his Q, Death Sentence, to hook his own feathered serpent from behind the wall, using the displacement from his second Q to escape the battlefield. Watching Callista's tragic demise, the doll cannot help but burst into laughter. Is Samsung perhaps too obsessed with him? Gathering 4 players, spending 3 flashes and 2 ultimates, all to eliminate a Boots of Mobility? Thousands of viewers in the LPL livestream are filled with amusement. Goodness, is there such disdain? SSG, the match may be lost, but the Boots of Mobility must perish. Well, it seems at the start of the match, Samsung was fully committed to taking down Xinggu, but now it's Jack. You must first eliminate that mocking minion. Samsung has indeed lost its mind. Is this the team renowned for its operations? I feel as though VG has turned us into a laughingstock. It would be quite a spectacle if VG could deliver a comprehensive package from start to finish. Remaining unperturbed throughout, I would be inclined to call him a reincarnation of a living Buddha. After the demise of Callista, Miller continued to assess the gains and losses. To be honest, Samsung is not reaping any rewards. They have expended too many summoner spells, and VG is very likely to seize the opportunity for a breakthrough. No sooner had Miller finished speaking than the director switched the camera to the top lane. Here they come. VG is preparing to take action against Crown. Kuro unleashed his ultimate ability, Curved Path, blocking the escape route of the plane while advancing forward, thus placing Crown in a precarious situation. If he retreated, Rise would enter the range of the curved path and could still immobilize him with a follow-up move. However, moving forward meant facing Rise head-on. Crown instinctively felt that the tower was a safer position and, after a brief contemplation, decided to draw nearer to it. Rise is using his ultimate to approach, immobilizing the plane in place. The excitement in the commentator's voice was palpable. Crown immediately uses Cleanse. Yet, before he could even move, a ward was placed over the wall. revealing a bald head emerging from Samsung's jungle. Xing arrives on the battlefield, ready to kick the plane out of the tower. Crown, unwilling to surrender easily, opted to flash just as the blind monk lifted his foot, adjusting his position to ensure he was kicked deeper into the protective range of the turret. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Gu Xing paused for a moment, recognizing the altered trajectory of the plane due to the flash. He pinpointed the new flight path and subsequently launched the sonic wave, landing perfectly. Kuro flashes into the range of the enemy's second tower, unleashing explosive damage with QQ. As a seasoned mid-laner, Kuro's individual mechanics were undoubtedly sound, even managing to weave in an auto-attack. Gu Xing was not in a rush to use his second Q. In his eyes, the plane was already a sure catch for his team. Crown uses Valkyrie dive, attempting to create distance. But it is at this moment that Xing Gu unleashes Echo Strike. Crown was aware of his impending demise. He merely wished to deny the kill to the opposing Kuro, using his displacement skill to evade Rise and inadvertently offering 300 gold to the blind monk. Realizing he could no longer avoid it, Gu Xing retaliated with a solid punch, successfully claiming his first kill of the match. His record now stood at 1 kill, 1 death, and 4 assists, achieving a positive KDA. With the plane's demise, Samsung's second tower can no longer hold. Initially, the Rift Herald had already made an impact, leaving the turret with just over 2/3 of its health. And now VG's mid-jungle duo easily demolished it. In the bottom lane, SB is also pushing forward. Barring any surprises, the next tower will also fall to him. The commentator exclaimed with delight. In contrast, Samsung has only managed to take down VG's mid-tier tower. Although, from a strategic perspective, the significance of the mid-tower is greater. It pales in comparison to the sheer number of towers VG has demolished. Within the confines of the LPL lounge, the members finally exhaled in relief. Homie hastily gulped down some cola to suppress his astonishment. At the onset of the match, seeing Gu Xing ensnared in a trap devised by Master and had genuinely alarmed him, fearful that their team might fall victim to an unexpected defeat by Samsung. Fortunately, Gu Xing's ability to adapt was remarkable. Despite the considerable disadvantage at the start, he managed to turn the tide. Homie gazed at his proud disciple on the screen, unable to suppress a smile of contentment. Brother Xing is forever a deity. Sure Sinming's eyes sparkled with admiration as he extolled Gu Xing's prowess. Before you, Master and is but an apprentice. Kong Di continued to murmur beside them. Brother Xing's RQ is quite impressive. If he had unleashed his ultimate ability without hesitation, perhaps Crown could have evaded with flash. If he had delayed even slightly, the aircraft could have recovered from the knock-up and escaped. Xiangguo waved his hand dismissively. Jinjia, your flattery is excessive. Enough of this nonsense. Executing a blind monk's RQ flawlessly is fundamental skill. Ming Kai, seated beside them, wore a dark expression, showing signs of evolving into Dark Kai. He felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart. Who was that brat insinuating? VG's consecutive successes exhilarated the remaining 3 LPL teams. The standing of both teams had flipped dramatically. Normally, Samsung's steady operational style allowed them to maintain composure even in disadvantageous situations. However, VG's relentless pressure left them vulnerable. Over time, even Samsung, accustomed to fighting against the odds, began to feel fear. They were uncertain from where VG would launch their next assault, and this uncertainty brought an overwhelming sense of terror to SSG. Masterin, cognizant of VG's substantial advantage, realized it was unrealistic to remain a passive turtle while developing. Doing so would lead to inevitable doom when the Baron respawned. He sought opportunities to exchange resources or initiate ganks to regain control. At the very least, he aimed to ensure a smoother transition for his team into the mid to late game, granting the carry some time to develop. As the match reached the 16-minute mark, and Bishin took the initiative, intending to venture into VG's upper jungle to place vision. However, he was caught off guard by Gu Xing, who had just completed his equipment upgrades. And Bishin, sensing someone nearby through his earthen listening technique, immediately attempted to flee. Yet, Gu Xing's celestial wave struck true. Masterin had no space to maneuver and evade. Being underground, his vision was limited to a mere 250 yards around him, rendering him almost blind. When he saw the celestial wave approaching, it was far too late to reposition. Masterin placed a ward behind him. Witnessing the blind monk triggering the second phase of Echoing Strike gliding towards him, and hurriedly attempted to break ground and emerge. Rek'Sai thrust the blind monk into the air, interrupting Gu Xing's echoing strike damage. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from placing a false ward just a wall's distance away in the river. Soon after, a teleportation glow illuminated the scene. It was Rise, who had been farming in the top lane. The director timely switched the camera, and Wawa's eyes widened instantly, his forehead furrowing in astonishment. Kuro's audacity is truly remarkable. He dares to execute a teleportation right in front of the airplane. The audacity lies in the fact that the airplane lacks any skills to interrupt the teleportation. In a fit of desperation, the Crown activated the minigun, unleashing a barrage of fire, yet could only diminish the opponent's health within the 4-5 seconds of teleportation guidance. Beyond that, it could exert no further influence. On the other side, Masterin finds himself in a perilous situation, unable to retreat unscathed from the VG jungle. After sending Gu Xing flying, Rek'Sai's abilities entered cooldown. To burrow back underground, he would need to wait 4 seconds, by which time Rise would be nearly upon him. Previously, Masterin had used his flash in the mid lane to secure a kill on Jack, and now he must face the repercussions. Miller's voice resonated with conviction, and recognized his impending doom and resolved to buy as much time as possible, moving away from the VG crowd. He aspired to mimic the crown and secure a kill for the blind monk. However, Gu Xing had other intentions. Gu Xing produced a fake eye from his backpack and, with a spinning kick, sent Rek'Sai crashing into Rise. Kuro, without a moment's hesitation, pounded the keyboard to eliminate the opponent. VG advanced towards the river, intent on securing the soon-to-be respawned second dragon. Deprived of their jungler, the Samsung team found themselves defenseless and relinquished the Earth Dragon to their adversaries. Seizing the opportunity while VG's members were occupied in the lower jungle, the Crown aimed to stealthily dismantle the top lane's first turret, prompting the crocodile to teleport. The voice of Wawa rose sharply. Gu Xing had previously placed a fake eye in the brush between the 2 top lane turrets, which now served as a conduit for SB's teleportation. Due to the teleportation's location being outside the Crown's field of vision, coupled with Samsung's complete lack of sight in the Dragon Pit, they remained oblivious to SB's teleportation. The Crown did not immediately notice. As the crocodile neared the end of the teleportation guidance, Kron suddenly realized someone was behind him. The Crown hastily fled downward, seeking to regroup with his teammates. However, the airplane's mobility was far from exceptional, especially with the Crown's flash still on cooldown, making escape exceedingly difficult. The crocodile, leveraging the minion wave from Samsung, executed a swift 2-part east to close the distance. The Crown unleashed Valkyrie's dive, leaping over the wall to create distance, yet SB held onto his flash. With a brilliant flash, the ancient crocodile appeared before the airplane, activating his ultimate and launching into a frenzied assault. Having already acquired the Black Cleaver, Tiamat, and Ninjatabi, the crocodile's combat prowess was formidable, easily dispatching the airplane, which was outfitted with merely magic penetration boots and 3 items. "Dansa!" Miller exclaimed, invigorated. Samsung's pride in their operational prowess is on the verge of being shattered by VG. Upon reviving, Masterin sought to stir the pot once more. However, before he could initiate an attack, Calamity struck in the mid lane. The cooldown on Duan Diliang's flash had completed, and he forcibly initiated a team fight, using Flash and the Doom Bell to drag the cow back. Courage's flash was also not ready. Witnessing his imminent demise at the hands of Callista's spear, he opted to place a ward, summoning Kiana for assistance. The crocodile recently ventured to the top lane, successfully eliminating the aircraft, while QV remained unperturbed in the bottom lane. Upon hearing his teammates' call, he promptly utilized his teleportation to rush towards the mid lane. If they could engage in a numerical advantage, it might present another opportunity to vanquish the VG duo. Should Callista fall twice, her effectiveness would gradually diminish. One can only say that Samsung's calculations were astute, but they overlooked the presence of an adversary. Blind Monk emerges from an unexpected angle, casting the golden barrier upon Thresh, officially entering the fray, transforming the clash into a 3v3 skirmish, exclaimed Wawa, raising his arm in enthusiasm. Samsung's teleportation has rather fortuitously played into their hands. Logically, with the top laner joining the fray, Samsung's combat prowess should surpass that of VG's bottom lane and jungle duo. Yet, the current circumstances were unforeseen. Callista's economic advantage was exceedingly pronounced. In their previous all-in attempt, they managed to eliminate her in the mid lane, but it did not significantly impact Jack's development. As the match reached the 17-minute mark, Kalista had already acquired 2 components of the Blade of the Ruined King, along with a pair of attack speed boots. In contrast, her counterpart, Ashe, was merely equipped with the Blade of the Ruined King, attack speed boots, and a couple of short swords. The Hurricane's special effect damage was crucial for Kalista, providing her with a continuous supply of spears. In terms of combat effectiveness, it was uncertain just how much higher she soared above Ashe. Gu Xing refrained from any flamboyant maneuvers. His ultimate was still on cooldown, and with their backline's output evidently superior to the opposing team's, he chose to focus solely on safeguarding his allies. Courage continues to attempt to control Jack with his Q2, but it is deftly evaded. Ultimately, the intentions of Alistar were all too apparent. Yu Wenba might struggle to escape Alistar's close-range flash Q, but with a slight adjustment in distance. The seasoned professional would undoubtedly react in time. With a flash to reposition himself, Jack began to unleash his fury upon the 3 SSG players before him. His spears incessantly pierced through them, while QV aimed to cover the escape of the Skarner with his Hexdeck ultimatum. However, Jack, having taken a bite from the Blade of the Ruined King, swiftly created distance. Gu Xing then cast the Golden Barrier anew, providing Yu Wenba with an additional layer of protection. The A attack from Qiyana connected, depleting Jack's health by half, but that was as far as it went. Yu Wenba activated his ultimate, drawing Thresh into his grasp, while Duan Ziliang maneuvered himself to crash into the enemy formation. After sending their opponents airborne, the mid lane transformed into a stage for Skarner's performance. Kalista relentlessly thrust her spears into the adversaries, withdrawing them only after draining Alistar's life force, causing him to perish on the spot. Refreshing her E-rupture, Kalista leaped forward, ensnaring one after another of the enemies. The Emperor of Measurements sought to use his flash to escape, but Xing Ji's sonic wave struck true. Following the second Q, Gu Xing executed a ground slam to keep him in place, subsequently enduring the turret fire from Samsung's mid lane, allowing Jack to effortlessly pursue and send the Emperor of Measurements back to the fountain. A triple kill. The cold, unfeeling broadcast echoed throughout the Kaohsiung Exhibition Center. The audience below was filled with immense regret, lamenting for Samsung's missed opportunity. Meanwhile, the LCK commentary booth erupted in a cacophony of anguished cries. Oh, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Why is Virtue once again in the mid lane? The raging Emperor sensed that this individual was elusive wherever a battle erupted. The blind monk would invariably be the first to appear. After Kalista returned, she was on the verge of completing her green fork. Who among us can possibly defeat him in a duel? Jin Dongjun was utterly heartbroken. The Korean netizens on Mao's stage could not maintain their composure, venting their inner fury in the chat channel. What on earth is that scoundrel from Samsung doing? I cannot fathom why every time we take the initiative, it results in another death. We cannot even mount an effective counterattack. SSG, you might as well stay in Kaohsiung and not come back. With such a significant early advantage squandered, I have no idea what Bishin is doing. Shopping, perhaps? Let us be considerate of the elderly. And Bishin should prepare for his retirement ceremony after returning home. I would gladly be a witness. In stark contrast to the chat content when SSG initially secured their advantage, the rapid shift in sentiment among the Korean netizens was nothing short of astonishing. With Gu Xing's prowess overshadowing him, Masterin could sense that the match was gradually slipping from his grasp. It was now teetering on the edge of chaos. More importantly, he found himself devoid of any countermeasures. As Rek'Sai, the only contribution he could make for his teammates was to use tremor sense to glean information about the enemy's position. And beyond that, his impact waned. After several unsuccessful assaults, he could only remind his teammates via voice chat to play cautiously, striving to prevent the enemy from further extending their advantage. Yet, with Samsung refraining from action, it was Gu Xing who took the initiative. Once his flash was ready, he set his sights on the aircraft that was developing in the top lane near the high ground. This time, the Crown's reaction was swift. He promptly used flash to evade. Seeing the mid-jungle duo of VG failing to create chaos, they redirected their focus toward the barren pit. The match had only reached the 22-minute mark when Nashor had already spawned. Their peculiar movements immediately aroused suspicion and alertness among the Samsung team. The Emperor first employed his E-ability, Eagle's Flight, to scout the barren pit. To his astonishment, he found Nashor intact, while VG members huddled in the river brush, evidently waiting to ambush Samsung. When the Frost Archer used her eagle vision to unveil their maneuver, VG dropped the pretense and returned to their lanes to continue their development. The bottom lane Crocodile is still exerting pressure. This is his final strong phase, and Qiyana is hardly his match. QV's development was abysmal. He had experienced being ganked by Gu Xing, ambushed by VG's bottom jungle, and after switching lanes, he was pinned down, with his teleportation support yielding only assists. All these encounters hindered his equipment's progression. Now, faced with a 2-item Crocodile, he could only cower under the tower, waiting to farm minions. QV dared not engage. After Nashor's emergence, the situation in the bottom lane became exceedingly precarious. If he dared to summon his teammates, VG could very well initiate Baron. Only he held the teleportation, and his teammates could not instantaneously reach the Baron pit. At that moment, VG would capitalize on their numerical superiority to seize Baron and secure their victory. QV could only endure. As the match progressed to the 23rd minute, the previously aggressive Crocodile in the bottom lane suddenly withdrew, vanishing from QV's line of sight. Concurrently, the players from VG retreated from both the mid and top lanes. Such a large-scale collective withdrawal clearly indicated that it was not merely a simple return to base. The leader immediately realized the implication. The Baron, we must check the Baron. The upper quadrant was entirely under VG's control, and from Samsung's perspective, the Baron pit was shrouded in a fog of war, rendering vision unattainable. Fortunately, the Frost Archer's Hawk Spirit was still on cooldown, but he still possessed the vision ward for scouting. As he ventured slightly closer to the upper area, the Emperor employed his blue trinket to detect any movements in the Baron pit. To his dismay, he discovered that Baron Nashor was still at full health. Damn it, and muttered under his breath, these guys are just lying in wait for us. Before the tension could dissipate, merely 20 seconds later, the VG players, having returned to their respective lanes, once again vanished. Time and again, the SSG members were on the verge of madness. Are these guys insane? This isn't how you ambush someone, and couldn't help but grumble. Yet, retreating was not an option. The Crown's vision ward had been used earlier to scout the jungle, and was now on cooldown. The Emperor's Hawk Spirit and blue trinket had also been utilized. Samsung had lost all means of remotely scouting for vision. They were left with no choice but to probe forward with their bodies. In the prior two instances, VG had merely laid in wait, making the naturally suspicious and even more cautious. Approaching the brush, he would unleash shockwaves, fearful that the enemy might be lurking within. As he was about to breach the upper river's brush, his shockwave was met with a hook that shot out from the thicket. Enemy attack, and shouted loudly, alerting his teammates to retreat swiftly, urging them not to get caught. The SSG members, crawling through the jungle, immediately halted upon hearing his warning, wary of stepping into VG's ambush. Yet, in the next moment, the despairing roar of Baron Nashor's demise echoed in their ears. Oh no, and gasped in disbelief. After a brief moment of shock, an overwhelming fury arose from being deceived. They had been outsmarted. Only Thresh was present in the river's brush, while the other players were rushing the Baron. As he and his teammates approached the Baron pit, trembling with dread of an ambush, they had unwittingly fallen prey to VG's cunning strategy. The earlier tentative moves towards the Baron had led him to believe that VG would not focus on an immediate Baron takedown, but rather lie in wait in the river to lure them in. However, after baiting out all of SSG's remote vision detection methods, they promptly rushed the Baron, leaving Samsung in a state of utter confusion. Rise activates his realm warp, guiding his teammates to safety. Miller chuckled. VG emerges unscathed, successfully claiming the Baron through strategy. Ko sighed deeply. Aware that Samsung had lost all chances of a comeback, he pulled out his notebook and turned to discuss the next formation with his coaching colleagues. The situation for SSG was already dire, and losing the Baron plunged them further into despair. Relying on their dual teleportation, VG advanced swiftly, seizing all resources in the Samsung jungle. As the match approached the 26-minute mark, VG, unwilling to squander the final moments of the Baron buff, amassed a formidable force to threaten Samsung's mid-lane turret. Observing that the enemy's champion was overly exposed, QV sought to initiate a team fight to eliminate the opposing threat. With a deft maneuver, he utilized his hook to return to safety, evading Thresh's death sentence with a flash, successfully stunning Callista. The Hextech ultimatum was unleashed, igniting a spark of ecstasy in QV's eyes. If they could vanquish the enemy champion, Samsung would still have the means to prolong the match. However, in the very next instant, The blind monk activated his golden shield and confronted Callista, delivering a swift kick. The powerful strike sent Kiana careening uncontrollably from the hex deck ultimatum's radius, causing the barrier to dissipate. The Samsung players, who had just surged forward to focus down Callista, now faced the unrestrained threat of their adversary. "Jack is on the move," exclaimed the commentator in a husky voice due to excitement. "The champion dances gracefully on the battlefield. Samsung's damage output is utterly incapable of bringing him down." SB's Crocodile charged in with his ultimate, flashing to force a trade against Sejuani, though he too was swiftly taken down. Yet, Samsung lacked a core damage dealer. Their remaining champions had suffered too many deaths, and their equipment was far from optimal, rendering them incapable of shouldering the team's burden. The SSG players could only watch as the champion danced around them, each spear thrust claiming a life. Callista struck with her lance, draining the health of Rek'Sai, who had been rendered a pincushion. A quadra-kill. The outcome of the match was evident. 402. "We are the champions. Congratulations to VG." The commentator shouted with all his might, heralding the victory of the LPL region in the first game of the finals. It was truly a challenging journey, Miller reflected, noting that VG had started with a significant disadvantage, yet through the resilience of Xing, they managed to rise and ultimately topple Samsung. The LED screen behind the players showcased a team photo of VG along with the word victory in English. Just as Gu Xing removed his headset, he was met with Jack rushing towards him. "Wow, your command skills are top-notch," Yu Wenbo exclaimed excitedly, treating the opponents as mere playthings. Gu Xing's lips curled slightly, clearly pleased by Jack's praise. Yet, before he could respond, Yu Wenbo continued, "And what about me? Did the performance of that champion meet your expectations?" Gu Xing couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. First, he showered Jack with compliments, only to seamlessly take credit for himself, a clear demonstration of Jack's understanding. "Spot on," Kuro chimed in, wrapping his arms around his jungler and ADC. "They are all my good brothers." As he spoke, Li Ruihang's face beamed with joy, akin to a blossoming chrysanthemum. During the challenging early game, he had feared the team would lose their chance at victory, much like the situation faced against Suning. Once Gu Xing found himself in an early disadvantage, the entire VG team would fall silent, gradually allowing their opponents to devour various jungle resources, leading to the team's defeat. To everyone's astonishment, Gu Xing managed to steadily close the gap and guide his team to victory. Kuro was filled with immense joy. It seemed Gu Xing sensed the thoughts of Li Ruihang, chiding him for underestimating others. "Surely, I have learned from my past mistakes. One cannot lose that match without growing from the experience." Before arriving in Kaohsiung, the unexpected defeat to Suning was partly due to the opponents employing innovative tactics of vision denial and infinite jungle support, as well as VG having grown too accustomed to favorable scenarios. Gu Xing consistently excelled at turning the tide of matches, snowballing advantages from start to finish. As a result, when the team encountered an unfavorable early game, they struggled to adapt, feeling out of sorts without an early lead. After being defeated by Suning, he diligently reviewed his gameplay to address his shortcomings and learn how to navigate adverse situations. Now, even when ambushed by Samsung and ensnared in a meticulously crafted trap, Gu Xing remained calm and composed. "What is happening?" Kuro's Chinese was insufficient, failing to grasp the jungle's instructions, his focus drifting away. Gu Xing, elated, turned to embrace Smeb and Duan Deliang in celebration, having no time to attend to Li Ruihang. Those who understand will understand. Those who don't, there's nothing to be done. The VG players were overjoyed as they crossed the stage towards the Samsung players' seats. Along the way, the audience was only sporadically cheering, with most remaining silent, their expressions rich and their faces reflecting a deep sense of disappointment. How did Samsung lose? With such a significant advantage at the start, were they merely playing with fate? Gu Xing gazed at the scene, now resembling a library due to his performance, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction that almost compelled him to laugh heartily at the camera. 9/10. I could howl. Outside the arena, after all the build-up, could they even manage to win a single game against VG? However, upon reflection, Gu Xing refrained from overstepping. He feared that if he went too far, he might be unable to exit the venue. The broadcast camera followed the VG members, gradually shifting to the defeated Samsung players. The 5 defeated competitors slumped in their esports chairs, their eyes dim as they stared at the monitors. At the LCK commentary desk, the roar of despair from the commentator echoed, feeling a profound sense of loss. What a squandered opportunity. He lamented, at a loss for tears. How did Samsung come to this? His partner, Jin Dongjun, let out a long sigh, noting that SSG failed to capitalize on their early advantage. Had they maintained their lead, continuously encroaching on the enemy jungle, overturning their opponents would not have been impossible. Alas, there are no what-ifs. For the two commentators and countless viewers of the Korean stream, the experience of the match could only be described as a descent from paradise to hell. Initially, there had been no hope for Samsung, yet SSG began with commendable resolve, swiftly eliminating VG's absolute core. This has brought immense joy to countless LCK supporters, who fervently hope that the pride of the Han Nation, Samsung, can rise to the occasion and drag down their formidable adversaries, VG, from the LPL. However, the subsequent turn of events was nothing short of a calamity. Samsung, like a sudden deluge, squandered their hard-earned advantage entirely, rendering them incapable of mounting any resistance against VG. Had there been no hope from the outset, their sorrow would have been less profound. Yet, Samsung gifted the LCK fans an exhilarating start just 2.5 minutes into the game, sparking their interest and drawing numerous supporters into the livestream, eager to witness the unfolding drama and bolster their national pride. Ultimately, Samsung's performance throughout the match was akin to a cruel deception, luring their own regional audience only to deliver disappointment. The team leader, removed his glasses to wipe them, attempting to conceal the turmoil brewing within. The excitement of the opening moments had now morphed into profound desolation. The strength of their opponents surpassed all expectations. He pondered deeply, questioning whether he could orchestrate a comeback under such dire circumstances if he were in Gu Xing's position. The answer seemed elusive. Against lesser teams, perhaps there would be no issue, and even SSG's strategic prowess could turn the tide. But this was an international competition. The 12 participating teams were categorized into tiers. Yet even the weakest among them were formidable within their respective leagues. Particularly in the LPL and LCK, the disparity in strength was relative. All 8 teams possessed the potential to vie for a spot in the global finals, with many being strong contenders for the championship. Faced with such a caliber of opponents, even a resilient team like Samsung could find their inner fortitude shattered by an overwhelming early disadvantage, and sighed inwardly, realizing that in his area of expertise, he seemed to fall short against Gu Xing. The last time he felt such crippling pressure from an adversary was 4 years ago when he faced Li Ruihang in the mid lane. He quietly polished his glasses, as if to wipe away any negative emotions. After regaining his composure, and stood to shake hands with his opponent, he found Gu Xing's mastery of runes intriguing and appreciated the humility displayed. He learned something new that he had never considered before. He held great respect for his earnest rival. Before the match, no one could have anticipated Samsung would pose any significant challenge to VG. Even the Korean audience believed VG was assured of victory. Yet, when all hope seemed lost for SSG, they revealed a trump card that nearly toppled VG. Gu Xing admired the tenacity exhibited by Samsung. But what did it matter? And forced a smile, though it was laced with bitterness, as in the end, they still lost. Upon hearing Gu Xing's dejected response, he refrained from further words. After all, it was he who bore responsibility for the state of the Samsung team. Even the most heartfelt consolation seemed somewhat disingenuous. After bidding farewell to his opponent, Gu Xing took his place once more at the center of the stage alongside his teammates, offering a slight nod to the audience below. Without lingering for even a moment, he promptly returned to his seat to gather his keyboard and mouse. A staff member approached Gu Xing at an opportune moment to outline the upcoming schedule. Once again, only individual interviews for the LPL region were to be conducted, while the main stage interview was reserved for SMEB. Gu Xing, accustomed to the routine, swiftly picked up Song Jinghao's peripherals and hurriedly made his way off the stage. In contrast, the Samsung members on the opposite side moved with a noticeable slowness. Their heads drooped in a somber demeanor as they seemed to be processing the recent defeat. At the entrance to the backstage corridor, Edgar, who had been waiting, warmly embraced each player. Having witnessed the team's loss in the locker room, his emotions had oscillated like a roller coaster, ultimately plunging into despair. Naturally, Edgar felt a profound sense of disappointment. Yet he knew he could not display such feelings in front of his players. "It's all right. You all performed admirably," he whispered, offering words of comfort, urging them not to blame themselves. Crown, a typically introverted and emotional player, felt tears welling in his eyes. "Can we truly defeat VG?" He sought affirmation from the head coach. Of course we can, Edgar replied without hesitation, his tone resolute. The path may be long and arduous. But as long as we make incremental progress, the opportunity will eventually present itself. He looked at the players, his voice steady and firm. Do not view our defeat today, despite employing our secret weapon, as a shameful or meaningless event. If we had been swept aside without contest like last year's quarterfinals, that would indeed be devoid of value. As a veteran top-tier coach, Edgar excelled in motivational speech. Today, we have proven that VG possesses weaknesses. With a little more effort, we can dethrone them. Crown nodded vigorously, placing immense trust in Edgar. When he debuted in the wildcard region, Crown had never imagined he would have the opportunity to step onto the LCK stage. It was thanks to Edgar's keen eye for talent that he was brought to Samsung, nurtured into a world-class mid-laner step by step. While Crown's own diligence was crucial, it was equally dependent on the platform and opportunities Edgar provided. He had always regarded the head coach as a mentor, executing any directive unconditionally. Now that Edgar claimed they had a chance to conquer VG, Crown believed wholeheartedly that there was indeed hope. He sincerely wished that day would not be far off. Once again gazing at Gu Xing's tall figure, resembling a steadfast pine tree in the backstage corridor, Crown gritted his teeth. Would their next encounter with VG be at this year's World Championship? Unbeknownst to Gu Xing, the vanquished were scheming in their own right. Just as he placed the peripherals back in the locker room, he found himself surrounded by 3 brother teams. Wow, no way. Sure, Sinming's voice rang out with exceptional clarity. You are truly my idol. How did you manage to win this? I was prepared for VG to undoubtedly lose after that 2.5-minute mark. Spicy Hot Pot performed consistently as always. Gu Xing felt his hair being tousled haphazardly. Hey, my friend, I have an interview later. What will I do if you mess up my hairstyle? Upon hearing this, the crowd finally parted. How on earth did you learn to command operations like this? Ming Kai inquired, leaning in with a mischievous glint in his eye, his Mandarin tinged with a Wuhan accent. Could you teach me? Gu Xing glanced at him, not wishing to withhold his insights. Just analyze more. Consider it from a macro perspective, and you'll glean plenty of useful information. Ming Kai was perplexed. Analyze? In terms of analysis, Ghostfoot7 believes he has a substantial say. He has consistently studied opponents in the LPL, from warding habits to various familiar jungle paths. As long as he can identify patterns, Ming Kai can tailor his strategies to make the opposition feel utterly defeated. This is also why Ghostfoot7's prowess in exploiting opponents is well known online. A few years back, when EDG dominated the domestic competitions, Ming Kai was undoubtedly a key contributor. As long as the sample size is sufficiently large, everyone exhibits fixed habits, and targeting those can yield remarkable results. As for why they often falter on the world stage, simply put, it's due to insufficient in-depth research. If Ming Kai lacks a clear understanding of the enemy's strategies, he will instinctively play it safe, leading to the impression that he is timid in international matches. Now, with frequent analysis, Ming Kai found Gu Xing's suggestions perplexing. While his operational skills were commendable, observing VG's matches from the lounge and hearing Gu Xing's astonishing commands, he felt that the opponent had surpassed him by leaps and bounds. It was undoubtedly more than just the analysis. That's because you haven't analyzed enough matches, Gu Xing remarked, patting Ming Kai's shoulder meaningfully and jesting. If you bring the same vigor you have for 50 ranked games in one night, you could become just like me. If you don't want to say it, then don't tease me, Ming Kai retorted, clearly dissatisfied. Ghostfoot7 remained unaware that Gu Xing was not deceiving him. After finishing his Damori, Gu Xing could analyze far more than just 50 games in one night. Each time he navigated the summoner's rift in his mind, it significantly enhanced his operational abilities and effectively cultivated his overarching perspective. Such skills are vital for a commander, or you could consult the coach. Gu Xing proposed as another suggestion. While they may not play League of Legends as well as we do, their capabilities in sandbox simulations are quite reliable. Coaches consistently view each match from a bird's eye perspective, often focusing on correcting the team's macro issues. Over time, their understanding of the big picture is likely superior to that of the players. However, if they are actually put on stage during the landing phase, they would likely be trampled by current professional players. Each has their role to play, of course. This example applies to most coaches, but not all. Some seasoned individuals merely muddle through, providing no tangible benefit to the team. This phenomenon is particularly evident in certain leagues where interpersonal relationships are paramount. Though EDG's head coach Nof may not be considered a top-tier coach, his stubbornness shines through in everything from ban-pick strategies to training sessions. His shortcomings are glaringly apparent. Nonetheless, he was instrumental in the rise of the Tiger team, and achieving a runner-up and a top-4 finish at the World Championship is quite commendable. At present, the demonstrated lower limits of the S tournament surpass even the upper limits shown by Ming Kai. He possesses a remarkable strategic vision. Ming Kai is a man of action. He decisively turns to seek out Nof. However, Nof is currently preoccupied, engrossed in fervent discussions with the coaching staff regarding tactical formations. The opposing team is set to face KT in the second round, and we should adhere to the strategy agreed upon earlier this morning, allowing EDG to take the stage, which would indeed be quite advantageous. Ming Kai is undoubtedly capable of overpowering his adversary, and Marin from KT's top lane evidently falls slightly short in skill. Mouse can withstand the pressure. The former captain, Score, does not possess formidable prowess. In last year's LCK Summer Finals, during the decisive game of the BO5 series, KT's final Baron was left with but 2 drops of health, only to be snatched away by Smeb's captain with a long-range ultimate, marking an ironic highlight of his career. If Ming Kai takes the stage, given their similar styles, there is a high probability that his ghostly footwork will subdue his opponent. As the first Blood Tower emerges, the strategy of lane swapping has become obsolete. The classic economic tactics that propelled Ma Dada to glory during the S5 World Championship can no longer be utilized. Moreover, with age, one's capabilities inevitably decline. Nof's assertions hold considerable merit. Perhaps the opposing team will directly field SKT? The White Crescent expresses his understanding. The early advantage in the first game of the LCK was overturned, and a stable victory is now essential to boost morale. Should we encounter SKT, the consensus among the 4 coaching teams of LPL is to field we. The coaches engage in heated debate. Gu Xing must also attend an interview, leaving him unable to offer any constructive suggestions. As he walks along the corridor, he spots the tall Ren Dong. "Hello, Brother Xing." Ren's voice is deep and powerful, and he first smiles to congratulate VG on their victory, truly the steadfast anchor of our region, achieving victory upon their entry. His gaze then shifts to Gu Xing's head, nearly stifling a laugh. How has his hair turned purple? He must have spent too many days in Kaohsiung, mingling with the local staff. As Ren's accent has also begun to take on a slight bend, Gu Xing, upon hearing this, tugs at his dark hair, which had been pulled a couple of times in the lounge, now resembling a bird's nest. Fortunately, his hair is short and manageable, and as he smooths it down, he exchanges a few pleasantries with Ren Dong, soon looking presentable. Gu Xing takes the microphone from Ren's hand, positioning himself as directed by the cameraman, ready to field Ren's questions. After waving to the camera and introducing himself, Ren poses the first question. He inquires about Brother Xing's feelings after securing victory in the match, earning the first win for the LPL region in the finals. "I am very pleased, and the sensation is distinctly different from my usual victories," Gu Xing responds without hesitation. Being appointed as the spearhead by the combined coaching staff clearly indicates their trust in us. We aim for VG to set an example and earn a point for the LPL region. When we demolished the enemy's main crystal, my immediate reaction was one of relief at not having failed in my duty, he reveals with a bright smile. Despite encountering some setbacks along the way, I am glad we ultimately secured the victory and did not betray everyone's trust. Ren Dong nodded, indicating that Brother Xing could take a brief respite and observe the matches of other teams in the LPL backstage. He then inquired about his hopes and blessings for his brother teams. Gu Xing smiled, expressing a desire for them to continue their relentless efforts, and added that it would be splendid if they could sweep their opponents as they did in yesterday's semifinals. He preferred not to take the stage again, ideally. His colleagues would conclude the battle within 4 matches. When Ren Dong pressed for Gu Xing's assessment of their current adversary, SSG, he remarked that they were indeed formidable opponents. He noted that, in facing Samsung, they would make significant progress, and he hoped SSG felt similarly. The content arranged by the competition organizers for interviews was limited, and after providing succinct answers, Gu Xing returned the microphone and made his way back to the lounge. Upon entering the room, he noticed that the entire EDG team was absent. Once Gu Xing discerned which team from his region would be competing next, he settled into a chair to check his phone. Presumably, with the conclusion of the final exams, Gu Pan's social media account had become lively once more. After VG's victory, she sent him a voice message laden with threats, cautioning him to be careful upon returning to Shanghai, as she would make sure he had no good fruits to enjoy if they crossed paths. It was evident she bore a grudge. Recalling her brother's teasing about her cramming during exam week, Gu Xing knew how to handle his sister and, after a moment's thought, responded with a text. I heard Ming Kai say I is quite interested in your database. He left it at that and did not elaborate further. Gu Pan initially replied with a question mark, then shifted to a more amiable tone. Brother, I was just joking. The match earlier was amazing. I'll never master the awareness of that blind monk. Gu Xing basked in the praise, feeling thoroughly satisfied. After coordinating the time for his two sisters to arrive in Shanghai, he headed to the pressure relief bar to unwind. The excitement surrounding VG's comeback victory sent the fans into a frenzy, resulting in a surge of posts. He selected the most commented score post to peruse the netizens' evaluations. According to the popularity ranking, the top comment pertained to Gu Xing's performance. 1 kill, 1 death, 11 assists. 344 damage taken percentage, with an economic deficit of 1557 in the matchup. How do we assess Brother Xing's performance in the first game of the finals? Wow. I only have one question. Is this the lowest economic deficit in Brother Xing's MVP data throughout his career? It should be, right? 1 kill to earn MVP. He is so team-oriented that his brothers are moved to raise the Remington. Had that kill not been handed to him on a silver platter, I suspect Brother Xing might have continued to let others take the lead. If Brother Xing weren't in a relationship, I would think he was hinting at being single. The fasting blind monk is truly a god among gods. In terms of engaging in fights, he can both secure kills and play the supportive role, focusing on map control. I ask, who else is there? Gu Xing scrolled down and found that Jack's score post was equally filled with accolades. Gu, how many times today did you flash to evade critical control from the opponents? The reactions are swifter than usual. It seems like Jack possesses a dual nature, oscillating between brilliance and folly. The sole determinant of Jack's response speed is quite singular. Whenever he is in pursuit of others, his speed is astonishingly rapid, showcasing millisecond-level reactions. Conversely, when he finds himself being chased and battered, he transforms into a veritable caricature, his sluggishness eliciting laughter as control slips away with every passing moment. Today, Callista played commendably. Overall, she maintained a steady performance, though the moment in mid-lane, when surrounded by a trio of opponents, was undeniably tense for the viewers. Alas, Jackie Love's restraint today has left me feeling rather uncomfortable. Perhaps it would be better if he just met an untimely end. Gu Xing stifled a laugh as he shared the post with Jack. You Winbaw, exasperated, acknowledged that this group relished in their mockery. He opened the forum, preparing for an extensive exchange with the trolls. Gu Xing was keen to observe, but was interrupted by a video invitation from Imp. As he clicked to open it, he was greeted by the booming voice of Zhu Xingbin, whose Mandarin had grown increasingly awkward after half a year away from a Chinese-speaking environment. Xiao Gu. Long time no see. Gu Xing responded, but his attention was swiftly diverted by the vibrant backdrop behind him. The dimly lit ambience was adorned with various atmospheric lights and the G2 Black Knight emblem, creating a striking visual appeal. Your background seems rather artificial, Gu Xing remarked. Zhu Xingbin chuckled. You simply don't understand. The G2 dormitory surpasses VG significantly, with all single rooms, and the decor is simply splendid. He rotated his phone to showcase the room, revealing framed cartoon portraits of Imp on the walls, alongside champion skins of Mouse and Jin. Additionally, Imp had curated a small trophy display cabinet. That cabinet is quite impressive, Gu Xing noted, his interest piqued. Zhu Xingbin gave a thumbs up. You have good taste. I had it custom made. Originally, Carlos wanted to place some potted plants here, but I thought we have too many trophies to keep stashed away in a suitcase. So, I decided to order a cabinet for display. Indeed, Imp's accolades were not mere boasts. He had a substantial collection of trophies, including the S3 Ogian Spring Championship, the S4 World Championship, the S5 LPL Summer Championship, and both the S6 Summer and World Championships. As he joined G2 in the twilight of his professional career, these honors could not be attributed to G2, necessitating the creation of his own trophy cabinet. Please send me a link to that cabinet, Gu Xing said, feeling tempted. I could use it when I decorate my new home. He, too, possessed a considerable number of championships and even more personal accolades, having contemplated a streaming room adorned with trophies when he purchased his new residence. Once Imp agreed, Gu Xing shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. What was the purpose of your video call today? Xiao Gu, is it so wrong to simply chat with you? Zhu Shengbin retorted. Congratulations. I just watched your finals. And I must say, you seem to have improved even more than last year. Do you take me for some seasoned esports veteran? Gu Xing replied, somewhat displeased. I only debuted last year. I am still under 20, so it is only reasonable that my skills have enhanced. As Zhu Shengbin engaged in a conversation, he remarked, isn't the S6 World Championship merely a pinnacle upon debut? It is utterly unfathomable how one could become even stronger this year. He drew a comparison to Faker, the preeminent mid laner, whose initial triumph was followed by a relatively lackluster performance in S4, only to resurrect his prowess in S5 through a transformative shift in strategy. In stark contrast, Gu Xing's trajectory of growth and strength is simply astonishing. Last year, Zhu Shengbin shared a team with Gu Xing, acknowledging that his predecessor in the jungle role was a prodigy, displaying extraordinary skill with complex maneuvers, overflowing with innate talent. This year, however, he seems to be evolving into a seasoned veteran, exhibiting superior operational and command capabilities compared to last year and demonstrating a greater adaptability to the professional arena. During a switch between two radically different styles of play, Imp was astonished to find that Gu Xing experienced none of the typical growing pains associated with such a transition. Isn't that remarkable? As Imp pondered these thoughts, a large head suddenly appeared on the screen. It was Yu Wenba, having just concluded a chaotic skirmish in the forum. He turned to express his excitement. So, have you seen my buddy's Callista? Isn't his skill impressive? Zhu Shengbin dismissed him with a wave of his hand, stating, I would say he barely possesses half the strength. Yu Wenba, undeterred, replied, just wait and see. We'll see how I perform in this year's World Championship. He retreated to the side, eager to check for responses to his previous posts. Imp, ignoring Jack, turned to boast to Gu Xing. Did you see our Intercontinental Championship victory? Aren't you envious? Had this been a few days prior, Gu Xing would have felt a pang of jealousy. He believed that the format of the European and American Intercontinental Championship favored VG more, as the finals determined the victor through a best-of-5 showdown between the strongest teams, allowing them to seize their fate. In contrast, even if VG secured a triumphant start in the Asian Championship, the possibility of failing to clinch the title loomed large, reliant on the support of their brother teams in the same region. However, Gu Xing's perspective had undergone a profound transformation. He had witnessed the fierce disputes among players striving for victory and the relentless efforts of the 4-team coaches. The entire regional representative team was united in their pursuit of a common goal, rallying behind their comrades fighting on the battlefield. Within the LPL League, they were adversaries. Yet on the intercontinental stage, they stood together as allies. Gu Xing finally grasped the allure of the Asian Championship format. The collective effort towards victory was incomparable to the emphasis on individual club battles in other formats. He had complete faith that the remaining 3 teams would achieve victory in the finals, just as they wholeheartedly believed in themselves before the commencement of the decisive match. After bidding farewell to Imp and ending the video call, Gu Xing lifted his gaze to the television screen. The second match had already begun, featuring a rematch between EDG and KT. It was a reenactment of the group stage, a reunion between Mr. Dai and Tian Yi, and a clash of the 2 former EDG mid laners, General Fat and the younger student. The tension was palpable. Nof had wagered wisely on LCK's strategic arrangements. The process, however, was not as effortless as he had anticipated. Minkai, in this match, emulated the previous strategy of Samsung, incorporating experience runes with the intention of unexpectedly accelerating his level 3. Yet, as the originators of this tactic, the LCK region was well aware of how to counter it. They invested heavily in vision early on, sealing off choke points to thwart Clearlove7's attempts at ambush. Unable to secure any kills, Minkai was left with no choice but to retreat in disappointment. At the 7-minute mark, KT orchestrated a surge with Score, who was meticulously positioned at level 6 to launch an assault on the bottom lane. Utilizing multiple flashes to eliminate EDG's duo and secure first blood. Observing the numerous flashes expended by their opponents, EDG communicated via voice chat, planning to capitalize on the Rift Herald fight at the 10-minute mark. By then, several key positions of KT would lack flashes, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. However, before the clock struck 10, Score ventured into the lower quadrant once more, capturing EDG's duo yet again. This time, it wasn't just KT's bottom lane. They summoned their top laner Makai. Marin teleported to the bottom lane, uniting with his teammates in a 4-on-2 ambush. Goodness, was KT losing their minds? Uzi frowned, questioning such relentless targeting of the bottom lane. Gu Xing, however, could comprehend KT's strategy. Their intention was likely to suffocate EDG's marksman, thereby creating substantial issues for the team's damage output. Putting oneself in Gu Xing's shoes, if he were an adversary of EDG, he too would indiscriminately focus on the bottom lane. As previously mentioned, EDG's roster composition exhibited flaws, with an insufficient number of damage dealers. The support, needless to say, had minimal damage output, especially when excluding that peculiar period. The jungler, Minkai, rarely favored damage-centric champions, preferring instead those that excelled in map control, if his economy was lacking. One could hardly expect him to inflict damage in team fights, as his role primarily revolved around providing crowd control. Top laner Mouse was also restricted by his own capabilities and team dynamics. To be fair, his performance on Rumble was commendable, yet EDG seldom aided the top lane. Champions like Rumble could be somewhat effective within the LPL, but in international competitions, facing formidable top laners while using champions like Poppy would likely result in severe lessons learned. With the output capabilities of the jungle, top, and support roles being quite limited, the reliance fell squarely on the two carries. If even one core damage dealer was neutralized, it would be akin to severing a leg for EDG. As the late-game team fights approached, Gu Xing was left to rely solely on their singular damage source, leading to a highly unbalanced composition. The decision of whom to restrict was also a consideration. In contrast, the mid lane offered extensive escape routes, with shorter lanes facilitating player evasion. The bottom lane, clearly, was easier to target. Capturing Eboi would suffice. KT's relentless focus yielded immediate results. Before the landing phase had concluded, they established an economic lead exceeding 2K, thanks to their dominance in the lower quadrant. EDG's initial plans to engage in a resource fight at the Herald were abruptly thwarted. Although none of KT's carries possessed flashes, their extravagant equipment proved insurmountable. In such circumstances, even if EDG initiated a favorable team fight, victory over KT was not guaranteed. With the Herald engagement failing to materialize, EDG could only huddle and await a chance to strike. Only KT fully unleashed their formidable offensive prowess, leaving no opportunity for Guardian to catch their breath. With a relentless siege, they swiftly toppled several of EDG's defensive towers. Xiaomi glanced at his notebook, pondering that if EDG were to lose, LCK might not field SKT for the third match. Through the first two games, he had gleaned some insight into LCK's strategic deployment, aiming to reserve SKT for the final moments. For LCK teams, SKT epitomizes reliability. As long as LPL's VG had competed, they could confidently secure a victory with SKT. Not to worry, RNG would take action. Firefox assured, we will definitely crush Dragon Ball in our third match. Observing EDG's substantial disadvantage, Gu Xing diverted his attention to the forums. The translation speed of the forum's worm baby was astonishing, and now there was a post on Inven, accompanied by a fluent and elegant translation, replete with a distinct tone. Samsung, how could you lose with such a huge advantage? Go home and play in the mud. Go home. They are not welcome back in the great cold underworld. Now you understand why Samsung has so few fans? VG has given you a platform to shine, yet you squander the opportunity. Honestly, shouldn't we be pleased? SSG, as an inferior horse, managed to exchange pieces with the superior VG. LCK is bound to win. Returning home means garlic. Whoever loses will be embarrassed. Gu Xing empathized with the sentiments of the Korean audience. The experience of having hope cruelly shattered by reality can indeed dampen the enjoyment of watching. Fortunately, he was busy preparing for the High League and did not watch the live broadcast of the S5 World Championship. Otherwise, given the soaring expectations of EDG and LGD meeting in the finals, he feared the reality might induce a cerebral hemorrhage. Just as he finished reading the comments from the Korean forums, EDG returned to their locker room. Each player appeared dejected, evidently tormented by KT's ruthless tactics, leading to a destabilized mentality. Eboi lay on the sofa, gnawing at his fingers, his eyes clouded with confusion. Throughout the match, Mr. Dai's output was double that of his own, thanks to the team's resource allocation. Known for his laid-back demeanor, Hu Xianzhao felt an unprecedented surge of frustration on the professional stage. My, he lamented, realizing he had played somewhat carelessly and missed several opportunities. Had he died fewer times, EDG might not have had to forfeit the Rift Herald team fight. Perhaps they could have secured a victory. Truly impressive, KT demonstrated remarkable strength. And Ming Kai was genuinely impressed by their ferocious offensive power. Having lost all matches against KT in the Intercontinental Tournament, Ghostfoot 7 found it hard to speak boldly. You haven't faced Dragon Ball yet. These players are even more reckless, Duan Deliang interjected. Let's see how RNG plays. The LPL coaching staff had indeed exerted great effort in this Intercontinental Tournament, accurately deducing the matchups after a sleepless night before the finals. LCK was indeed sending Dragon Ball into battle for the third match, allowing SKT to make their grand appearance, including Gu Xing. Many players believe this would be a grueling contest. Although Dragon Ball may be experiencing a temporary setback, its foundation remains robust, ensuring a solid base for the LCK Spring Championship. The unfolding events have indeed validated this assertion. Right from the outset, Peanut adeptly assisted top laner Khan in establishing an advantage, subsequently invading the enemy jungle with remarkable prowess. However, Spicy Hot Pot was not to be underestimated. He promptly countered with his own strategy. You enjoy counter-jungling? Very well, I shall leave all but the stone tortoise and the sharp beak bird for you. The outcome was surprisingly effective. Relying solely on two camps, Spicy Hot Pot managed to keep pace with Peanut's experience. Peanut, feeling the pressure, realized that his jungle-centric style required ample resources and experience. The ultimate goal of aiding laners was to better position himself in the jungle. Yet, as Spicy Hot Pot adopted an experience catch-up mechanism, Peanut found himself grinding in RNG's jungle for an extended period, only to discover that their levels were nearly equivalent. In a state of frustration, Peanut was on the verge of breaking down. Meanwhile, Spicy Hot Pot utilized his newfound time to wreak havoc across all three lanes. Upon reaching level 6, he approached mid lane, executing a swift QR combo and unleashing his ultimate. Nice, Gu Xing exclaimed, tightening his fists in exhilaration. On screen, the Pig Sister's ultimate did not directly target BDD, but rather obstructed the enemy's escape route. Unbeknownst to BDD, as he saw the Pig Sister emerge from an angle, his instinct was to flash away for survival. However, this reaction led him straight into the path of her ultimate. What an incredible prediction, Shia praised, noting BDD's unfortunate fate. With BDD immobilized and forced to use his flash, he was unable to escape death, igniting a fervor in the LPL's lounge. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Spicy Hot Pot's shouts of exhilaration echoed, his veins bulging as he displayed his excitement. On camera, BDD appeared dazed by the sudden ambush, his cheeks puffing up in disbelief. While BDD's demise might seem inconsequential to Dragon Ball's overall strategy, it instilled panic in Peanut. This gank by Spicy Hot Pot made it clear that persistently grinding in the jungle would lead to a slow demise. Dragon Ball's top and mid lanes were notorious for applying pressure. Faced with the Pig Sisters' starvation strategy, they were akin to live targets. Reluctantly, Peanut sought to abandon jungle farming to focus on creating opportunities in the lanes. Yet, his instincts for ganking paled in comparison to those of Spicy Hot Pot. Forcing a mimicry of the starvation tactic was tantamount to pitting his weaknesses against the opponent's strengths, with predictable consequences. As the match approached the 20-minute mark, RNG had amassed an economic advantage of approximately 3K. Khan exerted every effort to breach Letme's fortified defenses, but progress was minimal. Conversely, Uzi was reaping substantial economic rewards, rapidly progressing towards his 3-item power spike. Spicy Hot Pot's starvation strategy was indeed formidable. Gu Xing had an epiphany by abstaining from jungle creeps. Spicy Hot Pot had effectively gifted the remaining camps to Uzi, allowing each player to maximize their potential. Resources were utilized without waste, investing in the late-game presence of the marksman, enabling Uzi to acquire pivotal items ahead of schedule, thus enhancing his combat effectiveness. Remarkable, isn't it? The analyst known as Dog 8 from RNG, brimming with pride, declared that the tactics we meticulously crafted are beyond the grasp of others. I suspect you are insinuating that only Uzi can dominate all lanes, remarked Ming Kai with a hint of sarcasm. Dog 8's expression shifted dramatically. I did not. I am not. Please do not misinterpret my words. Amidst the playful banter, both teams engaged in an intense skirmish near the Baron Pit. A 3-for-4 exchange resulted in a narrow victory for RNG. Well done, exclaimed Wahoo, applauding his teammates. This is how we play. Uzi had just secured another 3 kills. returning to base to replenish his gear and successfully acquiring a resurrection item. It's all over. Gu Xing rose to his feet, clapping, "Onward, RNG." The pivotal figure determining the direction of mid to late game team fights was none other than the marksman. The disparity in equipment between Mouse King and Uzi was significant. A full major item apart. Prey's conventional gameplay was the root cause of the issue. He refrained from consuming the jungle resources of his teammates, even neglecting to pursue the safest lane for farming. Mouse King lagged behind Uzi by 70 in minion kills, and coupled with the kill differential, the economic gap between the two teams reached an extreme, with Uzi obtaining the most advanced gear in the match. As long as he avoided untimely demise, he would seamlessly take charge of the game. "Keep it up," Ming Kai passionately shouted. Not just him, but all three teams in the lounge were rallying behind RNG. Uzi did not disappoint, as he unleashed a staggering 7,000 damage in the Ancient Dragon team fight at the 36-minute mark, leading his team to a complete annihilation of Dragon Balls. "We won." Smeb was overjoyed. "Match point. We have secured match point." The room transformed into a jubilant sea of happiness. Cheers erupted, praising RNG's stunning performance. Although the victory was not yet fully realized, they could already glimpse the dawn. What does match point signify? Even if we were to lose the fourth game to SKT, LPL would still have a decisive match to play. Moreover, they could deploy their ace, VG, whose chances of success were undoubtedly high. The championship was within reach. "Well done." Gu Xing awaited at the backstage corridor, patting each RNG player on the shoulder. "Great job, brothers." The entire RNG team was beaming with joy. "I told you Dragon Balls were no match." When Xiangwa gets fired up, just ask if you're convinced. He swiftly took down Dragon Balls. "Incredible, absolutely impressive." Gu Xing grinned widely, eagerly echoing his friend's sentiments. Uzi, with a flushed face, chewed gum, a smile plastered across his broad face. Contributing to the region filled him with a profound sense of honor. Shi Sunming dashed over to Jack, the two playfully bickering. As for the remaining fourth match, there was no need for the coaching staff selection. Only one possibility remained. We against SKT. Let us give it our all. Hongmi encouraged by Sei Yuya. If we follow the pre-match BP, there won't be any issues. The pressure is on the opponents. Bai Sei Yuya nodded earnestly. Rest assured, we won't just compete for the sake of it. We are determined to strike SKT twice. He turned to address his teammates. We've been in Kaohsiung for nearly a week, and Haven T won a single match in the main event. The upcoming match is the final showdown for we in the intercontinental competition. Let us put forth our best performance when we take the stage. We cannot continue to hold our brother teams back. We must give them a reason to be proud of us. The Wii players were resolute. The only team in the LPL region yet to secure their first victory harbors a palpable frustration. For the spring season's runner-up, such a record is undoubtedly a disgrace. Yesterday was a golden opportunity to clinch that elusive win, a chance to reclaim their honor against a formidable opponent. However, Redmi did not allow them to take the stage, leaving the Wii players seething with unexpressed anger, poised to erupt at any moment. They clasped their hands together, rallying one another. 3, 2, 1, let us go Wii. Not only the members of the WE training department joined in, but the other three teams also chimed in, creating a resounding chorus that echoed through the narrow backstage corridors. "Everyone, lend your light to Wii." Gu Xing, in a somewhat theatrical manner, shouted as he watched the last of his brother team ascend the stage. Upon returning to the lounge, Gu Xing couldn't resist a few playful jabs at his teammates. The defeat of Dragon Ball had the fans of the opposing team overjoyed, with a flurry of posts emerging. This Dragon Ball team is truly a disaster. They haven't won a single match in the intercontinental competition. Utterly absurd. I never imagined there could be such a lackluster team in the LCK. It's like striking gold. The two veterans are indeed past their prime. Utterly embarrassed by Uzi's finesse. Goodness, is it match point? Could it be that LPL really stands a chance at the championship? If we goes in to lose a match, and the finals reach the fifth game, believe that VG will take the victory. Of course, Gu Xing was particularly intrigued by the comments from the Korean forum. The speed at which posts were being translated from Invin was astonishing. That little rascal from Shiba. Dragon Ball is truly more of a hindrance than a help. As of now, only Dragon Ball holds a record of total defeat in the LCK. They've utterly tarnished their reputation. Oh no, our best outcome is to reach the fifth game against VG. Who can possibly defeat them? Is the LCK doomed to lose? The sight of Peanut's smug expression makes me want to punch him. It's utterly nauseating. If we lose the intercontinental competition, all 4 teams should collectively apologize. Please don't return home. It's a disgraceful waste of resources. The comments from Korean netizens were predominantly aggressive and laden with profanity, eliciting sympathy from Gu Xing for Peanut. I truly feel for him, don't you? Gu Xing wanted to ask his teammates for their thoughts. Just then, Jack let out a fierce shout. Galio. Gu Xing lifted his head, and there, within Wii's hero selection frame, stood a magnificent white guardian. The Justice Titan, Galio. SKT didn't T-ban him? Gu Xing was overwhelmed with joy. With no bans left, Leg Brother Kled and Callista, along with a support champion, Min SKT had no choice but to allow Galio. Duan DeLeon's voice quickened. Upon witnessing this, Redmi rose to high-five his colleagues in celebration. The LPL possessed the selection rights for the 2nd and 4th games, and in this match, we found themselves on the blue side, seizing a strategic advantage in the ban pick phase by immediately opting for Galio. This was the BP strategy that Redmi and his team had devised. Throughout the finals, they would first allow VG to utilize Callista, compelling the opponents to place their favored champion on the ban list. Coupled with Kled, who 957 excelled with, and the commonly banned support champion, Alistar, they effectively occupied SKT's 3 ban slots in the first round. Through the strategic pressure exerted on the enemy's ban positions, the unshackling of Galio was achieved. The tactical plan conceived by the White Crescent previously identified Galio as one of its 2 main pillars. The other hero was also secured by Wii in the 2nd pick, Kog'Maw. With Galio and Kog'Maw in place, a triumphant smile spread across the face of White Crescent. Koma remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, just 10 minutes later, he was engulfed in regret, pondering why he had not banned Galio. In the rift, the Colossus of Justice soared into the air. The formidable bear made its entrance. SKT's plan to exploit Kog'Maw in the bot lane was abruptly thwarted by Galio's ultimate, which provided an impenetrable shield. Kog'Maw unleashed his Bioarcane Barrage, extending his range and unleashing a torrent of viscous projectiles upon the adversary. Ultimately, SKT found themselves losing 2 lives instead. Awesome! Gu Xing exclaimed fervently. Yet, the most ruthless actions were yet to unfold. Following his transformation into a clumsy chicken, Xiaohong inherited the early game trait of his predecessor, remaining steadfast in lane without aggression. The hard-earned opportunities were thwarted by Galio's ultimate. As the teamfight phase approached, SKT believed they had finally reached their peak power and sought to gradually encroach upon the enemy's jungle. However, Galio firmly declared, not so fast. As SKT initiated the engage, Xie utilized Galio's ultimate to provide a protective canopy for his teammates. Subsequently, Kog'Maw activated his W, leveraging his range advantage and percentage damage to deliver a torrent of output. How infuriating! Jin Wenhe discerned the essence of the matter. Kog'Maw simply could not be taken down. Nicknamed the mobile turret, Kog'Maw possessed poor self-preservation abilities. Yet his damage output was undeniably fierce, a double-edged sword. However, we compensated for Kog'Maw's shortcomings with Galio's robust protection. No longer burdened by concerns of survival, Kog'Maw could recklessly unleash his barrage of output. With the dual cores of Wii operating unfettered, SKT was powerless to intervene. SKT's once proud team fights crumbled before the dual core system of Galio and Kog'Maw. They retreated continuously, lacking the capacity to resist. By the time the match reached the 30-minute mark, we had secured the Baron. Could victory be within reach? Jack could hardly believe his eyes. In the lounge, dozens of eyes were fixated on the small television screen. The air was thick with the sound of hurried breaths, creating a fervent atmosphere in the room. As they prepared for another team fight, she had directed, "Stay calm, advance steadily. As long as Kog'Maw remains alive, we are assured victory."